He traveled through time into a novel and became a villain. After dozens of attempts, each one ended in failure and I couldn't return to the real world. In the end, he gave up, but learned that he could become stronger by writing a diary. Since no one can read it anyway, Su Luo writes in big characters and dares to write anything female lead. Yes, this diary allows me to snatch all the opportunities of the protagonist. I just want to become stronger. A female number 2. I don't care about the top strength in the world of immortal cultivation. I just want to have fun now. Woman number 3. What? Everyone around me is undercover? I'm the clown lord. It's so strange. Why is the plot so different? But the ending is the same. Are you guys playing me? Chapter 1. I'm not crazy because I can't return to the real world. I really regret it. I should have killed you back then. Even though I die today, I am the winner. Ha! Su Luo laughed out loud, especially when she saw the blood on the bottom of the person opposite her. She laughed even harder then. He blew himself up and died. A mature villain who knows how to be decent. La la la, la la la. I finished the game. I've finally finished it. Goodbye to your rubbish novel. Su Luo couldn't hide her excitement. He was dead, but not completely dead. Dance in the space created by this system, the machine sounded. Host, I'm sorry, you didn't clear the level. What? You said we can return to reality tomorrow? Not today? I miss the things on my computer and my wives in the game so much. I'm not bragging, system. I was once a beloved traveler in Teyvat, a tool in the egg tart, a mysterious doctor in Rhodes Island, the commander of Zhanshuang and Shidu, a lifelong director, the king of pesticides, and the demigod Bao. Although the ingredients are very mixed, but with a wave of my hand, the enemy can only be abused. Whether I am powerful or not, you can tell me, Brother Luo. No, host, you haven't cleared the level yet, so you can't return to reality. Ah, just like we agreed, I can bring all my abilities back to reality? That's great. No matter how powerful I am in a novel, it's still fake. If this happened in the real world, wouldn't it be so powerful? I am the new generation of the supreme crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Square root system, are you crazy? Su Luo, host. Su Luo put away her smile and temporarily accepted the fact that she had not passed the test, but her heart was like a volcano erupting and her lungs were about to explode with anger. Give me a reason. Do you know how I spent this time? I have completed every plot with the utmost care, caution, and detail. Isn't this enough? If this continues, I will be depressed. As the villain, you've experienced dozens of replays, and this time you've successfully reached the end. However, the system's settlement revealed that you still haven't strictly followed every plot point throughout the story, so it can't be considered a perfect completion. That's right, Su Luo shouted at home. Genshin Impact, start. Then I was inexplicably transported to a novel, and I could only leave after completing the level. There are 2 types of clearance. One is a perfect clearance, which allows multiple chances but must be exactly the same as the plot of the novel. The other is to pass roughly. As long as the main line is roughly the same, it is considered passed. It is a very loose review mechanism, but there is only one chance. Su Luo was naturally not arrogant enough to think that she could pass the level in one go, so she always chose to pass the level perfectly. System, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? I'm not a machine. How can I possibly do every plot exactly the same? Just make it about right. We are very sorry, but settlement has very strict standards. If the system had a physical body, Su Luo would slap it without hesitation. Dozens of times, this ghost novel made me feel sick every time I read it before. Now that I have read it dozens of times, I can say that I am completely disgusted by the plot of this novel. The story mainly tells about the protagonist who fights monsters and levels up along the way. When he is in the limelight, he will take the limelight. When he is not in the limelight, someone will give him the limelight. During the smooth journey, he will intimidate monsters, kill evil spirits, oppress various geniuses, and reach the pinnacle of the human race. The protagonist is having a good time, but I am the villain. He has always been a stepping stone for the protagonist, and has been slapped in the face countless times by the protagonist. Su Luo could tolerate it all, but what made her even more speechless about this novel was that the protagonist in the harem never touched the heroines from beginning to end. The whole process relies on pure eyes, charming smiles, shining teeth, and amazing quotes to interact. Who wants to read this? I don't know what the author was thinking. Was he a eunuch, but it made readers sick, and Su Luo was one of them. But he didn't expect to travel through time and space into this novel. What's worse is that, remember the ending, the protagonist is gone. This is not Su Luo's free expression or revenge, but the author himself couldn't continue writing the story, so he wrote the ending hastily after leaving it unfinished. Before leaving, I have to discuss the readers. When Su Luo saw the ending, she made a 1-hour video to criticize this novel. It received 500,000 views and came with thousands of comments criticizing the author. Thinking of this, the author started to move and I started to move too. Why should I suffer the insults of the protagonist and lick the heroines? Su Luo said in self-abandonment. This time I choose to roughly pass the level. Receive. Since there is only one chance, the system will give you a diary. Hosts can earn rewards by writing more content related to the plot, which will help you clear the levels better. For more usage methods, please read the manual. Finally, I wish you a smooth pass. Bye. The system left. Once the plot begins, the system loses its intelligence and only has some normal auxiliary functions. Then Su Luo felt dizzy, which also meant that she was about to enter the world of novels and start a new round of villain journey. Give up, I won't like you. Here it comes. This is where it all begins. Su Luo gradually came to her senses and realized that the story had begun. The cute girl in front of you is Li Si, the girl that the villain Su Luo likes. Su Luo spent all his thoughts on her, trying to make her happy every day, giving her gifts every day, and even giving her all his own cultivation resources. However, it was all in vain. Li Si didn't like Su Luo at all, and even found him annoying because of his constant nagging. It is not difficult to see that Su Luo's first character setting is naturally that of an infatuated male supporting role, known as a licker or a big licker in the world. Just now, Su Luo wanted to give the marrow cleansing pill given to him by his father to Li Si, but Li Si was not moved at all, and she could no longer hide her disgust. Su Luo immediately immersed herself in the role, covering her left heart with her hand, a look of pain and confusion on her face. No, why don't you accept me? What's wrong with me? There's no reason. I just think you're annoying. Don't come to see me. Li Si didn't want to stay even for a second longer, so she left right after saying that. No! Su Luo screamed with all her might, as if she had lost everything. How can I live without you? Su Luo chased Li Si with great effort and even fell at the right time, but she still had to crawl to catch up with her. But how could she stop? Li Si, my Si! Su Luo cried bitterly. If it wasn't for the difficulty of having a runny nose, she would have done it anyway. Li Si remained unmoved and soon disappeared from Su Luo's sight. Woo woo. Well, that's about it. Su Luo stopped crying and put away her crying face. Get up and dust yourself off, go home. Su Luo hummed a little song and left, as if what had just happened had never happened. For a moment, passers-by couldn't understand what was going on. Why are young people nowadays so weird? She was crying bitterly just now, but turned around and acted as if nothing happened. It's hard to change her expression so quickly. Su Luo didn't care about other people's opinions at all. She had already given up. When there was no drama, don't even think about adding more drama. This awful plot is enough to make me sick. Do you think I really want to please Li Si? If it weren't for my character, I would have just scolded her in the face. You are the singer, whoever wants to serve can serve me. When Su Luo returned home, no one cared about him. He was not very motivated and was not taken seriously at home. There was basically only one maid taking care of Su Luo. However, his status was not low. He was the son of the head of the Su family, one of the 3 major families in Xiufeng City. Although he has no talent, idles around every day and works part-time as a bootlicker, but just based on this identity, it is enough for him to walk around in Xiufeng City with his head held high. Moreover, the Su family is now very powerful in Xiufeng City, and there is a tendency for it to suppress the other 2 major families. It can be said that it is thriving. Su Luo didn't care about these. What mattered now was whether the diary given by the system was touching or not. Although the system never let him down, it didn't provide him with much help either. I hope the system can be more powerful last time, but no matter how you look at it, it is just an ordinary diary, except that it has the function of appearing and disappearing at any time, so you don't have to worry about it being seen by others. After all, who writes a diary for others to read? I forgot the date, it was sunny. Another beginning, dozens of times already, but this time it can finally end. Success or failure, it's a relief, and I'm happy. And this time, with the cheat code the system gave me, plus my understanding of the plot, I can confidently say that I can get through even if I play it badly, which makes me even happier. But then I remembered something terrible. The first plot is Li Si's birthday party tomorrow. There's no doubt I'll have to work part-time as a bootlicker tomorrow, and my mood is instantly sour. Do you think I like her? They say big breasts mean no brains, but she has neither breasts nor brains. She has no great abilities but thinks she is great. Is her family as rich as mine? Is her status as high as mine? She's just a pretty face, nothing more, and she has no self-awareness at all. How could I possibly fall for someone like that? He's just a licker, eating shit when he has food to eat? Ugh, alas, for the first time, I have a cheat code and a relaxed clearance mechanism. These two happy things overlap, and these two joys will bring more joy. What I got was supposed to be a happy time like a dream, but why did it turn out like this? No, I can't say such discouraging words. The road to the next level is right in front of me. I want to walk to the end with a smile on my face. My gaming life is still waiting for me. I don't know what version update it has reached or whether the server has been shut down. Come on, as long as you can hold back Li Si tomorrow, you'll be able to hold back all the idiots in the world in the future. Su Luo originally thought that she was not very good at writing a diary and was afraid of running out of words. I didn't expect that I couldn't stop writing once I started, but it's definitely not okay to keep writing like this forever. Back to the point, tomorrow's plot goal is for me to be broken off from my engagement. Before, completing the game perfectly required extremely high language and action requirements. Now, it doesn't matter. Just breaking off the engagement will pass. It's much simpler. It's well known in Xiufeng City that the Su and Li families have always had a good relationship, and naturally, there was a child marriage in the previous generation. Since I've been pursuing Li Si but to no avail, I'm furious and embarrassed. Tomorrow, in front of all the guests, I'll bring up the child marriage scheme to force Li Si to submit. But how could Li Si agree? Not only did she refuse, but she was so angry that she even said she would never marry me even if she died. This is a real slap in the face to the Su family, and it happened right in front of so many prominent guests. It's foreseeable that within a day, the whole city will know this joke of mine. The faces of the Su family members present were all dark. Even if I am a loser, I am still a member of the Su family. Just because we are good friends, can I let you slap me in the face? The atmosphere was tense for a while. Guess what happened next? Of course, I immediately gave in. I knelt down and begged Li Si to forgive me, saying that I had just spoken in anger. I won't force you anymore. Please don't ignore me. Anyway, I acted as servilely as I could, completely disregarding the feelings of the Su family members nearby. This is exactly what my idiot teammates were talking about. I even felt sick from acting like this. I'm getting off track. Arranging this plot for me isn't a pretext for a 30-year turmoil, it's definitely to build momentum for the protagonist, Lin Shen. Where is he now? As early as when I threatened Li Si with the marriage proposal, he frowned and quietly retreated behind the crowd. That's right, he didn't come out to help immediately, but because a certain existence in his body sensed the treasure and reminded him. No one expected that the Li family's ancestors had placed a treasure under the table, disguised as a table mat. Lin Shen took advantage of everyone's distraction and stole the treasure. Then, feeling guilty, he stepped in to help Li Si. At the time, it was difficult to intervene directly with the Li family, as this could potentially lead to a major conflict between the Su family and the Li family. However, Lin Shen was different. He was a stranger, his identity unknown, and a junior, so it was just the right time for him to intervene. Lin Shen challenged me to a duel to resolve this matter, and I naturally couldn't refuse, and then I was defeated. At this moment, Lin Shen gave a devilish smile, and Li Si's favorability towards him quickly increased, as if her IQ had dropped. Oh, she didn't have much IQ to begin with, so that was fine. Lin Shen has both beauty and fame, and he's so happy. Poor me, I was not only humiliated on the spot, but also beaten. Who says that these days, only the protagonists are rejected in marriage? Oh, okay, I'll stop here for now. I'll wait for tomorrow's plot, so I can finish it as soon as possible and call it a day. Unlucky. Chapter 2. My system has brought shame to the systems of all the heavens and world. Su Luo closed the diary and waved it away, and the diary disappeared. I felt a sense of relief for a moment, which was an alternative way to vent my emotions. After a while, the system prompted, complete the diary and watch a 30-second ad to receive a reward. What the hell is this system? It's so low class. Whose system needs advertising sponsorship? It's so embarrassing, but for the sake of the reward, I endured it. 30 seconds is 30 seconds. I watched it, complete the diary and receive a reward of +1 to Constitution, +4 to Strength, and a level increase in Cultivation. Gain special ability, my pain is greater than yours. When attacked, you can transfer 10% of the damage you receive to a designated character. Tears in my eyes. Su Luo thought the system would make things difficult for him and would only give him some useless rewards, but he didn't expect it to be so awesome. Although I don't know how to calculate the Constitution +1 and Strength +4, it means that my body has become better and stronger. It is easy to understand how one's cultivation level improves. Su Luo was originally in the early stage of Qi training, but now he has directly entered the middle stage. The cultivation levels in this novel are set as Qi training, Foundation building, Golden Elixir, Nascent Soul, Dongshu, Mahayana, Tribulation Crossing, and Immortality. Each level is divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfect stage. This way, I can directly advance to a higher level, saving a lot of time in cultivation. There are also special skills, which can be simply described as 10% damage reduction and 10% damage counterattack. I suffer 90% of the damage, and you also suffer 10%. My pain is really greater than yours. If rewards are like this in the future, is there still a need to work hard? Of course, everything I have achieved is the result of my hard work and practice step by step. Open the diary. This cannot be blamed on Su Luo for wanting to cheat, but on the crappy author who was too lazy to even write a new villain and has to recycle several villains. Su Luo is naturally one of them. If it were any other novel, a villain like him at the beginning would be gone in a few rounds, but the fact is that Su Luo has to do sit-ups frequently, is constantly defeated but is lucky enough not to die, and comes back at the right time to slap the protagonist in the face. She is even worse off than Wolf. You have to know that until the finale, Su Luo's fighting ability could barely keep up with the protagonist. What is the concept? To be able to do this without risking the life of the protagonist naturally requires a huge price to be paid. Things like practicing magic, consuming potential, suffering various hidden injuries to the body, and even losing one's life. In order to reach the finale, Su Luo spent the rest of his life in pain. Even if there was no plot involving him, he would have to endure the torment brought about by the sequelae. That kind of pain was more painful than giving birth to 10 children at once. Now that I have a diary, I'm afraid I can keep up with the protagonist without practicing. Then what's the point of practicing? Sure enough, once I accept my own bad self, then I will be invincible. At the same time, the Li family in Qiufeng City. Lic pointed at the diary in front of her and asked the maid, "You really can't see it?" "Miss, what do you see?" "Nothing, leave now." The diary suddenly appeared in front of her, which scared her. She thought someone was attacking her, so she immediately drew her sword, but the diary could not be damaged at all. What's even stranger is that Li Si can make it disappear or appear at will, and on the cover of the diary it was written, Su Luo's diary of a serious person. Lic's face darkened instantly, thinking that it was Su Luo's doing, but when I think about it, I feel that Su Luo doesn't have this ability. Originally, Li Si disdained reading other people's diaries, and since it was Su Luo's diary, she felt even more inferior. She was afraid of dirtying the floor if she used it to wipe the floor. However, this diary was so magical that Li Si couldn't help but open it and read it. She's not very capable, but she thinks she's so great. Oh, she's not very intelligent anyway, so that's alright. The more Li Si read, the angrier she became. Finally, she threw the diary to the ground and stepped on it several times. If the diary could be destroyed, it would have been burned by now. How dare you call me an idiot? If you can tolerate me, can you tolerate all the idiots in the world? This is what I want to say. Do you know how long I tolerate you every day? You don't know what you've done, yet you're still so stubborn and have the nerve to criticize me. You dare to slander me? I can't tolerate it this time. Li Si picked up the sword and angrily prepared to look for Su Luo. Wrong, halfway through the rush, Li Si stopped. Could this be a lie? Li Si called out the diary, but only the things she could see could not be used as evidence. When the time comes, if I go to the Su family, I will become unreasonable and I will be the clown. And besides, how could I, a living person, be a character in a novel? Maybe this is my inner demon. After some thought, Li Si calmed down and smiled coldly. It's just a little trick. Luckily I'm smart. I almost got fooled. However, the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't convince herself. Finally, she suppressed her anger and looked at the diary again. After calming down, she found that there was an important thing in it that she had overlooked, that is the treasure of our ancestors. Lic hurriedly searched inside the big house. The table mats are not obvious, but even in the Li family, there are not many tables. As long as you look carefully, you will find it. This is actually true. Li Si found something to pad the table, and removed the outer disguise, revealing the treasure, a crystal clear, crescent-shaped pendant, Qingyue pendant. She had seen this kind of thing in the family book when she was a child. It was indeed the treasure of her ancestors, and the pattern on it was exactly the same as that in the book. It is said that the Li family came into being because of this pendant, but then it disappeared. So, what's written in the diary is true. Li Si was no longer calm. The next night, Li Si's 18th birthday party started as usual. Su Luo was also 18 years old at this time and was very handsome. But even so, Su Luo dressed up nicely and didn't deliberately wear ugly clothes. It was necessary for her character dress up and go out just to be beaten beautifully. Regarding the diary, Su Luo wrote a lot yesterday, scolding Li Si in various ways, hoping to get a reward by clearing the diary. Unfortunately, no, there is no reward. The system explains that only diaries related to the plot will be effective, and they must be related to the recent plot. So now there is no reward for writing midterm or even late-term plots. Su Luo's idea of becoming a god in a few days was naturally shattered, but before leaving, Su Luo still wanted to write something. I remember a few days ago, September 1st, sunny. I was so excited about writing yesterday that I forgot to mention an important point. This is the birthday gift I gave to Li Si today. It's our Su family's heirloom, the star-falling jade bracelet. It's quite a waste of money, isn't it? Actually, this heirloom isn't anything special. It doesn't have any special functions. However, it is needed to activate the Qingyue pendant. Currently, the Qingyue pendant can only play 30% of its role. Based on this alone, it goes without saying what the Su family's final fate will be. They became the protagonist's stepping stone. Li Si won't want this jade bracelet tonight. Giving it to the protagonist is just to let the protagonist know about it and pave the way for the future. In the end, they will all fall into the hands of the protagonist, contributing to the protagonist's strength. So the protagonist can find treasures wherever he goes, and all the good things are prepared for him. After writing a few words briefly, Su Luo prepared to attend the banquet. The reward this time was very ordinary, just adding a few points of agility and defense, and not even increasing the cultivation level by 1 level. Maybe the diary is too watery. Chapter 3. The plot starts off badly when Su Luo stepped into the Li family's house and came to the hall. She saw the most conspicuous Li Si. She was wearing a gorgeous dress today and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. She looked better than many people without any need to dress up. The slight smile on her face added to her charm, but as soon as she saw Su Luo come in, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, and she stared at Su Luo intently, as if there was a fire burning in her eyes. Su Luo was just about to go over and greet him enthusiastically, but was stopped by the glare and her smile froze. That doesn't make sense. The grudge isn't that deep, right? The story has just begun, so there is no need to want to kill people with your eyes now. Su Luo couldn't understand. Of course he couldn't figure it out. Lic was studying the Qingyue pendant last night. Unfortunately, I didn't figure out anything in the end, and there was no record of how to use it in the books at home. But it did not prevent her from having a good sleep while holding the pendant equipment. She found that the diary had been updated, and she thought there was some important information, but it turned out to be full of scolding her originally. After finding the ancestral treasure from the diary, Li Si had mostly forgiven Su Luo for scolding her before, and she also felt that Su Luo was not completely useless, and now he was scolding her, which made her so angry that she jumped out of the bedi. In the end, Su Luo wrote a sentence, she refuted it, and then scolded Su Luo. We are facing each other from a distance, but no matter how you think about it, the one who suffered was only Li Si. She listened to every word Su Luo said to her, while Su Luo did not hear a single word she said to Su Luo. So now when Li Si saw Su Luo, she just glared at him and didn't scold him directly, which was very sensible. Su Luo couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from following the plot. He adjusted his facial expression and walked towards Li Si with the brightest smile. "Si, happy birthday." As he said that, he handed the Starfall Jade bracelet to her. Lic smiled again, leaned close to Su Luo's ear, and said in a low voice, "Get out, you big idiot." Su Luo was confused and thought she had heard it wrong. Will Li Si curse? That doesn't make sense. Although she is arrogant, she is not good at scolding people. She usually just stares at people with annoyance. At most, she is mean and shameless. This stupid sentence made Su Luo confused. Just then, the head of the Li family, Li Si's father, came near. "My dear nephew, do your family members know that you gave this jade bracelet to them?" "I know, uncle." I don't know if you still remember that Ci and I have an engagement. Su Luo felt that the plot was more important and didn't think about why Li Si cursed. Anyway, she has hated herself for a long time. My dear nephew, let's talk about this later, ahahaha. The head of the Li family pretended to be confused and wanted to skip the question. Why talk about it later? Why not take advantage of this great day to finalize this matter? Su Luo became more and more aggressive, not giving the head of the Li family any face at all, and turned to Li Si and said, "Si, marry me." My dear nephew, what are you doing? This kind of important matter naturally needs to be discussed carefully. Does the Li family want to go back on their word? I even brought the original engagement letter with me. Su Luo suddenly raised her voice, wanting to show her momentum. I just want everyone present to know. Then he took out the engagement letter and showed it to everyone. You won't deny this engagement, right? Besides, there will be many benefits to marrying into our Su family. This. Patriarch Li hesitated a little. There were indeed many benefits, but he still hoped that his daughter would be happy. It's settled. Let's pick a good day this month to fulfill this engagement. Su Luo took advantage of the victory and pursued him, looking as if she would not be refused. The guests were also impressed by Su Luo's imposing appearance. It was true that a tiger father has a dog son. Maybe she was just pretending. I won't marry you. Li Si finally spoke and pointed at Su Luo. You pig, you're not good at cultivation, you have no IQ, no EQ, all you do is eat and sleep. No, just reject it. Why did you add so many words? It was not like this before. Su Luo was confused again. After cursing for a long time, Li Si finally felt relieved. She finally had the chance to avenge herself from last night. This jade bracelet, Li Si hesitated, remembering the diary in the morning. This jade bracelet can activate the pendant. I'm really curious about what functions the pendant can have. Damn Su Luo, she wrote half of it and then stopped. Su Luo held the jade bracelet, but did not put it away because Li Si was holding it tightly. No, what do you mean? Let go quickly and move on to the next step. What do you mean by looking so reluctant now? Su Luo pulled hard, but her current cultivation level was not as good as Li Si's, so she couldn't pull it. I'll give it back to you. Li Si looked unwilling and her tone became weaker, but in the end, self-esteem won out. Once I accept it, it means I am agreeing to marry Su Luo. Don't do this kind of thing. I will never marry you, even if I die. What Li Si said was completely disrespectful to the Su family. Isn't this bad? Do you look down on our Su family? Naturally, the Su family had to step forward and start putting pressure on the Li family. I won't get married, no matter what anyone says. Li Si remained firm. The atmosphere was suddenly filled with gunpowder, and it was just a matter of time before it exploded. Su Luo knew that it was time for her to appear again. Everyone, look at me, I have something to announce. Su Luo was just about to hug Li Si's thigh and beg her not to be angry, and that they could talk about it later, but she was interrupted before she could do anything. Well said, I support you. Lin Shen walked out of the crowd and the protagonist appeared. No, you came out early and I haven't finished my performance yet. How did you get the pendant so quickly? You are quite fast. Su Luo looked at Lin Shen with disdain. Who are you? What's your business? Leave me now and pretend you didn't say anything. As a professional actor, he can naturally deal with emergencies skillfully. I'm just a small admirer of the eldest daughter of the Li family. I really couldn't stand it, so I came out to speak for justice. What qualifications do you have? This is a matter between our two families. The Su family said. Even if the Li family disagrees, it is a matter between the two families. I'm not qualified, but the eldest daughter of the Li family has said that she doesn't want to. I think you're looking for death. Are you trying to bully the weak? That's really ugly. Lin Shen was not afraid of the Su family at all and remained elegant in the face of pressure. Su Luo waved her hand, stopping the Su family's urge to beat Lin Shen violently. I can handle him without you. Lin Shen remained calm and composed, saying, how about we make a deal? If I lose, I'll kneel down and apologize. If I win, you'll stop bothering Miss Li. Why should I agree to you? Are you afraid of someone who has just started practicing qi? Then I think you, the young master of the Su family, are nothing special. Lin Shen's words were full of provocation. Would I be afraid of you? Come on. Su Luo couldn't help it and walked towards him. Lin Shen didn't think much about it and first threw a tentative punch. Although he was confident of winning, he had just started practicing Qi, while the opponent had been in the early stages of Qi training for a long time. It's better to be cautious. Boom, it actually hit Su Luo, making a slapping sound. Then Su Luo was knocked out and rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. Everyone around was stunned. They all said that Su Luo was a playboy, but this was too lame and too weak. How could a guy who just practiced Qigong knock you away? Have all these years of cultivation been wasted? Could it be that Lin Shen had just started practicing Qi? But it seemed that he had indeed just started practicing Qi. Su Luo should still be able to stand up. It's impossible that she was knocked down by just one punch. For a while, people around were making all kinds of speculations. Su Luo didn't care at all about the looks of the people around her encouraging her to stand up, and she didn't want to get up at all. Yamcha lying down. The original plot was that the battle would last for 300 rounds, and Lin Shen would still be able to stand up after being knocked down again and again, with blood all over his face but no expression of fear. All that cruel look scared Su Luo so much that she peed her pants. She was really scared. Then Lin Shen fought back with only a sliver of health left, and one who would want to act out this kind of plot. This bastard author doesn't care about the supporting character's IQ. He just wants the protagonist to be happy. The situation is different now. Su Luo left work at the speed of light. For a moment, the entire banquet fell silent. No one had expected this outcome. Lin Shen also had some doubts. Was he really that strong? Seeing that Su Luo had no intention of getting up, Lin Shen broke the silence. I won. I hope you keep your promise. Then he turned to Li Si and gave her a devilish smile. It's all right now, I'll get rid of him for you. Li Si felt an inexplicable chill. After reading the diary, she couldn't bear to look at the evil smile and could only give an awkward but polite smile. Remember this matter is not over yet, let's go. Seeing that the plot was almost over and he had almost finished lying down, Su Luo immediately stood up, made some harsh remarks, and then dragged his injured body away tremblingly. Lic was speechless as she watched Su Luo leave. This was too perfunctory. She knew Su Luo's strength very well. She might lose, but it would not be that simple. Coupled with the diary, she could tell at a glance that Su Luo was acting, but the others were not like that. They didn't know Su Luo at all. Su Luo is a coward who takes what he sees as the fact. Facts have proved that without Su Luo, this birthday party would have been even better, and the other members of the Su family did not feel embarrassed because they did not have enough authority without the head of the family. So I could only follow Su Luo home. Su Luo returned home and fell asleep directly. There's really nothing entertaining about it, and the things I want to experience have already been experienced in dozens of reincarnations before. There were only these things, such as brothels, storytellers, and delicious restaurants. There is no internet here, so the level of entertainment is still much lower. I still miss the time when I interacted, with netizens. Chapter 4, Adventures Beneath the Classic Cliff. When Su Luo woke up the next day, she felt comfortable. Although there were some differences in the plot yesterday, it was still acceptable at this time. A new function has been added to the system, which will issue a reminder when the plot deviates greatly instead of notifying you that the plot has deviated at the final settlement as before. Add one for the good review. While being happy, one must not forget one's mission for today. He called over a subordinate who was in the late stage of Qi training. You know everything about yesterday, right? I know. The subordinate lowered his head quickly. It was obvious that the subordinate wanted to laugh just now, but he was a professional and held it back. Su Luo didn't care, because he knew that the whole city knew what happened last night. Everyone was laughing at him. He was rejected in person by the eldest daughter of the Li family, and he couldn't even beat a man who had just started practicing Qi, and was defeated in seconds. He has completely lost face. In the original plot, Su Luo was full of resentment towards Lin Shen because of this, and blamed all the responsibility on Lin Shen, and did not blame Li Si at all. Convex, good to lick, but who is Su Luo now? I don't care about these at all, I just say whatever I want. Do you think the former top keyboard warriors were fake? Their psychological endurance is rare in the world, but the plot still has to go on. Take your men and teach the man who defeated me last night a lesson. But this is not good. If we take action at this time, you will be the most suspicious, young master. No buts. Father is not here. I have the final say here. Do you want to disobey? No, I'll go right away. The subordinate had no choice but to do as he was told. Su Luo's father went out to help a friend these days, so Su Luo was able to act without restraint. This is the only thing he cares about today, and nothing else has to do with him, so he can have a good rest. When I have nothing to do, I start writing a diary. Is September 2nd, sunny. I'm in a great mood now. Thinking back to when I cleared the level perfectly, I was always worried that I might make a mistake, and now it's better. I can pass any role I play, and I can even reduce my own performance. Even if I make a mistake, I get a reminder and can correct it in time. It's great. Back to today, I've already sent my men to teach Lin Shen a lesson. But what's the use? It's just his help. Lin Shen is forced to the edge of a cliff, but he refuses to surrender and jumps down. This is the classic scene, the cliff jumping adventure. He passed through a secret passage in the pool at the foot of the cliff and arrived at the cave of a senior. He received a legacy and reached the middle stage of Qi training. He also obtained a set of supreme sword techniques and some miscellaneous medicinal pills. Tsk. This is really amazing. I've been quiet these past 2 days. The protagonist is busy improving his combat power. What else can I write? I seem to have forgotten something. Oh right, about the Qingyue pendant. This thing is incredible. Didn't Lin Shen stand up for the Li family yesterday? The Li family was happy, so they let him stay overnight. In order to become stronger, Lin Shen couldn't wait to open the seal of the Qingyue pendant. There was a hidden family whose special treasure sensed their location the moment the Qingyue pendant was unsealed, but only its approximate location was known. As the pendant is used, the treasure gradually determines the pendant's location. Then Xiufeng City fell into misfortune, being dug 3 feet deep. The Li family died immediately, leaving only Li Si. Don't think too much about this plot, it's just a prelude to Lin Shen's destruction of this hidden family. It was at this time that Li Si, left with no one to rely on, followed Lin Shen. However, this plot still needs some time, so there is no rush. Forget it, that's all for today. Li Si was too lazy to scold. Let's go bask in the sun. After saying that, Su Luo really went to bask in the sun, lying on the recliner, rocking back and forth, is very comfortable. At this time, a message came from the system: complete the diary, physical fitness +4, strength +3, and improve your cultivation by 1 level. Gain special ability, I accept your power. Copy the opponent's power and strengthen it to yourself. Su Luo jumped up from the chair and rotated 360 degrees before landing perfectly. I was surprised and delighted. In just 3 days, I reached the late stage of Qi training. This time before, because of the failure of Lin Shen's proposal yesterday, he was heartbroken and broke through to the middle stage of Qi training. Now I can reach the later stages without any effort. The system is really awesome, and the special ability is very powerful. For example, if the opponent's strength is 10 and my strength is 1, after using this ability, my strength becomes 11. Higher than the other person. Of course, no matter how high the power you copy is, if your body can't bear it, you can easily get yourself disabled. Moreover, if the opponent has high agility, it is useless to have high strength even if you can't hit him, but invincible in the same level. This is amazing. Why didn't I lie down earlier? Su Luo felt so regretful. On the other hand, in Li Si's room, she kept summoning the diary back and forth, just like a reader waiting for updates. Here it comes. Watching the diary constantly updated, Li Si hoped to learn how to use the Qingyue pendant from it. The Li family died, leaving only Li Si. No, that's not true. Li Si couldn't believe it. The family had been standing for several generations. How could it just disappear like that? But the contents of the diary actually happened. Is it really fate? No, I don't believe in fate, and I'm not a character in a novel. This time, Li Si felt that she needed to do something and change something. The first thing that came to mind was to find Su Luo. He knows so much, there must be a solution. But if you think about it carefully, why would he help you? When I thought of Su Luo's face, I didn't want to look for him anymore. They could play together when they were young, but the older he got, the more he hated Su Luo's behavior: lazy, no cultivation, spendthrift, addicted to gambling, flirting with everyone, regardless of gender, age, or status. In the past few years, Su Luo has done no good things and has been involved in all kinds of bad things. After thinking about it for a long time, she still had no clue. The only thing she was good at was practicing. Practice, become stronger. As long as I am strong enough, I can solve any problem. I want to decide my own destiny. The more I think about it, the more determined I become. At this moment, Li Si seemed to have grown up, and her beliefs began to become firmer. In the past, cultivation was just cultivation, but now, we need to think about how to cultivate and how to use everything to become stronger. Of course, there is still no solution. Lic thought about what advantages she had now. A diary is undoubtedly the biggest help. Su Luo, I'm sorry first. From now on, I will not miss a single word of your diary. Then there is the Qingyue pendant. I will have a chance to figure out how to use it later, but now, there are also cliff jumping adventures. I'm sorry. Lic has made up her mind to do everything she can to become stronger. She immediately went out, taking a few members of the Li family with her, to look for Lin Shen. Su Luo was basking in the sun. At this moment, she thought that it would be great if the system could provide movie services. It would also be a good thing to review classic movies from her previous life. This is more suitable for playing badly. Oh no, young master. The subordinates came in a panic, interrupting Su Luo's leisurely time. Why are you panicking? Can the sky fall? Just now, Miss Li fell off a cliff. Who? Miss Li fell off a cliff. Who else in Xiufeng City can be called Miss Li? It is naturally Li Si. Why did she fall off the cliff? I asked you to teach Lin Shen a lesson. What does it have to do with Li Si? Su Luo jumped up. Even though she had experienced this in this world dozens of times, she really couldn't understand why this happened. Why did Li Si appear there for no reason? The story begins half an hour ago. This subordinate in the late Qi training stage followed Su Luo's instructions and brought a few people to beat up Lin Shen. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen was very agile and quick-witted. He ran away immediately when he sensed danger. During the chase, Lin Shen was injured many times, but he was still able to escape tenaciously. This subordinate was stunned. I thought that beating him up would be over quickly, but I didn't expect him to be so fast at running. The more I chased him, the angrier I became. I had to catch him no matter what and beat him up. When they chased him to a cliff outside the city, Lin Shen was already covered in wounds at this time. The subordinate said arrogantly, "Run, why don't you run? If I don't die today, you will be the ones to die in the future." After Lin Shen finished speaking, he was about to jump off the cliff, but at this time Li Si rushed out with her men. Su Luo's men acted decisively and ran away. After all, Li Si is the young master's favorite. If he hurts one of her hairs, he might lose an arm. The curious subordinates left but did not leave completely. They hid aside and watched secretly. I want to see if there is still a chance to continue beating Lin Shen after Miss Li leaves. It turned out that Li Si asked his men to take Lin Shen away for treatment, while she stayed where she was. Su Luo's subordinates were curious. Why didn't this young lady leave? As a result, Li Si jumped off the cliff. This scared his men, and they hurried over to check, but Li Si was nowhere to be seen, only a bottomless abyss. This made the subordinate even more frightened. He was not stupid. He and the others had their faces covered the whole time, but if someone is interested, they will definitely find it out. Moreover, Li's men had just seen their figures, making it easier to check. Wouldn't it be very likely that I would be blamed for the disappearance of the eldest daughter of the Li family? When he thought of this, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurried back to report to the young master. Su Luo couldn't believe it after hearing it. Shouldn't it be Lin Shen who jumped off the cliff? And why did Li Si appear? After thinking about it, could it be because I played rotten yesterday? Originally, Lin Shen was constantly defeated, but he was able to stand up. This is really passionate and handsome, but wasn't it more handsome when he killed his opponent in seconds yesterday? Perhaps because of this, Li Si pays more attention to Lin Shen, but it doesn't make sense that she jumped down by herself. It doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Okay, you can step back. I'll handle this matter. Although Su Luo doesn't care about what happens to Li Si, at least you have to be there. The plot can be perfunctory now, but it certainly can't be without the actors. Su Luo dressed up a little, took out a big black robe, wrapped herself up, and put on a mask. I quickly came to the edge of the cliff and took a look, but didn't see any traces. Su Luo jumped down without hesitation. If you jump down from this place, there is a pool below. Don't worry, according to the laws of fantasy novels, no one will die. Su Luo had tried it before. He successfully reached the bottom of the cliff and looked around, but did not see Li Si. There is nothing under the water either. Really, that's not right. Normally, that place is difficult to find. After swimming in the pool for a while, he found the secret passage and successfully arrived at the place where Lin Shen had his adventure. Sure enough, there were signs that someone had been there, and there were many water stains on the road. Su Luo moved forward with ease. Ask him why he is so skilled. Because he's been here before. I once took away all of Lin Shen's adventures. Although the ending was very good and satisfying, there was definitely no way I could pass it, have to start over again. Well, it's quite dull. When she reached the end, Lici was covered in scars, some of them fell down, and some were injured in the cave mechanisms. Lici was sitting cross-legged with a painful expression on her face, and she looked very wrong. Although I had some guesses, it was still hard to accept when I saw it with my own eyes. The protagonist's adventure was snatched away by Lici. What should I do? Waiting online. It really affects my mentality. I'm ready to be a lazy guy. Can't everyone just follow the routine? I was the one who didn't play by the rules before. Is it your turn now? Su Luo was a little defensive, however. Taking away a small adventure from the protagonist should, probably, be no problem. Chapter 5, Su Luo, who does not bear grudges. After waiting for a while and there was no prompt from the system, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the problem was not serious. Suddenly, Lici went crazy and attacked Su Luo fiercely. If it were the previous Su Luo, she would definitely not be able to dodge it, but now it's different. Not only can she dodge it, she can also fight back. Lici is now attacking unconsciously, which is similar to being possessed by a demon, but not as serious as being possessed by a demon. It's a bit tricky. Although Su Luo is experienced and skilled, it's still difficult for him to suppress the level. I accept your power. Su Luo immediately activated her special ability and her strength increased. Wake up! With one blow, Lici was knocked back. With her strength combined with his own, he would win no matter how he thought about it. This attack allowed Lici to break through at the early stage of foundation building. Originally, Lici had already completed Qi training, while Su Luo was only in the early stages of Qi training at that time. The gap can be imagined. Establishing a foundation at the age of 18 is not rare, but it is also at the genius level. Originally, she was going to break through after joining the sect, but now she is much faster. The moment Lici broke through, all the strength in her body was suddenly drained away. She slowly fell to the ground and fell asleep. Su Luo looked at Lici lying on the ground, without any emotion or worldly desires, only from the heart. Oh, trouble. After a while, Lici opened her eyes. She looked at her hands and felt the power brought by the breakthrough. Did it, before coming here. She was also hesitant about whether she could find the inheritance or whether she would fail and lose her life. Even jumping off a cliff requires a lot of courage. Every step I take here is a huge challenge in my life. Lic couldn't help but want to cry at this time. It was just the joy of success that made her scream and shout, and even dance to cheer herself up. After calling out a few times and halfway through the dance, she finally noticed a man in a black robe next to her. The air suddenly became quiet. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Lici stepped back to create some distance and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Su Luo was wearing a large black robe that covered everything, so Lici naturally couldn't recognize her. "If you want to get out alive, follow me." At this time, Su Luo used the voice of a queen. This is Prudence. Su Luo is a professional at hiding her identity. It is definitely not as simple as changing clothes and wearing a mask. After living through so many plots, it's not difficult to change your voice. What? You asked if I've ever worn women's clothes? Sorry, no comment. As expected, Lici relaxed a little when she heard the woman's voice, but when he looked closely at the person in black robe, he felt that the figure was very familiar, but he couldn't think of any of the women who matched the description. She hesitated to follow. The mechanism behind this is not something you can handle. After Su Luo finished speaking, she started heading towards the exit. Lic had no choice but to follow with her tired body. Wandering around in the maze-like cave, Su Luo easily avoided all the mechanisms and came to a formation. "Follow me closely and don't step in the wrong place." Su Luo walked in the formation with familiarity, without triggering any mechanism in the formation. Lic saw the formation. Although she didn't know what it was, she felt a murderous aura. Once it starts, you will definitely not survive on your own. Although she was cautious, Lici was actually very tired after traveling all the way here. Suddenly, Lici lost her balance, stumbled, and fell to the ground. At the same time, a burst of energy erupted from her left side. Su Luo reacted extremely quickly and instantly knocked Lici down, barely avoiding the attack, otherwise she would be split into two halves. When Lici was knocked down just now, her hand accidentally touched Su Luo's front. Yes, that place above. Lic's first reaction, "This sister is flat." Before she could feel sorry for the sister, an explosion brought her back to reality. The energy impact left deep marks in the wall. Lic was frightened. If it weren't for the sister in front of her, I'm afraid, she felt the proximity of death again, and her whole body began to tremble unconsciously. "Let me take you away." Seeing her in this state, Su Luo thought it would be faster to just carry her on her back. After saying that, he started to carry her on his back, regardless of whether she was willing or not. On Su Luo's back, Li Si gradually calmed down, and at the same time felt at ease from the back of her sister. Thanks. Su Luo took this opportunity to ask, why are you here? I accidentally fell from above and discovered this place by accident, real? It's a very far-fetched reason, but I can't find any point to refute it. Su Luo could only think that she discovered this place by accident. Or maybe this is the heroine's luck, but Li Si is not the protagonist after all, and leaving this cave requires going through many deadly mechanisms. Li Si didn't have the knowledgeable old man with her. If Su Luo hadn't come, she would have been finished. Lin Shen has a grandfather, so he can leave this cave safely. As for Su Luo, she expressed her relief and started the speedrun mode. Soon, we reached the last level, Illusion, which directly targeted the fear in our hearts. There is no way to avoid this, so it is set up at the exit. To go out from here, you must pass through this illusion formation. Su Luo naturally solved it instantly and did it again dozens of times. There was nothing to be afraid of anymore, but it's obviously not easy for Li Si. Su Luo had no intention of waking her up, as this was originally intended to train her. Will face your inner fears. There's no danger, but you might wake up and either overcome your fear or feel nauseous. You're awake. It's horrible. What did you see? Su Luo was also a little curious. What would Li Si be afraid of at this age? Li Si gasped. I dreamed of being chased by an extremely annoying person all night. His name was Su Luo. In the dream, he was half human, half dog. He even stuck out his big tongue while holding my legs and violently sticking it out. It was terrifying. Su Luo's face turned dark instantly. Although my character is a bootlicker, could you please not criticize me without permission? Fortunately, you showed up at the end and saved me. Your illusion, I didn't do anything. At least, you saved me again in my dream. Thank you. Yes, in the end, it was the man in black robe who kicked Su Luo away. And then Li Si woke up. So I was beating myself in your dream. Su Luo was also convinced and thought it would be better if she had not asked. Finally, Su Luo brought Li Si back to the cliff. Then Su Luo suddenly attacked Li Si and used her special ability to increase her strength to the maximum. The incident happened too suddenly and Li Si couldn't react at all. More importantly, she trusted the sister in front of her at this time. This punch is my reward for saving you. We won't see each other again. Su Luo said and turned to leave. At least tell me your name. Li Si asked quickly, but how could Su Luo say that? Su Luo's punch was actually to make it easier for herself to escape. This time, Li Si had recovered some of her condition. Although Su Luo is stronger than Li Si, she is not as fast. She might find out that her overall ability is not as good as hers, and then she might pester her, or some other accident might lead to her identity being exposed. That's all. So the sneak attack was just to escape without any accidents. And it was definitely not revenge. I don't have a grudge against half-human, half-dog creatures. Speaking of this half-human, half-dog, is it the dog on top and the human on the bottom, or the dog on the left and the human on the right? Chapter 6. My disguise is perfect and no one can know. After a busy day, it was already night when Su Luo returned home. The days of leisure were broken, which reminded me of the days of overtime work. Very unhappy. Moreover, no matter how familiar she was with the cave, it still required a lot of energy for Su Luo, who was practicing QI. As soon as I got to the room, I fell asleep instantly. Now my body can't take it anymore. Su Luo didn't get up until noon the next day. Of course, half of the reason was that I wanted to sleep anyway. I have nothing to do these 2 days, and the protagonist is improving his combat power. Although Lin Shen didn't know what would happen if he lost the opportunity under the cliff, the system did not indicate any deviation from the plot. Just proceed as usual. I had a nice lunch and started writing my diary for today, September 3rd, sunny. I had nothing to do these past few days, but then something unexpected happened. What bad luck! Yesterday, Li Si had some sort of illness and ran off a cliff. I wonder how much trouble this caused others. If I hadn't brought her out, I could have attended her funeral now. Don't you even think about your own worth? You're not the protagonist, and you don't have a second chance. You're really just looking for trouble. But then again, she certainly couldn't have imagined that the big sister she saw yesterday was actually me. Just kidding, I'm very confident in my disguise, she will never know. I didn't expect Li Si to be able to dance when she gets excited, but it wasn't pretty at all. She was twisting around like a maggot. You still say I am half human and half dog. You are a dog, your whole family are dogs, you are as stupid as a dog. Su Luo began to criticize Li Si as usual, writing a long paragraph. Although there is no word limit for a diary, writing it can make you happy. There is just a problem. There is definitely something wrong with Li Si. Please, Li Si, don't be stupid in the future. Live well and wait for Lin Shen to perform. Okay, can't we all just happily play supporting roles together? Anyway, I have to keep an eye on her from now on. Regarding the plot, my role will only appear the day after tomorrow, and it's not that big actually. Originally, Lin Shen was digesting the opportunities in the cave during this period, and then he found out that I was the one who sent people to teach him a lesson. If he doesn't come back for revenge, will he still be the protagonist? The day after tomorrow, while I was having dinner at Yasui restaurant, he attacked me with a surprise attack, killing me instantly with one blow. He sent me flying from the second floor onto the street, leaving me unable to get up. And then he managed to leave without a hitch. This plot is mainly to show the rapid increase in Lin Shen's strength. He used to have a hard time fighting me, but now he can kill me in seconds. Although it was a sneak attack, it's still very good. As the protagonist, it's normal. This is a relatively ordinary plot, nothing much to say. Just be a little more serious recently. The plot can't be any more inconsistent. Keep it stable so that you can do better. After a bit of thought, I found that the rewards were indeed mediocre attribute points, but there is no way. The story has just begun. Su Luo, as the villain, actually doesn't have many roles. Lin Shen is mainly leveling up. On the other hand, after returning from yesterday, Li Si tried her best to digest the adventure in the cave, gained a set of sword techniques, airflow sword techniques. There are two characteristics, sword energy and sword control. Using this set of sword techniques, one can condense spiritual energy more smoothly and achieve the effect of easily releasing sword energy. Flying a sword is even more powerful, allowing you to kill people from thousands of miles away. Although this is nothing to high-end cultivators, it is a powerful weapon for cultivators who are practicing Qi and building the foundation, but the difficulty is extremely high, and Li Si can't master it at all. She also found some medicinal pills in the cave, which could help her practice faster. In order for her family to survive, she needs to become stronger. Even if her strength is not enough to deal with the people from the hidden family at that time, as long as she shows enough potential, she will have a better chance of finding someone to protect her. For example, take part in the entrance examination of the 7-Star Sword Sect this year and become a direct disciple. The 7-Star Sword Sect is one of the 3 major sects in the southern continent, so it should have no problem dealing with the hidden families. At least there's one more option. Thinking of this, Li Si worked even harder. Even while practicing, Li Si still paid attention to the diary. Take it out and read it every once in a while. Updated, Li Si immediately rushed back to the room to look. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. What? Yesterday's sister was Su Luo. How is this possible? It's clearly that voice. Is there really anyone who can change their voice so perfectly? Perhaps for modern people, voice change is not a shocking thing, but for Li Si, who had practiced hard since childhood to keep a deaf ear to the outside world, this was a world-shattering event. Finally, I had to admit that it was Su Luo who was there last night. No wonder the figure is familiar. It's just that it's really hard to accept. How could he be such a good older sister? Looking down, Li Si's face turned red instantly. Not only was Su Luo seeing me dancing yesterday, he also said it was ugly. I felt embarrassed and angry at the same time. In the end, anger took over and no one wanted to be spoken ill of. You are ugly, your whole family is ugly, ugly is ugly. Li Si didn't know how to refute, so she had to copy Su Luo's sentence structure. You know what, it feels really good after cursing. I feel like my cultivation is a bit faster now. How could you be her? Li Si murmured absent-mindedly. My memory can't help but recall last night, that gentle voice, that reassuring feeling of security on my back, that confident and relaxed strength. Although it was only a short time, Li Si had already developed a sense of dependence on that sister and admired her. How could it be Su Luo? How will she view Su Luo in the future? For a moment, Li Si felt complicated. 3 days passed quickly. Su Luo made an appointment with her friends and went to Yasui restaurant to have a meal. There is nothing special about Zue Yalu. It is just the most upscale restaurant in Xiaofeng City. The food there is absolutely first class, and the price is naturally high. It is because of this that she is worthy of Su Luo's identity. Being in the most expensive restaurant and then being kicked out was so humiliating. As for the reason for the gathering, there was no reason at all. It was just a normal daily gathering of the rich guys in Qiufeng City. So Lin Shen could easily get this information. Even if Lin Shen did not have the opportunity to enter the cave, he would naturally take revenge if there was a grudge. Moreover, he has his grandfather with him, so his cultivation level will not improve too slowly. Of course, cultivation is cultivation, lost opportunities are lost, and the trump cards will naturally become fewer. Overall, it is still weaker than before. Su Luo brought her friends to the private room on the top floor, ordered some dishes and talked about recent events, but most of them were compliments to Su Luo from other people. Of course, the ugly incident of breaking off the engagement will not be mentioned here. Everyone in the city can laugh at Su Luo, but to laugh at her in this private room is really stupid. Unless he wants to experience falling from the top floor here, the Su family is potentially the largest family in Qiufeng City. Su Luo didn't take their compliments to heart. They were all just tools and all they had to do was perform well. At this time, Lin Shen had already dressed up as a waiter, and everything was ready. Yet he smiled evilly and began to act. Lin Shen, who was about to bring the dishes in, was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder and was unable to move for a moment. Chapter 7. Lin Shen said that the people in the city were all so weird. Lin Shen turned his head and took a look. It's her. He and I grew up together. I'll let him go this time. If there's a next time, you can do whatever you want. Li Si appeared here. How? Lin Shen thought for a moment, then gave a charming smile. Miss Li said so. Of course I will give you face. Okay, thank you. You leave first. I have something to say to him. Li Si took the dish directly from Lin Shen and went into the private room. Lin Shen thought about it and then gave up his plan for today. No matter what, it was Li Si who saved him on the cliff that day, otherwise he would have jumped off the cliff. You have to give face, but there will be no next time. Su Luo. Lin Shen said something harsh in his heart and left without changing his expression. In the private room, Su Luo chatted with her friends. It's been a while since I treated you guys. This meal is mine. Let's see where to go after we finish eating. The result should have been a happy scene, but it suddenly became quiet, and everyone was stunned, as if they saw something impossible. What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me? Cheer up. I ordered a lot of delicious food today. Yeah, be happy. Li Si sneered. Su Luo turned around and asked in surprise, why are you here? Can't I come? This is your dish. Of course not. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. Su Luo instantly went into dog-licking mode, adapting to the situation and maintaining that posture. Are you full? Li Si said with a smile as she looked at Su Luo's friends. When she smiled, the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. I'm full. I suddenly remembered something, so I'll say goodbye to everyone. Wait, I also remembered that I have something else to do. Excuse me. I have something to do. See you later. In the originally bustling private room, only Li Si and Su Luo were left. Si, why are you here? Something is wrong. Normally, it was Lin Shen who kicked me, but why did Li Si appear instead? Su Luo felt that the plot was playing tricks on him. Eat. Li Si didn't say much, just pointed at the dishes on the table. How did you know I was here? Are you particularly concerned about me? I've known for a long time that you must have me in your heart. You disappeared for a long time the day before yesterday. The Li family sent everyone out to look for you. I was very worried. Where did you go? Is there any reason? Su Luo said so much, but Li Si said nothing and glanced at Su Luo. Oh, you're worried about me? You've been eating and drinking well these past 2 days. If it weren't for your storyline, you might have ignored me. He even pretended to be a woman to deceive me. When she thought of this, Li Si felt inexplicably angry. If you come out to save me head on, I won't be angry, but thank you instead. Maybe I should thank you. When she thought of this, Li Si felt that she was in the wrong, because she felt that based on her usual attitude towards Su Luo, even if he came out to save her, he might not really say words of gratitude. No, I will, but my attitude towards Su Luo. The more Li Si thought about it, the more confused and upset she became, but she couldn't lose her temper here. All the worries turned into motivation to eat voraciously. Li Si ate the chicken leg fiercely and stared at Su Luo. This appearance frightened Su Luo, and she stood up and stepped back unconsciously. Crazy? Is Li Si crazy? I didn't do anything. I just cared for her and loved her perfectly. Su Luo didn't dare to speak for a moment. It took a while for Li Si to calm down. She wiped her mouth and tidied her hair. We haven't had dinner together in a year. What year? I only remember not having dinner together for 398 days. You remember it clearly. Of course, I dare not forget our story. Just kidding, just a random number. Who can remember how many days we haven't eaten together? Li Si curled her lips to show her disbelief. Let me ask you, what do you like about me? I like it everywhere, specific. I like everything about you, to the point where I can't be anything but you. What the hell? Su Luo can just make up a few advantages and praise her to the sky, but Su Luo was afraid that she would not be able to eat and would feel nauseous. I had no choice but to continue playing Tai Chi and not give a direct answer. Hee. Li Si left these two words and left. The whole behavior is inexplicable. Su Luo looked at the half-eaten dishes on the table, and based on the principle of not wasting anything, she started eating. While eating, I was thinking, if Lin Shen didn't come to kick me today, would it be considered a deviation from the plot? However, the system still does not prompt, which means there is nothing. But is it really okay to always be so plot-oriented? If the plot suddenly collapses at some point in the future and the entire plot deviates too far, can it be turned back then? No snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. If each event is too extreme, they will all come together to form an avalanche. Just when Su Luo was worried, Lin Shen came in with a dragging step. He sat opposite Su Luo coolly. You are very lucky. What's the meaning? I'm giving Miss Li some face. I'll let you go of me before, but if it happens again, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Lin Shen's eyes were fierce and full of threats. No, there's no need to go over there. If you want revenge, come on, give me a kick. This time, Lin Shen couldn't do anything about it, and the ferocious expression he had created with great difficulty disappeared in an instant. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Lin Shen had never seen such a request before. Is this a trick? If you have any backup plan, you'd better give it up. I'm no longer the same person I was a few days ago. I'm in the middle stage of Qi training. This is the gap between you and me. Your trump card may not be useful to me. Lin Shen couldn't help but doubt. I know you're strong, can you please act faster? No, I promised Miss Li that I would let it go this time, but it's only this time. I hope you won't mess with me in the future. Lin Shen can still keep his promise. The reason I came back was that the more I thought about it, the more I felt at a disadvantage. Since I couldn't vent my anger, I had to come back and show off my power. Seeing him hesitating, Su Luo jumped and broke through the private room and fell on the street. Lin Shen asked 3 questions in a row. I didn't do anything? Wait, Simin thought of a terrible consequence. Li Si was not far away. Seeing this, could he clear himself? As soon as he promised Miss Li to let Su Luo go, Su Luo flew out of the restaurant. How would she see herself? Breaking one's promise, chicken intestines, yin yang man. In an instant, Lin Shen broke out in a cold sweat. Horrible, so calculating. Lin Shen instantly understood Su Luo's intention. It was a vicious yet simple and effective plan. Su Luo actually didn't think so much about it. She just wanted to complete the plot well and avoid any plot deviations. Who would have thought that Li Si would change so much after I just acted badly? It's really scary. Give me a chance. I used to want to give up, but now I want to do every plot seriously. Sure enough, Li Si turned around and saw Su Luo pretending to faint on the ground. Lin Shen now felt that he had no way to defend himself. Apart from himself, who else would have the courage to kick Su Luo down? This is impossible to explain publicly now. Who would believe it? Instead, it will make others say that the thief is crying thief. Who would believe that Su Luo had jumped directly? Su Luo was stupid, but her brain was not wrong. Lin Shen could only leave first and explain later. Lic sighed softly and came to Su Luo's side. He kicked Su Luo lightly. Idiot, humph. Li Si carried Su Luo on her back, just like before, except that the roles were reversed. For a moment, Su Luo didn't know whether she should wake up. What is Li Si doing? Doesn't she usually not want to be touched by me? Along the way, Li Si didn't say anything, and Su Luo just pretended to be unconscious and pretended not to know. Lin Shen, who had been following them all the way, came out to explain to Li Si in the corner, hoping that she could believe him. I didn't kick him down. This was Lin Shen's first sentence when they met. I know. Lin Shen wanted to explain more, but Li Si believed it. Lin Shen can't do it again. Is it really that easy for people to trust each other? Or is it just that I'm just charming? Lin Shen still didn't quite believe it. Huh? You know, how did you know? I know it's not you, so leave it at that. Li Si repeated it, but obviously did not intend to explain. Lin Shen looked a little disheveled in the wind. I've only been in Chofeng City for a short time, but the people in this city are all weird. Could it be that she was just giving me face? But she didn't really believe it in her heart. But she doesn't look like that. So complicated. This made Lin Shen confused. Because of this, Lin Shen felt that he couldn't underestimate Su Luo. It seemed that she was not as stupid as she appeared. Chapter 8, New villains are ready to enter. Now that we're here, do you want to go in by yourself, or should I take you in? Li Si was naturally talking to Su Luo. Embarrassing. Being discovered, however, Su Luo didn't show it at all, and even pretended to have just woken up. Who is it? Who attacked me? You're pretending very well. Don't pretend next time. She pretended to be natural, but Li Si had the diary and had seen through Su Luo a long time ago, so it was useless to pretend. Are you still the Li Si I know? Su Luo was a little depressed. Why did it seem like she had suddenly become smarter? She was clearly just a little girl who was easily deceived before. Are you also the Su Luo I know? Li Si asked back. Why not? I'm no different. I sent you back because we grew up together. You don't even believe what you said. We grew up together, it's so funny. Not every bootlicker can be treated as a human being. Lic has always hated Su Luo. If you don't believe it, forget it. In order to prevent herself from revealing too many flaws, Li Si said less and left. She knew that Su Luo was no longer the playboy she was familiar with, but a bad guy who knew how to hide and deceive. If it weren't for the diary, I would never be able to beat him. So Li Si decided to temporarily learn from Su Luo and learn how to hide herself. I also thought about whether I should secretly practice my male voice. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Of course, Li Si doesn't care about the so-called plot. Lic does not accept that she is the character in the book. She wanted to make every step on her own and make her own decision. Anyway, it's Su Luo's story. Whether it's crooked or not is none of my business. Su Luo felt like she was almost numb. Lic has played by her own rules several times, and Su Luo really can't handle her anymore. But when she thought about the fact that she would not have any roles in the next few days, Su Luo felt that she was fine. Again, this feeling is like the joy that workers feel when they have a holiday. There is no way. The author is not stupid. He can't just grab a sheep and pluck it. When slapping someone in the face, you have to slap them from multiple angles and hit multiple people. Su Luo opened the diary again. Today, for a moment, just a moment, I felt that Li Si wasn't so annoying after all, but I know that this is all my illusion. She is still a stupid girl who knows nothing. Let's not talk about her anymore. I don't have anything to do recently anyway, and I won't see her. Why didn't I appear? Because it was time for another villain to start showing off. Wang Mo, the second person to be slapped in the face after me. The youngest patriarch of the Wang family, one of the three major families in Chofeng City. If I'm the reckless type, then he's the intelligent type. Of course, his intelligence isn't much, definitely not higher than Lin Shen's. As for his storyline, to put it simply, he bought out all the herbal medicine in the city, the worry-free herb. Wang Mo's men destroyed some of the Li family's worry-free grass. The Li family also received a large order for healing pills made primarily from worry-free grass. Under these circumstances, the Li family naturally couldn't complete this large order. Not only would they offend the person who placed the order, but they would also have to pay a large sum of money in compensation. This was all planned by Wang Mo a long time ago, so it will be released in the next few days. When the Li family was about to suffer a serious loss, Lin Shen stepped forward and said he could bring back a large amount of worry-free grass. Everyone expressed disbelief, suspicion, and contempt for Lin Shen, but he simply smiled crookedly and said that jumping off the cliff was impossible. Then he jumped, because he had discovered a large amount of worry-free grass when he fell off the cliff. A simple move saved the Li family. The Li family's favorable impression of Lin Shen increased again. After Wang Mo's plan failed, he flipped the table and threw things in a rage, which really made the readers feel for Wang Mo. Lin Shen is such a terrifying kid, he must not be allowed to stay. After all, Wang Mo had spent a lot of money to bribe some members of the Li family for this plan, and had people gather a lot of information before planning this. In the end, nothing worked. How could he not be angry? Wang Mo actually has a small detail in this plot, which is to arrange a scene when Li Si goes out. He said I had arranged all of this, and his admiration for me was like a surging river. In short, they just want to put the blame on me. Li Si naturally believed me, and her impression of me plummeted. From then on, she disbelieved everything I said and was blacklisted. Good fellow, even though he has no role, he still gets blamed. All I can say is, why should a villain make things difficult for another villain? After writing another diary entry, Su Luo lay down comfortably. Complete the diary, reward defense +8, strength +4, and improve your cultivation by 1 level. Current cultivation, Chi training completed, special ability upgrade. My pain is greater than yours. My pain is still greater than yours. When attacked, you can transfer 10% of the damage you receive to the designated person. When attacked, you can transfer 20% of the damage you receive to the designated person. When Su Luo saw the reward, she jumped up and shouted, "It's just the scapegoat, I'll take it." There's no need to explain this reward, it's the best of the best. As long as you have absolute strength, what is there to be afraid of? It has to be said that Su Luo, who was practicing Qi, felt that he was in the Mahayana stage at this time. Wait, Su Luo suddenly thought of a question. This time Lin Shen did not fall off the cliff. He didn't know there was worry-free grass under the cliff, but then, Su Luo thought of a solution. I can just pick it up and give it to him, he's smart as I am. After returning home, Li Si practiced for a while and found that the diary she had been looking forward to had been updated. Start automatically filtering out negative content about yourself and start reading. For a moment, just a moment, I felt that Li Si wasn't so annoying. Of course I am fine, it's you who have no vision, huh? Wang Mo's men destroyed some of the Li family's worry-free grass again. There is actually such a thing. Wait, I seem to have heard about this yesterday. Lic had some impression, but she rarely paid attention to the family business and was not clear about the details, but some of the worry-free grass was indeed destroyed. In other words, the plan has already begun. Part of the worry-free grass at home has been destroyed, so the worry-free grass outside should also be purchased. Thinking of this, Li Si felt a little helpless. If she had known earlier, she could have saved the loss earlier. This was all planned by Wang Mo a long time ago. Wang Mo and Li Si are actually familiar with each other. They used to play together when they were young. It's just that his parents died early, and he became the patriarch at an early age, so they gradually had less and less interactions, but they still meet once or twice a year. After all, Xiufeng City is not big, and the 3 major families often have conflicts of interest. What a good trick, but I have a diary. Lic sneered. Suddenly, she felt that she was a little different from before. If I had encountered such a thing in the past, I would have told my father in a panic the first time. Now I can think calmly and even feel that I can try to solve the problem. Have I grown a little bit too? Li Si murmured, feeling that she only knew how to practice before and didn't know anything else. She looked at the diary. It's not because of you. After a little hesitation, Li Si immediately went to the cliff, where the worry-free grass was. She wanted to help her family through the difficult times, but along the way, I always felt like someone was watching me. Chapter 9, a plot worth not speak of. Just when Li Si thought it was an illusion, she suddenly heard a familiar voice on the other side of the wall. Wang Mo said to one of his men, "Were you not being followed?" "I'm being very cautious, making sure there isn't one." "How's it going?" "We have already purchased all the worry-free grass in the city." "Very good." When the Li family is at their wits' end, Brother Su Luo can come forward and offer the worry-free grass, and then win Li Si's favor. "Master, what does this have to do with Su Luo?" "You don't know, I was just helping him." "But Patriarch, what qualifications does Su Luo have to ask for your help?" "He is nothing but a piece of trash." "How can you say that?" "Brother Su Luo is handsome and has great foresight. Don't underestimate him. After all, this entire plan came from Brother Su Luo. I'm just completing the task he gave me." "What? He came up with this whole series of plans? How scary." "Yes, my admiration for Brother Su Luo is like a surging river, endless." Li Si heard every word of the conversation between Wang Mo and his men, but this made Li Si speechless. "What's the difference between this and plotting out loud? I just happened to pass by you and said that, right? So it seems that being followed just now wasn't an illusion. Oh, what a poor plan. Would I fall for this?" Li Si felt that she was looked down upon. Who would believe such a simple frame-up? Think about it, if there were no diary spoilers, you probably wouldn't believe it, right? Do I really not believe this? The more I think about it, the less confident I am about Li Si. However, with years of understanding of myself, I can't deceive myself. I feel that if there is no spoiler, I will really believe it. Thinking about this, Li Si's face turned a little red for a moment. I'm not stupid. It's Su Luo's fault for being so annoying before. Although Li Si already believed in the diary, it felt strange that things always happened as the diary said, but I also feel good about it. This prophetic feeling that if Su Luo was there, she would definitely say that cheating is naturally fun. Lic knew Wang Mo's plan and didn't care much about it. He shook off the pursuit and continued to run straight down the cliff. But when I got to the bottom of the cliff, I saw an unexpected person. Let me pluck your heart. Try to melt it slowly. Su Luo sang and picked worry-free grass, feeling leisurely and contented. Then he looked up and saw Li Si for a moment. I felt like digging my feet into the ground, whether in reality or in the world of fiction. I have never sung in front of others. Lic asked, whose heart do you want to pluck? It doesn't matter. Why are you here? Just like you, my family needs worry-free grass. Li Si didn't need to come up with any reasons. This was just right because she was the one who fell off the cliff before and she knew there was worry-free grass under the cliff. Why are you here? Li Si asked back, my family needs this too. Really? Then together? Yeah, okay. Su Luo felt a little bad, but she really didn't expect Li Si to come. The plan has changed, but as long as I pick more, her family will still be short of food. I'm good at pulling weeds. Ola ola ola. Su Luo quickened her pace and turned into a weed-pulling maniac, leaving no blade of grass behind wherever she passed. Most of it was taken away by Su Luo. Even if you believe her a little, it still can't save her family's reputation. Lic looked at Su Luo, who was working hard and couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to send me off? Ah, how can you say that? I've worked so hard to collect, and you expect to get something for nothing with just one sentence. Su Luo was speechless, but when she thought about the more outrageous quotes on the internet in the past, she felt relieved. No, my family needs it. Don't you like me? Give it to me and I will be attracted to you. This, I really can't do it. My family really needs it. There's really no other way. You weren't like this before. You gave me whatever I needed. Yes, I really like you, but my family really needs this. There's really nothing I can do. How could Su Luo be shaken by just one or two words? In this situation, if you act like a parrot, the other party will have no way to deal with it. Su Luo suddenly thought of a sentence. I can't give you the worry-free grass, so why don't I give myself to you? This will increase my favorability. Then he put on a greasy smile. Lic rolled her eyes at Su Luo and gave her worry-free grass to her. For you, well? That's it. Why? Su Luo asked in confusion. Didn't her family need it very much? This isn't enough anyway, so I might as well give it to you. The moment Li Si saw Su Luo, she roughly guessed what he was thinking. It was nothing more than to ensure that his plot did not go astray. Since he was unwilling to help me directly, I might as well give up. The amount I collected was indeed not enough. Su Luo had collected a lot before coming here, so there wasn't much left. It's better to give up openly. Lic's giving up made Su Luo helpless again. How could she be like this? It doesn't seem logical. Her family clearly needs this, even if it's not enough. A little more would be nice. Seeing Li Si really leave without any hesitation, I was even more confused, but Su Luo quickly pretended not to have seen Li Si and continued to act according to the plan. Su Luo found herself becoming more and more familiar with such things. If you can't figure it out, just continue to follow the plot. I am a ruthless tool for passing the plot. Thinking of this, my hands and feet became much faster. The next day, the Li family sent a message in the city, offering to buy back the worry-free grass at a high price, but how could it be possible now? They were all taken away by Wang Mo. Su Luo pretended to be a merchant who had just entered the city and found a random excuse to sell the worry-free grass to Lin Shen. What happened next had nothing to do with him. Lin Shen obtained these and successfully gave them to the Li family, saving the Li family from losses and becoming a guest of honor of the Li family. Everyone is happy, but someone is about to drop a little pearl. Wang Mo slapped the table and broke it into pieces. Why is there worry-free grass? Who is that Lin Shen? I made so much preparation, and it was all in vain. Wang Mo was furious. Go, find someone to teach Lin Shen a lesson. No, Patriarch, Lin Shen is now a guest of the Li family. There are people from the Li family around him, so he can't move. Then I'll beat you up. Come on, do it. Wang Mo smashed the cup to the ground. If he couldn't do anything to Lin Shen, could he not use his subordinates? Listening to the screams of his men outside, Wang Mo gradually calmed down. If you think about it carefully, it's not without gain. At least Su Luo can be blamed. This will further deteriorate the relationship between Su Luo and Li Si. If they add fuel to the fire, their conflicts will only get bigger, and the two families behind them will not be able to get along well. When the time comes, the two families will fight each other, and I will be the one who benefits. Wonderful. Wang Yimou instantly regained his confidence and began to think about a new round of plans. After Lin Shen became the guest of the Li family, he started his journey to slap people in the face in Shofeng City. Have you ever seen a fight from the west to the east of the city in one day? At the beginning, Lin Shen was having breakfast in the west of the city and found a playboy teasing a girl. Out of a sense of justice, he stood up and slapped the dude in the face. The playboy was not convinced and went to call for help immediately. Lin Shen was not afraid and continued to wait. Even the playboys are particular and only address young people of similar age. After the young man who was called introduced himself as the son of a certain chamber of commerce, he was slapped down again. He was also dissatisfied and went to call for help of the third one. After introducing his power background, was slapped again, but he still refused to accept it. So, within one day, Lin Shen beat more than 30 young heroes of Shofeng City from the west to the east of the city. The parents of these people couldn't stand it anymore and were ready to bully the weak. As a result, when the Li family arrived, they didn't dare to say a word and the matter was over. This is the benefit brought by Lin Shen's worry-free grass. He can now walk around Shofeng City with ease. Lin Shen's reputation rose again. Su Luo was not on the list of those being beaten. When Su Luo saw the scene, she thought it was outrageous. Are there so many idiots in Shofeng City lining up to die? It's very unrealistic, but at the same time, I feel a little secretly happy. Once upon a time, Su Luo also wanted to slap those who offended her. You can even make a wish to get the famous magical item, the blue capsule. You can slap the idiot on the opposite side through the screen, especially in the game most needed. But these are all small events, just to build momentum for Lin Shen and increase his popularity, because the big one is coming. Chapter 10. A small trial in Shofeng City. Su Chengkong, the head of the Su family, is back. Son, I heard that you have reached the middle stage of Qi training. Great, you are worthy of being my son. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Luo had just broken through to the middle stage of Qi training, but in fact he had already reached perfection. This made Su Chengkong very happy, and he took out the pills he had prepared for a long time. Here are some Qi training pills for you to improve yourself. Thank you, father. In the original plot, Su Luo broke through to the middle stage of Qi training in grief and anger after being broken off from engagement, but at this time, the protagonists were already in the middle stage of Qi training, and Su Luo was not qualified to appear at all. There is already a gap between them. How could someone of the same level possibly make things difficult for Lin Shen? So the author made a patch and asked Su Luo's father to give him the Qi training pill, forcibly improve Su Luo's cultivation. Although the name of this Qi training pill sounds tacky and doesn't sound very powerful, it is actually very precious and useful. It can allow people in the Qi training stage to improve their cultivation without any side effects. You can't get this pill without some skills. In the original novel, this Qi training pill allowed Su Luo to directly advance to the late stage of Qi training, almost reaching perfection. The effect is extremely terrifying. Therefore, Su Luo, with her improved strength, can become Lin Shen's target of slapping again. After all, it is interesting to slap someone in the face who is higher than you. It is boring and there is no sense of accomplishment when you hit someone of the same level. The protagonist's cultivation level improves by chance, while the villain's by connections. There is nothing wrong with that. After getting the pill, Su Luo did not plan to eat it. Although this pill is good, his effect will be much lower now that he has perfected his Qi training. It's better not to eat it. Then he secretly gave it to a passerby and tricked her into eating it. But Xiaoyu, an orphan who happened to pass by, had no idea what was going on. But after eating the food from that strange brother, he felt full of strength, and his body, which had been hungry for a long time, now felt unusually docile and comfortable. This way, we should be able to find more food in the mountains. That weird brother is a pretty nice person. Mid-September, cloudy weather. My father has returned, which means the 7-star sect entrance examination will begin in a month. As everyone knows, the 3 major sects in the southern continent are Qixing, Tianguan, and Yunyan. Normal people would first participate in the assessments of these 3 major sects, and only consider other smaller sects if they fail. Shofeng City is closest to the 7-star sect, so naturally it will be given priority to participate in this sect's assessment. But I don't need to worry at all, because my father has already made arrangements. That's right, I got into the 7-star sword sect through connections, otherwise why would they be interested in me? However, you still need to participate in the assessment and trial to rely on connections. It's just that there will be kind future brothers who happen to pass by and who have passed by many times to help you along the way. Our villains are like this. Aside from feeling aggrieved in front of the protagonist, everything else is going smoothly. However, before entering the sect, there is a small growth trial held by Qiufeng City. Lin Shen also gained a lot from this experience. Not only did his strength improve, but his fame also increased. Hasn't all the young heroes of Qiufeng City been beaten up by Lin Shen before? They came to me for help, so it was obvious that in this trial, we would gang up on Lin Shen. Then more than 30 people surrounded and beat up one person, and then they were killed in return. You asked us if we can play? Show me how to play. No way, the protagonist is like this. Apart from this, the most important thing is that Lin Shen discovered the monster's cave. This cave is unusual. It's filled with insect eggs, lots of them. Within a month, the hatching will be complete. By then, the entire Qiufeng City will be flooded with insect monsters. There is a treasure inside that provides spiritual energy to the insect eggs, making them hatch faster and making these newly born monsters stronger. This was the work of a demon clan leader. They wanted to swallow up Qiufeng City. Lin Shen discovered it and reported it directly. Of course, he has already accepted the treasure. This treasure can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then extract the pure spiritual energy from it during cultivation, accelerating cultivation. It just so happened that Lin Shen had obtained the Qingyue pendant before. Before it was completely unlocked, the Qingyue pendant was also a similar cultivation accelerator, but it could only accelerate cultivation at night. These two can be combined into one, and the help to cultivation can be said to be greater than the sum of its parts. Not only is there no restriction of day and night, but the help for cultivation is greatly improved, so Lin Shen can level up quickly. As for that cave, under the City Lord's organization, all the insect eggs were cleared out without a single one left. This not only destroyed the demon tribe's plan, but also made Qiufeng City realize that a crisis was lurking. It can be said that this matter is of great importance, and Lin Shen, who discovered this matter, naturally became the hero of Qiufeng City. The whole city is grateful. Congratulations! Congratulations! Anyway, I can't find any fault with it, except that the protagonist happened to discover the location of the insect eggs by chance, hid and evaded the demon general guarding the area, and finally luckily killed the demon general with a single blow while he was resting. There's really no problem at all. I verified my real name and he didn't cheat. After finishing her diary, Su Luo waited for her reward as usual, and even watched the 30-second commercial with great interest. The main problem is this crappy system. If you take your eyes off the ad for 1 second, the countdown will stop. It will start again when you look back at the ad. A must see unless you don't want the reward. Complete the diary, reward speed +7, strength +5, and improve your cultivation level by 1 level. Current cultivation level, early stage of foundation building. Su Luo couldn't help laughing. Is there anything more joyful than watching yourself getting stronger step by step? Of course, I became stronger step by lying down and writing in a diary. Li Si is practicing hard, but no matter when, once the diary is updated, reading it is the most important thing. There doesn't seem to be anything special this time. It's just the boring and childish behavior of boys. It's this insect egg. I didn't expect Qiufeng City to be so dangerous. Treasure. Li Si has already set her sights on this. For this, she also needs to start preparing. She gradually became proficient in using her diary to find opportunities for herself. Soon, the trial organized by the city lord and the major families in Qiufeng City began. This is a warm-up for the 7-star sect's entrance trial in a month. So the participants are all young people. As long as you can enter the 7-star sect, you will bring honor to your family and maybe the family will turn things around. Because of this trial is also very simple. Hunt monsters in the nearby forest. The more you hunt, the more points you get. The top 10 will receive generous prizes. This trial is to let these young people see blood and temper their will. In fact, it is considered a mock exam. After all, although it is a trial, there are people from all major families secretly watching over it. Try to be as safe as possible. If the family cannot interfere in the 7-star sect's entrance trial, it naturally cannot guarantee the safety of the younger generation of Qiufeng City. As usual, the city lord began his speech. I'm very happy that you all came today. On behalf of Chofeng City, I would like to thank you all for your support. Without you, there would be no Chofeng City today. Dear young people, you are about to face cruel tests, but don't forget that you also have a bright future. I will briefly say two things about this trial. First, the young people listened attentively, afraid of missing any important information. Second, this is only the second one. Third, didn't you say 2 points? These 2 points you have said are more than I say in a year. If it wasn't the city lord who was speaking, all the young people would have thrown things at him. The lord of Chofeng City is no ordinary person either. He is a Jindan cultivator and apparently the strongest person in Chofeng City. Finally, under the murderous gazes of the major families, the city lord elegantly announced the start of the trial that he has gotten used to it and has fallen in love with the feeling of listening to me obediently even if he is unhappy with me. According to the rules, enter the forest in batches. There are no requirements for this trial. You can form a team or play alone. It all depends on your preference. Anyway, the winner will be determined by the score of the monsters obtained. As soon as they entered the forest, Su Luo gathered more than 30 people. These were all people who had been slapped in the face by Lin Shen before, and this time they found Su Luo, because among them, Su Luo has the highest status. There's no problem with letting him come forward. It's part of the plot. Su Luo now just wanted to find Lin Shen quickly and get it over with. Brother Su, have you made a breakthrough? Amazing! In Chofeng City, besides Li Si, you are the most talented. What are you talking about? In the end, Li Si is still Su Ji's. Of course, Su Gu is the most powerful. Yes, I am stupid. If only I were half as smart as Brother Su. On the boring journey to find Lin Shen, more than 30 people took turns bragging about Su Luo. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they just praised her loudly, even awkwardly. Su Luo was helpless. As soon as she heard it, she knew that there was not much truth in it and it was all flattery. What does it mean? Well, actually I'm a little secretly happy. Although I have experienced this many times, it is still a happy thing to be respected and praised by others. Then I met Wang Mo. Brother Su Luo, long time no see. Wang Mo came to Su Luo and the others with a smile on his face. Su Luo was a little surprised. Wang Mo shouldn't be there at this time. I can't take responsibility, brother. You are the clan leader now. Indeed, after Wang Mo became the patriarch, the relationship eventually became distant. This is not only the case for Su Luo, but also for other young talents. After all, their status is different. Other young talents prefer to play with Su Luo because they don't have to worry about too many things. No, I'm always the Wang Mo you're familiar with. So what's the matter with you? Su Luo didn't believe it. I heard you're looking for trouble with Lin Shen. Count me in. Why? When have we in Chofeng City ever been bullied by outsiders? I naturally want to vent my anger with you. This is a lie. Wang Mo is not interested in Lin Shen. After all, Wang Mo could tell at a glance that Lin Shen did not belong here and that he had a broader future. After he left, the struggle in Chofeng City would still be between the three major families. Wang Mo felt strange this time. He had clearly framed Su Luo before, but Li Si didn't react at all. This made Wang Mo a little confused. Based on his understanding of Li Si, it was impossible for Li Si to keep her composure and not even go to Su Luo to scold or beat her. Is there any affection between them? This is a dangerous signal. With the two families joining forces, how can I still play with the eggs and you'll get a share? So Wang Mo needs to find out what is going on between Su Luo and Li Si. Whatever. Su Luo was too lazy to think about Wang Mo's purpose. They were all just villain clowns. How could they be any better? But the young men around him suddenly began to have a favorable impression of Wang Mo. Yes, we are from Chofeng City. Why should we be bullied by outsiders? So, instead of just bragging about Su Luo, everyone started bragging about Su Luo and Wang Mo at the same time. For a moment, it seemed as if we were not in a trial, but on a spring outing, full of joy. Then I met Lin Shen. After the boasting, we immediately entered the combat state. Lin Shen, I finally found you. Su Luo naturally had to take the lead. Looking at this scene, am I going to be in trouble? Lin Shen was not stupid. When he saw the 30 or so people opposite him looking at him with sly grins on their faces, he roughly understood, but he was not panicked at all, and even looked down on everyone. Right. There was going to be a long conversation, mainly because Su Luo was being aggressive, saying harsh words to each person and swearing at random because of their numbers. As a result, Lin Shen scolded him back and spoke sarcastically. Lin Shen is better at speaking. More than 30 people were so angry that their faces turned red. It's really frustrating, but Su Luo felt that this was unnecessary. What a waste of words in such hot weather. Come on, ah? The young heroes here were dumbfounded. They wanted to say a few more words and show off their arrogance by taking advantage of their numbers. Su Luo waved her hand and said, "Go ahead, you can't argue with him." As the team leader, Su Luo's words are still effective. More than 30 people seem to have a buff and rush towards Lin Shen fearlessly. Most of these people are in the middle stage of Qi training, while a few are in the early stage. The sudden surge of energy must have put pressure on Lin Shen, who was in the middle stage of Qi training. He immediately turned around and moved, taking advantage of the forest terrain, preparing to defeat them one by one. If he really defeated more than 30 people alone, he would truly be the dragon outyan among the dragon Aotians. So this time we definitely won the guerrilla war. Chapter 11. I am still the weak guy who falls down with one blow. As the protagonist, he must be more powerful than those of the same level. Lin Shen shuttled through the forest at such a speed that he left everyone behind in an instant. This made everyone dumbfounded. They thought Lin Shen was stupid and would beat more than 30 of them alone. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen turned around and ran away, but it was impossible to give up now, so he continued to search like a headless fly. Lin Shen would not leave like this. He was hiding in the dark just to launch a sneak attack. It is so easy to deal with this group of young men who have no experience in forest fighting. Of course, no one died, at most they just temporarily lost the ability to move. After all, someone is watching in secret. While Su Luo and the others were searching, people were constantly ambushed and defeated. Everyone immediately felt something was wrong and started to huddle together. Then Lin Shen stopped taking action. He has more than patience, however, maintaining high vigilance is very demanding. Damn it, he got away. Someone kicked the tree and said angrily, "I've always been here." Lin Shen had secretly come behind this person and spoke in a low voice, then, sneak attack, and succeed, strike once and then retreat. Without any hesitation. As long as someone slacks off a little, Lin Shen will come out to reap the rewards. It seemed as if the one being hunted was not Su Luo and the others, but Lin Shen. People are constantly being attacked, but it won't always be like this. Hurry, I've exhausted him. Someone counterattacked while being ambushed, causing Lin Shen to suffer some injuries. When Lin Shen saw several people surrounding him, he immediately broke through and quickly disappeared into the forest. The young masters were left looking at each other, helpless. In the forest, these young men couldn't hold out for long. From day to night, only Su Luo, Wang Mo, and a dozen other people of the same age with slightly stronger abilities were left out of the 30 or so people. So Lin Shen came out openly. "You're not hiding anymore?" Su Luo asked. "I don't think it's necessary. It's enough to deal with just a few of you." "Come on then, good." Just as we were about to start the war, someone arrived. It was those young heroes who were defeated and injured. They were unwilling to leave, so they were brought here by their own tribesmen who secretly protected them. This was a privilege they had no way of fighting, but they were determined to see Lin Shen beaten to a pulp. You can also help out. Besides sneak attacks, what else can you do, you despicable villain? Can't you be a bit more manly and fight us head-on? If you dare to come out, don't leave. Lin Shen smiled. "I'm already out, I definitely won't leave. To be honest, you guys are really bad, you." Some arrogant young people were so angry that their injuries worsened, and they pointed at Lin Shen, unable to speak. "But for the sake of face, I have to say it. Humph, you don't know that Brother Su has already broken through to the late stage of Qi training. Are you scared? Oh, you are already in the late stage." This was indeed something Lin Shen did not expect. In just a few days, the breakthrough speed was even faster than mine. "Yes, I took a Qi training pill." Su Luo admitted generously that it was all an illusion, and she had already established her foundation. "I almost looked down on you, but I still have confidence." "Stop talking, come on. Come on, Brother Su Luo, give us a chance to vent our anger." Some people may wonder why this group of injured young heroes were arranged to appear. Of course, if no one pays attention to your pretense, it's better not to pretend. This time, Lin Shen is about to start challenging opponents of higher levels. Everyone gasped again. "If you don't come, I will." Seeing that Lin Shen did not move, Su Luo took the initiative to attack. An ordinary punch, Lin Shen dodged it easily, but another punch came the next second. Lin Shen barely dodged the blow with his face, but the third punch came again. At this critical moment, Lin Shen exploded. He retaliated instantly with a right punch. His fist bumped into Su Luo's. There was no earth-shattering collision, and Su Luo's fist was bounced away. Lin Shen's fist became more powerful instead of less powerful, and he punched Su Luo. Su Luo did a 360-degree spin and flew out, falling to the ground motionless. Come on, brother Su Luo. At this time, the young heroes were still cheering for Su Luo, but how come it was gone in just a few seconds? The whole scene became quiet in an instant. He was knocked down with just one punch. He's even weaker than us. Of course, I can only complain about this in my heart. Stand up, Sugo. You can do it. You can't fall, you are our hope. However, no matter how they shouted, Su Luo did not move. A nonsense. Why are you working so hard? Just pretend. Lin Shen also noticed something was wrong. There was no way that Su Luo, who was in the late stage of chi training, could be knocked down by his punch just now. What do you mean? Su Luo did not respond. Jpg Lin Shen was still considering whether to strike again, but it seems not a good idea to attack people who have lost their ability to fight. You are nothing more than that. Lin Shen turned around and mocked those young masters. After a whole day, even Lin Shen was tired, but if you don't fill the cup, today will be meaningless. So he forced himself to cheer up and continue to taunt. You were so arrogant just now, but now it turns out you only have your mouth to speak. Wang Yimou was speechless. He really didn't expect Su Luo to die so soon, but at the same time he felt relieved. Since Su Luo was such a waste, the Su family would have no place in Qiufeng City anymore, but now the pressure is on Wang Yimou. After all, apart from Su Luo, he has the highest strength and status among everyone. You'll soon find out how powerful we are. Come on, let's go together. Wang Yimou is different from Su Luo. He is thick-skinned and can say seriously that they will go together, but the others obeyed. After all, they had wanted to take action for a long time. So a dozen young heroes surrounded Lin Shen again, but this time, Lin Shen no longer avoided it, but instead accepted the challenge of these dozen people head-on. Wang Yimou is very smart. He rarely faces Lin Shen head-on in battle. He always assists from the side or attacks from behind. When Lin Shen was exhausted, Wang Yimou made another powerful attack and then distanced himself from him. This put a lot of pressure on Lin Shen. Lin Shen is the protagonist, but he is a little overwhelmed at this time and is suffering more and more injuries. It's just that he seems to have endless energy, and he can always burst out at the critical moment to avoid defeat. Wang Yimou looked at Lin Shen, who was fighting hard, and was not anxious at all. He attacked at his own pace and cooperated with the people around him. Wang Yimou was confident that such a leisurely attack would definitely wear Lin Shen out. Unfortunately, if it were an ordinary person, Wang Yimou would have succeeded, but Lin Shen is not ordinary. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he still smiled. The others were stunned. How could such a laugh be possible? Lin Shen's mouth curled up. Thank you, it's time. He took a deep breath and shouted, break. For a moment, Lin Shen was full of energy, his momentum was rising, and his laughter became louder and wilder. Thank you so much, I made a breakthrough, ha ha ha. The late stage of chi training, this is exactly what Lin Shen planned. He came out to fight in order to be surrounded and beaten by everyone, to put pressure on himself, and then to achieve a breakthrough. Otherwise, why would they come out to fight head-on? Everyone was shocked and then couldn't believe it. He was almost able to defeat Lin Shen just now, so why did he break through now? How could someone break through during a battle? Lin Shen really taught these young guys a lesson. It is truly a genius breakthrough, but it follows the principle that breakthroughs can be made at any time and in any place, but this is not something that the supporting character in front of us can understand. Lin Shen chuckled and couldn't hide his smile, but he didn't intend to hide it. To show our gratitude to you, please guard well and don't fall down too quickly. Lin Shen began to fight back. After the breakthrough, he felt unprecedented comfort and had a deeper understanding of martial arts. One man rushed straight into the enemy's encirclement, showing off his skills, and no one could stop him. A major reversal of the offensive. The current scene seems not that everyone is surrounding Lin Shen, but that Lin Shen is surrounding everyone alone. Moreover, after Lin Shen's breakthrough, his fighting style changed. It used to be mainly based on agility, and he could counterattack while defending and dodging, but now he rushed around and hit everyone he saw. Even if he could dodge an attack, he would take it head-on and then retaliate with a more powerful attack. Who can stand this? the side with more people was not as imposing as Lin Shen. Seeing this situation, Wang Mo had to reconsider how to respond and what measures to take. He soon came to the conclusion that he could not win the battle with just the people he had now. So after he blocked Lin Shen's punch for someone else, he retreated repeatedly, with blood spitting out from the corner of his mouth. Then he fell down like a puppet with its strings broken, unable to get up again. Wang Mo likes a saying very much: he who knows the times is a hero. As luck would have it, he fell next to Su Luo. Su Luo was speechless for a while. With his keen eyesight, he could see through Wang Mo's acting without a doubt. He was clearly still able to fight, but he pretended to fall to the ground. Su Luo, despise people like this the most. Are you just giving up like that? Wang Mo was confused. When he wondered what Su Luo meant by this, he was also confused as to why Su Luo could still speak. Didn't he faint? He soon realized that Su Luo was pretending to faint just like him. For a moment, Wang Mo changed his opinion of Su Luo a little and took her a little more seriously. After all, he didn't know Su Luo who would pretend to faint. Based on his understanding of Su Luo was abnormal except when she was in love with Li Si. Normally, she was always thinking about showing off and had the pride unique to a playboy. Pretending to faint was totally unsuitable for Su Luo. I said, are you just giving up like that? Otherwise, if you can't beat me, you can't beat me. Wang Mo observed Su Luo, trying to see through what Su Luo meant. You didn't use your full strength. It's no use even if you use all your strength. It's useless, but it will be of great help to you. What do you mean? Wang Mo didn't think that being beaten would help him in any way. Think about it, who are the people here now? They are the future of Qiufeng City, so what? Don't you see the expressions on their faces right now? They want to beat Lin Shen up and defeat him? If you fight to the end now, you will definitely win their favor. No, it's admiration. Maybe, but they will worship me even if I don't do it. After all, in Qiufeng City, the Wang family is the youngest patriarch of the three major families. Who wouldn't admire this title? It's all fake, you know. They only worship me superficially. Let's put it this way, do they like me more or you more? This question left Wang Mo silent. He also knew that the younger generation in Qiufeng City had a better relationship with Su Luo than he did, because Su Luo likes to eat, drink and have fun, and is usually carefree. She is also nice to his friends. On the other hand, Wang Mo, after becoming the head of the family, has already had a certain gap with other people of his age. He is usually busy and has few opportunities to go out and play with his peers. Seeing Wang Mo still lying there thinking and calculating the pros and cons, Su Luo continued, you know, this kind of thing is not easy to happen. They all hate one person now, and who knows when the next person they all hate will appear. Opportunities must be seized. Wang Mo was indeed a little moved after hearing this, but then he reacted. Why don't you go? Su Luo looked up to the sky and sighed, Su, I just want to give up. Wang Mo? If we don't go now, everyone else will lose. Lin Shen is still brave, winning is certain, it's just a matter of time. Wang Mo gritted his teeth. It was indeed as Su Luo said, this kind of opportunity to show off was not easy to come by. Although he might not be able to defeat Lin Shen, there would be no problem for him to stand to the end. Opportunities must be seized. Wang Mo stood up and decided to give it his all this time. Come on, they are all looking forward to you. You don't have to tell me. Wang Mo joined the battlefield again, and this time, he also fought head-on. Wang Mo, who became serious, put pressure on Lin Shen again, but at this time, Lin Shen's mental state was better than ever before, and the stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. Trees continued to fall in the forest, but the battle continued. Lin Shen is worthy of being the protagonist, with first-class fighting talent. Except for Wang Mo, all other young heroes were knocked to the ground. In a one-on-one fight, Lin Shen and Wang Mo used the most primitive fighting tactics in perfect harmony. In close combat, we punched each other, and no one dodged. We just threw our best punches. In this situation, it all depends on who can hold on first. Wang Mo felt that if he did it, he should either not do it or do it in the most ruthless way. Hand-to-hand combat can best reflect a person's bloodiness and resilience. The effect was obvious. The young people around were cheering for him, and a sense of admiration surged among them, and Su Luo smiled. Okay, that's it. Let's fight until the other person's mother doesn't even recognize him. Su Luo definitely didn't encourage Wang Mo for his own good. Of course, it doesn't have any profound meaning. I just wanted to give Wang Mo a good beating. I would like to formally clarify that I have never said anything like why should villains make things difficult for villains or something like that. What a class. Lying in the same place as me. Su Luo comfortably watched Lin Shen and the others fighting each other. The effect was very good. Wang Mo no longer looked as handsome as he used to be. His nose and eyes were swollen and his face was disfigured. This is the effect he wants. Warning, warning, Li Si's life is threatened by a monster and she could die at any time. If Li Si dies, it will affect the subsequent plot and cause you to fail, so please be careful. It's a simple system prompt, but the content is of great importance. Su Luo was almost frightened to the point of jumping up, but luckily she had a strong mental state. Su Luo frowned. Why is it you again? How long are you going to stay crooked? Can you ever be normal? Are there any monsters in this forest that can threaten you? Su Luo was speechless. The nearby forests had been cleared and almost all the powerful ones had been killed. If I act, do you, Li Si, act too? Otherwise, how could he be threatened by monsters? Wait, is that it? Su Luo thought that it was the guardian monster of the insect egg cave, and only he could threaten Li Si. How did she get to that place? Lin Shen is still here. Li Si arrived before he did. It's okay for the last time on the cliff. Are you coming now? Once was an accident, but twice might not be the case. There is definitely something wrong with Li Si. I originally thought that I was the variable, but I didn't expect Li Si to be too. It's so annoying. Li Si never deviated from the plot too much and so many times before, but this time she deviated so much that I didn't even recognize her. Isn't this just kidding me? But there is no other way. I have to save him in order to pass the level. Su Luo sighed and stood up. Get up and leave. The movements are done in one go. Chapter 12. You are not the Li Si I know. You're still a long way off. Lin Shen's final blow knocked Wang Mo unconscious, but he wasn't much better, and was on the verge of collapse, but he still had to make a few sarcastic remarks. It's really embarrassing. There are so many people but not one who can fight. If I try a little harder, you won't be able to do it. If you see me next time, take a detour, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to say a few more words, but his condition was really too bad now. If he fainted here, wouldn't he be at their mercy? In the original plot, Lin Shen beat these young masters and mocked them for a long time and was able to leave easily, but with Wang Mo joining, Lin Shen was no longer able to do it. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Brother Su Luo?" When Lin Shen heard this, he was shocked. He thought Su Luo had stood up. Now he really had no fighting ability. Lin Shen turned around and looked at the place where Su Luo fell, but there was no sign of Su Luo. But he quickly looked around to prevent sneak attacks. He had been making sneak attacks all day long, so he naturally knew how terrible a sneak attack was. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find Su Luo. Where are the people? Not only Lin Shen was confused, but others were the same. Everyone was paying attention to the battle just now, so naturally no one noticed Su Luo. You won't run away, will you? For a moment, the young man who had not fainted could not help but feel a little dissatisfied. Wang Mo fought until the last moment, and you, Su Luo, were the first to lose, and you even ran away secretly. You were so useless. Even if we know you are useless, you can't abandon us and run away. If Lin Shen wasn't in such a bad condition right now, we might have been beaten up. Are you, Su Luo, running away because you don't want to share the hardships with us? What kind of person are you? We usually flatter you so loudly. Of course, these words can only be said in the heart, and the young masters dare not say them out loud. Lin Shen felt that it was not that simple. He left while talking to himself. Old Yan, do you know when Su Luo left? Old Yan is the grandfather in Lin Shen's mind. He is knowledgeable in the world of immortal cultivation and knows a little about combat, alchemy, weapon forging, and formations. Not long after, when you and Wang Mo were about to finish their battle, Elder Yan added. He left very quickly. Judging from his movements, he had been hiding his strength until now. As expected, Lin Shen's previous feeling about Su Luo was not wrong. Master Yan, what do you think of him? This boy is no less than you. Such a high evaluation? Lin Shen took a deep breath. There had never been anyone of his age who could receive such high praise from Old Yan before. Even Li Si was not taken seriously by Old Yan. In a hidden cave, Li Si was vomiting blood, her face was pale, and the sword in her hand had many cracks. In front of her was a 3-meter-tall white tiger demon with a tiger head and a human body. It was standing on 2 feet, licking its claws and grinning in a very human-like manner. "Tell me, how did you find this place?" The tiger demon had to take this issue seriously because the plan to capture Chofeng City was imminent and could not be lost. Although the insect monsters hatched from these eggs are weak, they are numerous and can solve many problems, especially humans. They like to protect the most, and when they protect ordinary people, there will be as many loopholes as possible. Conquering Chofeng City will be a piece of cake. But if anything goes wrong with these insect eggs, the tiger demon will be eaten. Alive by General Blackhorn, since his life is at stake, the tiger demon has no choice but to care. Lic's hands were shaking a little. It was the first time she was so close to death, but even so, she has her own pride. "Are you anxious?" "I didn't." The tiger demon realized his tone didn't match his words, and quickly threatened, "You're the one getting anxious. After all, you're the one who's going to die." "Yes, but I am desperate, and so are you. I have left an envelope. If I fail to return, you will be discovered by Chofeng City. No matter what, you have failed." You. Hu Yaoqi couldn't speak clearly. When he thought about the scene of failing in his mission and being killed by General Blackhorn, he was really a little desperate. "I'll kill you." The tiger demon finally became angry and pounced on Li Cei.at this time. Li Si smiled bitterly and admitted that she had miscalculated. After getting the news from the diary, she immediately explored the forest. The trial area was actually not that large. After careful investigation, Li Si successfully found the suspicious cave. To be cautious, she brought along the family's third elder, a powerful late foundation building expert. I am at the foundation building stage, and with the help of the third elder, am I still not as good as Lin Shen, who was just practicing qi? It's impossible. So Li Si feels that she must win. "I just didn't expect that this tiger demon was so powerful," the third elder was. Instantly defeated by the tiger demon's smooth combo of stealing the heart, tearing the claws, and spinning and kicking before he could even fight a few moves. He was embedded in the wall, dying. The reason why Li Si is still alive today is that the tiger demon wants to know whether this place has been revealed and how much has been revealed. In the end, there was no chance at all. Whether Li Si was dead or not, Chofeng City would know about this. Therefore, the tiger demon could not conceal its murderous aura, and its sharp claws went straight for Li Si's head. This time, there probably is no one to save me. Lic couldn't help but laugh at herself. In order to obtain the treasures here, she only told the third elder, and no one else would know about this place. Maybe it's really a bit suicidal, but I don't want to be just a supporting role. Lic held the sword tightly in her hand. A breeze blew past, and the sword flashed with light. The sword had many cracks on it and could collapse at any moment, but under the shroud of sword light, it exuded a dangerous aura. The wind is in chaos. The fact is death, and I have no regrets. This is the path I chose. This is a move from the airflow sword technique under the cliff, different from fancy sword moves. This move can condense the sword energy to be sharper and more powerful. It is simple and unpretentious, but it is the simplest and sharpest blow in an instant. The tiger demon's claws that were about to take off Li Si's head were chopped off. After that, Li Si's sword was completely broken, and she fell to the ground without any strength left. The tiger demon rolled on the ground, howling loudly. "Ah, that hurts." But the next second, "I was pretending." The tiger demon stood up calmly, shouted something casually, and his hands grew out again. "Isn't it interesting? But you won't have the chance to see it again. You will become nutrients for insect eggs." The tiger demon prepared to deal with Li Si, and then choose whether to run away or report the exposure of this place to General Blackhorn. Running away may not mean death, but reporting it will definitely mean death. After all, insect eggs are a very important part of the plan. Now that they are exposed in advance, the plan has failed and the consequences are serious. Faced with death, Li Si suddenly wanted to cry. She smiled bitterly. She really didn't want to die. "Can you come and save me this time?" Even though she was lying down, Li Si still held the broken sword against the tiger demon, but she no longer had the strength to swing the next sword. The tiger demon's claws suddenly grew larger. With one claw, it was no longer a question of whether Li Si could survive, but a question of being cut into pieces. "No!" the third elder shouted in despair. He had watched Li Si grow up, so how could he let Li Si die here? But no matter how the third elder struggled, his body did not listen to him at all. His injuries were too severe and he could only watch Li Si being killed. Boom, a huge claw mark has appeared on the ground. With such power, it is likely that it will not be split into several pieces. but will directly turn into Siejiang. But the tiger demon suddenly felt something was wrong. The feeling was not right. He suddenly turned around and stared at the stranger in black who had come out of nowhere. You can't kill her. A pleasant female voice came from the black-clothed man. Su Luo was now in the form of a black-robed female voice. In order to hide herself, Su Luo always carried a large black robe with her, just in case. Lic looked at the familiar black robe, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised. A feeling of security surged in her heart, making her unable to help but curl up in Su Luo's arms. When will Li Si look like this little bird? You are not the Li Si I know. Chapter 13, a clean and sharp move. When Li Si was acting like a little bird, the tiger demon on the opposite side had no patience. Who are you? A mysterious man in a black robe passing by. I think he's looking for death. He loves to eat pretty boys like you. What illusion makes you think you can defeat me? Su Luo put Li Si down and took the broken sword from her hand. Although it was broken, there was still a little bit left, which was enough to deal with this tiger monster. Just rely on my sharp claws. The tiger demon's claws grew bigger again, with blue veins visible to the naked eye. It was filled with explosive power and locked onto Su Luo. Su Luo took a step forward, without any fear, and punched out with his left fist. The tiger demon was disdainful. What's the use of that skinny fist? Go to hell. However, this thin fist contained extremely powerful force, and the tiger demon's claws were shaken away. The tiger demon couldn't believe that he would lose in strength. It is obvious that the person in front of me is not even as good as the previous two. Then the tiger demon felt something strange in his body, as if his whole body was attacked, but he could not see what was attacking him. During this moment of distraction, Su Luo thrust out with her right hand holding the broken sword, hitting the tiger monster's kidney, then slashed to the upper right and stabbed it suddenly in the chest. The whole movement is smooth and flowing. By the time the tiger demon reacted, Su Luo had already finished and was retreating. How do you know? The tiger demon died in shock, unable to understand why he was killed in an instant. Su Luo dealt with the tiger demon and turned to look at Li Si. Unexpectedly, Li Si rushed over and hugged Su Luo's waist, but she had little strength left and soon slid down. In order to prevent Li Si from falling, Su Luo had to catch her. And then he hugged Li Si. Lic was giggling foolishly at this time. Su Luo was speechless. How can you still laugh like this? You really don't want to live. Yeah, I almost died. I was wondering if you would show up, but I didn't expect you to actually show up. Why are you here? Su Luo felt that this was a good time to test the waters. It was just a coincidence. Li Si rubbed against Su Luo's arms. She lacked a sense of security after escaping death, but Su Luo's arms made her feel at ease. No need to tell me, we won't meet again in the future. Su Luo pretended to be angry and said in a cold tone. I dreamed about it. Li Si said with her head down, because it was a lie. Dream? Yes, I've been having some strange dreams lately, which have shown me many places where there are many adventures. Dream? Su Luo felt it was a bit outrageous. Why would she have such a predictive dream out of the blue? There was no way to intervene in these things. After all, Su Luo had no means of entering dreams. Don't dream anymore. I can't control this. Not every time, I can save you in time. I know, so I'm getting stronger. Li Si showed her strength in the early stage of foundation building. At her age, she can really be proud of it, but now she looked so scarred and like a sick cat, not convincing at all. You'll regret this. She doesn't have the life of the protagonist, but she takes the protagonist's things. Her current situation is the result of Li Si overestimating her own abilities. I won't. Li Si said firmly. Su Luo let go of her hand and let Li Si fall to the ground. She had just held on instinctively, but now that she had finished asking questions, she naturally let go. Besides, it's getting late, we should leave. The system prompts also disappeared, indicating that the plot can still go on without much deviation. Lic complained, can't you be a little gentler to me? Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. Aren't you a woman too? Leave me alone. Li Si smiled and thought to herself, I should have known you were Su Luo. Wait. Li Si took out a treasure from her arms. This is for you. This treasure is exactly what helps hatch insect eggs. Li Si had obtained it a long time ago, but was discovered by the tiger demon when she was leaving. You don't need it? Yes, but I think you need it more. Why do you say that? You're injured, I can't let you come here in vain. Blood was flowing from Su Luo's left hand, and her entire left arm was actually torn to pieces. The first punch just now was not as easy as I imagined. Su Luo activated, my pain is greater than yours, and I accept your power. At the same time, instantly gain 20% damage reduction, 20% damage counterattack, and the power of a tiger monster. Only then could he deflect the tiger demon's claw. Of course, the consequence is that his body cannot withstand the sudden increase in force, and now he can't even move his left hand. The tiger demon's claw was very powerful, and Su Luo suffered this fate even though she had 20% damage immunity. Fortunately, I gained a lot of physical points from writing in my diary, so my entire left hand was not damaged. I just need to rest for a while. Lic handed the treasure to Su Luo, very sincere. However, Su Luo looked at Lic with prejudice. Maybe she was just pretending. After all, how could she give away the treasure she almost paid with her life to someone else, a stranger I've only met twice? Su Luo decisively took the treasure, wanting to see Lic's shocked expression, but that didn't happen. Lic just smiled gently without any reluctance. It's really strange looking at the treasure. Su Luo had no interest at all and felt bored. Forget it, you can use it. Su Luo threw the treasure back to Lic and turned to leave. What era is this? We are still practicing traditional cultivation. It's cheating. If you have cheating, how can you become a celestial being without practicing? Su Luo has decided to rely on the diary this time. Cultivate. It's impossible to cultivate in this lifetime. Wait, you saved me twice, what should I call you? Lic knew that Su Luo didn't want to be exposed, so naturally she let him give himself a title. I will act with him, by the way, and when I have the chance, I will tell him that I have always known my identity. His face will definitely be very interesting at that time. Call me Black Robe. You're so casual. Goodbye. Next time, I might just have to collect your body. I won't be so lucky to save you every time. Lic also reacted at this time. The guy in front of me who speaks with a female voice is usually a lazy and incompetent dude, but now his strength has far surpassed his own. I can't lose either. Well, I'll try my best to make it so that I don't need you to save me. The third elder watched the black-robed woman leave, and only then did he have the chance to ask Lic, who is she? She's so strong. Yes, the third elder himself was in the late stage of foundation building and was easily defeated, but the black-robed woman solved the tiger demon in an instant. It was so clean and neat that the third elder started to doubt that his cultivation had been in vain. Lic turned around and smiled. I think I've fallen in love with him. The third elder tilted his head. That's not the question I'm asking, is it? You like her, but she is a woman. It's not that kind of like, otherwise your father will be mad to death. However, no matter how the third elder asked, he could not get any information about the woman in black robe. Chapter 14, Gaining New Special Abilities. After Su Luo left, she felt left out. On her last chance, Lic dreamed of strange scenes. Su Luo couldn't help but suspect that it was the system's fault, otherwise why would such a thing happen just this time? I feel like I'm being manipulated by the system, but if you think about it calmly, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Just like just now, when Lic was about to die, there was a prompt that the plot was about to deviate, and there will also be prompts when there are other deviations. I have every chance to save myself, and the probably plot seems really rough and loose. Until now, the deviation from the plot was only indicated when Lic was about to die. There was no indication of Lic's adventure of robbing Lin Shen before. So, the advantage is mine. Of course, we can't do anything random. The plot still has to go on. It just so happens that there is still some time before I go back. From the battle just now, it is not difficult to find that my strength is still a little lacking. Pen here, as is my custom when writing a diary, I'll start by scolding Lic. I don't know what's wrong with my brain, I can actually dream of such adventures, and then I'm not even aware of my own abilities and try to take the protagonist's opportunity. Could you please stop causing trouble? Is she capable of dealing with the tiger demon? And the weakness is broken. Do you understand the weakness? As long as you hit the tiger monster's kidneys and chest in a short period of time, you can kill it instantly. Although Lin Shen is only practicing Qi, he has a grandfather. He learned this weakness from his grandfather and was able to sneak attack and kill the tiger monster. Lic brought an ordinary old man and dared to confront the tiger demon head-on. What's the difference between that and sliding in front of a tiger? Luckily, I escaped unscathed. Lic almost ruined my clearance. Forget it, continue writing the plot. The matter in the trial forest is not over yet. Lin Shen beat us up for a while and filled a good cup, but it is not over yet. He will fill it up again next time. He wants to take first place. How can the protagonist not take first place? But just being first is not satisfying at all. So, as the villain, I proposed a plan: hunt monsters with the young gentleman, and I'll get all the points. Gathering so much strength, just to completely crush Lin Shen in terms of points. However, even under these circumstances, Lin Shen was able to take first place, defeating us who acted like cheaters. This is truly satisfying. It can even be said to be against the will of heaven. Then, in the plot, he also encountered Li Si in the forest. The two fought monsters together. Lin Shen's superb fighting skills won Li Si's favor. However, now that Li Si is injured, it seems that they will not meet again. It's not a big deal, as long as Lin Shen takes first place in the end. Wait, where's the wormhole? Li Si discovered it this time and reported it to Qiufeng City. She's the hero of Qiufeng City, then. Even if Lin Shen discovered it, he would only be the second one, and the reputation he would gain would be completely different. This is such a headache. It's all Li Si's fault. Su Luo was still in the trial, so she couldn't write much, complete the diary and receive a reward of +3 for physical fitness and +1 for strength. Gain special ability, fun-loving joy. Can make the designated target laugh. The reward is decent. Although my cultivation level has not improved, I have gained special abilities. The special abilities are relatively difficult to obtain, and including Su Luo, there are only 3. But why do I feel that this skill is very annoying? After all, you will laugh naturally when you want to laugh, but I can't even imagine the scene of you suddenly laughing when you don't want to laugh. Su Luo returned to the place where Lin Shen and the young masters of Qiufeng City were fighting with a satisfied smile. Although they were injured, they did not withdraw and rested on the spot. After all, this trial lasts for 7 days. Wang Yimou also woke up and was surrounded by others who showed concern for him. Su Luo greeted them. Hey, you're still here. Brother Su Luo, where have you been? Some people couldn't help but get angry when they saw Su Luo, but they endured it. I went to relieve myself. However, this reason ignited one of them, who started to act sarcastic. Convenient? You should hide. Don't be afraid. Brother Su Luo and brother Wang Yimou have already chased Lin Shen away. They said he was beaten away, but in fact, Lin Shen left on his own. He really wanted to save face. Whatever you say, do you want to take revenge on Lin Shen? Su Luo went straight to the point. Of course we want to, but none of us can beat him. Yes, he's so fierce. We asked the elders, the Li family, to come forward to protect him. We have no chance at all. Su Luo said confidently, I've got an idea. Can we still trust you? I think we should find someone else. He changed the name without even listening, which showed that he didn't trust Su Luo. Although not everyone said it, their expression said it all. They disagreed. I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. These words brought everyone back to reality. Yes, the one in front of me is the best of the best, and I can't mess with him. Seeing that they had quieted down, Su Luo continued, we will all focus on hunting down the monsters, and then all the monster points will be counted on me. Naturally, I will be first, and then I will use this result to severely humiliate Lin Shen. Isn't this bad? Su Luo took a look, then there was a cheerful sound. Yes, of course. This is a brilliant plan. Only someone as smart as Su Luo could come up with it. Who are you? You are our big brother. If not you, who should I listen to? Seriously, don't even make jokes like this. That's right. If anyone doesn't listen, I'll be the first to object and give him a good beating. No, several beatings. There's no way. Being able to fight is useless. If you want to survive in the world, you have to rely on your background. Why don't you give the points to brother Wang Yimou? Suddenly someone said something inappropriate. The others looked at him in amazement, all sweating for him. You are risking your life by saying this. Su Luo knew very well that if he disobeyed her at a critical moment, he would retaliate. The man seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and quickly regretted it. I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Wang Yimou was stunned. He didn't expect anyone to recommend him. He was just quietly recuperating on the side. Although he was happy to have someone support him, he was not suitable to compete with Su Luo in person, and Wang Mo prefers to stab others secretly. Just when Wang Mo was about to refuse, Su Luo agreed. Okay, then give the points to Wang Mo. Everyone gasped and expressed surprise. Is this something Su Luo could say? Okay, it's decided. Let's take a day off, and then we'll focus on hunting the monsters. There was a little accident, but no matter who got this score, Lin Shen would get first place, so Su Luo didn't care at all. In the following time, the atmosphere among Su Luo and the others changed. The young gentleman vaguely surrounded Wang Mo and no, it already is. Now, while bragging about Wang Mo, he also brags about Su Luo, and when bragging about Su Luo, he also keeps a certain distance. There was no way. Su Luo's previous behavior was too hurtful. When Wang Mo saw this, he was overjoyed, but he remained humble on the surface. Sure enough, the battle with Lin Shen was worth it. Now Su Luo's little followers are almost mine. Chapter 15, Clearance. We have no other relationship on the first and second days of the trial. Su Luo and the others were fighting with Lin Shen rest on the third day. On the fourth day, Su Luo and his team hunted monsters very smoothly and had already scored 20 points. More people means easier work. At this time, a young man was looking for a monster and suddenly found a seriously injured man leaning against a tree. Moreover, it looked like he was seriously injured, and there was no movement at all. The young man thought he was dead. Are you okay? When I got closer, I saw that it was. The young man couldn't help but exclaim, Li. Before he could even scream, a sharp sword was pressed against his throat, and he instantly stopped screaming. This person is not injured at all, he moves too fast. Lic said, the person I'm waiting for is not you. Go and lure Su Luo over here, and forget about meeting me here. Do you understand what I mean? Clear? Even if you don't understand, you have to understand that the young master can feel the sharpness of the sword over there. Lic nodded, put away her sword, leaned against the tree again, and pretended to be seriously injured. Lic came here, actually wanting to ease the relationship with Su Luo, and by the way, give Su Luo a good pill to treat Su Luo's left hand. Although Su Luo obeys him in everything now, that is all fake, and he has made it clear that he hates Su Luo before falling in love suddenly again would make Su Luo feel unreal. So Lic planned to build a good relationship step by step, and then talk about other things. After thinking about it, the only thing he could think of was to pretend to be injured here, and then Su Luo would see it. He would definitely care about him in front of everyone, and since he cares about me, I will take the opportunity to ease the relationship with him. The plan was perfect. Although the young man still couldn't figure out what Lic meant, he just did as he was told. After returning to the team, he easily led Su Luo in the direction of Lic. Then I found Lic. Su Luo was a little confused. How did she meet Lic? In front of everyone, Su Luo couldn't pretend not to see it. He hurried forward to check on Lic. See, how are you? The screams were heart-wrenching. However, Su Luo checked and found that the injuries were not that serious at all. Many parts of the body were decorated in an exaggerated manner. It looks like he's dying, but that's actually the case. I'm injured. Can I stay with you for a while? Su Luo didn't expect Lic to make such a request. No, you are so injured that the trial must be stopped. Where are the people? People from the Li family, come out and send Lic back for treatment. Su Luo definitely doesn't want to do that. It's not a necessary plot. If she agrees, wouldn't she be acting like a bootlicker in front of her brothers? In the past, I only licked it once, and Lic didn't even give me a chance. Now that she's offering it to me, doesn't it mean I have to lick it for several days in a row? It's a bit overwhelming just thinking about it. No, let me follow. Lic grabbed Su Luo's hand and refused to let go. The atmosphere became weird. No one knows what Lic is up to, but everyone in Qiufeng City knows that Lic hates Su Luo very much. Now he is breaking his usual behavior and taking the initiative to follow Su Luo, but no one dared to ask more questions. Su Luo's face fell, but she finally had to agree under everyone's gaze. Lic stood up, but then she remembered that she seemed to be seriously injured. Su Luo, help me, I can't seem to walk by myself. Su Luo, your acting is terrible. The way you stood up just now didn't look like you were injured at all, but no one present dared to speak out. Su Luo had no choice but to support her. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how I would have survived in the forest with such injuries. Lic looked at Su Luo with gratitude, although it's a bit exaggerated. Su Luo's hands were shaking. Who are you? How could Lic talk to me like that? Your hand is injured. Li Si said in surprise. Indeed, the injury on Su Luo's left hand has not yet fully recovered, but to Su Luo, such an injury is nothing and she doesn't even bother to mention it. It's fine. How can it be okay? I have Ling Yang pills here. Take them. They are very useful for treatment. Su Luo looked at Li Si for a long time, unable to say anything. Why don't you listen to what you were saying? Why don't you eat now that you are covered in wounds? And Ling Yang pill, do you know what kind of pill this is? There are less than 10 of them in the entire Qiufeng city. This is a pill with excellent therapeutic effects, which cannot be bought even with money. Did you see the astonished expressions of the young men around you? They didn't believe it. Ling Yang pill, this is not some common healing elixir. Not to mention eating it, even smelling it can prolong your life. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated, but there is no doubt about its preciousness. One young man couldn't help but say, "Oh, I'm injured too. Is there anyone kind enough to give me a Ling Yang pill?" Others followed suit. What should I do? If I can't eat the Ling Yang pill, I'm going to die. I really want a kind sister to give me the Ling Yang pill. I won't eat it. I'll just kiss the pill and I'll be satisfied. I just need to smell it. Brother Su Luo, please be kind, I want it. Li Si felt a little shy when she heard their teasing. She stuffed the pill into Su Luo's mouth and said, "Don't get me wrong. I don't have any special feelings for Su Luo. It's just that Su Luo was very good to me before, and I felt bad, so I compensated him. Now we're even. We don't owe each other anything. It's not what you think, so don't get me wrong." Su Luo covered her face and said, "Stop talking, it's getting more confusing." For a moment, the young masters were envious and jealous, but they had to maintain a blessing expression on the surface. Wang Mo, the only one who had seen the world, had a look on his face as if he had eaten shit. It's just Ling Yang pill, who doesn't have it? But, and you said you don't have a leg, what do you mean by clearing the air? You didn't want anything Su Luo gave you before, and now you want to use this excuse. Do you think we are stupid? No wonder my plan to sow discord didn't work. It turns out I was just pretending before. You two actually have a very good relationship in private. I'm so fucking stupid that I can't even see that. Wang Mo almost vomited blood. It turned out that the clown was himself. After Su Luo was forced to take the pill, the effect was very strong. In a short while, her left hand had fully recovered, and the remaining medicinal power nourished her whole body, making her feel warm and comfortable. Okay, let's go. Aren't you busy? Li Si urged. So, the picture became like this. Su Luo and Li Si, everyone. Wang Mo, everyone. Wang Mo, why? I have so many people supporting me, and I am the most popular person, but I can't be happy. The others had similar thoughts. Su Luo's pursuit of Li Si was obviously a joke in the whole city, but it turned out to be true. Tell me, brother, how can I accept this? No, brother, I am most afraid that you will not live well, but I am also afraid that you will live too well. But soon, after following for a day, Li Si proposed to leave. She also knew that easing the relationship could not be done in a hurry. Su Luo's concern and care for her on this day was no different from before, except that Li Si now seemed to enjoy it very much and would occasionally joke with Su Luo. But Li Si knew that this was all fake and Su Luo had been pretending. When Su Luo took off her mask, they were just beginning. Take your time anyway, no one would like a guy like Su Luo. Childhood sweethearts and a perfect match. The advantage is mine. Chapter 16. If you don't act arrogant, people will be upset if you slap them in the face. After Li Si left, Su Luo and the others continued to hunt monsters in the forest. Su Luo just pretended that Li Si had never been there and continued to do as she pleased. However, a light drizzle began to fall, making walking in the forest more difficult. The young masters were almost impatient, but they endured it in order to humiliate Lin Shen severely. I saw a seriously injured person. You'd better actually find someone seriously injured. With Li Si as the previous example, others couldn't help but be suspicious. The result is true. The person lying on the ground was covered in mud and his appearance could not be seen clearly, yet he was thin and obviously malnourished, and it looked smaller than them, judging from their clothes. They are just ordinary people's clothes. It is probably an ordinary family who came to participate in the trial, but had no one to protect them and ended up like this. Bury it, it looks like it's hopeless. Indeed, it's better to set her free than to let her suffer. Young masters have conscience, but not many of them. Xiaoyu, who was lying on the ground, also noticed that there were people around. The corners of her mouth moved and she said save me, but she couldn't say anything. Xiao Yu was not a participant in the trial at all. She just came to the forest to find food to take home. But she was unlucky this time and encountered a monster. Although he tried his best to escape, he was unable to get out of the forest and ended up like this. Su Luo came over and took a look, just a glance, but she saw her desire to survive. Save her. Su Luo believed that she still had some conscience, although not much. No way, it would be a waste of medicine to treat this condition. I'm in a good mood. Su Luo did not explain and answered casually, according to everyone's interpretation. It was naturally because of Li Si's arrival that Su Luo's mood improved. Of course, Su Luo didn't save people because of Li Si, it just happened to be a sufficient reason. Su Luo fed some of her own healing pills to the seriously injured Xiao Yu, and then called the people from the Su family to take the seriously injured person back. Some minor episodes are not important, the main task is still the hunt. Monsters. Time passed quickly, and the 7 days of trial were over in the blink of an eye. People who participated in the trial came out one after another. The ones walking the most arrogantly were naturally Su Luo's group, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, full of momentum. It would be more impressive if I could change into a new set of clothes. After working so hard for so many days, they can finally get a slap in the face. Of course they are happy. They are already thinking of words in their minds, words to insult Lin Shen. Lin Shen came out and saw the young masters provoking him, but he didn't care at all, because he doesn't take these playboys seriously. The city lord and his men also started to get busy. After counting the scores and ranking them, they began to announce the rankings. The whole process doesn't take long, after all, it's not the first time. 10th place, 13 points, is 9th place with 17 points is, the results haven't been announced yet, but the young men can't wait and have started to congratulate in advance. Congratulations, brother Wang Mo, you deserve the first place. The old city lord's voice can be heard throughout the city. Brother Wang Mo, you will be a celebrity in Xiufeng City from now on. Brother Wang Mo is already a celebrity in Xiufeng City. He should take care of us in the future. Wang Mo was also happy to get first place, and he became even happier after hearing their congratulations, but you still have to remain humble on the surface. No, it's all thanks to everyone. I'm just a representative. Ha ha ha. Without you guys, I wouldn't have gotten this score. Ha ha ha. However, Wang Mo was being modest, but his expression and tone were completely different. He was humble for a moment, then laughed out loud, then humbled himself again, then laughed out loud again, so loud that everyone present at the trial could hear it. Are you being modest or laughing happily? No one around him knew what he meant. Wang Mo was also confused. Why did he laugh out loud? The city lord continued to announce. 5th place 20 points, Wang Mo laughed again. The young masters didn't dare to speak, as everyone around them was staring at them, because every time Wang Mo announced a ranking, he would smile, and it was hard not to understand that he was making fun of others, and that making fun of other people's scores was just like that. The young men who were originally so imposing also lowered their heads and dared not look around. Okay, I originally just wanted to mock Lin Shen, but now others are mocking him too. 4th place with 27 points, ha. The city lord couldn't help but ask, have you laughed enough? No. Wang Mo originally wanted to express that I didn't want to laugh, but I couldn't help laughing. The city lord's face turned black. Su Luo didn't expect that even the city lord could be mocked. Wang Mo, when you laugh, you really have the qualities of a villain, although you are a villain. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened, I just laughed. Wang Mo had a lot of pain that he couldn't explain. This was of course Su Luo's doing. She secretly used joy of fun on Wang Mo. Why are you being so humble when it comes to face slapping plots? Since you are replacing me, you naturally have to be a little wild and arrogant. You are so humble, how can others slap you in the face? If Lin Shen saw this, he would think we couldn't afford to slap him in the face. 3rd place, 36 points. Li Si. Wow, no one else expected that Li Si was only 3rd. She was the person with the highest cultivation level in the trial and was the favorite to win first place. Are there any more experts? 2nd place, 159 points, Wang Mo. Ha ha ha. Wang Mo laughed out loud again, but the young masters could no longer laugh. Instead, they looked stunned. Why did he get 2nd place? Wang Mo's laughter stopped abruptly and he was stunned. He didn't expect to be 2nd place. Su Luo nodded. That was right. Her laughter stopped abruptly, and then an expression of surprise appeared on her face, in stark contrast to before. Lin Shen felt happy when he saw this. Sure enough, the corner of Lin Shen's mouth was slightly tilted. First place with 177 points, Lin Shen. Lin Shen, square root. The young masters couldn't believe it at all and started to question it. That's impossible. How come he got such a high score? So many of us can't beat him? City Lord, did you count correctly? Shut up. The City Lord said lightly, and told the young masters to shut up. The aura of the Jindan powerhouses was too strong, and they were simply not able to resist it in the Qi training stage. Lin Shen's score is absolutely correct, and his ability is indeed capable of achieving this score. If you doubt me, why not look at yourselves? So many people are no match for Lin Shen, and what about the future of Qiufeng City? All you know is eating, drinking, and having fun. I know you're not convinced, but I have some news to announce. You should all be grateful to Lin Shen. It was he who discovered the demon clan's conspiracy in the forest. Su Luo was stunned. Wasn't it Li Si? Why did she become Lin Shen again? Su Luo secretly looked at Li Si, wanting to see what she meant. Lic was just standing aside in an ordinary manner, nothing special. Su sure really couldn't figure out why Li Si would give the credit to Lin Shen. Lic didn't actually have any special intentions. She just felt that since Su Luo was so desperate to pass the level, she should cooperate with him in acting. If he follows Su Luo's storyline like this, he should be happier, and to avoid having to constantly write in the diary that she was leading the plot astray, the City Lord continued, "We didn't know there was a cave full of insect eggs in the forest. If these eggs hatched and rushed into Autumn Wind City, it would undoubtedly be a locust invasion. If we are unlucky, the entire Autumn Wind City could be destroyed. But don't worry. Since we've discovered them, we've already cleared out all the eggs. But you have to remember that it was Lin Shen who saved Qiufeng City from a disaster. Lin Shen is the hero of our Qiufeng City." This news was too shocking. Qiufeng City, which had been peaceful for a long time, was suddenly threatened with destruction. No one dared to believe it, but this is what the City Lord said, at least most of it is true. Lin Shen. I don't know who started it, but then more and more people followed suit. Lin Shen. Lin Shen. Lin Shen. The entire Qiufeng City was shouting Lin Shen's name. At this time, Lin Shen was in high spirits, having gained both fame and the reward of being the first in the trial. Seeing that the plot was almost over, Su Luo left. Although I don't know why Li Si gave the credit to Lin Shen, this is the treatment Lin Shen deserves as the protagonist. When Li Si saw Su Luo leaving, she followed her when no one was paying attention. Chapter 17 Speed Pass Auction. Su Luo had only taken a few steps when she felt Li Si chasing after her. Of course it could be an illusion. Maybe she just wanted to go home and not look for herself, but no matter what, it's never wrong to avoid meeting her outside the plot. However, Li Si did not give Su Luo a chance to escape. Why do I feel like you're avoiding me? No, how could that be? I can't wait to see you. I'll trust you for now. CE, why do I feel like you've been too nice to me lately? I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Your imagination is just a lie. I just happened to be going home and saw you were all alone, so I decided to stop by. I'm so moved I'm going to cry. Don't be like this, it's fake. Su Luo knows whether she is fake or not, but Li Si feels that she is quite fake. Should you leave at this time? In the original plot, you were looking at Lin Shen like a crazy fan. After chatting casually for a few minutes, Li Si suddenly said, "Let me ask you a serious question. Are you happy today?" Of course I am happy. Now, every time I complete a story, I am one step closer to returning to reality, but this cannot be said. I'm so pissed. That bastard Lin Shen stole all our limelight. It really makes me so angry. Really? I feel relieved when you say that. Although Su Luo sounded very angry, Li Si knew that Su Luo would not be angry about such things because of the diary. The angrier you appear now, the more likely it is that there is a villain singing and dancing inside you. Safe? Yes, you are still the Su Luo I am familiar with. Of course, I am always the Su Luo you are familiar with, and you are always the CE I am familiar with. Of course. After separation, Su Luo and Li Si thought in their hearts at the same time, you are all liars, you are not the person I know at all. When Su Luo returned home, she planned to have a good rest. She had no other interests and just wanted to lie down, because I don't need to practice, I have a lot of time and nowhere to use it. Suddenly a little girl passed by, quite unfamiliar, maybe new here. Su Luo didn't care and continued walking towards her room, but suddenly someone grabbed the corner of his clothes. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Thank you for saving me. Save you? When? In the forest. Su Luo took a closer look and saw fair skin, clear eyes, and a face full of childishness. It was completely different from the dying look in the forest. No wonder Su Luo didn't recognize him. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Thank you. The little girl expressed her sincere gratitude again. Okay, it's not a big deal. Come back when you're healed, or you'll accuse me of trafficking you. But in fact, Xiaoyu is an orphan, and no one is waiting for her to go back. However, Xiaoyu didn't want to trouble Su Luo too much, so she didn't say anything. The reason she didn't leave was that she just wanted to thank her in person, because she had nothing of value. She could only say thank you Asusu, I can't stand such sincere thanks. It made him suddenly feel a little uncomfortable, because villains don't get this treatment. Wait. Su Luo returned to the room and took a book from the room. This is for you. It's for cultivation. You can try practicing it, so you don't die somewhere else. Xiaoyu quickly refused, no, it's too expensive. Don't worry, it's just a basic cultivation technique, something you can find everywhere. This is true. Su Luo would not give away her family's skills or any advanced skills she knew casually. She thought that since she had saved Xiaoyu, there would be nothing wrong in giving her a basic training book. Xiaoyu held the book as if it were a treasure. Thank you, thank you. She had nothing else but constant gratitude. Okay, don't let your family worry, go back. Xiaoyu took a last good look at Su Luo and engraved Su Luo's appearance in his mind, then he left. Su Luo didn't care at all. She just saved her casually, although she does look delicate. I believe she will be a beautiful girl in the future, but Su Luo is not greedy for this, as she has seen all kinds of storms. What's more, she is younger than herself and looks only 12 or 13 years old. Su Luo doesn't want to be struck by lightning. Everyone knows. The next day, Su Luo got up early and started writing today's diary. Today is also a good day. The plot has been a bit off lately, but not much. This is what I want to see the most. The trial is over, and the next big thing is the entrance examination to the 7-star sword sect. However, there is still some time left, and 1 or 2 daily plots will be interspersed. Lin Shen consolidated his foundation for the late stage of Qi training, improving steadily step by step. There will be an auction plot in a couple of days. I won't have a role in it, and Wang Yimou will play the villain. Wang Mo's previous scheme to tamper with the Li family has been exposed. Although everyone is still smiling on the surface, they are secretly fighting. This auction is the stage for the Li family to strike back. Of course, the Li family won't show up in person, so Lin Shen will still be the representative. During the auction, Lin Shen would bid on whatever Wang Yimou wanted. When the price reached a certain level, Lin Shen would give up, causing Wang Yimou to spend a lot of money for no reason. Lin Shen bids for something, and Wang Yimou does the same thing, except that Lin Shen doesn't really want to bid. Once the price gets high, he stops bidding. Wang Yimou was fooled around. He was usually quite smart, but when he met the protagonist, his intelligence was reduced, but these are not the main points. The auction is where the protagonist finds bargains. The treasure he got this time is a rusty sword. When Lin Shen slapped a rusty iron sword, everyone laughed at him. Although he was a hero, he was still young and had no vision at all. By the time Lin Shen took the iron sword, the corners of his mouth were crooked with a smile. Elder Yen told him that this was a rare ancient immortal sword. After collecting special materials and removing the rust from the sword, it would become a true immortal sword, so no matter how the people around him laughed at him, Lin Shen remained calm and even laughed out loud. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at them for not seeing through me. When there is no plot, Su Luo is no different from a salted fish. After receiving the diary reward, there is nothing else to do, but the news still needs attention. 2 days later, his men reported to him about the auction. Lin Shen bought a rusty iron sword. Su Luo nodded. That's right, the plot is right. Okay, reassured, he continued to lie down. determined not to go out of the house. In Li Si's room, she was waving a rusty iron sword. That's right, she intercepted the ancient immortal sword. The moment she saw the diary, Li Si immediately went to the auction and bought the magic sword. With her identity as the eldest daughter of the Li family, she was able to get this rusty sword that looked ordinary at a small price. Then, Li Si made some special arrangements. For Su Luo's plot, I just found a rusty sword to auction. Of course, Lin Shen would not be interested in the rusty sword, but Li Si arranged for a subordinate to represent Lin Shen to bid for the rusty sword. So the news Su Luo received was still that Lin Shen bought a rusty sword. Everything goes well with the plot. Chapter 18 Cut. Su Luo got up early again today and started to be self-disciplined. For 5 minutes, after stretching her muscles, Su Luo found a recliner, lay down comfortably, and began to write in her diary. Wang Mo was unlucky at the auction, and now it's my turn. There's nothing I can do. Qiufeng City isn't big, but it's not small either. Having 2 villains take turns is enough. This time, it was mainly Li Si who was kidnapped. The demonic paths people have begun to appear in the plot. Of course, they are just a minor character named Hongguang. A minor character in the early stages of foundation building, used as an opponent for Lin Shen in the late stages of Qi training, is just right. He can once again experience the thrill of challenging an opponent of a higher level, without being defeated by someone too strong. Otherwise, if you're too strong and win, people will say you're under the protagonist's halo, and your combat power will collapse ridiculously, even though you're already somewhat weak when challenging someone of a higher level. While escaping from the 7-Star Sword sect, Hongguang stumbled upon Li Si, who happened to be out and about. He immediately recognized that Li Si was suitable for medicinal use. This medicinal use is of course related to the mage path, a rather sinister method of improving cultivation within the mage path. The image is too beautiful to elaborate on. So he took the risk of capturing Li Si. If the medicine was successful, not only would her injuries be healed, but her cultivation would also be further improved. This way, he might be able to defeat the 7-Star Sword sect's pursuers. Under such a premise, the plot begins. Li Si's disappearance shocked the entire Qiufeng City. Everyone in the Li family went looking for her. As the number 1 bootlicker, I naturally mobilized the power of the Su family. Not only did I send out the Su family, I also went to look for him myself. Of course, our protagonist, Lin Shen, was also there. That's right, Hongguang is just a stepping stone for Lin Shen. The cliché of a hero saving a beautiful girl will never get out of date. However, this time there is another story besides the hero saving the beauty. Just to get rid of me. Of course not to kill me, I am the villain who survived to the end. But to make Li Si completely disappointed in me, and to make us strangers from now on. I was the first to find Li Si, but I couldn't defeat Hongguang and was captured. I grew up eating all kinds of supplements, so I'm no worse than Li Si for medicinal purposes. As for the lack of guards, it's because I even dispersed my guards in order to find Li Si. I truly have a sincere heart, but the author confiscated my head. In a hidden cave, Li Si was hung up, but she wasn't offended at all. Hongguang was a power-conscious person with no interest in women. Ever since he was old enough to understand, he had lived to become stronger, even at the cost of entering the path of magic. Even after being caught, I still showed concern and care to Li Si, and even had the courage to curse and threaten Hongguang. Then, Hongguang not only didn't get angry, but also smiled. Seeing how infatuated I was with Li Si, he started playing a little game of human nature. He said that if I stabbed Li Si, he would let us both go, so I believed it as if my head had been kicked by a donkey. Before stabbing her, I asked if it was true or not. After getting the affirmative, I stabbed Li Si with tears in my eyes. Hongguang regretted his decision immediately, laughing at how foolish I was. I was so angry I charged forward, only to be beaten back. I even got beaten and cried. How humiliating. Then Hongguang said, "You two can only live once. If one of you dies, the other can escape safely. I promised to keep my word this time." He spoke so confidently that I believed him again, completely revealing my own stupidity and naivete to Li Si, but this makes me hesitate. Although I am a dog licker, I am also afraid of death. Hongguang looked at my hesitant and agonizing expression and became increasingly excited that I agonized over my decision for a long time, and when I finally decided to sacrifice myself, Hongguang whispered a few words into my ear like a demon. If you die, she might live happily in someone else's arms. She's so beautiful and talented, she'll definitely find the right person soon and forget you completely. When I heard this, I froze in shock, tears streaming down my face, and I screamed in pain. No, I don't want that kind of thing. I hope she will think of me forever. Hongguang looked at my devastated expression and laughed maniacally. He looked like someone who had entered the demonic realm, and his mind was somewhat abnormal. So, under Hongguang's guidance, I chose to keep living. Of course, Hongguang wouldn't let me kill Li Si. She still had some use for him, and it was fresh and new. He was just teasing me, but I took it seriously and stabbed Li Si in the vitals without mercy. In a flash, before Hongguang could intervene, Lin Shen had already saved Li Si with a dashing gesture. Needless to say, Lin Shen and Hongguang engaged in a fierce battle. Although seriously injured, he was able to defeat Hongguang, completing a counterattack with only a sliver of health left, and saving Li Si. After this incident, Li Si was completely disappointed in me. She used to look at me like trash, but now her eyes are cold and ruthless, and she treats me like nothing. As for me, because of this incident, I became a complete enemy of Lin Shen. I unilaterally resented Lin Shen for stealing my Li Si, which paved the way for the future confrontation between Lin Shen and me. It's not hard to see that the author's plot is designed to cut me off from Li Si's world. After all, how can the leading actress always have a dog to boot? After this incident, I no longer need to go out of my way to please Li Si in future plots. A few polite words will suffice. My main goal is to retaliate against Lin Shen and oppose him. I have developed the mentality that I can't win Li Si back unless I defeat Lin Shen. So, Li Si, you don't need to be bothered by me anymore. After I'm gone, you must eat, drink, and have fun on time. Stay up late every day. Don't put on more clothes when it's cold. If you feel uncomfortable, force yourself to practice. If you make a mistake, don't correct it. In short, you must thrive. Of course, after this incident, the author has also strengthened me. I have grown a little bit and learned to be more patient. Or perhaps my personality has become a little darker. I won't easily attack the protagonist unless I'm absolutely sure. Anyway, I'll keep up with future version updates, but it feels like I'd be better off being eliminated in the first place. I wouldn't have had much of a role, so I'd have cleared the game long ago. A villain is used from beginning to end, and I don't know what he was thinking. Close the diary, watch the ad, and receive the reward, a familiar process. Complete the diary, reward speed +1, defense +3, and improve your cultivation level by 1 level. Current cultivation level, mid-stage foundation building. Gain special ability, Sunset Glory. After witnessing the sunset, the soul gains a certain degree of strength. Note, this effect only takes effect if you watch the sunset for more than half an hour before or after. Su Luo once again said that the diary is God. Methods to enhance the soul are quite rare even in the entire world of immortal cultivation, and even if there are methods, they may not necessarily lead to enhancement, as it all depends on one's physical condition. Now, just watching the sunset every day can enhance it, although only a little bit, but it is still an enhancement, which will be terrifying when accumulated over time, and Su Luo has no shortage of time now his cultivation has reached the middle stage of foundation building, surpassing Li Si. If it were at this time in the plot before, he would still be in the late stage of Qi training, and a very weak late stage of Qi training at that. Not bad, not bad. If I continue to improve like this, my cultivation will soon surpass Lin Shen by far. By then, no matter how he attacks me, he may not be able to break my defense. After finishing the diary, Su Luo waited quietly for the plot to begin. On the other hand, Li Si widened her eyes. This plot must not be like this, can't cut. Chapter 19. Do as I say, understand. After reading the diary, Li Si walked back and forth in the yard, with no intention of practicing at all. If she were a normal person, she would have been immersed in cultivation long ago. After the auction, Li Si continued to practice day and night. Unlike someone who always lies down, Li Si is not lacking in perseverance and is working hard every minute and every second. I'm just confused now. What should I do? How can I fix this? Just stay at home and avoid being kidnapped by Hongguang? No, if we don't follow the plot, Su Luo will complain again and put all the blame on me. Let's just follow the plot. I'm not thinking about him, it's just pitiful to see him crying when the plot went astray. The plot can go on as it pleases, but if it deviates even a little bit, it's none of my business. For example, if Lin Shen doesn't show up, You can't blame me for that. Lic thought about it and decided, okay, let's do it. Humph, you want to get rid of me? No way. So she made some arrangements and went out, waiting for Hong Guang's arrival. Not surprisingly, Hong Guang secretly discovered Li Si and became malicious. Hong Guang took action, but was captured. Your name is Hong Guang. Li Si had already put the sword on his neck. Hong Guang was confused. The first thing I was confused about was, are little girls nowadays so fierce? The second confusion was, am I so famous? In fact, it is not Hong Guang's fault. Li Si's cultivation is much stronger than in the original plot. She also brought the three elders to protect herself secretly. There is no doubt that she can capture Hong Guang. In order to prevent Hong Guang from having any other secret magic skills, Li Si directly asked the third elder to destroy most of Hong Guang's cultivation, and then fed him various poisons and anesthetics to suppress him. At this moment, Hong Guang's inner feelings can be described in one sentence: my family, who understands? Even though I am a demon, I am not as cruel as her. Finally, Li Si asked, do you want to live? Hong Guang was about to vomit blood. What's the difference between me being dead and dying? You might as well stab me with a sword. But the desire to survive made his body nod honestly, because Li Si really gave him some hope. Although most of his cultivation was wasted, his bones were not damaged. As long as he was alive, he could still cultivate again in the future. Well, I'll only say this once, and do as I say. Got it? I understand. I understand. In order to survive, Hong Guang risked everything and did whatever was necessary, no matter how difficult or humiliating it was. After listening to it, Hong Guang's expression was puzzled and a little bit incomprehensible. What a strange request. The third elder standing by was also confused. He originally thought that Li Si had something important to tell him, but it turned out to be just like this. Shao Si, are you sure you want to do this? I don't understand. Haven't you always hated Su Luo? People can change, third elder, do you believe me? Of course I believe it, but I don't believe that kid Su Luo. Okay, just treat me as willful this time. Well, you are the future of our family. Since you said so, I will support you. With the cooperation of the third elder, Li Si's disappearance became much easier. Not surprisingly, the news of Li Si's disappearance reached Su Luo. Su Luo immediately sent people from the Su family to look for her, and she also hurried out to look for her. As he searched, Su Luo dismissed everyone around him and found a place to rest by himself. No rush, no slow pace, because Su Luo knew where that place was. If she had passed the level perfectly before, Su Luo would have to perform. Even in a place where no one was around, putting on an anxious expression and constantly looking for Li Si. She couldn't stop for a moment and it was very tiring. Now all we have to do is wait for the time to pass. Besides, Li Si is in danger and there is a system prompt, so there is no need to rush. As the sun set, Su Luo admired it quietly, and her soul was gradually elevated. Almost there. Su Luo walked towards a cave. Arrived at the entrance, the show began. Su Luo kept calling Li Si's name and walked into the cave anxiously. Si, where are you? Are you here? Answer me. Soon, Li Si appeared, and next to her was Hong Guang, who was using a large water tank to boil a black potion. Finally here, Hong Guang was about to cry. He had been boiling the medicine from morning till night, and the potion was almost gone. These were all the ingredients he had cherished and collected for a long time, and to see them wasted like this, he felt heartbroken. There was no other way. Li Si didn't know when Su Luo would come, so she asked Hong Guang to be prepared at any time. In the original plot, the wound Hong Guang suffered from the 7-star sword sect relapsed when he captured Li Si. He took half a day to heal before he started to boil the medicine. This time, although it was even worse, Li Si didn't give him any rest at all. What else could he do? He could only grit his teeth to survive. Unexpectedly, this act of gritting one's teeth not only made him physically and mentally exhausted, but also caused his small treasury to bleed heavily. He suddenly felt murderous. He couldn't kill the woman, nor could he kill the boy in front of him to vent his anger. However, he gave up. In his current state, he was not sure whether he could kill the boy in front of him. Besides, a man who was favored by this woman must be good. He had no choice but to prepare to act. Si, are you okay? Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. It's you, the one who kidnapped Si. I advise you to let us go immediately and then go to the Li family to confess your crime. As soon as Su Luo arrived, she showed concern for Li Si, and then looked at Hong Guang with an arrogant expression, completely ignoring him. Do you think I'll listen to you? You can't leave. Hong Guang sneered, but he was actually extremely depressed. At first I thought the little girl was going to do something on her own, but I didn't expect that she was just acting out a show and wanted the boy in front of her to save her. The beautiful woman asked someone to play the hero and save her, which was really fun, but when he thought that he was also part of their game, Hong Guang was speechless. There's no other way. Let me defeat you and rescue my beloved C. With that, Su Luo rushed towards Hong Guang and delivered a punch full of flaws. Hong Guang was confused. A little weak, boy, you spoke so arrogantly, I thought you were so powerful, but this is it. If I were unharmed, I would kill you as easily as killing a chicken, but we can't hurt the kid in front of us now. So Hong Guang didn't fight back very hard. After a few moves, Hong Guang gave in, and was defeated. This meets Li Si's requirements, but with one blow, Su Luo flew backwards, covering her wound and screaming, "It hurts so much, ah." Hong Guang, are you kidding me? You're so weak. You didn't even use much strength just now. Su Luo stood up with great difficulty, but fell down again in an instant, with a look of unwillingness on her face. I didn't expect that I would become your prisoner. Hong Guang's brain was working rapidly at this moment, and he remembered what Li Si had said. In the first stage, you will fight Su Luo and be defeated. It would be best if you can finish the first stage. If Su Luo falls to the ground instantly in the first stage, you don't have to doubt it and will directly enter the next stage. Hong Guang grabbed Su Luo's feet and threw him next to Li Si. Su Luo ignored the pain in her body and said to Li Si, "Si, don't worry, I will untie you right away." However, Su Luo didn't use much force, so Li Si could not be untied. Hong Guang sighed, "Buy one, get one free. There's nothing better than this. Let us go, otherwise the Li family and the Su family will make you die miserably." It's not impossible to let you go, but I'm going to play a little game. If you do as I say, I'll let you go immediately. What game are you playing? If you don't, you have to let us go. Don't play. It seems you don't know your situation. Hong Guang pretended to go up and beat Su Luo. Su Luo immediately admitted her mistake. I understand. I'll play. Hong Guang was speechless about Su Luo. She never gave him a chance to show his abilities. He was weak and cowardly, and he couldn't really do anything to him. It was hateful, but the show must go on. Chapter 20. This play is really difficult to act inside the cave. Li Si was tied up, unable to move or speak. Su Luo sat next to Li Si, ready to play Hong Guang's little game. Hong Guang took out his favorite weapon, a small knife, and threw it from his left hand to his right hand, and then from his right hand to his left hand. Finally, he pointed at Li Si and said, "Listen carefully, don't you like her? If you can do this in my game, I will let you go." Do what? Give her a kiss. I definitely wouldn't stab. Ah, what did you say? Didn't you hear me? Kiss her. No, you must be mistaken. You must want me to stab her with the knife in your hand, and then we can leave, right? No, why would I do such a thing? And what did you say? Why would I let you stab her for no reason? I don't have any grudge against you. Hong Guang was sweating coldly. Wow, boy, you want me to die immediately, and you stabbed her. I would be broken if she lost even a single hair, and why do you react like this? Isn't this proposal good for you? What are you dissatisfied with? Su Luo was also speechless towards Hong Guang. Hey, where's your dignity as a demon? What do you mean by no grudges? You shouldn't be like this. Your demon mentality shouldn't involve playing games like this. What's the big deal about kissing Li Si, and doing it in front of you? What good does it do you? I can't understand. The two of them were silent in tacit understanding, and both felt that the other was weird. Hong Guang didn't know what to do. It was obviously a very easy thing, so why did it become so complicated? No, this guy is too useless. I have to find a way. As long as this guy defeats me, that will be enough. Oh no! I dropped my knife. Without it, my strength is reduced by 1/3. Damn it! My uncontrollable foot kicked the knife towards you. Hong Guang screamed in fear. If you were holding a knife and I'm injured, I might not be your opponent. Damn it! Although Hong Guang had a terrified expression on his face, his tone undoubtedly encouraged Su Luo to come on, charge over here, and you'll win. Su Luo, what the hell? How come even a small roll like yours has such a big deviation? Your role shouldn't be like this, it doesn't matter. I will make a fool of myself. As long as I act like a fool, the effect will be the same. Li Si will lose hope in me. Su Luo was equally horrified. No, you must have done it on purpose. That move just now proved that you are much stronger than me. If I had picked up the knife, you would have killed Si first, and then killed me. You deliberately gave me the knife because you wanted me to play your little game. As long as I stab Si, you will let us go. Okay, I will do it. I hope you will keep your promise and let us go. Hong Guang is going crazy, are you kidding me? I didn't say that from the beginning to the end. Don't always think about stabbing that woman. Does that woman have a grudge against you? If you stab that woman, I'll be dead. Seeing that Su Luo was really going to stab Li Si with a knife, Hong Guang was so anxious that he wanted to kick Su Luo away. Wait, why not just run into the knife? This way, you can lie down immediately after getting stabbed. Getting stabbed is better than losing your life, and it can also be considered as a hero saving a damsel in distress. It just ended a little too quickly and not naturally enough. I wonder if the woman would have any objections, but there was no time to worry about that, because the boy really wanted to stab the woman. Hong Guang took a step forward and stood in front of Li Si, ready to be accidentally stabbed. Su Luo reacted very quickly. Seeing Hong Guang blocking her way, she immediately threw away the knife and squatted down with her head in her hands. Don't kill me. Hong Guang responded immediately and put his face in front of Su Luo without any defense. What's wrong? Weren't you very imposing just now? Why can't you do that now? Hit me, hit me. No, I now clearly understand my situation. Please spare me, let me go. I don't want to die. Su Luo retreated back in fear, tripped over a stone and landed on her butt. Even so, she kept moving backwards. Hong Guang's fists were hardened. No, I'm putting my face right in front of you. Hit me, no matter what. If you hit me, I'll lie down immediately, but you are so useless. Hong Guang expressed his incomprehension. Is there really anyone who likes such a spineless person? Oh, it turns out that it is true, because Hong Guang discovered that Li Si was dissatisfied. He wanted to cry instantly. He knew that if he continued to embarrass Su Luo, he would not be embarrassed, but he would lose his life. Hong Guang's desire to survive erupted, and he came up with a good idea. Kid, seeing you like this, I decided to play a game of luck with you. See this knife? Spin it around, and whoever it points at gets stabbed. No, I'm afraid. That's not up to you. Hong Guang spun the knife on the ground and waited for it to stop. For the first time, it was pointed at Hong Guang. Hong Guang cut himself with the knife without saying a word. Okay, come again. No. Su Luo was dumbfounded. Why would he hurt her just because of a disagreement? The second time, it was still Hong Guang. Hong Guang continued to scratch himself without frowning. I just don't believe it. Hong Guang didn't give Su Luo any time to stop him and immediately swung the knife for the third time. It was still Hong Guang. Hong Guang picked up the knife, but this time, he hesitated. Or, forget it. What's the point of counting? I can afford to lose. Hong Guang gritted his teeth and stabbed himself. Su Luo felt that the other party must have some serious illness. This is not a question of whether you can afford to lose. You are bleeding all over. Can you hold on until Lin Shen comes in this state? Instead of playing the game of human nature, you play Russian roulette and lose 3 games in a row. You should quit the magic path. Hong Guang doesn't care and keeps going. The fourth time, it was still Hong Guang. Even though he was a ruthless person, Hong Guang felt that he was too harsh on himself this time. With that last blow, it should be fine for the woman to fall down in this state. Drink. After being stabbed 4 times in a row, Hong Guang couldn't hold on any longer. Hong Guang, who was lying on the ground, looked at Su Luo unwillingly. I didn't expect that your strength is not that good, but you were very lucky. You were the first to come here to save this woman, and now you have defeated me in a row. Okay, I was really blind to look down on you before. With your luck, your future achievements will definitely be unparalleled in the world. Boy, be brave next time. You are actually a very talented person. Come on. Finally, a hero deserves a beauty. You deserve her. Hong Guang pointed at Li Si and said pretentiously, solve. Okay, now that her restraints are removed, you can leave. Cherish her. Hong Guang closed his eyes. It's over, it's over. This play was really difficult to perform. Hong Guang felt relieved. Do you think I want to row my own boat? It's because that kid is not competitive at all. I'm so angry. He didn't even give me any chance to fight back. He's such a loser, but such a waste. Was actually favored by that woman. Forget it, forget it. I'm unlucky this time. Next time, I will definitely find an opportunity to humiliate that guy in front of that woman. The woman should be satisfied now. If I hadn't had a sudden inspiration and thought of this idea, I don't know how that useless boy would have won. What? You don't think that kid has any luck, do you? I'm in control of it. I even controlled it 4 times in a row just to praise the guy for his good luck. I can only praise him for his good luck. The rest are just rubbish. I really don't know what the woman sees in this guy. Handsome? Yes, he is handsome, but handsomeness doesn't last long in the world of immortal cultivation. Only strength is eternal. Hong Guang secretly made up his mind to become stronger. Chapter 21. The 7-star sword sect assessment preparation begins. Su Luo saw Hong Guang fall down and hurried to shake him. No, it doesn't matter if you fall down now. Lin Shen hasn't come yet. At least you can wait until Lin Shen comes, and then Lin Shen can make you fall down with just a look. Stop shaking, it hurts so much. But Hong Guang didn't dare to move, because if he did, his performance would be in vain. Suddenly, Su Luo was knocked down by Li Si in Su Luo's arms. Li Si looked at Su Luo with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Su Luo, you are the first person to save me. I was really scared just now. No, it should be. Lin Shen, where are you? Su Luo said that the plot shouldn't be like this. Lin Shen was taken somewhere else by the third elder and will definitely not come. This was Li Si's special instruction. You were really brave just now. It's okay. Su Luo didn't know how to respond. How did I become a hero? He had to look at Hong Guang like an idiot. If you want to play games, just play them. Can you please not kill yourself? There are so many games that are good for you. Why are you playing Russian roulette? You are pursuing excitement and killing yourself. And you are also dragging me down with it. I really want to vomit. Hong Guang, who was lying on the ground, also wanted to vomit. Was he really brave just now? Girl, you are really blind. I am better than him. What does he want from him? His background? That's really possible, but I still have to say that strength is everything. I never expected to discover before, but it turns out that you would really disregard any danger for me. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Li Si continued to open her heart and show her affection. Actually, it's just, damn, Su Luo didn't know what to say next. If she continued, it seemed that Li Si's affection for her would explode. Lic said considerately, no need to say anything, I understand. Hong Guang wanted to hit someone and said, stop talking. Can you please leave? Stop being so affectionate. I'm going to bleed to death. And a second later, Hong Guang heard the most beautiful sentence. Lic said, let's go back. He's dead. Li Si raised her knife and ended Hong Guang's life. Hong Guang never understood until his death why she didn't keep her promise. Li Si had no intention of letting Hong Guang go from the beginning. Let's go. Li Si took Su Luo's hand and left together. At this point, even if Lin Shen came, nothing could be saved. However, the system did not remind me of the plot deviation, which is really strange. Doesn't the character's favorability affect the main plot? Su Luo felt the joy of Li Si beside her. This was a side of her she had never seen before. Now she looked like a little girl, not a genius who only knew how to be proud and show off. What are you looking at? Am I weird like this? Hey, Si, do you really think I'm okay? I thought about my performance just now. It's useless. I'm just a playboy. Yes, but even though you were a dandy, you were the first one to show up. To me at that time, you were a ray of light that gave me hope. I thought my appearance made you black out. Haha, how could that be? If you encounter the same situation in the future, will your vision go dark when I appear? Of course not. Having said that, Su Luo felt as if everything in front of her eyes went dark. Li Si, you are crooked now. Then I won't either. Besides, I don't know when it started, but I changed my opinion of you. Actually, you're not bad. It probably started when I saw your diary. This is the real you. Really? How come I didn't know that? Well, I'm sure that in the future you will be famous all over the world and no one will dare to mess with you. Although you are stronger than me now, I will definitely work hard to surpass you and become the strongest. Then I will chop down anyone who provokes you. In Li Si's eyes, Su Luo had been able to save her several times before, so her strength was already stronger than hers. She believed that this was the experience Su Luo had accumulated from dozens of times, which might be useful in the early stages, but talent doesn't change easily. Su Luo's future training will definitely be full of hardships. He even wrote that he is a villain and will fall into the devil's way to improve his strength. Lic doesn't want to see this kind of thing, so now she has another reason to become stronger. Famous all over the world? That doesn't apply to me. Su Luo shook her head. I'm just a villain who's against the protagonist, and being famous all over the world won't be a good reputation. After Li Si's kidnapping, the relationship between Su Luo and Li Si not only did not deteriorate, but became better. Even so, the system didn't indicate any deviation from the plot, so it was fine. And now Su Luo has a feeling that no matter what ugly or stupid things she does, Li Si will not alienate her anyway. It's just inexplicable. So Su Luo, stop doing anything useless and face Li Si in a more normal manner without making things difficult for herself. Of course, Li Si was practicing most of the time and didn't look for Su Luo much. Naturally, Su Luo would not go looking for her on her own initiative. In this way, Su Luo's daily life continued, but nothing special happened recently, and she had been perfunctory in her diary for several days. 1 day. Play cards. 2 days. Play cards. 3 days. Su Luo, oh Su Luo, how could you be so depraved? 4 days. Play cards. This is the daily record in Su Luo's diary these days. Although Su Luo doesn't play cards, she writes like this because there is nothing much to write about. Of course, she doesn't have to write about it. It's called a diary, but she doesn't have to write every day. With the intention of making a joke, Su Luo still wrote it. Time flies, and the entrance examination to the 7-Star Sword Sect has arrived. Su Luo packed up simply and started heading towards the 7-Star Sword Sect. Before leaving, Father told Su Luo some things. The main summary is, don't be burdened, the road has been paved for you. He was also given a storage bag, which was a priceless storage bag that ordinary cultivators could not afford, and so, Su Luo set off. With him were all the young cultivators from Chofeng City, and of course, Lin Shen. Anyone under the age of 20 can participate in the 7-Star Sword Sect's entrance examination. Don't worry that there will be a lot of people joining the sect. The entrance examination is not for show. A large number of people will be screened, and only a small number of people will be accepted. The tool to reach the 7-Star Sword Sect is the City Lord's Mount, the fiery sun red bird. It took Su Luo and the others to fly towards the 7-Star Sword Sect. So there were no surprises. It took half a day to arrive at the 7-Star Town under the 7-Star Sword Sect. This is the place for assessment. Only those who pass the assessment can enter the 7-Star Sword Sect. People from all over the neighborhood who are taking the sect entrance examination have gathered here, and it is very lively. But the order was good because the troublemakers were quickly dealt with by the people of the 7-Star Sword Sect. Lin Shen, you can't pass the sect entrance examination. Get out now. As soon as Su Luo arrived, she started to mock Lin Shen. Because in the original plot, Su Luo knew that she would definitely be able to enter the 7-Star Sword Sect, so she was very arrogant. If she didn't vent her anger now, when would she vent it? You should worry about yourself. Lin Shen turned and left coolly. Chapter 22. The assessment process of the 7-Star Sword Sect. Su Luo found a good place to stay and rest in Xixing Town. It can't be said to be a good place, because the good inns have already been booked. It's good enough to be able to book a small room. The 7-Star Sword Sect is so desirable. After arriving here, Su Luo decided to go out for a walk. Actually, there was nothing much to see. She had been there countless times when she was going through the storyline before, but not having to practice means you have more time. I was bored anyway, so I just took a look. Then he discovered he was being followed. No, it can't be called tracking. The other party didn't even try to hide and just followed me directly. Su Luo stopped and looked back. The man was seen by Su Luo, but he didn't react. He just lowered his head a little embarrassedly after being stared at by Su Luo for a long time. Su Luo also recognized him. He was the little girl who saved her life in the forest. What was her name? I don't think I ever asked her. Since she is not a suspicious person, forget it, just ignore her. She is just a passerby. Su Luo continued her shopping, looking around, and Xiao Yu followed him all the time. Su Luo couldn't help it. So how long do you want to follow? I feel flustered in this place, but I feel at ease seeing you. It was Xiao Yu's first time to be in a place with so many people. Moreover, since practicing, Xiao Yu has developed a feeling that she can vaguely sense the strengths and weaknesses of others. There is no shortage of strong people in Qixing Town, which makes her feel even more insecure. She came alone with the large army from Jiufeng City, without any companions. In fact, I had seen Su Luo on the Big Bird, but at that time he was surrounded by people in gorgeous clothes and jade belts. She has a bit of low self-esteem. Even though Su Luo was alone now, she just wanted to follow from a distance and had no intention of disturbing Su Luo. Why did you come to join the 7-Star Sword sect? I have nowhere to go. Xiao Yu is an orphan. After meeting Su Luo, she feels that she can't go on like this. I happened to hear about the 7-Star Sword sect's entrance examination. Since I'm alone anyway, I decided to give it a try. There's no place to stay. Here's some money. Find a place to stay and wait for the assessment quietly. But, no buts, don't follow me, I can't give you a sense of security. Su Luo has long passed the stage of being eager to help others, and now she is only enthusiastic occasionally. Moreover, there are villains behind him, and no one who has anything to do with him will have a good ending. Then he completely got rid of the little girl. Su Luo didn't care what her name was. She was not an important character in the plot anyway. After returning to the room, Su Luo finally started writing in her diary. She had been suffering from procrastination recently. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, it was sunny. The 7-Star Sword sect's entrance exam is finally here. This time, I'm definitely involved in a storyline. Of course, nothing ends well in the end. Let's talk about the assessment first. It's divided into several stages. The first stage is to test talent. There is a stargazing formation in the center of Qixing Town, which is used to test talent. Not everyone can afford to use a formation that tests talent, and it's not always accurate. However, the stargazing formation is renowned in the world of immortal cultivation for its extremely high accuracy, and the talent it tests is extremely valuable. In the stargazing formation, talents are ranked from 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest talent and 10 being the highest, but 10th level talent hasn't appeared in a long time. Those with a talent level of 3 can participate in the subsequent assessments. Therefore, a large number of people can be eliminated at this stage. But being eliminated isn't completely without benefits. At least I've received a talent test for the stargazing formation. This will give me credentials to prove my potential when I join smaller sections. Although the 7-Star Sword sect looks down on the first and second rank talents, other smaller sects and schools all treat them as treasures. As one of the 3 major sects in the southern continent, the 7-Star Sword sect naturally has the qualifications to select talents. Other smaller sects and schools are lucky to have even a few. I'm only at the 3rd level of Doqi, barely passing. As for Lin Shen, he's at the extremely high 5th level. Well, not that high either, because this isn't a genius, so the protagonist is just a little better than average. Lic, on the other hand, is a 7th rank cultivator. With her talent, even the 7-Star Sword sect is vying for her. Of course, she still has to take the assessment, but for her, it's just a formality. The second stage involves climbing up the abyss. It's called an abyss, but it's actually just a deeper rift, steeper and only accessible by climbing. I heard this rift was carved out by a powerful swordsman from the 7-Star Sword sect. There's nothing much to say about this. Just climb and you're done. There were some bad attacks along the way, but Lin Shen used his flying sword to kill a large number of them, helping many people. This behavior won't add any points to the assessment, but it will be appreciated by the invigilator. It's just that he didn't fall off the cliff this time, and didn't learn the sword controlling technique, but it's no big deal. He is the protagonist, and he will learn to shine on his own. This test is definitely a test of physical strength and willpower. Seeing how hard they were climbing, I almost laughed because I was using the VIP channel. There's a secret path beneath the Rift Valley, winding its way up the mountain. It's a long way, but much easier than climbing a mountain. This is my treatment. It was all arranged by my father. The 7-Star Sword sect also has someone to assist me. There is absolutely no problem. The third stage, summary, is understanding. The longer you look directly at the master's words, the higher your understanding will be. A quarter of an hour is considered a passing grade. This was undoubtedly prepared for the protagonist, because this time he persisted the longest. Although his talent was average, his comprehension was extremely high, which stunned everyone. As for me, I failed, but someone turned a blind eye, so I passed. The fourth stage, talent show, is to show off your best skills. Lin Shen's skills were still astonishing. His skills were all taught by his grandfather, and with his diligent practice, the moves he displayed were so impressive that there was no problem passing the test. As for me, I just used a light sword strike and passed it. Then the sect entrance examination was completed. Of course, it's not over yet. It's my turn to perform. After passing the exam, I was overjoyed and laughed at those who failed. Then Lin Shen stood up and exposed me to my face, pointing out that I was cheating. That's right, I was able to pass the sect entrance examination so easily because I was a stepping stone for Lin Shen. After being pointed out, I once again demonstrated my idiotic teammate qualities by not only admitting to cheating but also bragging about it. In an instant, everyone despised him. Of course, the person who helped me cheat immediately cut ties with me, but they still declared me qualified. Lin Shen was dissatisfied and questioned the invigilator. How could the invigilator embarrass himself? First, he used his powerful aura to suppress Lin Shen, and then he righteously claimed that I didn't cheat, and Lin Shen had no evidence. However, I personally admit that there is no evidence yet, which is simply ridiculous. But since he is the most senior person at the scene, no one dares to say anything. But Lin Shen looked at the invigilator with a defiant look. Even though the invigilator's aura was so overwhelming that he could barely breathe, he didn't give in. Finally, another expert from the 7-star sword sect arrived, a true expert, and the situation eased. As a result, Lin Shen didn't receive any punishment for contradicting the invigilator, and I still passed the test. Otherwise, I will definitely join the sect, and then I will have to slap Lin Shen in the face. Through this incident, Lin Shen gained the recognition of the candidates present. Lin Shen is a friend worth making friends with. He really helps when things get tough. Actually, the sect entrance examination is still a little bit late, but I need to go to bed, so I won't write anymore. So Su Luo waited for the reward and went to sleep after receiving it. Complete the diary and receive a bonus of +2 speed and +4 strength. Gain special ability. What you see is only what I want you to see. You can adjust your cultivation level at any time, but the maximum cannot exceed your own cultivation level. Su Luo tried it and was able to adjust her foundation building skills to Qi training. In a nutshell, it is an ability to hide one's cultivation. Su Luo also knows how to hide her cultivation level, but she can't hide it in front of a real master. But with this system, even the most experienced people can't see through it. Chapter 23 Talent Test. Shock as the NLC is still staying up late to practice Taoism. In fact, she is a little nervous and can't sleep, so she has to practice. While I was fixing it, I suddenly found that the diary had been updated. Lic thought it was still Su Luoshui's diary, but she didn't expect that she actually wrote so much. I had originally had some doubts about whether I could join the 7-star sword sect, but now I am completely relieved. 7th level talent. I am happy to have high talent, but I still hope that I can perform better. It would be even better if I could find a good master. The next day, Su Luo got up early and, together with others, prepared for today's sect entrance examination. The square in the center of Qixingtown was bustling with people early in the morning. Candidates from all over the country were already here preparing and adjusting, feeling nervous but also confident. Finally here, I must be a 5th level genius. For you, even the 1st level is a courtesy. Maybe you don't even have the 1st level. By the way, there haven't been any people with 7th level talent in the past 10 years. I wonder if there will be any this time. Forget about the 7th level, even the 6th level is rare. I even suspect that the stargazing formation has too many levels. The highest level is the 7th level, and there is no level after that. Level 3, I only need level 3, please, anyone can bless me. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the people from the 7-star sword sect arrived. In fact, not all the big bosses of the 7-star sword sect came. These big bosses have no shortage of personal disciples, and they only come occasionally. Therefore, the main person in charge of supervising the examination this time is Elder Yan Shi, who is a master of fire magic and has reached the nascent soul stage. As soon as it appeared, it was surrounded by a spiral of flames, and the temperature around it suddenly rose. Then he walked out of the flames, knocked the ground with his crutch. The flames dissipated, and a gentle breeze blew. The rapid alternation of hot and cold was enough to demonstrate Elder Yenchi's terrifying control. Beside him were two Jindan senior brothers and sisters, Qin San and Han Inger, who were responsible for various matters related to the assessment. Normally, Elder Yenchi did not need to do anything. He only needed to keep the situation under control. The rest are disciples of the Wuming sect who are responsible for some small matters. This is the lineup that makes up the sect entrance examination this time. Only after you join the sect will the sect master and other bigwigs of the 7-Star Sword sect come to speak to you. Elder Yenchi glanced at all the candidates in the room. Without him saying anything, the whole scene had already fallen. Silent, the Yuanying stage masters are so terrifying that the candidates find it difficult to touch them now, and they feel like they can't breathe. And Elder Yenchi said nothing more. The sect entrance examination has begun. All candidates, please give it your all. Afterwards, the stargazing formation in the center of the square lit up with purple light, and an air current swirled around to form a small semicircle, to support 3 people testing their talents at the same time. Behind each of the 3 semicircles, there is a cylinder with scales on it, from 1 to 10 levels from low to high. As long as the candidate enters the semicircle and waits for a while, the airflow will surround the cylinder. The highest point of the airflow determines the amount of talent. The stargazing formation has been activated. Everyone, please come in one by one. Senior sister Han Inger's sweet voice reached everyone's ears. It is intoxicating, and her cute appearance makes people's heart beat faster. The candidates immediately entered the stargazing formation one after another. Those at the first and second levels had no chance at all. They couldn't even stay in the stargazing formation for a second before being mercilessly sent away. After all, there are thousands of people writing novels now, and we are in a hurry. The eliminated candidates gave their speeches. What did it feel like? Snap, it was so quick. I came out. I don't even know how I came out. I didn't expect that I couldn't even pass the first stage. My Dao heart collapsed, even though I don't seem to have that thing. Until now, I'm still just a rank 1 or 2 loser. Oh, me too. That's fine. Damn it. I really want to see those high-level geniuses. Look. Level 5. The first 5th level in today's stargazing formation shocked all the candidates. Everyone cast envious glances, hating that the person above was not themselves. This person is Lin Shen. He just looked at the cylinder and then went down without any concern. It seems like something that is not worth mentioning. Damn it, he tricked me. This is the mentality of most people who are eliminated. Good luck, candidate. I'll be waiting for you at the 7-Star Sword sect. Han Inger said to Lin Shen, her tone sincere with a hint of mischief. It's heartwarming and somewhat encouraging at the same time. The candidates were all softened by what they heard, but what was hateful was why the speaker didn't say it to them. Lin Shen nodded modestly and didn't look at Han Inger much, but rested on the side. Han Inger showed an expression that said, "He is so interesting," looked at Lin Shen again, smiled slightly, and then continued to focus her attention back on the stargazing formation. Qin San, who was next to her, also glanced at Lin Shen, but his intentions were not so good. Later, candidates of the 3rd and 4th levels also appeared one after another, but with the 5th level as a precedent, there was nothing surprising. It's Su Luo's turn to play. Level 4. Su Luo was stunned. One level higher than before. However, when I think about how my body has been strengthened by the system, it is normal to be upgraded to a higher level. As soon as Su Luo used the stargazing formation, the whole audience was in an uproar, of course not because of Su Luo. Level 7, oh my god. What kind of scene have you never seen before? I've never seen this scene before. I never thought I'd have the honor of taking the same test as a rank 7 genius. I'm so lucky. I'll have something to brag about in the future. It was shocking just now at level 5, and now it's level 7. It's undoubtedly a major earthquake, so much so that some people can't believe it. Even the disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect looked as if they had never seen the world before, and this 7th level is natural for Li Si. Even Elder Yenchi smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a talented candidate. If this were to be announced within the sect, I'm afraid all the major peak masters would rush out to snatch him away. However, now is not the time for them to do so. Elder Yenchi gave orders to all the people to block the news. It's not that he himself wants to accept Li Si, but they come out to snatch her away now. How can it be so disgraceful? Other sects might even laugh at the 7-Star Sword sect for being naive. Of course, after the assessment is over, it doesn't matter how you fight to enter the sect, it all depends on your ability, and after that, there were no other people higher than level 7. There are a few at level 6, but there are still some excellent ones ahead. So anything below level 7 is considered ordinary. Su Luo also saw another familiar face, the little girl who had followed her a few days ago. The talent is as high as level 6. This was something Su Luo had not expected. She had not expected that the person she had casually saved was actually a little genius. She just started a little late, but for a genius, overtaking others is commonplace. I believe she will be able to catch up soon, but I don't think he will be as fast as the protagonist. Maybe he will still be a passerby character. This stargazing formation directly eliminated half of the people. This is how cultivating immortals works. If you don't have talent, you will be rejected. Not everyone is the protagonist. No one with useless talent, useless physique, or useless spiritual roots can rise to prominence. The first stage is over, and the next step is the second stage. Chapter 24. Brother Qin, someone. Qin-san took a step forward and said to the candidates, "Congratulations, you've passed the first stage. Follow me, the next step is just beginning." Qin-san seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact he was walking very fast. If you're not careful, you've already walked 100 meters away. If you don't catch up, you'll be gone. Han Inger reminded. The candidate finally reacted and ran to catch up. Fortunately, Qin-san showed some mercy and his speed was not too exaggerated, so the candidates could follow him with some ease. After all, the second stage is not running. Soon they arrived at the edge of the Rift Valley, which was bottomless. The candidates swallowed their saliva and just stood there, feeling a little scared. Qin-san smiled slightly. "Follow me." Then he jumped into the rift. The candidates were all shocked. "No way, it's fatal. What's his level of cultivation? What's my level of cultivation? How dare he jump like that? Should I write a suicide note first?" Some people were hesitating, but the smart ones had already jumped. The first one was Lin Shen. He looked calm and walked out of the crowd calmly, then jumped down first. He really can seize any opportunity. After the first one did it, the others followed suit and jumped down. Su Luo was neither hurried nor slow, and her faith jumped. When I was almost underground, a gust of wind lifted me up from under me. Elder Yanqi took action. He was best at fire spells, but he was also good at wind spells, and none of the candidates who fell were injured and they reached the ground safely. A very exciting falling experience. Some people fell to the ground. Although they were not injured, their legs were weak and they could not get up. Some were even scared to pee. Qin-san waited for a while and found that no one jumped down, so he began to explain the rules. As for those who didn't jump down, they were naturally eliminated. If you don't even dare to do this, what's the point of practicing? Just go home. Okay, let's start now and climb up. It will be over before dark. Those who fail to climb up will be eliminated, so come on. Qin-san finished his words very simply, but the candidates were depressed. What? Did I hear you right? Climb up? We just fell for such a long time. I don't think it's possible to climb up. That's right. And it's so steep. It looks difficult to climb. What should I do if I'm exhausted? I don't see many places to rest. The weak ones were still complaining, but Li Si had already seized the opportunity and started climbing first. Because I was distracted just now, I lost the chance to jump first. So she had to make the most of this performance, and she set a goal for herself to be the first to climb up. Yes, there is only one chance. If you hesitate for a moment, you will be eliminated. The candidates have woken up. It is no longer the time to complain. Every minute and every second is precious now. Su Luo found a place to sit down and watch them quietly, with no intention of moving. After waiting for a long time, most people had left, and Qin-san unknowingly came to Su Luo's side. Are you Su Luo? That's right, my father, Su Chenkon. Qin-san nodded. This was the person that Elder Yanqi had asked him to take special care of. Although he didn't know why Elder Yanqi wanted to take special care of someone, since it was his order, Qin-san didn't dare to disobey. He just looked down on Su Luo a little. Any normal person would despise someone who cheated by relying on connections. Of course, Qin-san is not mentally retarded and will not show it. Come with me. Su Luo nodded and followed Qin-san to a corner. Qin-san pointed at the person behind Su Luo and said, "Do you know her?" "I know him, but not very well." "Get rid of her. After all, cheating is not a fair thing to do. How can you let others see it? If they were discovered, not only would Su Luo be in trouble, But Shin-san would not be much better off either. Su Luo also didn't understand why this little girl always liked to follow him. If she continued like this, he would call the police, even though there were no police here. Hey you, please go away. My name is Xiao Yu. Oh, hello, Xiao Yu, go climb quickly. Ah, I'm not scolding you, I'm asking you to climb the Rift Valley. With your cultivation level, you'll choke even if you climb up, let alone before dark. Well, I'll crawl with you. You go and climb, I won't. Aren't you ready to start now? I want to follow you. Xiao Yu tilted her head. Why didn't you crawl? Did you give up? Let's put it this way, it's no good to me. Why? Looking at Xiao Yu, Su Luo suddenly wanted to scare her and make her give up. Let me tell you, I don't take the ordinary path. The path I want to take is very difficult. Let me put it this way. Others succeed by climbing up, but I need to climb up, jump down, and then climb up again to pass. It requires more effort than others, and the difficulty is several times greater than others. Do you understand? I understand. I will still follow you. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate at all, as if everything Su Luo said was nonsense and she didn't hear a word. You can't, and you'll hold me back. I can do it. I won't hold back. You don't have to worry about me. You can't. I can. Why does this look like two kids quarreling? Forget it. Su Luo felt that it was useless to argue any further. Xiao Yu looked frail and frail. She rarely had a good meal. Besides, she had only been practicing for less than a month. Even if she had a good talent, she was probably only in the early stage of chi training. It would be as difficult as climbing to the sky for her to climb up. Of course, as long as she has perseverance, it's not a big problem, she just might be the last one. Are you sure you want to follow me? Okay then, senior brother Chin, add someone. Su Luo called Chin-san affectionately. Future senior brother is also senior brother. Chin-san also accepted this name, because Elder Yen Shi was the invigilator this time, and whoever he took care of could enter the sect. Junior brother Su, we can't just add people. Do you understand what we are doing? Bringing you alone was risky already, and now with one more person, it will be difficult to explain to Elder Yen Shi. This risk is just the risk of being scolded. If cheating is exposed, even if you join the sect, the treatment will not be good. Maybe even a dog will jump in your face and scold you. Don't explain. You know, she has a 6th level talent. Will Elder Yenshi let her be eliminated here? Maybe he'll even give you a credit for it. Shin-san thought about it and it seemed to be true. Xiao Yu was different from Su Luo. Su Luo's talent was only at the 4th level, which was mediocre. Xiao Yu's talent level 6 has actually been determined, there is no way. Rules are dead, but people are alive. It doesn't matter as long as I can recruit disciples with good talents. Then let's go together. Shin-san pointed his finger and a few starlights flew out. Then a huge rock moved away and a cave appeared in front of him. Let's go. Su Luo followed skillfully without a doubt. Xiao Yu also followed, feeling nervous, wondering if she could hold on to this task which was several times more difficult than others, but, if I follow his words, I will try my best, Xiao Yu secretly encouraged herself. Then the cave entrance closed. Chapter 25. I understand. Although the path winds up along the way, the mountain path is much easier than climbing, and you can sit down and rest when you are tired. Xiao Yu was confused. Wasn't it agreed to be several times more difficult? It didn't feel right. Su Luo saw her doubts and smiled. Don't doubt it, we are just taking a shortcut. Ah, is this okay? Even though Xiao Yu is young, she knows that this is opportunistic and will be looked down upon by others. Su Luo laughed and said, of course it's not good, but I'm not an inspirational person. So the fallacies come out of my mouth. You don't understand. Shortcuts are meant to be walked on. What's the difference between climbing up directly and walking up like this? What's the difference? Climbing up is more tiring, and you may not even reach the top, but with this shortcut, you're absolutely safe. You say that's good for you. Here. After hearing this comparison, Xiao Yu felt that the shortcut was indeed better. That's right. So, isn't a foolproof shortcut the best option? The same goes for cultivation. You need to be flexible and learn to take shortcuts. Su Luo also brought up cultivation, acting like a role model. Qin San felt a little contempt for Su Luo as he listened from the side. If you want to cheat, just cheat. Why talk about it so nicely, and what does that have to do with cultivation? Are you trying to act like a master while others are ignorant? Are you trying to trick them? Qin San felt that he still had to say something. Shortcuts are good, but not bad either. If you climb up outside and perform well, you'll get better treatment once you enter the sect. Brother Qin is right, so Xiaoyu, you can regret it now. Not only will you not get any performance points here, but if you are discovered, you might even be looked down upon by even more people. Su Luo was just talking nonsense now, so she wouldn't argue with Qin San like a nitpicker. I don't regret it, but I understand. Xiaoyu said suddenly excitedly. Her spiritual energy suddenly rose, and her cultivation level instantly improved, reaching the middle stage of Qi training. This made Su Luo completely confused. Was there something profound just now? How could he suddenly have such a breakthrough as if he had realized something? What do you understand? The cultivation method you gave me before, the spiritual energy circulation in it I feel is not suitable now, so I changed it and found a shortcut. Now it is suitable. After saying that, Xiaoyu slowly closed her eyes and fell backwards. Su Luo reacted quickly and caught her with one hand. I checked her and found that there was nothing wrong with her. On the surface, she looked like she was asleep, but she was actually making a breakthrough, continuous breakthroughs, but I don't know whether they will be successful. Qin San was a little confused. Xiaoyu suddenly said something clear and then broke through. This was nothing, but now she was obviously making breakthroughs continuously. What the hell? How can anyone make continuous breakthroughs? Seeing Qin San's confused expression, Su Luo couldn't help but want to tease him, and said in a deep voice, "Do you understand?" "What do I know?" Xiaoyu means that after changing the spiritual energy flow path to suit oneself, one can make rapid progress. Do you want to try it? I'm not going to try, it's good enough if I don't go crazy after doing this. Right, you know it's easy to go astray, but she not only changed, but also achieved remarkable results. People are so different. Stop it, I'm getting jealous. Qin San is also a famous genius in the 7-Star Sword sect. Usually others are jealous of him, but unexpectedly this time, the situation is reversed. Su Luo actually didn't understand how Xiaoyu changed the flow of spiritual energy to suit himself, but he knew that people cannot be generalized. Moreover, Xiaoyu is not a key figure. At most, the world of immortal cultivation has gained a future big boss, but the world of immortal cultivation actually does not lack big bosses. In the end, the golden elixir is no better than a dog, and Yuanying is everywhere. Let's go, let's see if she can break through in a short time. Time cannot be wasted, otherwise I will miss the moment when Lin Shen sees me cheating, and I won't be able to pave the way for exposing myself later. Su Luo carried Xiaoyu on her back and continued to walk up. On the other hand, Li Si was far ahead, but she would occasionally pause on purpose. Although it would be good to perform too well, she could still show herself later, so there was no rush. Finally, at a certain time, the bats came out and harassed the candidates crazily. Some candidates could not hold on and fell down. Climbing was already difficult, and now there were obstacles, which made the situation even worse. Damn it, go to hell. No, there are too many of them, and there's nowhere to stay nearby. It's too difficult. Help! This isn't right. There are bats. Where are the people from the 7-Star Sword sect? Aren't they going to do anything about it? However, the people from the 7-Star Sword sect did not take action, which made some candidates despair. They understood that this was also part of the assessment. This is what I've been waiting for. Lic took action, throwing out a dagger and then controlling it to chop down the bats. There are very few candidates who can fly a sword, or to be honest, only Li Si. There is no doubt that her move directly surprised the people of the 7-Star Sword sect. I'm saved. Who is it? Thank you so much. It's the girl who is number 1, the 7th level talent. She's saved. From today on, she's my benefactor. Yes, I am her dog. Brother, it's not that bad. With Li Si's help, the pressure on the candidates was greatly reduced. Lin Shen was not willing to be left behind. He picked up some gravel and threw it at the bats, hitting them accurately with every throw. The candidates no longer felt much pressure from the bats and started climbing up. As for the actions of Li Si and Lin Shen, the candidates were grateful, but also mocked them. So much energy and nowhere to use it? It will be funny if you can't climb up. Helping others during the sect entrance examination is not adding pressure to yourself? It's good enough that you don't kick them when they're down, but you still help them. It's hilarious, too stupid, but they were obviously worrying too much. Li Si and Lin Shen were far superior to other candidates, so doing these things was not worth mentioning at all. This way, you can also gain the favor of the candidates and the 7-star sword sect, so why not do it? Su Luo and the others soon arrived at the exit, where there was still a large rock blocking the entrance. Qin San cast a spell to move the stone away. This time, Su Luo took out a piece of clothing from the storage bag and covered Xiaoyu's face to prevent her from being seen. Qin San was puzzled. What's wrong with you? It's okay, I'm just worried she'll catch a cold. Of course not, because as soon as I go out, I will meet Lin Shen. It's better to bear the consequences of cheating on your own. Judging from your performance just now, Xiaoyu is definitely qualified to join the 7-star sword sect. I can't be like myself in there, despised by everyone. Sure enough, when he came out of the exit, Lin Shen was nearby, and he was the only one there. When he looked up, he saw Su Luo and the others. Su Luo also discovered Lin Shen at this time. Recalling everything that happened in Qiufeng City, Su Luo gave Lin Shen a disdainful look at the right time and looked down at him condescendingly. Then he climbed up with Xiaoyu on his back, looking very bright and beautiful. There was only a short distance left to reach the top. From Lin Shen's perspective, Su Luo seemed to be carrying something on her back, but he was not sure if it was a person. It might be something else. Qin San threatened with a smile. Little brother, you didn't see anything. The foot was already on Lin Shen's head, and as long as he said he saw it, he would kick him down. In this way, Lin Shen was completely eliminated and there was not enough time to climb up again. The answer. Okay, don't regret it. Qin San left, but he was also remembered by Lin Shen. Chapter 26, Growing a Brain. When Su Luo arrived at the top, there were already quite a few people there, but they all looked unwell. Some of them had already laid down in a spread eagle position, not wanting to move at all. Su Luo put Xiaoyu down, took back her clothes, and then went to the other side to rest. Cut with light rain. Actually, there is no need to rest, but there is nothing else to do. On the other hand, Li Si was the first one to come up, and she only rested for a short while before starting to practice. She really had terrifying energy, but as if she felt something special, Li Si ended her practice, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Su Luo coming up. But what puzzled her was why he carried a little girl up there and covered her with his clothes. In an instant, she lost her mind to practice. Thanks for your hard work. Li Si handed over some water. How does it feel? Was it hard to climb up? Were there any difficulties? Li Si said a lot, but none of it really mattered. She just wanted to know, and who is she? The tone used to ask this question was completely different from the previous relaxed and cheerful one, and the tone was particularly serious. She's from the same hometown. I saw she had a breakthrough halfway through, so I brought her up here. Oh. Li Si breathed a sigh of relief. Why, do you care? No, just asking. However, Li Si didn't dare look at Su Luo when answering. Okay, don't come over here. Everyone else is looking at you. Okay, I'm leaving. Li Si also knew that Su Luo would be exposed for cheating later, so in order not to affect Su Luo, Li Si cooperated very well. But, so, you really don't want to keep me? Go away. Although there was no plot to sever ties with Li Si before, it did not prevent Su Luo from automatically distancing herself from her now. This fits the plot and doesn't require you to act like a bootlicker. Isn't that great? TSK. Li Si looked at Su Luo resentfully, but still left obediently. Xiaoyu opened her eyes. She had successfully broken through to the later stage of Qi training and felt better than ever before, but she didn't care about her physical feelings and was now looking for Su Luo everywhere. Seeing Su Luo falling behind, she was genuinely happy. She moved to Su Luo's side and stayed beside him obediently. I made it, thank you. You should thank yourself. I didn't do anything. No, thank you. Xiaoyu was very sure that if it weren't for Su Luo, she would not have understood. Thank you. I'll stay away. It's not that I hate you, but I have my own plans. Xiaoyu also obediently kept a distance, but not much. Su Luo felt that it was enough. There were still a lot of people here, so as long as they kept some distance, it would be fine. Time passed minute by minute, the sun gradually set, and the last rays of sunlight flooded the sky, meaning that the second stage was over. Those who failed to climb up will be eliminated. Qin San came out and announced congratulations to the candidates in the Rift Valley for passing the test, and then rested for an hour to prepare for the third stage. There are about 1,000 people left now, and more than half have been eliminated, but those who stayed were all talented candidates. Soon, the third phase began, without any signs or hints. Elder Yen Shi waved his hand and a scroll flew into the sky, then the scroll unfolded, and words kept popping out of it, in regular and irregular combinations, rotating irregularly in the air. These words are not coherent at all, and even if there are words, no one knows what they express. A profound and incomprehensible feeling, the candidate was instantly attracted by the words, and then began to lose focus unconsciously, staring at the words in the sky in a daze. But after a while, someone woke up from his distraction, and then looked around confusedly at the other candidates who were also distracted, and looked around without knowing why. However, the next second, the candidate who woke up was asked to leave by Qin San and was announced to be eliminated. These words have a magical mystery. When you look at them, you will be distracted unconsciously, or you can say that you are in the process of enlightenment. You can even say that, my head itches, as if it's going to grow a head. People who lack understanding will wake up before they can comprehend much. Therefore, the later you wake up, the higher your understanding, but most people's understanding is not very high. One after another, some people woke up and were then asked to leave. Su Luo also woke up at the right time, and then Qin San turned around and pretended not to see it, blocking the view of other people in the sect, but someone saw it after all, and it was an eliminated candidate. Hey, that person has woken up. Yeah, I saw him move and look around. Su Luo immediately pretended to understand and was distracted. Qin San turned back to check Su Luo, found no problem, and then left. So there was no problem with the others, and some were glared back at by Qin San. A quarter of an hour later, after hundreds of people were eliminated, the remaining ones had already qualified, and it was just a matter of time before they could realize it. The process is actually quite boring, especially when those who are eliminated want to see the candidates behind them. They have already started guessing who will stay until the end. Originally, Li Si was the most anticipated. After all, she performed particularly well when climbing the Rift Valley. Unfortunately, Li Si woke up at the third from the bottom. Lic felt a little sorry. Although she knew it would be Lin Shen, she still felt a little unwilling. Wait, isn't she that someone? That's right, besides Lin Shen, Xiaoyu is also still seeking enlightenment. Lic couldn't figure it out. Su Luo, his fellow villager, didn't write about it in his diary. Could it be that he overlooked it? That shouldn't be the case. He always writes in detail in his diary, and he will definitely not miss out any important people. So suspicious. Lic became more and more concerned. After a while, neither of them showed any signs of waking up, and everyone else began to doubt their lives, especially the disciples in the sect. They are incredible. They broke the record. Not yet, but it will be soon. I really didn't expect that there would be so many outstanding people in this assessment. Yes, I have comprehended it for an hour, which is already amazing. I didn't expect it to be even more powerful. It should be 3 hours now. The key is that girl. She is the youngest and has an immeasurable future. Just at this moment, Lin Shen woke up. He felt that he had realized something, but also seemed to have realized nothing. But there was no doubt that he had gained a lot this time. It just hasn't been reflected yet. This time, Lin Shen realized that he and Xiaoyu were surrounded by people. Congratulations, you're second in the test. Han Inger spoke sweetly to Lin Shen and asked him to move away for a while. Second one, Lin Shen felt secretly regretful in his heart. He thought he could get first place, but it seems that there is always someone better than you. This time, Xiaoyu was the only one in the crowd's attention. So I started guessing when she would wake up. This guess was made at dawn, and they were completely dumbfounded. The record is definitely broken, but are you kidding me? This is so outrageous. What do we become by comparison? Clowns without any understanding, and Xiaoyu shows no signs of waking up. Will the next assessment still be conducted? Chapter 27, one sentence, triggering a combo. Just as Elder Yen Shi was considering whether to proceed to the next stage of assessment, someone made the decision for him. Leave her to me, you continue the assessment. A white-haired old man appeared beside Xiaoyu at some point. When Elder Yen Shi saw him, he immediately said respectfully, yes, Sect Master. The candidates exclaimed. He is the sect leader. It's worth the trip to meet the leader of the 7-star sword sect. Wow, why wasn't that person me? The sect master even showed up in person, and she's already secured entry into the 7-star sword sect. I'm so envious. The leader of the 7-star sword sect was not originally going to show up, but after waiting for a long time, he found that the candidates had not yet entered the final test. He thought it shouldn't take so long, so he came out to take a look. Unexpectedly, he met a candidate with extremely high comprehension. Yes, this is exactly when the 7-star sword sect needs these geniuses. The clan leader looked extremely majestic on the outside, but he was so happy inside that he almost wanted to sing a song. But you still have to maintain the right image in front of the candidates. Elder Yenshi tapped his cane and said, quietly, proceed to the final assessment. Under his leadership, they returned to the square in the center of Qixing Town where they started, but there is something different here. There are a few more rocks. These rocks will be the targets they can use to attack during their talent show later. Of course, rocks are special and it is difficult to cause damage during the Qi training period. For the final stage, you will come one by one and demonstrate your most proud unique skills. If I think you have passed, then congratulations, you can enter the 7-star sword sect. As a powerful Yuanian cultivator, Elder Yan she should have good vision. From the unique skills demonstrated by the candidates, we can see how much effort and dedication they have put in to achieve this, and what their own insights are. Elder Yan she will not be too strict and will not eliminate too many people. As long as they are just barely passable, it will be fine. After all, they are all very powerful, so why do they need to come to the 7-star sword sect to learn? Moreover, candidates who can reach this stage have a promising future. Of course, it can't be too outrageous. If you show it casually, it will not only disrespect yourself, but also disrespect Elder Yenshi. Elder Yenshi will eliminate him without hesitation. So, the candidates started one after another. Some candidates are good at boxing and kicking, some are skilled in swordsmanship, and some even master a little bit of magic. Of course, without exception, all of them caused scraping damage to the rocks. However, although it is full of immaturity, we can also see the efforts they have made for this. However, this situation where everyone was at about the same level was completely broken after Li Si came on the stage. After Li Si came on the court, she immediately used the Fengluan Yixi move from the airflow sword technique to strengthen the sword energy and release it. There is only one move, only one sword energy, but he directly split a piece of rock in half, which shocked the other candidates. The candidate who just tried his best to use all his strength didn't do any damage to the rock, but you just split it directly? I know you are good, but don't go too far. For a moment, the candidates refreshed their cognition and realized that their peers could achieve this level. Then, right after that, it was Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not affected by Li Si at all. He also had confidence in himself. As long as he was given some more time, surpassing Li Si would not be a problem. This was the confidence that old Yen gave him. Start with the 8 extremes collapse. Just one punch left a fist mark on the rock. Lin Shen turned and left, but before he finished, a strange noise came from behind the rock and a few pieces of gravel fell. Everyone gasped. Not only did it cause damage to the rock, but now the force actually penetrated behind the rock. So terrifying. Although Lin Shen was not as shocked as Li Si, none of the candidates present would dare to take this punch. The assessment continued, but there were no more outstanding candidates. This time, the best candidates were probably Li Si and Lin Shen, and the last one is Su Luo's turn. Su Luo calmly came on stage and took out a golden sword, but with this sword, the other candidates were looking forward to seeing if Su Luo would perform brilliantly. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Su Luo thrust forward, and it was over. Elder Yenshi nodded, passed. Candidate? Am I short-sighted? What was so special about that sword strike just now? Yeah, I don't see what's so great about it. It's just an ordinary rapier. Exactly. How could he get through? I could stab with a sword like this when I was only 5 years old. Do you doubt Elder Yenshi? I didn't say that. It was not said that, but the candidates all expressed doubts, and even those who were eliminated found it difficult to accept it. Elder Yenshi had to explain, you can't see anything special because you are still young and your cultivation is not enough. That simple stab contained extremely complex changes. The mystery within was enough to allow him to enter the 7-star sword sect. Obviously this reason was far-fetched and not enough to convince everyone, but the next sentence did. If you don't agree, wait until you beat me before you tell me I have poor judgment. After Elder Yenshi said this, the candidates did not dare to question it. Nascent soul, that is a level of cultivation that one might not be able to reach in a lifetime, let alone defeat Elder Yenshi. Seeing that the candidates had quieted down, Elder Yenshi nodded. Okay, the sect entrance examination is over. There will be other arrangements after that. For those who were eliminated, don't be discouraged. There is still a long way to go, and what achievements you will make are unpredictable. So, don't forget the purpose of your cultivation and keep striving for it. Just because you can't join the 7-Star Sword sect doesn't mean you can't cultivate. Even if you're not in the 7-Star Sword sect, there are still places for you to shine. Even if the truth is as Elder Yenshi said, they can still practice without joining the 7-Star Sword sect, but this is the place they have longed for since childhood. It's over. My spring is over. How am I going to explain to my family if I don't get into the 7-Star Sword sect? Damn it, the 7-Star Sword sect assessment is getting harder and harder. Ah, Su Luo triggered a combo when she heard this. The assessment is getting harder? How can it be harder? It's been this difficult for so many years. Don't talk nonsense. The 7-Star Sword sect is very difficult. Oh, and the 7-Star Sword sect isn't a place anyone can enter. I've been watching the assessments for so many years. You're really talking nonsense. The difficulty has been this high for so many years. How can it be so difficult? Alas, sometimes I should look for the reasons within myself. After all these years, has my cultivation level improved? Have I been practicing seriously? You guys say this is difficult, but you just don't work hard and you want to blame the 7-Star Sword sect. I'm really going crazy. Su Luo shook her head and sighed, with an expression of pity for the other's misfortune and anger at the other's lack of fighting spirit, but from time to time she showed a victorious smile. The taunting power is full of the eliminated candidates were very dissatisfied. Why did they say they didn't work hard? They had given their all for this test, but in the end he said nothing because he was afraid of offending the 7-Star Sword sect, and Su Luo was already a member of the 7-Star Sword sect, and he was afraid that he would retaliate in the future. Humph, that sounds nice, but someone who said that by cheating has no shame at all. Chapter 28. I didn't cheat, okay, I did. Who are you talking about? I didn't. Su Luo responded. I'm talking about you. I was originally planning not to say anything, but what you said just now was too much. Who doesn't work hard? You are the least hardworking. Lin Shen stood up and looked Su Luo face to face. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know anything about cheating. I don't know about the rest, but when we were climbing the Rift Valley, I saw you coming out of the cave with my own eyes. Your clothes were clean. I'm afraid you came up easily through some passage. I just didn't. You're talking nonsense. As for that stab just now, I'm pretty sure it was just an ordinary stab. If you don't believe me, ask the other people from the 7-Star Sword sect and see if they have any different opinions. Lin Shen specifically asked Old Yen, and it was still an ordinary stab. However, the other people from the 7-Star Sword sect remained silent. Although they also felt that it was just an ordinary stab, the elder had said so it would be foolish to stand up now. At this time, some people also reacted. So, during enlightenment, I seemed to see him wake up, but he wasn't kicked out. So that was also cheating. Yeah, you said it so nicely just now, but it turns out you have no strength and you just like barking like a dog. Su Luo was furious. What are you talking about? Even if I cheated, I passed the 7-Star Sword sect's assessment, which means I'm better than you. I don't agree with what you said. Can you give me some gestures? That's right, dare you to be a man? For a while, everyone was condemning Su Luo. So what if I cheated? Anyway, I have entered the 7-Star Sword sect. You eliminated ones, go home and cry instead of barking like dogs here. Su Luo didn't seem to care on the surface, but her face was already a little tense, even though there is no fluctuation in my heart. He just admitted it straight away? How shameless. No, don't stop me, I'm going to beat him up. Who stopped you? Take me with you. Just as the candidates were about to go berserk, Elder Yenshi spoke out, telling them to calm down. Okay, the assessment is over. Those who need to leave can leave, and those who need to stay should stay and avoid causing trouble. Lin Shen, right? Regarding climbing the Rift Valley, your statement alone is insufficient evidence. Even if Su Luo said he cheated, it could have been just an angry remark. Anyway, Su Luo passed the assessment and is a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Elder Yan Shi also started talking nonsense, but since he was so powerful, no one refuted him, except Lin Shen. Even under Elder Yan Shi's gaze, Lin Shen did not flinch. What about that stab just now? Are you doubting me? I'm sure you're blind. Wow, is he so brave? The students stared at Lin Shen in disbelief. Who was this Lin Shen? How could he dare to challenge a nascent soul expert? He was truly a role model for our generation. We'll remember to burn paper for you next year. Elder Yan Shi stared at Lin Shen, and the pressure from the nascent soul expert instantly made Lin Shen fall to his knees, but Lin Shen still gritted his teeth and used all his strength to look up at Elder Yan Shi, with no intention of retreating at all. Even though Elder Yan Shi didn't like bullying people, he was angry at this moment. He raised one hand, then pressed it down, preparing to press Lin Shen's head to the ground. A small hole was smashed. Lin Shen's life was not in danger at this time. After all, the 7-Star Sword sect was a reputable and upright sect and would not kill people casually. Okay, that's the end of this matter. Another elder, Elder Xianying, suddenly arrived and put one hand on Elder Yanshi's shoulder, dissipating the pressure around Lin Shen. I understand what happened, but Su Luo has passed. There should be no objection. This is the decision of the 7-Star Sword sect. Let's disperse. Anyone who continues discussing this will leave. Now that the other elder has spoken, the matter is even less controversial. And no matter what Lin Shen said, he couldn't stop it. He had no choice but to secretly make up his mind to become stronger as soon as possible. Only by becoming stronger would he have the right to speak. The cheating incident came to an end, but smart people knew that Su Luo got in by cheating. Naturally, from this moment on, no one approached Su Luo, and there was even a hint of contempt and disdain in their eyes. Su Luo didn't care at all. She felt better being alone, so she found a good place to rest and continued writing the diary that she hadn't finished before. Alright, perfect interpretation. Now my position in the sect is secure. Of course, I'm a disciple. It's not important, the next part is the key point. After the break, a master will come here. The true master, or rather, the ultimate in combat power, Nangong Shiyun. As everyone knows, there are 5 of the 4 heavenly kings, so there are 8 of the 7-Star Sword sect's 7 peak masters. And the 8th one is Nangong Shiyun. The sect gave her a separate peak because she is too strong, stronger than everyone else. This is not an exaggeration, it is set up like this, so this is a big leg, and also Lin Shen's future master. As for why she came, it was naturally because of the classic plot of abandoning the peak. Simply put, there were no disciples at Ruyun Peak where Nangong Shiyun was. The sect master gave her a final ultimatum: if she continued to act like a slacker, Ruyun Peak would be expelled from the 7-Star Sword sect. Nangong Shiyun naturally didn't want to do that. This was where she grew up, and it was much better to be a salted fish here. I was forced to come down the mountain to look for my disciples. During this sect entrance examination, Nangong Shiyun had priority in selecting disciples, and no one else dared to compete with her for disciples, which was enough to prove her status and strength within the sect. What? You said she came last? The test is over. What are you still looking at? Of course, she actually had no interest in taking on disciples, so she came at the last minute, intending to take one in as a last resort. The assessment is still a little bit over. The 7-Star Sword sect has recently discovered that the Demon Beast army is very active, so they are going to clean it up. By the way, let the candidates see the real enemy in advance. The so-called Demon Beast army is different from wild demon beasts. They do not act entirely on instinct and are extremely hostile to humans, considering them their greatest enemy. At the same time, the Demon Beast army has become more intelligent, though only slightly. Nangong Shiyun was thinking of choosing a disciple from this army of fighting monsters. Nangong Shiyun never revealed his true identity. This time, he disguised himself as an ordinary disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect, following along at the side. There was nothing special about him the entire time. Of course, it's super easy to spot her. She's the only one in the room with a token hanging around her waist. During the battle against the demonic beast army, Nangong Shiyun was impressed by Lin Shen's performance and chose him as his disciple. As for Lin Shen's reaction? Of course, there was an accident. How could there not be an accident with the protagonist around? On the surface, it was the 7-star sword sect that was fighting the demon beast army, but the demon beast army they encountered this time was different. It was the fierce bear demon disguised as a pig demon. The combat power of these two races is not on the same level. The average fiery bear monster is 3 to 5 times stronger than the average pig monster. As for why they are pretending, the monster army is fishing, pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. Then they caught the big fish, the 7-star sword sect. The monsters weren't afraid of your large sect, instead, they were excited because they could kill the powerful humans. If Nangong Shiyun hadn't been here, all of us would have died here. Even with the 2 elders, we wouldn't have survived, as the opposing monsters also had powerful members. During this time, Lin Shen sensed something was wrong and warned the other candidates that these demons were not simple. It was his reminder that made the others alert. Otherwise, they would have foolishly rushed forward and been slaughtered like pigs. In the end, they would have been slaughtered like pigs themselves. In the melee, Lin Shen also demonstrated his immense fighting talent. When everyone was in a state of panic, he immediately gave orders. Under his command, the surrounding students formed an effective defense. Even when facing a strong enemy, they wouldn't be defeated instantly. If they could hold on, the 7-star sword sect would come to support them. At the same time, among the crowd, he is not only in command, but can often inflict heavy damage to the monsters at the right time. This will greatly reduce the pressure on other candidates. Compared to the other candidates, Lin Shen is incredibly handsome. He can assist others and also be a top performer himself. He's truly versatile. As for me? Oh, I'm hiding in Lin Shen and the others' defense circle, trembling with fear. It's hilarious, but my performance remains stable. As long as the protagonist is around, my treatment will gradually deteriorate. Once the protagonist leaves, I will be strengthened again, and then be harvested by a stronger protagonist. What a great villain, ha ha ha, fuck. Back to the point, where's Nangong Shiyun? She's so strong, how could she let this situation continue to deteriorate? Of course she would. She also plays dumb. Otherwise, she wouldn't have disguised herself as such and blended into the crowd. This time, she only took action in a critical moment. This behavior is a bit mean. Wait, it seems I am also pretending to be a pig, so it's okay. When Lin Shen had almost finished his work and Elder Xianying and Elder Yanxi were about to collapse, Nangong Shiyun resolved the matter with a single sword strike. Yes, it's that simple. Others fought to the death, but she easily solved the problem. This is the strength of her power. So the rest of the story is all about introducing Nangong Shiyun and giving Lin Shen a master with a high ceiling. For a moment, even the previously powerful Elder Yanxi had to be somewhat polite in front of Lin Shen. This scene is so enviable that others are envious. As for me, I was punished later, accused of hiding behind others and being useless. The contrast between my treatment and Lin Shen's high profile was a stark contrast, so I started hating Lin Shen all over again. As a villain, I have more reasons to attack Lin Shen. After finishing her diary, Su Luo lay down contentedly. That's him, he got in by cheating. He really doesn't care about the dignity of a cultivator. I look down on him. If I get a chance in the future, I will teach him a lesson myself. I just don't like it. Su Luo didn't care at all about others spreading her bad reputation around because she had got the reward. Complete the diary and receive a reward of +3 for physical fitness and +4 for strength. Special ability upgrade, my pain is greater than yours. When attacked, you can transfer 30% of the damage you receive to a designated character. After seeing the reward, Su Luo could laugh out loud. Wow, look, he's still laughing. What does that mean? He laughed at the eliminated ones, and now he's laughing at us who qualified? Does he look down on us? Exactly, what right does he have? I can't bear it anymore. No, but don't forget Elder Yanxi. There will be plenty of opportunities after you enter the sect. However, after a while, Li Si came to Su Luo's side, smiling. Su Luo was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? You just got sick. How about it? Doesn't it feel good to be scolded? No, I don't care about them at all. TSK, as expected, you're in a much better mood now. Li Si also realized after reading the diary that Su Luo didn't care about anything else just to complete his so-called plot. What are you talking about? I have always been in such a good mood. Really? You used to be very irritable. You never took the initiative to talk to me before. You saved me before. Li Si was talking about the time with the demon Hong Guang, because Su Luo had always been in disguise and wore a black robe, but only when she was with Hong Guang did she show her true face. When you put it that way, it feels so fake to me. Was it you who arranged what happened that day? Su Luo was just talking, and she didn't think it was arranged by Li Si, because that was the plot arrangement. She just didn't know why Lin Shen didn't come, and Hong Guang was asking for trouble again. Yes, I arranged it. Facing Li Si's playful smile, Su Luo instantly disbelieved. You never lied before. What's wrong with lying? I think lying is pretty good lately. A lie, that's not right. Su Luo wanted to say that, but it seemed like she often lied for the sake of the plot, so it was okay. It's wrong to lie, isn't it? Li Si seemed to see through Su Luo's thoughts, but how could Su Luo say what was in her heart? No, lying is good. While Su Luo was talking to Li Si, the other candidates who had been paying attention to Su Luo looked like they had eaten shit. Why would Li Si, who performed the best in the assessment, chat with Su Luo, still talking and laughing? Are you kidding me? What's their relationship? My teeth are broken. Doesn't Li Si know that Su Luo cheated? It's impossible. She's so smart, she must know. But why? Who here isn't better than Su Luo? Lin Shen also saw and heard the comments from those around him. In his heart, Lin Shen once again confirmed one thing, that is, the relationship between Li Si and Su Luo must be complicated. Even though Su Luo was hated by others, Li Si didn't care at all. I just don't understand, what's so good about Su Luo? Elder Yan had a high opinion of him, but in Lin Shen's impression, Su Luo had no advantages. He did not have a good reputation in Qiufeng City, and his cultivation was mediocre. He might have some hidden abilities, but not many, and he would always be able to defeat him easily, and just now, Su Luo cheated to enter the 7-star sword sect and mocked others. What right did he have? Lin Shen despises people like Su Luo the most, but why is Li Si, who is obviously so talented, so close to Su Luo, deep feelings? But as far as Lin Shen knew, before Su Luo's engagement was broken off, Li Si hated Su Luo very much, so there was no love between them. Women are troublesome. Lin Shen simply stopped thinking about it. He only knew that he and someone like Su Luo would never become friends. After a brief rest, it's time to set off, and among the crowd, an ordinary person appeared unnoticed, with a token hanging around his waist. Chapter 29. Playing pigs to eat tigers. Originally, only Elder Yanqi was leading the team, but because Lin Shen slightly angered Elder Yanqi, Elder Xianying was added. However, it did not have any impact, and Elder Yanqi was still the main person in charge. Not long after, Elder Yanqi brought a group of people to a big mountain. Although he knew that there was a large army of monsters inside, he was not in a hurry to get there in one go. Now that we are here, we can give the newcomers some wild monsters to practice with, and also allow the people in the sect to warm up. During this process, the smart freshmen tried their best to perform. When a wild beast appears, it depends on who has faster hands and who can get there first, because not everyone who enters the sect has the same resources, and everyone relies on their own performance to fight for it. But some people don't fight or compete. Su Luo acted like she was just taking a walk, not even glancing at the monster, and Li Si, she accidentally came to an ordinary disciple of the sect and started chatting casually. He also shared his own snacks and was polite yet a bit familiar to this sect disciple. Su Luo was confused, and Li Si also tried her best to show it in the plot. What happened this time? You fell in love with the boss at first sight. Is your vision so good? Su Luo suddenly remembered that Li Si once said that she would dream of some scenes, which means that she knew Nangong Shiyun. Then there's no problem. But if I didn't want to be a villain, I would also get close to Nangong Shiyun. Unfortunately, I can only rely on myself, and Nangong Shiyun was also very confused. She was dressed very casually, so why would anyone come to talk to her? I heard that Li Si is an outstanding genius in this assessment. Why is she chatting with me instead of killing monsters to show her performance? Did you see through me? it shouldn't be, and what does this diary loading mean? That's right, after Nangong Shiyun came here, there was only an interface that he could see in front of him, and no one else had any reaction to this interface. IT says the diary is loading and can be closed and expanded at will, but I don't know what it is for. And she didn't know who did this to her. She was curious about who cast such a spell on her, although I had some doubts that it was Li Si, but when I saw her strength, I felt that I was overthinking it. Nangong Shiyun was not afraid of the appearance of an interface out of thin air. She was confident in her own strength and had not been defeated for a long time. She even felt a little lonely. Alright, there's a large army of pig monsters ahead. Let's get ready and catch them off guard. Shin-san spoke to the people in the sect and the newcomers. As soon as he said this, everyone entered combat mode, weapons in hand, and amplification spells cast. Soon, an army of monsters appeared. As soon as she saw the horde of pig monsters, before anyone else could rush forward, Li Si took the lead and swung out a powerful sword energy. This was a sword energy that she used all her strength, and it was sharper than ever before. Even someone from the sect might not be able to withstand this attack. The other newcomers were even more stunned. This is too strong. Is this really the level that people of the same age should have? I hadn't done anything before, so I thought Li Si wasn't interested. Unexpectedly, one move would make the newcomers despair. At the same time, Li Si warned and shouted, "Be careful, they are not ordinary." At this moment, Lin Shen said solemnly, "They are very strong, don't act rashly." The two reminders came almost simultaneously. While speaking, Li Si's sword energy had already cut down the group of pig monsters. However, several pig monsters that should have been split into two did not fall down at this time, just a broken skin, and there was actually more skin under the skin, and the pig monsters stopped pretending and simply tore off their skin, revealing their true appearance, the fiery bear monster. He was completely black, 2 meters tall, and had a sturdy body that was full of power. They rushed straight towards us, and the momentum seemed to make the ground shake. Looking at this shocking scene, the newlyweds were frightened and broke out in cold sweats. At the same time, I am also glad it was a close call. If Li Si and Lin Shen hadn't reminded me, I would have rushed over and died, because the monsters before were not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of the newcomers. I thought the pig monster was the same, but I didn't expect that the opponent would be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Facing the hordes of fierce bear monsters, the sect members and newcomers were no longer able to handle them. Elder Yanxi took decisive action. However, a special fierce bear monster jumped out and directly stopped Elder Yanxi. Elder Shenying also reacted immediately and helped Elder Yanxi to rescue him. However, after just one encounter, Elder Yanxi and Elder Shenying were knocked away. During their first encounter, the two elders suffered a bit of a loss. That special fierce bear demon was the fierce bear demon king. He led his tribe deep into the human stronghold in order to kill more humans. This time, it seems that the harvest was quite fruitful. The fierce bear demon king couldn't help but smile, but this made him look even more ferocious. Try your best. I understand. When two masters fight, you can tell the general situation with just one touch. Elder Yanxi and Elder Shenying both understood how terrifying the fiery bear demon king in front of them was, so they did not intend to hold back and did not give him any chance to test him. Elder Yanxi leaped into the air and waved his hand, and flames covered the sky. Elder Shenying suddenly turned into two and attacked the fierce bear demon king. The fierce bear demon king showed no fear and went forward head-on. He fought against Elder Shenying's 4 hands with his 2 fists, but he did not lose the upper hand. Instead, his fighting became smoother and smoother. The fierce bear demon king's fists were not only powerful but also fast. Elder Shenying had already taken several punches in a row. Elder Yanxi's flames were also arranged, surrounding the fiery bear demon king. Elder Shenying left behind a clone to entangle the fiery bear demon king, while his real body escaped from the encirclement of the flames. Retreat! Following the order from Elder Yanxi, the flames quickly shrank towards the fiery bear demon king. The terrifying temperature continued to rise, and Elder Shenying's clone disappeared in an instant, while the fierce bear demon king completely took on this spell. Finished? I'm afraid not. Elder Yanxi had already sensed the power of the fierce bear demon king, and was afraid that this attack would not be able to kill him. I saw a hand stretch out from the flames and then tear the flames apart. That's really amazing. The horrible human race has burned all my hair off. The fiery bear demon king didn't look too injured. At most his fur was burnt. Elder Yanxi became serious again. The move he just used was his ultimate move. If he didn't have this one, he would probably be in trouble next. The fierce bear demon king doesn't care whether you are difficult or not. He just wants to kill humans or be killed by humans. He rushed towards the two elders again, his fists swelled twice as much. Facing the two elders, he also needed to show some strength. In the air, it is a battle between the strong, and underground it is a battle between the fledglings. Before the sect members and newcomers had time to marvel at the battle between the nascent soul realm cultivators, the fierce bear demon had already rushed in front of them. The people in the sect were still able to deal with the fierce bear demon, but they were still powerless, because even among the people in the sect, not all of them were geniuses among geniuses, and their strengths were uneven. The newcomers were even worse off. Some couldn't even withstand 3 punches. Lin Shen acted decisively and immediately commanded them to form an effective defense. Su Luo also followed the plot and squatted down in the protective circle in fear. If you stand arrogantly in the middle at this time, you will probably be kicked out first. So you squat in fear, and people may not be too embarrassed to kick you. Lic was fighting alone. She knew she was not good at commanding others, so she didn't get involved. Just be yourself. Chapter 30, Killed in One Strike. What else can I say? Su Luo was dumbfounded. Why didn't Li Si form a defensive circle with Lin Shen? She probably couldn't do it alone. The fact is that Su Luo underestimated Li Si a little, or her impression of Li Si's strength was still stuck in the previous plot. Lic is now much stronger than before. Even when facing several fierce bear monsters, she did not lose. Su Luo was relieved, and he also saw Nangong Shiyun nearly see it with her here. Everything is fine. Nangong Shiyun was indeed secretly protecting everyone. When no one noticed, he secretly weakened the strength of the fierce bear demon and rescued the people of the 7-Star Sword sect. For Nangong Shiyun at a time like this, it was too easy to take action without being discovered by others. No, I can't hold on any longer. I have to hold on even if I can't. I don't want to die here. Lin Shen, what should we do? Hold on and wait for the sect's support. The people from the sect said that they also wanted to provide support. There are too many fierce bear monsters on the opposite side. If the opposite side only had pig monsters, this number would be no problem at all. I didn't expect that they would act like pigs here. They were supposed to be hunters, but now they have become the prey. The 7-Star Sword sect suffered a complete defeat, but with Nangong Shiyun around, no one died. This is the boss's ability to control the situation. The fighting on the ground was fierce, but it was already over above. Not bad, not bad. Now that we've done this job, we can go home. The fierce bear demon king grabbed Elder Xianying and Elder Yanxi by the neck, one in each hand. The 2 elders no longer had the look of the strong men they had just appeared. Their faces were pale, and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. They could not struggle and could only be held tightly. The fiery bear demon king saw Elder Yanxi open his mouth as if he wanted to say something. What? Your last words? I'll tell you. The fierce bear demon king was so confident that he loosened the strength of his hands, barely allowing Elder Yanxi to speak. As soon as he finishes speaking, he will be able to strangle these 2 human warriors to death like pinching ants. Elder Yanxi, however, was not afraid at all, and had no concern at all that he would be killed. Nangong Shiyun, if you don't take action now, you will be offered sacrifices to me and Elder Xianying. The fierce bear demon king felt something was wrong at this time. However, he had no chance to speak or take action. The fierce bear demon king was broken in half and his head was chopped off. No matter how strong his vitality was, it was impossible for him to still be alive at this time. Moreover, Nangong Shiyun's sword is absolutely fatal. No matter how much vitality you have, it is not enough to withstand this sword. At the same time, the other fierce bear monsters also fell down one after another and were no longer breathing. This scene happened so suddenly that no one else could react. What's wrong? What happened? I don't know who she is. She's even more powerful than the 2 elders. In the sky, there was another powerful man walking in the air, but he was wearing very ordinary clothes, had an ordinary face, and even had an ordinary sword. Not only were the newcomers confused, even the people in the sect were confused. They didn't recognize the woman who killed the fierce bear demon with one sword. Elder Xianying took the fierce bear demon king's hand away, and after a while, he recovered and said half-jokingly, "Ahem, you're going too far. Do you want to see our old bones torn apart? No, I just trust you. You've become stronger again." Really? I don't feel anything. Nangong Shiyun really didn't feel anything, since he was very powerful before. Anyway, Elder Yanxi straightened his appearance a bit and said, "Alright, let's go back first. We've scared the newcomers. It's okay. It's also a good experience for them. Don't underestimate the monsters." Nangong Shiyun said indifferently. Really? Elder Xianying didn't dare to say anything more because he had already failed. If Nangong Shiyun hadn't been there, he would probably have died here. Thinking about it now, it was really a close call. On the way back, the newlyweds were still feeling nervous, but soon they were attracted by a topic. Elder Xianying asked Nangong Shiyun, "How is it going? Do you have any suitable disciples? You know, the sect master has given you an ultimatum, so why not just find one or two here? You're usually too lazy to leave Ruyun Peak anyway." Upon hearing this, the newcomer's eyes widened. Although I didn't see the sword clearly just now, I saw the result. All the fierce bear monsters were killed at the same time. It was so powerful that it was beyond comprehension. Having such a master, just by becoming her disciple, you have already won over most of the others. With her guidance and cultivation, you will definitely soar to great heights. Even if you don't have much talent and your cultivation is far behind someone else, I can just say, "Help me, master." The problem is almost solved. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Nangong Shiyun pointed casually. Just her and him. Nangong Shiyun pointed at Li Si and Lin Shen. Su Luo was confused. How could Li Si succeed? She just shares snacks and chats. Don't be too outrageous. In the original plot, Li Si's master was the master of another peak, but unexpectedly this time she was asked to worship Nangong Shiyun. It shouldn't be a big problem. In this way, Li Si and Lin Shen were taken away by Nangong Shiyun to Runyan Peak. The remaining newcomers were brought into the 7-Star Sword sect by their senior brothers and sisters, where they were briefly introduced to the terrain of the 7-Star Sword sect and then assigned accommodation. After that, there is a small celebration, commonly known as the Newlyweds Welcome Party. The general content is delicious food and drinks, and senior brothers and sisters go up to perform, including but not limited to sword techniques, formations, and refining weapons and elixirs. It opened the eyes of these newcomers and filled them with hope for the future. The 7-Star Sword sect does not necessarily only teach swordsmanship, it has everything it needs. All in all, it was a cheerful evening party, full of a sense of ceremony. Su Luo was eating on the side, and there was no one around, because Su Luo's cheating deeds have spread. In this sect where everyone is proud of their self-reliance, Su Luo's cheating behavior is bound to be alienated, but at this time, someone was sitting next to Su Luo. It's light rain. "Oh, when did you finish?" Su Luo was asking about enlightenment. "I don't know. I panicked when I didn't see you after it was over." "Stop, you're here to show that you've also joined the 7-Star Sword sect, just like them, and you're keeping your distance from me." Birds of a feather flock together. Su Luo still has a bottom line. After all, Xiaoyu is still so young, and it would be bad if she was attacked by public opinion. "No. Then I'll leave?" "Don't. You're still young and don't understand a lot of things, but you won't be wrong if you keep your distance from me. Trust me. I believe you, but I don't want to keep a distance from you." Xiaoyu even deliberately shortened the distance between them. There wasn't much distance to begin with, and now they were almost touching. Su Luo sighed and let her do what she wanted. "Speaking of which, what happened after you attained enlightenment?" "The sect master has accepted me as his personal disciple." "Excuse me, I can't afford you." Su Luo still decided to leave her. Xiaoyu was not an important character in the plot, but now she was the sect master's direct disciple, and she should not be with her. Su Luo quickly ate a few more bites of the delicious food and then left quickly. Xiaoyu followed suit, ate a few more bites, took some delicious food, and then followed Su Luo closely. It was easy for Su Luo to get rid of Xiaoyu, but she could not escape the danger, especially since she was the sect master's direct disciple. It was too easy for her to find her. There was no other way, so I had to take a walk with her, eat with her, and chat with her casually like I was coaxing a child. When it was almost time, he sent her away on the pretext of being sleepy. My storyline is fine now, but if it gets darker and darker later on, and I'm still so close to Xiaoyu, I'm afraid I'll be struck by the sect master. Chapter 31, Write a Diary to Become Stronger. The next day, the newcomers began their training in the 7-Star Sword sect. The first thing to do is to choose your own path of cultivation, and then go to a suitable place to study according to the path you have chosen. The most senior person in the 7-Star Sword sect is the sect master, who is divided into the council of elders and 8 peak masters. Next comes the deacon. Finally, there are the disciples. There is no division between inner disciples and outer disciples. The only special ones are the direct disciples. Under normal circumstances, newcomers will adapt to the sect for a period of time, choose their own path and then practice independently. You can go to the library to look for information yourself, or you can go and listen to your senior brothers and sisters where the peak masters, elders and deacons explain cultivation. However, The peak Master Elder is very busy and does not give many lectures. 2 or 3 times a year is enough. It is the deacons who solve the disciples' problems more often. If a disciple performs well and is accepted as a personal disciple by the peak master or elders, he will have a lot more training resources and guidance. Therefore, the position of personal disciple is what many disciples of the sects compete for. Otherwise, it can only be one-to-many guidance. However, the one-to-many relationship in the 7-Star Sword sect is much better than outside. One-to-many is useful, but it is not tailor-made. It depends on your ability to comprehend. If your comprehension is high, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. If you cannot comprehend, you can only crawl at a snail's pace. It is completely different from other disciples who have to take fewer than 10 years of detours. The 7-Star Sword sect probably has such a practice method. As for Su Luo, her reputation for cheating quickly spread throughout the 7-Star Sword sect. So forget about becoming his direct disciple, but Elder Yan, she said to Su Luo kindly, if you have any problems, you can come to me. Kindness is revealed everywhere, but Su Luo knew the plot, so she knew that Elder Yan she was only being nice to her on the surface, and he had other purposes, but that was a matter for later. After Su Luo thanked the elder, she went to her own residence. This time, other newcomers were deciding on the path they wanted to cultivate. Some had already decided and were already asking which peak had the best alchemy, which peak had the coolest swordsmanship, which peak had the most girls. Su Luo felt that she didn't need to practice. It was impossible. She would never be able to practice in this life. She could only write in her diary to make a living, and then return to her own residence. The 7-Star Sword sect allocated a small house for each person to stay in. The 7-Star Sword sect is quite large, and is easily enough for a small house for each person lying on the chair. Su Luo remembered that there was still a plot that she hadn't written. If she didn't write a diary after the plot was over, she wouldn't get any reward. She quickly got up and wrote, the sect entrance examination is over. From now on, I can lie down for a while. Although I'm a villain, I also need to calm down. It's obvious that my current strength is no longer enough to slap Lin Shen in the face, so I'm happy to be strengthened in the next period of time. However, this time it's not the cultivation that's being strengthened, but the equipment. And the next place he will appear will be the rookie competition in a month. So, I don't really have anything to do next. Lin Shen, with Nangong Xian as his master, will naturally take off. First, there was a meeting gift. Nangong Xian immediately presented several high-end equipment and asked Lin Shen to choose one. This starting point is the end point for others. The purpose here is not just as simple as Lin Shen obtaining a treasure. The more important thing is to leave a good impression on Nangong Xian. It's just accepting a disciple, and you don't have to be open-hearted. So if the impression is good, Master will give you more gold coins, no problem. So how do you win Nangong Xian's favor? This brings us to Nangong Xian's problem. She's very strong, but she also has weaknesses. Of course, these weaknesses aren't in her cultivation, but in other areas. Nangong Xian has luck, but only in one way. Simply put, she is already a wealthy woman, but she can be even richer. She couldn't fully understand many of Nangong Xian's treasures. She only knew their superficial uses, not their fundamental functions. Therefore, she considered them worthless and gave them away to others. For example, the treasures chosen for Lin Shen this time include the Rain and Dew sword, a sword made of connected water droplets. It may look odd, but the material is good, and the craftsmanship of the forger is also excellent, so it can be considered a good sword, but its real purpose is not to fight and kill, but to protect the skin. Indeed, the man who forged this weapon had a wife who loved skincare, so he found a very precious skincare product, White Dew Frost, and hid it in this sword as a surprise gift for his wife. However, an accident occurred and the man died. The sword was not given to his wife, but circulated in the world of immortal cultivation until it came into the hands of Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian just treats it as an ordinary sword. Although this sword is also very good, it is average for her level. Faced with the treasures given by Nangong Xian, the knowledgeable Elder Yan explained them one by one to Lin Shen so that Lin Shen would not choose the wrong one. Old Yan also knew about this Rain and Dew sword because he had read the manuscript of the person who forged this sword. When Lin Shen was selecting treasures, contrary to Elder Yan's expectations, he chose the Rain and Dew sword and gave it to Nangong Xian. Lin Shen's idea was simple. Master placed the sword here for him to choose from, clearly unaware of its function. Rather than letting it gather dust, it's better to use it. As far as Lin Shen knows, women all like skincare, so master should like it. As for not being able to obtain the treasure, it doesn't matter. I just need to become stronger, so, does Nangong Shiyun like skincare? No, but she needs it. Because Nangong Shiyun didn't show her true face at this time, so why didn't she show her true face? Because she was disfigured, she was wounded by an enemy long ago, and her face was covered with poisonous scars, crisscrossed and crisscrossed, looking quite disgusting. Even though she was getting stronger, she had no way to deal with this. She asked others for help, but it was ineffective. Later, she gave up and learned to pretend. And this time, the skin care Lin Shen gave her came in handy, directly healing Nangong Shiyun's complexion. Afterwards, Nangong Shiyun was in a good mood and rewarded Lin Shen with several more treasures. Elder Yin was still feeling depressed, thinking Lin Shen didn't want any of the treasures, how foolish. But within a few days, he had acquired several more. He couldn't understand why someone at Nangong Shiyun's level needed skincare. Because of this incident, Nangong Shiyun skipped the unfamiliar phase with Lin Shen and decided that this disciple was good. He began to carefully guide Lin Shen's cultivation. The protagonist, in other words, gained the master's trust in less than a day, and by accident, used the master's things to heal the master's pain points. So, should I be afraid since Lin Shen has such a powerful master? Don't worry, I haven't had any experience with her. I can't even get past Lin Shen, let alone Nangong Shiyun. But it's also because of this that I was able to survive to the end. Otherwise, if Nangong Shiyun had attacked, I would have been killed instantly, and I wouldn't have had to be like Grey Wolf, always saying I'd be back. Although I really want more water, this is really the only thing I can do right now. There is nothing I can do about it. After Su Luo had no diary to write in, she didn't know what to do. She decided to find a good place to watch the sunset. It was important to strengthen her soul every day, complete the diary, reward speed +5, strength +4, and improve your cultivation level by 1 level. Current cultivation level, late foundation building stage. Special ability upgrade, my pain is greater than yours. When attacked, you can transfer 40% of the damage you receive to a designated character. Su Luo really likes this special ability upgrade. It reduces damage by 40%. That's awesome. If it becomes 100% in the future, who can beat me? Su Luo went out happily and found a higher and better place to watch the sunset. Although it's only morning now, there's a saying that goes, the moment I get to work, I start thinking about getting off work. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with Su Luo going to look for it now. Chapter 32, Become a Disciple. Ruyun Peak is far away from other peaks and is considered a relatively remote place, but it has all the necessary resources that if you can get in here, you are already halfway to success. Other peaks are crowded with people, which may be a bit exaggerated, but there are definitely a lot of people, so the competition is naturally fierce. But now there is only Nangong Shiyun in Ruyun Peak, and her strength has reached a bottleneck and she needs an opportunity to break through. So she doesn't need to use the resources now, so who will get the remaining resources? Just thinking about it makes me feel that Ruyun Peak is dead. It's a pity that Nangong Shiyun only accepted Lin Shen and Li. Seeing Nangong Shiyun stared at the interface in her residence and found that the progress bar had reached 90%. Of course she didn't know what the progress bar meant, it was just on the loading screen. I am increasingly curious about what will happen after this progress bar is completed. At this time, Lin Shen and Li Si arrived. They were called by Nangong Shiyun. Today is the ceremony of paying homage to the master. In fact, there is no ceremony. Nangong Shiyun's master may care, but she doesn't. Her master is not here, so she has the final say here. Seeing the two disciples coming, Nangong Shiyun put away the interface. Although other people couldn't see it, it was not good to have it swaying in front of him. You're here, Master. Lin Shen and Li Si said at the same time. Nangong Shiyun spoke casually. Alright, there are only 3 of us at Ruyun Peak, so there aren't that many rules. You should practice normally these few days. I will see what level you have reached. Then I will teach you. As for matters within the sect, you can read the books over there. I won't explain them. If you encounter any trouble within the sect that you can't resolve, tell me your name. If that doesn't work, call me. Nangong Shiyun actually didn't really want to accept disciples, but there was nothing he could do because the sect required it. So she planned to finish her explanation quickly and then lie down quietly. I don't have anything to prepare. Here are a few things. Pick one. It will be a gift from your master. Thank you, master. There was no need for Lin Shen and Li Si to be polite to their master. Nangong Shiyin snapped his fingers, and a pile of things appeared in front of him. It is shining with golden light, full of spiritual energy and full of special effects. Lin Shen and the others could hardly open their eyes. Then Nangong Shiyin selected 5 items and gave them to them, and took the rest away. The sword is called Zhaodan sword. It has no other special features except that it is extremely sharp. The sword, the rain and dew sword, has a unique shape, consisting of 7 water drop shapes connected together. Tianlong water is a top-grade recovery potion. Drinking it can quickly restore spiritual energy and repair injuries. Tang snake armor has extremely high defensive capabilities and can withstand the full force attack of a Jindan powerhouse. The maze-like shadowless array disc can be activated with one button, which can quickly arrange the array and form a maze with a radius of 100 meters that is difficult to destroy. Each of you choose one. Your cultivation is still low, so you can't rely too much on external objects. These are not good things. They are only enough for you to use until the golden core stage. When your cultivation level is higher, I will give you better ones. Only enough for the golden core stage? Is this what a human being would say? People may not have seen these things even when they reach the Jindan stage. Lic shed tears of poverty. She originally thought that her resources for cultivating immortals were good, but she didn't expect them to be so limited. Lin Shen was fine, as Elder Yen had always been there to broaden his horizons, so he wasn't too shocked. You choose first. Lin Shen politely let Li Si choose first. Okay, thank you very much. Li Si directly chose the rain and dew sword. Are you sure about this sword? Among these, it is of the lowest quality, not even as good as the one next door. Nangong Shiyun reminded. Okay, I'll take this one. Li Si did not hesitate. Whatever you want, you. Lin Shen chose a tongue snake armor, which could save his life. In his opinion, saving life was very important. Although it is said that offense is the best defense, he always encounters enemies with higher cultivation than him, so offense will only make him more vulnerable. Most of the time he has to defend and counterattack, so it is safer to choose Tang snake armor. Seeing that they had all made their choices, Nangong Shiyun had nothing more to say. Okay, go practice. Li Si said, Master, wait a moment, I would like to trouble you to open this sword. Open? Yes, just split this sword in half. There are good things inside. What? Frost of white dew. White dew frost. What's that from? Nangong Shiyun didn't know everything. The world of immortal cultivation was very big. Even if she had paid attention to things that could repair disfigurement before, she had never heard of them. It has special effects on the skin. It can repair skin damage and make the skin more beautiful. While speaking, Nangong Shiyun had already split the sword in half. For someone with such strength, it was naturally no problem. Besides, it's just a sword. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. On top of the water droplets, there are thin pieces of medicine, which are the white dew frost. Is it true? How do you know? Although she was surprised, Nangong Shiyun had long been accustomed to controlling her expression, and even the medicine to repair her skin might not be effective for her. Master, I saw it in an ancient book. Your skin is so good? Do you need this? In Nangong Shiyun's opinion, the rain and dew sword is much more useful to Li Si than the white dew frost. No, I want to give it to Master. Why? Because Master gave us a gift, but we had nothing to give him. But when I saw the sword, I made up my mind. Li Si took Nangong Shiyun's little hand, which was so white and smooth. To be honest, Li Si was a little envious. With such good hands, could he really wield a sword that was unparalleled in the world? Although I admire Master's good skin, I still have to say. It might be a bit shameless to use Master's things to return to Master, but Master probably doesn't lack any good swords, so this thing with special effects on skin will be of some use to Master. Master's skin is already very good, but it can be even better. The book says that this white dew cream is extremely useful and may even be the best skincare medicine in the world. Li Si was also exaggerating, but it seemed that she could heal the disfigurement that her master had been unable to resolve for many years, so she could be called the best in the world. Nangong Shiyun was shaken when she heard this. If there was no other way, who wouldn't want to heal their ruined face? but the surface remained unchanged. Okay, I'll take it. Well, let's go first. Good. Lin Shen and Li Si left. Nangong Shiyun returned to his original appearance, but his face was covered with poison marks and was almost unrecognizable. If people look at it for too long, they might vomit. Nangong Shiyun looked at the flakes of white frost, touched his face, sighed, and still cared a lot. I originally thought I didn't care, but I didn't expect my mood to be so affected. But does it really work? Nangong Shiyun calmed down again. She had long understood that the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Just when Nangong Shiyun was about to try, ding, diary loading completed. Chapter 33 Nangong Shiyun's Thoughts. Diary loading completed. Nangong Shiyun opened the interface curiously and found that the interface was different. It had turned into a book with several large characters on it. Su Luo's diary of a serious person, who was Su Luo. Nangong Shiyun didn't have much impression. She generally wouldn't remember anything that was unimportant. Then he opened the diary. There is only one article above. Nangong Shiyun read it quietly and smiled for the first time, thinking it was quite interesting. What is written above is basically consistent with what just happened, but there is a big deviation. The rain and dew sword that Li Si chose was not Lin Shen's. What's more, he actually knew that he was disfigured, which is something very few people know. How did Su Luo know that? Last but not least, as this diary says, this white dew frost can heal oneself. Does it really work? Nangong Shiyun began to use the white dew frost. If it could really cure herself, then this diary would be somewhat credible. The fact is that the effect was very significant. The poison marks on Nangong Shiyun's face were visibly dissipating until they disappeared, revealing Nangong Shiyun's original face. Her eyes are like autumn water, her lips are moist and red, her teeth are like jade, and her facial features complement each other to form a stunning appearance. Nangong Shiyun stared at the mirror blankly. It has been many years since I last saw my own face clearly. I almost shed tears. It took a long time for Nangong Shiyun to calm down and he couldn't help but start thinking. It's really useful. So what does this diary mean? What is Su Luo's purpose in writing this diary? Why show it to me? And why did he know this? A prophecy, but if it's a prophecy, how could the characters be wrong? Even the most basic characters shouldn't be wrong. Nangong Shiyun felt that her brain was not enough, but this was indeed beyond her understanding. Interesting, Nangong Shiyun decided to find out the truth. The reason was that she was also idle. She had been idle in Ruyan Peak because there was nothing interesting worth doing. She has reached a bottleneck in her cultivation and what she needs is an opportunity, not continued cultivation. Go out treasure hunting? No need. She already has so many treasures that she doesn't even know them all. It would be better to go treasure hunting in her own little treasury. It's so rare to have a diary that even I can't erase. How fun! Nangong Shiyun decided to wait and see how the situation would develop next. First, let's go and take a look at Su Luo. No matter what, we must first take a look at this person named Su Luo, to see what abilities he has, and whether this diary is his work. How to find him? It's very simple. From the diary, we can see that he is a newcomer to the sect, so it's easy. Nangong Shiyun first went to inquire about Su Luo, because Su Luo was quite famous and could be found quickly. He was found quickly too. Now Su Luo is wandering around, looking for a good place to watch the sunset. Finally, he found it, a small hill very close to where he lived, with few people there, which was perfectly suitable. Then install a large parasol here and a lounge chair. Just lie there until night and then go back. Nangong Shiyun was depressed. How could Su Luo be so lazy that she didn't even practice? In Nangong Shiyun's opinion, Su Luo was only in the late stage of chi training. How could she dare to lie down at such an age and with such cultivation level? Su Luo's cultivation is now in the late stage of foundation building, but she used the ability, what you see is what I want you to see, to adjust her cultivation to the late stage of chi training. Nangong Shiyun looked at it for a whole day but couldn't figure it out. Of course Nangong Shiyun could just go up and ask. With her strength, is there anything she can't answer? If you can't get the answer, the consequences will be bad and you will be physically interrogated, but that would ruin the fun, just like reading a suspense novel and then having the murderer revealed at the beginning. I lost interest instantly. Nangong Shiyun had no worries about cultivation, and now that he had finally found something interesting, of course he had to take a good look at it. However, for 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days, Su Luo lay down and nothing special happened apart from going to the small hill to watch the sunset every day. There is nothing else. By the way, why does he watch the sunset every day? Does he like it so much? There's also a diary, which I fill with words every day, but there's no real content. I don't even recognize many of the words, like Genshin Impact, Pesticide Squad, Arc, Dual Wars, Shido. I don't know what they are. Su Luo always mentions them and says she misses them very much. Are these good things? However, Nan Gongxian felt that Su Luo's diary should not be written for others to see, because he wrote a lot of irrelevant things, just whatever came to his mind. If someone really wanted others to read this diary, he would have written something useful with ulterior motives to achieve his goal of having others read it, but it is also possible that he is pretending. Nan Gongxian expressed doubts about this. Nan Gongxian's observations these days have not been without results. She discovered that her disciple Li Si and Su Luo were in contact, but it was just an ordinary conversation, mostly Li Si sharing her life, and that was it. It won't take long. When she knew that they were in a relationship, Nan Gongxian suspected that it was Su Luo who told Li Si about Bai Lu Zhishuang Mai in the only diary with actual content. The characters were wrong, and the key person who was wrong was Li Si, which made us doubtful. But what I can't understand is that Su Luo obviously knows so much. Why doesn't she do it herself? What is his purpose? The doubts were not resolved, but the more he thought about it, the more Nan Gongxian felt that he had used his brain more in the past few days than in the past few months. Nan Gongxian was not in a hurry. There was plenty of time anyway, and Su Luo had also written that he would appear again during the rookie competition. Then just wait and see. Also, according to what was written in the diary, Nan Gongxian rewarded Li Si with 2 treasures as compensation. On the one hand, he didn't want the plot to change too much and arouse Su Luo's suspicion. On the other hand, it was indeed Li Si's fault that healed his face, so it was understandable to give her some treasures. Half a month has passed, and the other newcomers are making rapid progress. After all, they are only in the Qi training stage. With good guidance and good resources, they will naturally make rapid progress. There is another reason. The rewards for the rookie competition are too generous. For people like Lin Shen and Li Si, they may not be as good as those given by the master, but others do not have such a master. Some newcomers nowadays may not even have a good weapon. Therefore, the newcomer competition is an opportunity. If you get a good ranking, you will not only get rewards, but you may also be accepted as a personal disciple by a big boss. And what about Su Luo? His life was still boring, and he just needed to go out for a walk every 2 or 3 days. But today is different. It's time to act, because there is a small plot today, which paves the way for the newcomer competition. Chapter 34. Xiaoyu appears in the plot before Su Luo set off. She did not forget to write in her diary, after lying in bed for half a month, it's time to go look for Lin Shen. The newcomer competition is still half a month away, and this time I have to trouble Lin Shen again. The reason is that I can't stand the gossip in the sect. Every time someone sees me, they say bad things about me behind my back and look down on me in all kinds of ways. I will blame all of this on Lin Shen. I've been holding it in for a long time, but I finally can't help it anymore. This time I want to sneak attack Lin Shen and vent my anger. The result was obvious, no success, and he was once again defeated by Lin Shen. Coincidentally, Li Si passed by and saw this scene. I immediately bit back at Lin Shen for hitting me for no apparent reason. Even the fools knew I was lying. Li Si snorted coldly and launched into a verbal attack. I immediately burst into tears and a tantrum, like a clown among clowns. It's self-humiliation. That's why I say villains are meaningless. Hurry up and clear the level. How could I remain indifferent after such humiliation? Then I turned around and asked Elder Yanxi for help. Elder Yanxi was very straightforward and gave me 2 treasures. With these 2 things, I would have been stronger and could have put pressure on Lin Shen. But unfortunately, Lin Shen still won in the end. Lin Shen became famous in the rookie competition, even though he already had a powerful master who was quite famous. That's about it for today, a small episode, not a big part. There haven't been any stupid plots lately. Because Lin Shen is also busy improving his cultivation every day. Moreover, if he is in the sect, there will be no inexplicable enemies for Lin Shen to embarrass. In a righteous sect, why would a disciple always cause trouble, especially to Lin Shen? Except for me, of course. So things have been pretty quiet lately, because there is not much plot. The rewards for writing in the diary are not much, just some attributes, and that's it. Su Luo also gradually got used to it. Anyway, there was no important plot and the rewards were just a drizzle. After closing the diary, Su Luo went out to find Lin Shen. Nan Gongxian became more energetic after seeing the update of the diary. She finally wrote another useful diary entry and saw whether things would go as written above. Nan Gongxian hurriedly followed Su Luo to see what was going on. Su Luo quickly found Lin Shen, who was practicing with great concentration. This was perfect. Su Luo immediately raised her sword and launched a surprise attack. Lin Shen, it's all your fault. Lin Shen dodged it easily, then turned around and kicked Su Luo away. It's you again. I didn't look for you, but you came to look for me? It's all your fault. You exposed my cheating. Now I get yelled at every time I walk by. I can't take it anymore. It was clearly my fault first, and I haven't reflected on it at all. Seeing Su Luo coming over, Lin Shen wanted to see if Su Luo had made any progress in the past few days, and also wanted to see how much he had improved in the past few days. However, Su Luo didn't give him any chance at all. He fell down as soon as he was touched, like an old man trying to scam people. Damn it, damn it. Su Luo lay on the ground and shouted unwillingly. Lin Shen was a little speechless. Can you show some strength? Otherwise, don't bother me. I don't have time to deal with you. Lin Shen, I will make you pay the price. He talked about his, and Su Luo talked about hers. At this time, Li Si came. Su Luo's expression changed immediately, and she felt very aggrieved. Si, please help me. That bastard Lin Shen hit me for no reason. Su Luo directly threw the dirty water on Lin Shen. Lic glanced at Su Luo coldly. Su Luo, you've gone too far. I saw it all. It was clearly you who provoked Lin Shen, and now you're framing him? You're the bastard. No, I didn't. See, don't you believe me? I don't believe it at all. Lin Shen, who was standing by, was a little surprised after hearing this. What was going on? This didn't make sense. When had Li Si ever scolded Su Luo? I was a little skeptical at first, but now I have to say, what is Su Luo doing? She provokes me but doesn't fight me with all her strength. Su Luo and Li Si have a good relationship, so why do they act like enemies now? Their relationship is still so difficult to understand. They are close childhood sweethearts one second and enemies the next. What's going on? Are you putting on a show for me? But what's the point? Lin Shen was confused. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. I'm already very disappointed in you. Su Luo was struck by lightning and became completely distraught. She moved her lips but could not say anything. Okay, I'm leaving. Why did you treat Su Luo like this? Xiao Yu stood in front of Su Luo and witnessed the whole process. Originally, she felt that she was not qualified to participate. In her opinion, Su Luo like Li Si it was not clear before, but now Li Si also has good intentions towards Su Luo. Xiao Yu feels even more unqualified, but seeing Su Luo's sad look, it was because of Li Si. Xiao Yu couldn't help it. Even if they are not qualified, they cannot be allowed to bully Su Luo. You've gone too far. Li Si was a little confused. Was there such a scene in the plot? In order not to affect Su Luo's plot, Li Si even acted out a bit. She didn't expect Xiao Yu to come out to defend Su Luo. Wait, maintenance? Are Xiao Yu and Su Luo really just from the same hometown? Why does it feel wrong? When did your relationship become so good? For a moment, Li Si was extremely confused and wanted to ask what the relationship between Su Luo and Xiao Yu was and how they got along in private. In fact, Su Luo was also confused. Huh? Why is Xiao Yu here? She shouldn't be here. Don't make things worse, just let it in like this. Su Luo pulled Xiao Yu and was about to leave, but Li Si suddenly said, before you defended Su Luo, look at what he did. First, he attacked Lin Shen for no reason, and after failing to defeat Lin Shen, he threw dirty water on him. Do you think his actions were right? Xiao Yu turned around and asked Su Luo, really? Su Luo nodded. Lic was secretly happy. Did you see it clearly? Xiao Yu, Su Luo, you can't control it. Stay away from him quickly. Even so, he has his own ideas. You can't treat him like this. Xiao Yu said, wow, who are you? Su Luo was a little confused. Xiao Yu. When did you become my crazy fan? How could you say such things? Xiao Yu, please be reasonable. Li Si was anxious. She believed Su Luo too completely. What kind of magic potion did Su Luo give you? He never treated me like this. I won't tell you. Xiao Yu took out the token and prepared to summon the sect leader. Xiao Yu knew that he could not beat Lin Shen, Li Si and the others, nor could he win the argument, so this was the only way. Seeing this, Su Luo quickly pressed her hand down and said, stop it. It's a joke to disturb the sect leader with such a small matter. Let's go. Su Luo directly pulled Xiao Yu away. They soon returned to their residence, and Su Luo said to Xiao Yu seriously, Xiaoyu, don't worry about my affairs from now on. It will not benefit you or me. Why, they all bully you like this? Do you want to figure this out first? Didn't you listen to what Li Si said? It's my fault. If you do this, I will suspect that you can't understand logic. Su Luo felt a little overwhelmed. Xiaoyu, I think you should learn to distinguish right from wrong. I'll explain it to you later. Have some tea and I'll come back to explain it to you. It'll be quick. After settling Xiaoyu, Su Luo hurried to find Elder Yanxi. Then Su Luo remembered that the story was not over yet and she had to go to Elder Yanxi. The plot can be bad, but it must be coherent. Although Xiaoyu was an accident, we cannot let her ruin things. Chapter 35. It's too late to apologize now. Su Luo stumbled all the way to see Elder Yanxi and made herself look miserable. Why do you look like this? What happened? Elder Yanxi became concerned when he saw Su Luo's miserable appearance. Elder Yanxi, I want to become stronger in a short period of time. It seems like you've encountered something bad, but I don't have a method to become stronger in a short period of time. Only the demonic side has such a method. Elder Yanxi looked helpless. Su Luo lowered her head a little disappointed, but instantly became angry again. Please, I can do anything to become stronger. No, there's no need for that. Elder Yanxi turned his back and said, how about this, I'll give you 2 treasures. As long as you use them skillfully, you can become stronger in a short period of time. Really? Thank you so much, Elder Yanxi. No, you have to remember that treasures are external things after all. If you want to become stronger, you have to rely on yourself. Yes, disciple understands. The 2 treasures are a scaled snake whip, which can automatically attack the enemy. Of course, the attack is rather rigid, but it is more than enough to deal with people in the chi training stage. The other piece of scaled snake armor has defensive capabilities and can at least block a foundation establishment attack. It is simple and unpretentious. After getting the 2 treasures, Su Luo hurried back. If Xiaoyu hadn't been there, we wouldn't have to rush like this, but looking at his performance just now, I feel that Xiaoyu can't tell right from wrong, which is not conducive to his healthy growth. What? Why do I care so much about this issue? Please, it is our responsibility to care about the mental health and growth of young people. Well, actually there isn't that much logic. I just want Xiaoyu to stay on the right path. Although I am a villain, I want to hold an umbrella for others because I have been caught in the rain. Nangong Shiyun, who had been secretly watching for half a day, came to the conclusion that Su Luo was just acting based on the diary he wrote, because it's so obvious. There's no problem with dialogue or anything like that, but there are big problems with combat. You are in the late stage of chi training, and you fight against Lin Shen, who is also in the late stage of chi training. And you fall down with 1 touch. Can you give me some snacks? Su Luo just wanted to get through the plot quickly, but why did she do that? There was no mention of it in the diary, and this was what Nangong Xian couldn't understand the most. And Li Si, considering her relationship with Su Luo, she shouldn't say such things, as they usually seem to have a good relationship. Even if Su Luo was wrong, he should have been lectured. Why did he just tell her to get out? And was she disgusted with him? You shouldn't turn against me so quickly. What was even more puzzling was Elder Yanxi so easy to talk to? Why was he suddenly helping Su Luo? Were they related? It didn't seem like that. Why does it feel like everything that happens around Su Luo is so intriguing? Take another look. Nangong Xian felt like he was peeling off Su Luo's secrets layer by layer, and this feeling seemed pretty good. After getting the treasure from Elder Yanxi, Su Luo went back. Xiaoyu was still holding the hot tea, drinking it in small sips, really waiting obediently. Seeing Su Luo coming back, she quickly put down the tea and stood up to greet Su Luo. Sit down, sit down. What I'm going to say next is very important. What? Who do you think I am? Good man, the best man in the world. Stop bragging. I think this whole the best person in the world thing is a bit fake. Su Luo felt that this was the best joke she had heard this year. But I really think so. What if I did something bad? What did you do? Cheating to get into the sect. I was with you. You forget. If you think this is a bad thing, then I did it too. We are all bad people. No, you haven't done that yet. Su Luo gave another example. What about me just now attacking Lin Shen for no reason? How can I explain that? I think you have your own intentions, but you just don't want to tell me. The intuition was somewhat accurate, but Su Luo just refused to admit it. You're wrong, it's not. No, you do. Why don't you listen to advice on this matter? I listened. So I'm a bad guy? You're not. I didn't listen to the advice at all. Of this will never end. At this moment, an unexpected person came, Li Si. As soon as I arrived, I heard you were corrupting the kids, Su Luo. Your methods are getting better and better. Which eye of yours saw me teach her bad things? I'm going to teach her about good and evil now. Indeed. No, what are you doing here? Su Luo finally realized that this was how she had been chatting with Li Si these past few days, and she was used to it, but when he thought about how Li Si had just returned to the plot, he felt disgusted with himself. Isn't it strange to come here again now? Xiao Yu thought the same thing. Didn't you say you never wanted to see Su Luo again? The tone was complaining, and it was obvious that Xiao Yu was angry with Li Si. You heard wrong. I said I don't want to see Su Luo, not never want to see Su Luo again. Li Si slowly poured herself a cup of tea. Seeing that Su Luo hadn't had any yet, she poured him one as well. What's the difference? It's you who made Su Luo sad anyway. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu felt a little hostile towards Li Si. I didn't see the sadness. Now I only see that he is worried about you. Me? Why? You don't know, that's why Su Luo is distressed. Xiao Yu looked at Su Luo, wanting to get an answer, because she really felt that she had done nothing wrong. How should I put it, Xiao Yu? Looking at Xiao Yu's innocent look, Su Luo couldn't bring herself to say some harsh words. If you can't explain it, I'll say it. Li Si took over Su Luo's words. To put it simply, you should stay away from Su Luo. You don't understand anything and you can only do harm. Xiao Yu didn't want to listen to Li Si at all, and she didn't want to be lectured by her. What do you know? I only know that you made Su Luo sad just now, and now you still have the nerve to come here. Yes, I came here to apologize. Li Si turned around and said to Su Luo, I'm sorry. Super loud, Su Luo was caught off guard and quickly stepped back, covering her ears. Why are you yelling so loudly? I was wrong just now. I apologize. Please forgive me. Li Si actually lowered her head. Su Luo thought, that shouldn't be the case. Your personality is not like that. Su Luo didn't say anything, and Li Si just lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Xiao Yu was also confused. Didn't she really dislike Su Luo just now? Why did she apologize? But even so, what was she doing just now? It's too late to apologize now, Su Luo, don't forgive her. In Xiao Yu's opinion, making Su Luo look heartbroken just now was an unforgivable crime. Forget it, forget it. I don't take it to heart. Let it go. Xiao Yu looked at Su Luo in a daze, as if she thought she had heard it wrong. Was she forgiven just like that? Otherwise, Su Luo didn't care too much. On the contrary, she was a little happy because Li Si had just turned back to the appearance in the plot, because it means the plot isn't too far off the mark. Although Li Si hasn't been so annoying recently, Su Luo is very determined in her heart. I am a man who wants to return to reality. How can I fall into the arms of a gentle woman? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. So if there are no surprises in the future plot, Su Luo will be very happy. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Su Luo asked, why did you say that just now? I think our relationship has been pretty good recently. Because I vaguely sensed that you would be happy if I did this. Can you sense it like this? Is this true? Are all you women's intuitions so strong? Su Luo's silence seemed to be an affirmation of Li Si. Xiao Yu didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Chapter 36. I didn't drive you away. My business is settled, now it's yours. Li Si was smiling playfully, which made Xiao Yu even more unhappy. What's wrong with me? I don't have any. If you make Su Luo sad again in the future, I won't let you go. I'm so scared. Su Luo felt that if they continued arguing, they would explode. So Su Luo pushed Li Si and said, stop arguing. Go back first. Now, none of the 10 Xiao Yus are a match for Li Si, either in terms of strength or intelligence. Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Si was in a good mood, probably because after this conversation, she felt that Xiao Yu was no match for her. Before leaving, Li Si took advantage of Su Luo's inattention and made a yeah gesture to Xiao Yu. 6 Have Su Luo's diary, but you don't. That's why I am so willful. Xiao Yu couldn't understand Li Si's smile, but she felt inexplicably angry. However, she couldn't figure it out, so she could only point at Li Si's back as she left. I want to say the most vicious words in the world, but Xiao Yu doesn't seem to have the vocabulary, and she can't even say a few swear words. At this moment, Xiao Yu wanted to say something but couldn't, and felt like she was about to explode. Su Luo quickly comforted him. Don't be angry, there's no need. You are not familiar with her, there is no need to get angry over her. But, she's so annoying. This can't go on. Su Luo found some delicious food and coaxed Xiao Yu for a long time before she finally felt a little happier. Su Luo, am I really hindering you? Yeah, I don't know how to explain it to you. Hey, don't cry. Before Su Luo finished speaking, Xiao Yu was already crying, but the drizzle seemed to be unstoppable. Su Luo has a headache. Go back today and calm down before you talk. Then I won't bother you in the future. Can you please not chase me away? I'm not chasing you away. It's getting dark. Go back quickly. Otherwise, do you still want to spend the night here? You're really not kicking me out? Well, you're always welcome here. She was in this state. What else could Su Luo do? If it was Li Si, Su Luo would have pushed her out and locked the door, but Xiao Yu was different. She was just a blank sheet of paper now, and she couldn't bear to treat her like this. Before leaving, Su Luo said, Xiao Yu, you can't fall behind in cultivation, but you also need to read more. Read more books to broaden your horizons, or at least be smarter, otherwise you will be sold and have to count money for others in the future, which is too difficult. Xiao Yu nodded and left reluctantly. Then the next day, Xiao Yu came to Su Luo to study. If she encountered something she didn't understand, she could ask Su Luo. Of course, what Xiao Yu didn't understand the most now was words. She knew very few words, so reading was actually very difficult for her, but because it was Su Luo's suggestion, she felt that she had to persevere no matter how difficult it was. So Su Luo taught her how to write, and then told her some stories to broaden her horizons. There was no way Su Luo didn't know how to cultivate the correct concept of good and evil. When I think about my childhood, I learned a lot from watching anime and reading novels. Although not everything he learned was correct, at least he grew up healthily. Before he traveled through the book, he had never committed any murder or arson. He was a good and handsome young man. Then I picked out a few of the most impressive ones and told them to Xiao Yu. Digimon, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, Dead Fire Sea. Of course it is impossible to tell everything, I just say whatever comes to mind, so the story becomes disjointed, but Xiao Yu listened with great interest. She enjoyed Su Luo telling her stories. Su Luo looked at Xiao Yu's expectant expression, and she often showed various expressions because of the stories she told: sad, happy, angry. It looked quite interesting with such an audience. For a moment, Su Luo thought that she was born to be a top storyteller, and that any story she told could immerse people in it. Days like this continue. The rookie competition is getting closer, and the newcomers are already making various preparations. Some are working hard to achieve a breakthrough before the big competition, some keep learning new moves just in case. Some even began to inquire about intelligence and conduct various analyses. The person with the greatest hope of winning first place in this newcomer competition is naturally Li Si, who left a deep impression on the others during the assessment, and now he has a powerful master. His current strength is immeasurable. Then there is Lin Shen, who is a fellow student of Li Si. He also performed well in the assessment and many people are optimistic about him. It can be said that the newcomer competition has not yet begun, but the two of them have already become famous. As for other newcomers, their popularity is not at the same level as the above two. Of course, there is another person who has attracted much attention: Xiao Yu. The news that she had become the sect master's personal disciple quickly spread throughout the 7-star sword sect. However, she is too mysterious, and there is not much discussion about her except among her direct disciples, so people just pay attention to her and there is not much discussion. As for Su Luo, who the hell is she? The newbies out there might all want to make fun of Su Luo. The fact that Su Luo cheated to get into the sect alone would make the others unhappy. Why did I have to work so hard to get in? But Su Luo could just come in so easily. During the newcomer competition, with such a good opportunity, I would feel sorry for all the hard work I've put in over the years if I didn't beat Su Luo up. Unlike other nervous people, Su Luo just lives her life as usual every day. Nangong Shiyun, who was watching from the side, was deeply infected by his lazy look and also went back to Ruyan Pete to be a lazy fish. Because Su Luo hasn't had anything special happen to her recently, there's nothing interesting in her diary. However, Nangong Shiyun has already learned that the relationship between Li Si and Su Luo is indeed unusual. Judging from the previous conflict with Lin Shen, Li Si was willing to cooperate with Su Luo, but no one knew why she did that. Afterwards, she immediately apologized, and Su Luo accepted it, but it seemed that Su Luo didn't know why Li Si did this. Or because there are no more examples, it is impossible to draw a conclusion, so we can only wait and see. Nangong Shiyun returned to Ruyan Peak and turned back into his original appearance. If she didn't get treatment, Nangong Shiyun wouldn't be able to see her true appearance for a whole year. It was really ugly, and she couldn't bear to look at it herself, but since he recovered, although he never shows his true face to others, he would occasionally change back to his true appearance in private. Looking at herself like this and touching her fair cheeks, Nangong Shiyun couldn't help but smile. Just looking at my own appearance can make me feel happy. Which was something I never dared to imagine before. This made her thank Li Si again. But because of the diary, I feel that things are not that simple. Did Li Si really see it in ancient books? If Nangong Shiyun hadn't seen the diary, she would have believed it. Now, given the relationship between Li Si and Su Luo, Nangong Shiyun is more convinced that it was Su Luo who told Li Si. Of course, these are all guesses and there are various doubts, but gratitude is still required. Nangong Shiyun will not forget this favor because of doubts. So, we should not only thank Li Si, but also Su Luo? Chapter 37 Xiaoyu's troubles. Unlike Su Luo's carefree life, Xiaoyu has also had some troubles recently. The competition is approaching. Although the sect leader didn't give Xiaoyu any goals, such as competing for first place, but as the sect master's disciple, she was inevitably looked up to by others when she walked around the sect. This puts Xiaoyu under pressure invisibly, and there is the most important pressure from the sect leader. The sect leader recently taught Xiaoyu a set of sword techniques. 7 stars returned to 1. Xiaoyu has a strong comprehension ability and learned it quickly, but he only learned the surface, although this surface is enough to beat many people. But for someone with Xiaoyu's talent for comprehension, this is far from enough. At least in the sect leader's opinion, Xiaoyu's limit is more than that. At the very least, you must comprehend the sword intent of the 7 stars returning to 1. But the fact is that Xiaoyu failed to go any further. The sect leader couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, although he concealed it very well. But Xiaoyu was an extremely sensitive person. She knew it, but didn't show it until he came to Su Luo. Do you think I have no talent? Xiaoyu sat on the ground dejectedly, drawing on the ground with her fingers. She didn't want to draw anything, she just felt confused. Su Luo felt that she had heard wrongly. Scare, what you said is like Nangong Shiyun saying that he can't use a sword. It's a joke. Compared to you, am I talented? Su Luo asked back. How do you know? You're better than me. I'm a few years older than you, and I've practiced for several more years than you. No, it has nothing to do with this. I feel that you are very strong, and you are getting stronger. Okay, let's talk about your problem. What's wrong with you? Su Luo quickly stopped talking about this. You figured this out again? It's quite amazing. The sect master has always been dissatisfied with my cultivation. And so, at such a young age, you want to be number 1 in the world? No, I just don't want to let the sect master down. He's been really good to me. Yes, since entering the sect, Xiaoyu's life has been completely different from before. Needless to say, they have everything they need for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and they have all the resources they need for cultivation. The sect leader visits Xiaoyu whenever he has time and gives her guidance. He cares about this youngest disciple more than any other disciple. The more this happened, the more pressure Xiaoyu felt. Su Luo also understood Xiaoyu's troubles at this time. You don't have to think too much about it. The rookie competition will be coming soon. Then you'll see the difference between you and the others. Oh, they're actually way behind you. Really? Of course, I can still guarantee this. Su Luo also took a look. Xiaoyu's progress was very rapid. During the assessment, his cultivation had reached the late stage of qi training. After more than half a month of hard training, he was close to perfection. This speed is unimaginable. It's already much better than the newcomers of the same period, but her 7 stars returning to 1 is indeed average, judging from Su Luo's perspective as a villain in the later period. It's visible but not intentional. It can scare newcomers, but it's just average for real masters. Su Luo also didn't plan to teach Xiaoyu, mainly because she had never taught anyone before, and what she was most proficient in was the magic side. More importantly, Xiao Yu was already the patriarch of the 7 Star Sword sect, so why should I bother with that? Maybe if I teach her, it will delay Xiao Yu. Although Su Luo has not had much contact with the sect leader, she still has confidence in him. After hearing this, Xiao Yu regained some confidence and continued to practice. However, the 7 stars returned to 1 still cannot make any further progress. Even after practicing it hundreds or thousands of times, it remains the same. On the other hand, the sect leader was puzzled. Xiao Yu has been going out more and more recently. What is she doing? The sect leader is actually quite caring towards Xiao Yu, because Xiao Yu is extremely talented and learns very quickly. Although it is a little below expectations, it is already much better than others. I just feel that this shouldn't be the case. Xiao Yu should be able to go a step further. Her ability to comprehend shouldn't be limited to this. Maybe she is still young. Let's wait and see. So, the sect leader planned to let Xiao Yu relax and let her go out more to relax, but Xiao Yu had already done so before he even said anything. This made the sect leader curious, and he decided to go and take a look and find out more. Then I saw Su Luo and Xiao Yu together. Su Luo was drinking something unknown on the recliner, while Xiao Yu was practicing the 7 stars returned to 1 beside her. The clan leader's eyes widened, and his focus became clear at once. Who is that man? What's going on in this heartwarming scene? Is Xiao Yu in love? No. How is it possible at such a young age? Could it be that the man lied to Xiao Yu? Yes, that must be the case. Wait, as the sect leader, how can you blame others based on your feelings? Go ask first. The sect leader was a little panicked. He was very optimistic about Xiao Yu now and did not want any accidents to happen in Xiao Yu's growth. Xiao Yu, what a coincidence! I was taking a walk nearby and saw you, so I came over to see you. The clan leader pretended to meet them by chance and spoke with a smile. He looks like an ordinary old man, with gray hair and a thin body, but there are not many wrinkles on his face. He looks like an elegant and handsome old man. This is also a manifestation of his extremely restrained cultivation, so don't be deceived by his appearance. He is the leader of a sect and his strength is unquestionable. Master. The sect leader glanced at Su Luo and said, "Wouldn't you like to introduce yourself?" Su Luo, the person closest to me. Closest? Family? But I heard that Xiao Yu has no family. No. Oh, so what's your relationship? When you say closest person, are you closer than me? The sect leader still had a smile on his face and continued to ask questions. In fact, he was quite confident in himself. Who in the sect was closer to Xiao Yu than him? Yeah. Xiao Yu said affirmatively. Then the sect leader's smile froze. He was just joking, but he didn't expect to hear the truth. This is a bit tragic, but the sect master's hundreds of years of cultivation are not fake, and he still maintains his composure and speaks to Su Luo. Then you must be very good. Tell me what you are good at. If you are talented, it is not impossible for me to take you as my disciple. I don't have any. I don't know anything. Su Luo didn't care at all. She had long become someone who could become stronger on her own. The sect leader was puzzled. Is it true? Then what do you want to learn? For Xiao Yu's sake, I will teach you. No, it's useless for me to learn anything. I don't have the talent. The sect leader was a little unhappy and didn't know how to appreciate it. Then what are you doing in the 7-star sword sect, Dawdle? That's too much. The master despises lazy people the most, but he still gave Xiao Yu some face and didn't get angry. He just said softly, "It's okay. Everyone has their own choices. I just hope I won't regret it in the future." Thank you for your words, master. I will remember them. However, the sect leader had lived for many years and could tell at a glance that Su Luo did not take it seriously at all. Then I won't bother you anymore, Xiao Yu. I'm leaving first. Master, take care. Xiao Yu didn't show any sign of trying to keep him, which made the sect leader quite sad. He felt it necessary to find out what the relationship between Xiao Yu and Su Luo was. Chapter 38. Su Luo must work hard to become stronger. Later, when the sect leader was teaching Xiao Yu, he accidentally inquired about Su Luo's information. Xiao Yu did not hide anything and happily shared Su Luo's affairs with the sect leader. To the sect leader's surprise, it turned out that Su Luo had saved Xiao Yu before and was also very kind to Xiao Yu. This happened before Xiaoyu's talent was discovered. It seems that Su Luo still has some good points, but from a rational point of view, the sect leader still did not approve of Su Luo with Xiaoyu's talent. They will sooner or later become people from two different worlds. If Su Luo was more motivated, there might be hope, but judging from his previous attitude, he had absolutely no dreams. Not everyone is Nangong Shiyun. Such a person will only delay Xiaoyu, and in the end they will only regret separation. The sect leader didn't know how many times he had seen such scenes. Many geniuses regret separation but cannot let go, and are depressed all day long. So the leader decided. In order to prevent Xiaoyu from being too sad when she separates from Su Luo in the future, she starts to lower Su Luo's status in Xiaoyu's heart now. As the first step, the sect leader also followed Su Luo's example and told Xiaoyu a story. The purpose is to surpass Su Luo's advantage in storytelling and replace Su Luo. Because Xiaoyu always tells Su Luo stories that are so interesting and novel, the sect leader was not convinced. I have lived for so many years, how could I lose to a kid? Then he said that there was a temple in the past, and there was a monk in the temple. After talking for a long time, the monk was still doing his daily chores in the temple, and no one else interacted with him. Sounds like sleep, but Xiaoyu said considerately that she wanted to practice. Xiaoyu really would rather practice than listen to the sect leader's stories. Afraid of falling asleep in front of him, the sect leader was confused. The story was so exciting and it would get even more exciting later on. Why did Xiaoyu start practicing? It clearly contains many truths about cultivation, so why doesn't Xiaoyu like to listen to it? For a moment, the sect leader began to doubt his life, but he did not give up. When Xiaoyu took a break, he started talking again. Then Xiaoyu immediately became motivated to start practicing, and practiced more attentively. The sect leader could only comfort himself, at least his storytelling was not completely useless. It seemed that Xiaoyu's understanding of the 7 stars returning to 1 had improved a little bit. Helplessly, the sect leader had to give up, but he did not give up completely. Because the rookie competition will start soon, Xiaoyu will soon see how Su Luo is defeated by others. The gap in strength is too big, which can easily lead to various problems. When the time comes, Xiaoyu will let go without me having to do anything, and when Xiaoyu shows off her talents, Su Luo will probably feel inferior when he sees how outstanding Xiaoyu is. So there is no need for you to intervene at all. They will separate quickly. I was overthinking it. When the sect leader thought of this, he felt much better. Watching the sunset will elevate your soul. Su Luo began to work hard to improve her cultivation again. Who says I don't work hard to become stronger? I've also endured a lot of unspeakable hardships. Open your journal. The newcomer competition starts tomorrow, and it's my turn to make a fool of myself again. Just get used to it. I endure it to return to reality. The newcomer competition will be held over 2 days, with the top 8 selected on the first day and ending on the second day. And I'm not talented enough, but I made it to the quarterfinals. Otherwise, I wouldn't have received any attention at all, and it wouldn't have been satisfying to have Lin Shen slap me in the face. The rules of the rookie competition are very simple. It's a one-on-one match. If you lose the ability to fight or concede, the match ends, and the winner advances to the next round. Whether it's the first or second day, this is the same method. It's very simple. And I met Lin Shen in the first round of the quarterfinals. After a fight, I found that I was no match for Lin Shen, so I immediately showed off my newly acquired treasure, the Scaled Snake Whip. A treasure like the Scaled Snake Whip is a divine weapon during the Qi training period. It was completely bullying Lin Shen. Lin Shen was unable to cope with it for a moment and fled in embarrassment. Even with this kind of treasure, I still fight for nothing. That's why everyone in the audience is scolding me, saying that I'm despicable and that I don't rely on my own strength. But there was no point in being angry, because this was in accordance with the rules and the game continued. When everyone thought Lin Shen was about to die, he once again created a miracle, using his extremely flexible movement to avoid the attack of the Scaled Snake Whip. Then he used a powerful 8 extremes collapse at close range, breaking my scaled snake armor and sending me flying. I vomited blood and fainted. However, this blow rendered his right hand completely useless for the rest of the game. But what did it matter? He was the protagonist. Even without a hand, he still won. The rest of the game went smoothly until Lin Shen won first place. That's how Lin Shen became famous in one battle. Not only did he defeat me, who possessed a treasure, but he also defeated the following opponent with one hand. He was truly brave. After watching all this, who wouldn't be impressed by such a newcomer? When Lin Shen won the last game, the whole audience was boiling with excitement. cheering for this newcomer who created miracles. He was the center of attention, everyone present was celebrating for him. How could one not be envious? If I hadn't traveled through time, I would have wished I were Lin Shen. But things are different now. I'm past the age of passion, and a simple life is the truest happiness. Then again, what about Li Si? She's a dream seed for the championship, and she spent much more time training than Lin Shen. How come she couldn't defeat Lin Shen? The truth is, she was too proud and lost carelessly in the semifinals. It was supposed to be the final between Lin Shen and Li Si, but unexpectedly, Li Si lost. But that was the original plot. Li Si is so strong now, she can't lose no matter how careless she is. At this point in the plot, Li Si had just completed her chi training, and the gap between her and other newcomers wasn't that big, but now she had already established her foundation. How could she lose? There are insurmountable gaps at every stage of cultivation. Not everyone is the protagonist, able to defeat opponents of higher levels. If Li Si loses to any newcomer besides Lin Shen, stop practicing and go home to sleep. But will this affect my plot? How about a surprise attack on her tonight? Beat her up, leaving her injured so she can't perform normally tomorrow. But I remember Li Si lived over there with Nangong Shiyun, a sneak attack? What sneak attack? I wouldn't do such a trick. What's the point of doing such a thing? I'm not afraid. What's there to be afraid of about Nangong Shiyun? If she tries to stop me from progressing through the storyline, I'm sure she'll be in big trouble. Okay, just forget what I said just now, even though no one saw it. There is no other way, I can only let nature take its course. Close the diary, watch the advertisement, and become stronger. This is how hard Su Luo worked today. She worked too hard. Complete the diary entry, reward defense +7, strength +4, and increase your cultivation level by 1 level. Current cultivation level, foundation establishment completed. Chapter 39, Newcomer Competition vs. Xiaoyu. As soon as the diary was updated, Li Si started reading it immediately. Although it was expected, Su Luo's storyline was really tragic, but even so he had to complete the storyline. Lic could only express her admiration. If it were her, would she put up with such humiliation? No one can slap her in the face if she has the ability. However, Li Si's focus is still on the following: why don't you attack me? Master might not even pay attention to you. Be brave. When the time comes, I will tell Master that we are just playing around and it is not a big deal. Lic really wanted to see how Su Luo attacked her. On the other hand, Nangong Shiyun also read the latest diary. She doesn't care about the rookie competition or anything like that. To her, it's just like children fighting. To return to reality. Is this Su Luo's purpose? He wants to go back somewhere. Well, not for any interesting purpose. Nangong Shiyun felt a little bored, but when I thought about the fact that Su Luo knew what was going to happen, I could still observe it for a while longer. Just from looking at the diary, Su Luo didn't know about Li Si's changes. I feel like I have thought of something, but also like not. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The next day, the newcomer competition officially began. It was held in the central square of the sect. Early in the morning, the newlyweds were ready in order to get a good ranking. Interested senior brothers and sisters will also come to watch. This newcomer competition can be regarded as a lively day in the sect, and joining in the fun will never go out of style. Of course, the sect master and the 8 peak masters are all here, so that the newcomers can get familiar with them. However, among this year's newcomers, only the sect master and Nangong Shiyun accepted disciples, while the other peak masters did not, because the good ones have been picked up. The others are not so good. After a brief opening speech, the newcomer competition officially began. Each newcomer has a number, and then they are randomly matched according to the number, and the winner is decided one-on-one. The winner enters the next round, and the loser is eliminated directly. Finally, the top 8 were selected and the first day ended. It's simple and easy to understand, so to get a good ranking, strength is important, but luck is also indispensable. After all, it would be really bad luck if I met Li Si in the first round. The host of the newcomer competition shouted loudly. This year's newcomer competition has officially begun. The first match is between number 21 and number 4. Both sides are invited to the stage. The competition venue is a circle, surrounded by spectators and with a one-on-one arena in the middle. However, there is no such thing as out of bounds. The winner is still determined when one side loses the ability to fight or admits defeat. Soon the newcomer whose number was called went up to fight. After the first one ended, the second one went on seamlessly. The Kaiyang Peak Master pointed at Xiaoyu and said, "Master, is that your new disciple? You haven't accepted a disciple in hundreds of years." "Yeah, that looks good." "It looks good, but we need to show our actual strength to judge." "Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. You might even be surprised." What is surprising is naturally not Xiaoyu's strength, but the fact that she has achieved such strength at her age, which shows her promising future. "Then I'll look forward to it." Since the sect leader said so, the master of Kaiyang Peak was naturally looking forward to it, but at this time the sect leader frowned, wondering why Xiaoyu went to find Su Luo again. Xiaoyu had already found Su Luo in the crowd and came straight to his side. "Su Luo, what's your number?" 45, I'm 54, and I just happened to turn around. "Do you think we'll run into each other?" "Ha ha ha, of course not, it's not that coincidental." Su Luo was very confident because he had experienced this scenario many times and was very familiar with every opponent he faced. At this time, the third game on the field has ended. The host announced the next round of matches, 45 versus 54. Su Luo, no way, just one more. Xiaoyu, even the opponent changed? Is the butterfly effect really that magical, Xiaoyu? We really met. Su Luo's mouth twitched. It's really a coincidence. The clan leader's eyes lit up, but he remained calm on the surface. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to arrive so soon. You can take a good look. In fact, he was already feeling better inside, because the one he was fighting against was still Su Luo. Defeating Su Luo with his own hands would make him realize how much of a loser Su Luo was. Xiaoyu will definitely be disappointed with Su Luo. "Xiaoyu, you are no longer the person who came from the small town. You have transformed without realizing it, and Su Luo, who was out of your reach before, has now been left behind by you. But it's time for your perception to change." The sect leader was very pleased. He didn't expect that Lian Tian was helping him. "Please welcome number 45 and number 54 to the stage." "Let's go, Su Luo." Xiaoyu pulled Su Luo and walked towards the field. "Okay." Su Luo was still thinking about how to fight. Just take out the treasure? But that was used to deal with Lin Shen, and it would be bad if it was damaged by Xiaoyu. But judging from his current strength and the late stage of Qi training that has been shown to the public, it seems that he is not able to defeat Xiaoyu. Difficult. Unlike Su Luo's embarrassment, the other newcomers already had an expression of "good thing, open the champagne." Because Xiaoyu is the sect leader's disciple, his strength cannot be bad at all. He, along with Li Si and Lin Shen, is listed by the newcomers as the opponents they least want to meet. Avoid it if you can at the beginning. It's okay if you meet it later when you are in a better position. Even if you lose, your results won't be too bad. And now that Su Luo is facing Xiaoyu, the other newcomers will have less pressure. And who is Su Luo? Everyone knows that he got in by cheating. If he doesn't die, who will? So now the way to describe the other newcomers' inner thoughts is, stop talking, open the champagne. If Su Luo is my opponent, I will open 2 bottles. In the eyes of the newcomers, Su Luo has been tacitly regarded as being at the bottom of the league in terms of strength, because she only got in by cheating, so how could she be any better? But they were overthinking it. In the original plot, Su Luo's strength was actually not bad among the newcomers, but her opponent was Lin Shen, which made Su Luo look very weak. Please enlighten me. While Su Luo was thinking, Xiaoyu was already opposite him, ready to attack. This was Xiaoyu's first time fighting with Su Luo, because Su Luo would refuse every time because she was lazy, and Xiaoyu did not force Su Luo, so it all ended in nothing. Now Xiaoyu is still looking forward to fighting with Su Luo. "Xiaoyu, I have a reason to win. Can you please move aside?" Su Luo was used to saying something before the battle started, which was the same as saying surrender obediently to the enemy. It was useless, but she still had to say it. After listening to this, Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Okay." So she turned to the host and said, "I admit defeat. I can't beat Su Luo." Su Luo, no, I was just talking. Why did you take it seriously? And are you really that decisive? Can you pretend a little, at least fight with me for a few moves before admitting defeat? In public, you gave up because of what I said. What will others think of me? I don't care, but what about you? Su Luo was a little amused and helpless. Xiaoyu, you are too obedient. The newcomers thought they had heard wrongly. She said she gave up? She can't beat Su Luo? Did I fall asleep just now? Did they fight? I didn't sleep. We all saw it clearly. The sect leader's disciple admitted defeat without even fighting. There is a conspiracy. Su Luo definitely has control over the secrets of the sect master's disciples that cannot be revealed. Shadowed. Shady. Tell the newcomers rationally that Xiaoyu cannot be threatened by Su Luo, because she is the sect master's disciple. If she dares to threaten her, she must be afraid of being killed by the sect master, but in fact, how can we explain it otherwise? Chapter 40. Why does this scene seem familiar? The Kaiyang Peak Master also couldn't understand. Sect Master, is this the performance you were talking about? Just one sentence almost made the sect leader break down and explode. The fact that Xiaoyu admitted defeat already made the sect leader furious, and of course he was furious that Su Luo could make Xiaoyu admit defeat with just one sentence. Now the Lord of Kaiyang Peak is rubbing salt into the wound. The more he praised his disciple just now, the more he is slapped in the face now. The clan leader felt his face flush. Half of it was because I was slapped in the face, and the other half was because I was angry. I haven't been this angry in a long time. Su Luo holds such a high position in Xiaoyu's heart. What's wrong with this kid? I don't understand what's so good about this guy, why Xiaoyu listens to him so much. The sect leader could only feel helpless and furious in his heart, but had to maintain his composure on the surface. Maybe Xiaoyu has her own ideas. Really? I don't understand what young people are thinking. The Lord of Kaiyang Peak spoke the truth, but the truth is the most hurtful, and the sect leader no longer wants to talk. Nangong Shiyun watched from the side and almost laughed out loud. Su Luo was really good at making the sect leader feel so upset. If Su Luo knew, he would only say, "It's unfair." I just said it casually. Who knew Xiaoyu took it seriously? On the field, Su Luo ignored the people around her who were shouting about the dark side of things and walked straight ahead without being affected. Xiaoyu followed him down, but was ignored. Everyone pointed the finger at Su Luo, saying that Su Luo was despicable and used shameful means. Because I didn't dare say anything bad to Xiaoyu, although it seems to be Xiaoyu's problem, I just don't dare to say it. The sect leader is still watching from upstairs. What are you talking about? Xiaoyu's problem? You should think about whether you have a brain or not. Xiaoyu saw that everyone around her was cursing Su Luo, and had already picked up the sword to attack, but was quickly stopped by Su Luo. Su Luo, did I do something wrong? It's okay. Remember to be more diplomatic next time to achieve your goal. What do you mean by smooth? Just now you should have exchanged a few moves with me before you admitted defeat. Is there any difference? Xiaoyu still didn't understand. Isn't the result the same? Yes, appearances are very important, otherwise this is what you would be facing now. But I don't care. I'm worried about you. Because my reputation will be even worse when I fight Lin Shen. It's totally okay. Me? I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Remember to be more diplomatic next time. Oh. Xiaoyu seemed to understand, but she still preferred to be direct. The rookie competition continues, but the newcomers are already looking forward to the second round. They prayed that they would meet Su Luo, avenge the sect leader's disciple, and severely defeat the despicable Su Luo. At that time, everyone will say, "Well done." You will gain fame and achieve further success, so why not do it? Soon, the competition came to the second round, and the number of newcomers had been halved. Start matching with random opponents again. Second round, first match, number 45. Oh, the first one is Su Luo. Which lucky guy met Su Luo? Fighting number 91, quiet. The whole audience fell silent, because number 91 is Li Si. It was too exaggerated that Li Si killed her opponent in 1 second in the last round. It was a true one-move kill. They are both newcomers, so how can the gap be so big? So others have to remember this number, hoping not to meet her, but now, I really need to say good grief, pop the champagne again, and this time, it has to be opened hard, because Su Luo's reputation is worse than before. No one supports Su Luo except Xiaoyu. Haha, Su Luo, you've gotten your comeuppance. You deserve it. I got you involved in this shady business. If you have the guts, tell Li Si to admit defeat again. You won't be afraid anymore, will you? Don't say that. We should thank him. If he had faced Li Si, wouldn't we be safe? The newlyweds were so happy. In the special viewing seat, Nangong Shiyun squinted his eyes and looked at the sect master. Did you do this? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do it, it's none of my business. The clan leader denied it on the surface, but he was absolutely sure in his heart. That's right, it was me who did it. I was the one who arranged this battle. I'm the sect leader, so what if I was secretly operating it? Li Si, I heard that she has the highest cultivation among the newcomers, and her previous performance was also good. Her strength is far beyond that of others, and she is also a disciple of Nangong Seiyan. Su Luo, let's see how you win now. Humph, you actually made my disciple admit defeat. Don't even think about having an easy time. Let Li Si teach you a lesson. The clan leader couldn't help laughing. Nangong Shiyun was speechless. He was so childish at such an old age, but you may be disappointed, Sect Master, because you don't know what the relationship between Li Si and Su Luo is in private. You want to use Li Si to teach Su Luo a lesson? Impossible, Li Si won't fight Su Luo with her real strength, and Su Luo was speechless again. Are you kidding me? It just rained a little, and this time it's even more outrageous. How did Li Si win? I can only take out the scaled snake whip in advance, hoping it won't be damaged. Su Luo came on stage, ignoring the people around her who were constantly shouting about the conspiracy. What a joke. I am a decent person. All this shady stuff has nothing to do with me. Lic was already on the court, but she was not on guard at all and asked casually, how do you want to play? How do we fight? Or you just admit defeat? Su Luo was ready to take out the scaled snake whip. Okay, I give up. Su Luo, a metropolitan audience, why does this scene seem familiar? Did I hear it wrongly? Seriously, I was so nervous that I was hallucinating. I suspect I'm still in the last round. My eyes are blurry. Tell me, is that the sect master's disciple? I think it's a joke. How could Li Si admit defeat? When the host announced Su Luo's victory, the newcomers were completely unable to hold back. Fuck, you still say it's not a shady deal. What is your identity, Su Luo? A hidden boss? Once is understandable, but twice is ridiculous. This Su Luo has something special. I don't care. It's a shady deal. Su Luo has something on Li Si. The newcomers were the first to disagree. Why? Why did Su Luo ask Li Si to admit defeat? Is it because he is handsome? This is too fake. Is being handsome still useful in the world of cultivating immortals? Of course, strength speaks for itself. I don't understand. The newcomers don't understand. Su Luo doesn't understand either. Li Si, why did you just give up? Besides, just admit defeat. You can't be like Xiaoyu. At least pretend. If you do this, I won't be able to do anything unless I am the shady one. You admitted defeat so easily. Su Luo didn't know what to say. Lic just puffed out her chest proudly. If Xiaoyu can do it, I can do it too. No, what are you competing for? What are you proud of? There is nothing to compare. Although it seemed that Su Luo had gained the advantage, he couldn't be happy if the sect leader saw this scene and lost his mind. You don't care about your disciples? He questioned Nangong Shiyun. He originally wanted Li Si to teach Su Luo a lesson, but he didn't expect Su Luo to win easily. It's like shooting yourself in the foot, or even both feet. The leader really looks like he has eaten shit. It's okay. I completely let my disciples do whatever they want. Besides, I don't think this is a big deal. Isn't this a big deal? Am I old? The clan leader couldn't understand it. Don't young people like to compete for rankings? Why did Li Si admit defeat so easily? You are indeed old, so don't do anything tricky from now on. Nangong Shiyun warned. What do you mean? What I mean is, I'll protect Su Luo, so don't mess with him. Ha? The clan leader asked with a big question mark. Am I isolated from the world? It hasn't even been a month. How did you, Nangong Shiyun, get involved with Su Luo? The sun rises from the west. When did you become interested in a man, Nangong Shiyun? And you said you would protect him? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Chapter 41. Let me show you my efforts. The sect leader asked for a long time but could not get an answer from Nangong Shiyun, but he really didn't do any tricks. Since Nangong Shiyun said so, I naturally have to give her face. The newcomer competition continues. Coming off the court, Su Luo secretly asked Li Si. What's wrong with you? Are you giving up just like that? Why, you don't like it? I'm asking you why. Don't you want the prize? No, it's not as good as what Master gave me. Li Si was telling the truth. A few days ago, Nangong Shiyan gave Li Si a lot of good things, so naturally she didn't look down on the prizes for the newcomer competition. Su Luo was about to ask why he gave up, but Li Si took the lead. Just ask if you like it, like. That's it. If you feel you owe me something, then you have to agree to my request when I ask you for it in the future. No, I don't feel indebted. Su Luo immediately straightened her posture and spoke righteously. Sorry, I don't give favors easily. Then it's settled. You owe me a favor. No, did you listen to me? However, Li Si covered her ears and ran away. So I owe you a favor. There were no unexpected problems in the subsequent competitions, and the first day ended smoothly. The top 8 were selected, including Su Luo, Lin Shen, and 6 other newcomers. Then continue the next day. On the second day, more seniors came and they were also concerned about the strength of the newcomers. Look, the 7 stars and 4 talents. Yeah, I didn't expect to see them. I've heard of them all over my little town. So handsome and beautiful. The newcomers were excited. The so-called 7 stars and 4 talents are Qin San, Han Inger, who were in the previous rookie assessment, plus Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie. 2 men and 2 women. They often team up to go out and carry out sect missions, and they can always complete them successfully. They are very famous in major cities. Moreover, their strength among the disciples is also at the top wall or above the golden elixir. Moreover, the men are handsome and the women are beautiful, and they are the face of the 7-star sword sect disciples in terms of both strength and appearance. How can we not envy such a person? Okay, we're not the protagonists today, let's focus on the game. Qin San spoke gently. He was already used to being the center of attention. Back at the competition venue, the first match was between Su Luo and Lin Shen. Su Luo has been waiting for too long, so she should finish it as soon as possible and leave work as soon as possible. When Su Luo stood on the court, she was booed all the time. She really had no reputation at all. On the contrary, as soon as Lin Shen came on the court, everyone cheered for him. Lin Shen! Su Luo shouted angrily at the first sentence of the opening, and her voice almost drowned out the entire audience. The newlyweds were stunned. You're shouting so loudly, are you guys against each other? Lin Shen, I will avenge all my past grudges today. I will make you lose miserably. It really does exist. We do have a feud, but I don't think I did anything wrong. You should reflect on yourself. It's all your fault. I had a bright future and the woman I loved, but it's all gone because of you. Let's not talk about the future first. Isn't the woman you love Li Si? She even gave up the competition for you yesterday. Lin Shen did not deny that he had a grudge against Su Luo, but he couldn't say anything nonsense. After seeing Li Si admit defeat yesterday, Lin Shen understood that what Li Si said before, such as not wanting to see Su Luo and hating Su Luo the most, were all lies. Although he didn't know why, Su Luo and Li Si were acting in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. Today we're going to decide who's better, and who lives or dies. Of course it is impossible to decide life or death. With so many big guys present, how could an accident happen? But you have to show your attitude. Okay, in that case, I won't say anything. I hope you can show your full strength this time. Okay, let me show you how hard I've worked these days. Then Su Luo took out the unicorn whip. As soon as the unicorn whip was activated, it moved flexibly around Su Luo like a living thing. It doesn't look like an ordinary weapon at all. The unicorn whip suddenly flew out and headed straight for Lin Shen. Lin Shen couldn't dodge in time and was hit hard on the kidney. Just from this one thing, even a newbie without much experience can see it. This is not Su Luo's strength at all, but that good whip. Is this what you call effort? Have some shame. In fact, Su Luo just didn't want to. He laughed and said, "You didn't expect it, right? Yes, I can't beat you, but I found a way to defeat you." The other newcomers finally couldn't help it and started to feel sorry for Lin Shen. Hey, isn't this a foul? That's not fair. How come his weapon is so powerful? Who allowed him to carry it? It's totally unreasonable. Are you going to do nothing about it? The host took a look and finally said, Su Luo did not commit any fouls. Weapons are also part of strength. Su Luo can use weapons well, and so can you. Oh my god, Where can I find such a weapon? For a moment, the newcomers were all greeting Su Luo, saying that he had no martial ethics. Su Luo had become a ditch rat at this time, however. Su Luo pretended not to hear and continued to use the scaled snake whip with a happy expression on her face. Ah, Lin Shen, you have come to this day. Don't admit defeat. I haven't had enough fun yet. Under the attack of the Kirin snake whip, Lin Shen was in a very embarrassing situation and hid here and there, but was always tracked by the Kirin snake whip's automatic enemy search. But Lin Shen would not sit still and wait for death. When Su Luo became too proud of herself, he threw a small flying knife straight at Su Luo's chest. Bite. The flying knife hit Su Luo directly, but it's no use. Su Luo stopped pretending and tore open her clothes, revealing the scaled snake armor underneath. Not only do I have weapons, I also have armor. So, are you desperate? Su Luo's smug look grew even stronger. This immediately broke the defense of the newcomers. Ah, no, my fist is hard. Can I go up and fight? Count me in. Using such a treasure is bullying. I can't stand it. Yes, looking at those weapons and armor, they are not suitable for use in the Qi training period. In fact, the newcomers were so angry because Su Luo seemed to be about to win, and they were afraid that someone like this would get first place. They will be the new generation that will be nailed to the pillar of shame, the sect leader said to Nangong Shiyun. Is this the person you protected? You wouldn't have given these treasures to him, would you? Of course not, but don't worry about it. Just watch. TSK, Su Luo is completely useless, but Lin Shen is pretty good and is already looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The sect leader's vision is naturally much better than that of the newcomers. He thinks Lin Shen will not necessarily lose. That's right, Lin Shen quickly adapted to the automatic attack of the scaled snake whip. Because the attack of the scaled snake whip automatically searches for and tracks the enemy, it follows a certain pattern. After realizing this, Lin Shen was able to basically avoid it. If he really couldn't avoid it, he would take it on at a very low cost. This is Lin Shen's terrifying fighting talent, and he was not just limited to defense, he had already begun to approach Su Luo step by step. I've been hit again. Can you still hold on? If not, hold on for me. Su Luo still had the look of a smug villain. Those who don't know might think that Su Luo is encouraging Lin Shen, but actually she wants to torture Lin Shen. The battle was so one-sided that the newcomers really couldn't sit still. What should we do? Should we just let Su Luo win? No. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Come on, Lin Shen. If you win, you'll be my big brother. The whole audience was cheering for Lin Shen. At this moment, Lin Shen seemed to have awakened something and entered a strange state, moving forward gracefully under the attack of the scaled snake whip. Lin Shen perfectly predicted the attack method of the Kirin snake whip, but he came in front of Su Luo just like that. You. Su Luo stared at Lin Shen blankly, her face filled with panic. Lin Shen's right hand was already gathering strength. This blow will hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shen concentrated all his strength on his right hand, and a blazing light burst out. The 8 extremes collapse. With one punch, the scaled snake armor fell apart and shattered after a brief defense. Su Luo also flew backwards of the impact of this blow, coupled with the resistance of the scaled snake armor, left Lin Shen's right hand covered in wounds, and it gradually fell down in weakness, but Lin Shen's unyielding body stood firm on the field. Great, what a reversal! Lin Shen, you are my god. So handsome, he's really handsome. Everyone around was already calling Lin Shen's name. Lin Shen conquered everyone present with his perseverance and explosive power, but it wasn't over yet. Su Luo got up, but he couldn't hold on and fell down again, suddenly vomiting some blood, but Su Luo didn't care about these at all. Lin Shen! He roared again. Lin Shen, why is it always you? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Su Luo was already incoherent. With this thought in mind, Su Luo got up again and swung her fist at Lin Shen, but Lin Shen dodged them all. If this is all you can do, you should admit defeat. I don't want to fight you without using your full strength. Lin Shen still had a hunch that Su Luo would not be limited to this level. Damn it, damn it. Su Luo repeated this sentence and then attacked randomly, like a clown who had lost his rationality. Lin Shen didn't want to continue anymore, and with one punch, he knocked Su Luo far away. Finally, Su Luo fell to the ground. The host announced that Lin Shen won. After watching the entire battle of Nangong Shiyun, I can only say that in terms of acting, among all the people I have seen, no one is better than you. Nangong Shiyun would like to call you the strongest, because Nangong Shiyun never shows her true face. She has had many faces and played many roles. So he can be said to be skilled in acting, but when he saw Su Luo today, Nangong Shiyun felt that he still had room for improvement. If it weren't for the diary, Nangong Shiyun wouldn't have known that Su Luo was acting. Chapter 42, The Newcomer Competition ends. Seeing that Su Luo was finally defeated, the newcomers started celebrating. Even the sect leader had a smile on his face. That's absolutely right, that's absolutely right. This is the ending I want. Then I can have sex with Su Luo in front of Xiaoyu. I held my breath all day yesterday and finally felt relieved today. The sect leader is now feeling refreshed. Nangong Shiyun saw through the sect leader's thoughts at a glance. I advise you not to ask for trouble. You are just an old man, you can't compare to Su Luo. I don't believe it. Nangong Shiyun didn't say anything. She could already guess the ending of the newcomer competition continues, and the subsequent battles are even more exciting. Lin Shen cannot use one of his arms for the time being, but that does not prevent him from becoming a GODI in the subsequent semifinals. He still suppressed his opponent's attacks, and his fighting power did not decrease much because of the loss of one ARM die in the finals. He became more and more courageous, achieved achievements, and fought. Back with only a sliver of health left, many newcomers became fans of Lin Shen on the spot, and those who were not fans also took him as their goal. Standing on the field, Lin Shen raised his fist with one hand, declaring his victory. This era is called Lin Shen's era. After being beaten like this, the people around him couldn't help but accept it. Su Luo didn't wake up until the newcomer competition was over. Before this, I had secretly told Xiaoyu that I was fine and not to worry, and asked her to go back first, because there were other things to deal with later, and Xiaoyu kept looking at him. It was difficult to operate. Su Luo jumped over and ran straight to Elder Yen Xi. As soon as I came in, I burst into tears of pain. Elder, please, give it to me. Give me a more powerful treasure. Just one will do. I want revenge. Elder Yen Shi put down his work and shook his head. Alas, why bother? I must kill Lin Shen. In the sect, don't talk about killing fellow disciples. It will have a bad influence. In the sect, it's okay to talk big. After all, it's inevitable to get carried away during a martial arts competition, but if you really kill your fellow disciples, the consequences will be worse than death. The 7-Star Sword sect does not allow fellow disciples to kill each other unless there are special circumstances. Yes, Elder, but okay, let me ask you, have you ever thought about killing Lin Shen? The moment he said this, the pressure from Elder Yen Shi suddenly increased, and Su Luo trembled and was unable to speak for a moment. After a long while, Su Luo gritted her teeth and said, Yes, I wish I could kill him right now. Elder Yen Shi continued to shake his head. I don't sense that kind of awareness from you. You're just unwilling to accept it. I have it, I have it. I have as many treasures as you want, but I hope you can understand that true strength lies in your own strength. Yes, I understand. So, is Elder Yenshi going to give me some treasure this time? I see you don't understand at all. How about this, when you are truly determined to kill Lin Shen, come find me again. Elder Yen Shi turned around and continued with his work. I really have the determination to kill him. Su Luo repeated. Elder Yen Shi turned a deaf ear to it. You don't even have murderous intent right now. Don't get me wrong. I just need your determination. I don't necessarily want you to kill Lin Shen, but this determination will make you stronger. Come back when you really have it. I will make you stronger. Now, you can go back. Before Su Luo could respond, she was driven out by Elder Yen Xi. No matter how Su Luo cried and begged, Elder Yen Shi did not respond to him. Su Luo could only go back like a lost dog. Then on the way back, he gradually turned into a cheerful little husky. This ghost storyline has finally come to an end. Although it is a little different from the previous ones, it was finally completed successfully. Then we arrived at our residence. When I opened the door, I saw Xiaoyu waiting, and the sect leader was right next to her. Now the sky is gradually getting dark, and Xiaoyu should have gone back by now, but Xiaoyu felt that she should comfort the defeated Su Luo, so she waited. Then the sect leader was worried about Xiaoyu, so he waited too. But when I saw Su Luo, I saw Su Luo smiling happily. She didn't need any comfort at all. The clan leader couldn't help but become sarcastic. Hey, you've been back for so long, and you're still so happy. What good things have happened to you? Xiaoyu didn't ask any more questions and handed Su Luo a cup of tea. You're back, have some tea and take a break. Su Luo took the tea, still wondering why the sect leader was here. And no matter what, the title is still necessary in Metropolitan. Well, I watched the match just now. It was pretty good. To get a treasure like that, it must have cost a lot. It's a pity that it's broken. Yes, that damn Lin Shen, I will make him pay the price in the future. Su Luo said casually, dealing with the sect leader. Ha, we are all from the same clan, don't be so resentful, yes. The sect leader wanted to play some tricks on Su Luo, but Xiaoyu spoke first. Su Luo, are you okay? It's okay. What could happen to me? I told you not to worry, so don't worry. That's good. I will become stronger in the future and fight Lin Shen with you. Although Xiaoyu has made rapid progress, there is still some gap for Lin Shen. The sect leader was unhappy when he heard this. Xiaoyu, can you still support Su Luo despite her terrible performance in the competition? That doesn't make sense. Su Luo, don't teach Xiaoyu bad things. Yes, I can't. Master, Su Luo has never taught me bad things. The sect leader couldn't stand it anymore. Xiaoyu had always helped Su Luo. What was so good about this kid? Su Luo, I'll tell you straight away, no matter what weapons, treasures, or elixirs you want, I can give them to you, but the prerequisite is that you leave Xiaoyu. Your performance really disappoints me. You don't practice normally, and you rely on treasures at critical moments. You haven't even beaten Lin Shen yet. I can't see any advantages in you. If Xiaoyu stays with you again, it will ruin her. The sect leader said everything he wanted to say in one breath. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, he would have said it long ago. Stop scolding me, stop scolding me. I don't want anything. I'm leaving Xiaoyu. Su Luo said to Xiaoyu, although we have known each other for a short time, you are a good child. Our fate ends here. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy of you. Su Luo was mentally prepared for the fact that she and Xiaoyu would eventually separate because of their different paths. The sect leader was a little confused. Ah, you agree so soon, I thought you would struggle a little longer. Even if I am the sect leader, you shouldn't give up Xiaoyu so easily. I am right to look down on you. You have no backbone at all. What a coward. The clan leader couldn't help but say it. Xiaoyu was stunned after hearing this, then she immediately reacted and turned to the sect leader and said, Master, although we haven't known each other for long, you are a good master. Our fate ends here. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy. After saying that, Xiaoyu stood beside Su Luo. Xiaoyu simply thought that since her master didn't allow her to be with Su Luo, she could only feel sorry for her master. As long as this master-disciple relationship is gone, the master cannot stop me from being with Su Luo. In Xiaoyu's heart, in that rainy forest, Su Luo was already an extremely important person to her. Are you serious? The sect leader found it a little hard to accept for a moment. As the leader of a sect, how could the relationship between master and disciple be severed so abruptly? Yes. Xiaoyu said very seriously. Chapter 43. Undercover agents are actually everywhere. The clan leader had to put on a smile. Ha, what are you talking about? I was just joking. I don't really object to you two playing together. Really, Xiaoyu, don't take it seriously. Ah, really? Of course, you can still find Su Luo to play with you in the future. I have no objection. The sect leader was in tears. It took him 100 years to find such a good disciple. How could he bear to give up? Seeing the sect leader forcing a smile and saying things against his will, this time, it was Su Luo's turn to be unable to help herself. You have no backbone at all. What a coward. Oh, I have such a bad temper, and you, boy, are so handsome. The sect leader didn't dare to say more because Xiaoyu had already protected Su Luo behind him, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but the sect leader felt that the corners of Su Luo's mouth seemed to be getting more and more crooked. This made him even angrier, but there was nothing he could do. A family members, who understands why this guy is so irritating, and then, nothing happened. The sect leader could only leave in disgrace. He really had no choice but to let them do as they pleased. Xiaoyu just stayed for a while and then went back. As the night deepened, Su Luo opened her diary. Some things are best done in the quiet of the night. The rookie competition is over, but I still have some finishing touches to do, and then I can just lie down for a while. Next, I lost the rookie competition, which made me hate Lin Shen even more, and Elder Yin she didn't offer any help. In desperation, I could only go to my senior brothers and sisters. In the end, I actually found a kind senior brother who helped me teach Lin Shen a lesson. Of course, I also gave him a certain amount of compensation. This senior brother has no problem beating Lin Shen up. His strength is much higher than Lin Shen's. He did fight, and he fought hard in the name of sparring, but he probably didn't consider the consequences. How could the protagonist who suffered a setback not seek revenge? The next day, Lin Shen began to conduct a background check on this senior, including but not limited to his daily eating habits, itinerary, likes and dislikes. Every detail must be thoroughly investigated, because when one lacks strength, one can only resort to some unsavory means. Understanding a person is the best way to deal with him. Then it was discovered that this senior brother was an undercover agent of a demonic sect. Lin Shen also obtains solid evidence. What else can be done? Just report it directly. Then this senior brother won't have to resort to any despicable means. He will be in trouble himself and the sect will deal with him. Lin Shen received a sect reward and also got his revenge. Isn't that wonderful? Do you think this is the end? Not yet. Because I still felt unsatisfied, I found another senior brother. And this senior brother is also an undercover agent of a demonic sect. The second time, Lin Shen was familiar with the situation and reported this senior brother, and then received a reward. There was a third time? Of course there was. I was speechless when I saw it. It was so watery. In this way, Lin Shen successively reported the undercover agents of 3 demonic sections. For a time, his reputation in the sect rose again, and everyone praised Lin Shen's piercing eyes. Actually, I was speechless when I saw this. It's normal for a sect to have undercover agents. With so many people, it's common for 1 or 2 to get in. But because they ran into Lin Shen, they, who had been hiding well, were all pulled out, which was suffocating. It's true that no matter what we villains do, we will eventually become stepping stones for the protagonist. Finally, seeing that Lin Shen was still in high spirits, I became unhappy again and called in a heavyweight figure, Qin San, one of the 7 stars and 4 talents. Having the connection with Elder Yin Shi, and their previous friendship during the assessment, Qin San agreed. But because Han Inger happened to be passing by, the matter was dropped for Han Inger's sake. My story ends here, and then another villain will come to slap Lin Shen in the face. After all, people need a change of pace. I'm tired of seeing me getting beaten all the time. And the next villain is Qin San, whom I brought out. He is an undercover agent sent by the top demon sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yes, another undercover agent. I even suspect that if Qin San hadn't met Lin Shen, he would have become a deacon 3 years later, a peak master 3 years later, and then a sect master. 3 years and 3 years later, and then 3 years later, he became the boss. This is getting off topic. Qin San wasn't that lucky. Meeting Lin Shen not only brought him bad luck, but also cost him his life. After a while, Sitsai went out to complete a dungeon as usual, and brought Lin Shen with him. This outing was proposed by Qin San, who had his own purpose, but unfortunately, it was not achieved in the end. Speaking of which, this outing dungeon is quite impressive. It contains a special formation, and practicing within it can help you improve your skills quickly. The speed is 20 times faster than usual. It's an exaggeration, but that's the actual effect. Unfortunately, this formation can only be used in that instance, and the instance collapsed as the story ended. However, that short period of time was enough for Lin Shen to cultivate madly, and his cultivation continued to soar. This is the treatment of the protagonist. After writing another diary entry, Su Luo felt that she was not worthy of being called a loser, but then I thought, if I don't write a diary, do I have to rely on my own hard work to practice? Isn't this even more curly? Complete the diary, reward, Constitution +2, Strength +4, and increase your cultivation level by 1 level. Current cultivation level, early golden core stage. Special ability upgrade, my pain is greater than yours. When attacked, you can transfer 50% of the damage you receive to a designated character. Special ability name changed, feel the pain together. I take 50% damage and the opponent takes 50% as well. There's nothing wrong with sharing the pain together. Time passes day by day. When Lin Shen reported the third undercover agent of the demonic path, he gradually understood everything. He understood that Su Luo was in the next big game. Su Luo wasn't trying to embarrass me on purpose, but was creating a prototype of a demonic figure, murderous and crazy, who would do anything to achieve his goals. With this image, he can better gain the trust of the demonic path, and then get rid of the demonic path undercover through my hands. Otherwise, how do you explain what happened in the past few days? Su Luo came to cause trouble for me, but he fell down when I touched him, and then said he would call for help. The people called were all undercover agents of the demonic sect. He didn't want to cause trouble for me at all, but to remind me that there was something wrong with this person and use me to get rid of the undercover agent of the demonic path. Yes, that's right. Otherwise, why would Li Si still maintain a relationship with him? It turns out that Li Si has always understood what Su Luo wanted to do. The body is toward darkness, the heart is toward light. Lin Shen felt that there was no more appropriate reason than this. If it weren't for Su Luo, he wouldn't have known that there were undercover agents from the demonic sect in the sect. And Su Luo's various actions all along were now understood by Lin Shen. Lin Shen truly understood that Su Luo had also turned herself into a chess piece to infiltrate the inner world of the demonic path in the future. As an undercover agent, surviving in the devilish world where demons are rampant is probably full of hardships. For a moment, Lin Shen was in awe. I'm sorry, Su Luo, I underestimated you before. Chapter 44. Who is your brother? Lin Shen. Su Luo came to pick a fight with Lin Shen again, expressing her anger to the fullest. Yes, it was clearly me who hired someone to teach Lin Shen a lesson, but it became Lin Shen's achievement. It made Su Luo seem like she was here to provide an assist, or to provide an assist to the enemy. There is nothing worse than this, it makes everyone unhappy. Of course, Su Luo had to act angry this time. Qin-san is introduced. After this, there will be no more plot for the time being. Lin Shen was already used to the roars and said calmly, "You're here. Yes, you won't have good luck this time. I want to let you know the consequences of offending me." So who is it this time? Qin-san. Su Luo said proudly that not just anyone could invite Qin-san. Are you sure? Lin Shen was stunned. He never thought that it would be this person. There's actually something wrong with one of the faces of the 7-star disciples. It's okay for those small minions and little people before, but even someone like Qin-san, the magic is too good at hiding. After hearing this name, Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. It was a bit difficult. Su Luo was puzzled. What was so certain about this? I couldn't call such a person? Who was I looking down on? Of course, who do you think I am? I understand. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Hearing that it was hard work, Su Luo naturally said that it was not hard, but that was not right. What did you understand? What the hell is hard work? I asked someone to teach you a lesson, and you still have to thank me. What's this special hobby? Did the 3 people in front of you beat you silly? But that shouldn't be the case, Lin Shen, you can't be such a weakling. Lin Shen, are you okay? No problem, I definitely received it, Su Luo. Only today, you are my brother. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. Su Luo, I originally thought that with your current strength and status, it would be amazing for you to find some small undercover agents, but I didn't expect that you were even more capable than I thought. To catch a big fish. You must have put in a lot of unknown effort. At this moment, you are my brother, but on the surface we still have to pretend to be opponents to cover up your undercover identity. I understand this. Well, don't worry, I won't let you down. Leave it to me now. I will investigate Qin-san, obtain solid evidence, and then get rid of this undercover agent. Su Luo was even more confused. Who is your brother? Why is Lin Shen acting strangely today? It seems like his attitude towards me has changed. I understand. Then, according to the usual practice? What convention? What convention do we have? Lin Shen didn't answer and attacked with a move. Su Luo lay down immediately as usual. I feel like this is the convention you're talking about. It seems so. With Lin Shen's intelligence, he should have known that I was pretending to be weak, but he definitely doesn't know my true strength, because Lin Shen just broke through to the perfection of Qi training not long ago, and I am also a small golden elixir, 1 level lower than him. How could he have thought of that? However, the necessary plot still needs to be there. Damn it! Wait, I'll go get someone. Well, I'll wait. It was really strange. Lin Shen should have been impatient at this moment. But why did he start to soften now? That's disgusting. What went wrong? Soon, Shin-san was invited. He didn't want to do this kind of thing at first, but when Elder Yenshi was mentioned, he agreed. Lin Shen, do you remember what I said during the sect entrance examination? You didn't remember and told me about Su Luo. You really didn't take my warning to heart. In other words, you didn't take me seriously either. Well, now, let's have a sparring match. Do you have any objections? They were all excuses. He just wanted to find an excuse to beat Lin Shen up. Shin-san didn't take them seriously at all during the sect entrance examination. I still need some reason to hide myself in the sect. Okay, come on. Lin Shen had no objection at this time. It was a good opportunity to see Shin-san's strength, understand the gap between the two sides, and prepare for the future. Even if he failed, Lin Shen didn't feel that he had gained nothing, because fighting is about growing from failure. How brave! Shin-san's first move was to use his unique skill, the heart-ripping claw. Jin Dan's strength was not exaggerated at all, and the vicious angle gave Lin Shen no chance to dodge. Lin Shen reacted a little bit slower and couldn't even defend himself, so he got hit. The sound of clothes tearing. Not only that, there were obvious claw marks on Lin Shen's body, and blood was oozing out. With just one move, Lin Shen understood the gap. It was indeed not something he could handle at the moment. Su Luo, you really gave me a very difficult challenge. Su Luo didn't care what Lin Shen thought, now he could only shout happily. Ah, good, great, I like watching this. Shin-san still held back in his previous move, otherwise Lin Shen would have died here. It is impossible to really kill Lin Shen. Shin-san has been hiding for so long and has reached this position. How could he be exposed so easily? Can you still hold on? I'm not even warming up. Although bullying the weak made Shin-san feel a little happy, Lin Shen's vulnerability made him feel complacent. This Lin Shen is nothing special. Lin Shen took a deep breath, concentrated, and used his most powerful move, the 8 extremes collapse. The result was actually just as Lin Shen expected. It was useless. Shin-san took it head-on and didn't look too injured. This punch is not bad, but your cultivation is too low. If you had reached the golden core stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to take your punch. Unfortunately, you can't do that now. Shin-san commented like this, then raised one hand and turned it into a dragon claw. Just as he was about to strike, a voice stopped him. What are you doing? Han Inger, dressed in white, happened to pass by. We are sparring. Shin-san retracted his claws and his face became gentle and elegant again. It was because he learned how to change his face that he was able to lurk in the 7-star sword sect for so long. What are you fighting for? Aren't you bullying Lin Shen? Although she said so, Han Inger saw Shin-san's gentle and elegant appearance, and there was actually not much blame in her tone. Senior sister, I'm fine. Nothing, you're all injured. Let me help you take a look. Han Inger actually used her little hands to gently check Lin Shen's injuries. Su Luo secretly clicked her tongue and thought to herself that someone was going to be unable to sleep. That's right, this person is Shin-san, and his eyes have turned red when he looks at Lin Shen, but neither Lin Shen nor Han Inger noticed. Not bad, you took Shin-san's attack and only suffered this little injury. Junior brother, you are really amazing. Han Inger praised him while applying medicine to Lin Shen. The medicine looked quite precious and useful. Humph, if I hadn't held back, he would have been dead. You should hold back. Hurting someone like this is really excessive. What do you mean by you? Hurry and apologize to Lin Shen. Yes. Shin-san said reluctantly, Lin Shen, I'm sorry, I was a little too harsh. It's okay, injuries are inevitable when sparring. Junior brother, if you want to spar in the future, you can come to me. I will definitely not use such heavy hands. Han Inger's admiration was not concealed at all, causing Shin-san to really want to beat Lin Shen up, but I really can't do that in front of Han Inger, otherwise she will hate me again. Chapter 45. Before departure to the secret realm. In the end, Shin-san and Han Inger left together. Lin Shen also went back to prepare to investigate Shin-san. Lin Shen felt that this claw today was worth it, because he lost to Shin-san, he wanted to win back. With this reason, he could openly investigate all kinds of information about Shin-san. Even if they are discovered, they can use this as an excuse. Otherwise, why investigate Shin-san for no reason? Don't tell the other person explicitly that you have exposed your chicken feet. After returning to her residence, Su Luo prepared to make herself a delicious meal to reward herself if the plot has been successfully completed. Next, it depends on how Lin Shen and the others fight to the death in the secret realm. Of course, Lin Shen will be the one who survives. Then Li Si came. She smiled, with an ill-intentioned look on her face. Are you free recently? What do you want? Su Luo felt something was wrong and had to ask clearly before giving a clear answer about whether he was free or not based on the actual situation. You owe me a favor for the rookie competition, so I don't think we should put it off. Let's enjoy it sooner rather than later. How about you go somewhere with me and we'll even it out? Where are you going? I haven't been doing well in my training lately, so I want to go out and relax. How about it? Are you okay? You're also unhappy? Shouldn't you go to your master when you're unhappy? Alas, there are some things that master cannot resolve. If I continue to cultivate, I'm afraid that inner demons will appear. Is it that serious? Yeah, so please. Well, it's not impossible. Su Luo thought about it and felt that there really wasn't any problem. If she just wanted to go out and relax, it would be fine. It has to be said that during the rookie competition, Li Si's surrender did save him a lot of trouble. Well, just consider it as returning a favor. In fact, Li Si's practice has been going very smoothly recently. In her daily life, with the acceleration of the Qingyue pendant and her own excellent talent, her practice speed is already far ahead of others. Then, with the guidance of Nangong Shiyun, his moves improved by leaps and bounds, the speed at which her strength is improving is beyond her imagination. Just recently, she successfully broke through to the middle stage of foundation building. It can be said that she has achieved great success at a young age. That's right, in the world of immortal cultivation, high level of cultivation is also a kind of achievement, but how could a person stop moving forward? Li Si took a look at Su Luo's diary. The speed is 20 times faster than usual. His eyes popped out. Even the Qingyue pendant didn't have such an exaggerated speed increase. What would it be like to practice this? A feeling of flying. It's okay if I don't know, but if I knew, how could I bear it? However, this time is different from the past. In the past, I could know the approximate location, but now Qin-san is needed to know the location, and I can't go there alone. After thinking it over again and again, Li Si still felt that she could not give up this opportunity, so she decided to go along. And now I am still a fellow disciple of Lin Shen, and I should be able to get Qin-san to take me with him through Lin Shen, and he also wants to drag Su Luo along, because Xiaoyu is always hanging around Su Luo, and Su Luo has no plot recently. It's easy for something to go wrong if you're so idle. Decisively pull Su Luo along. One day in the world of immortal cultivation, Qin-san proposed to go out to hunt for treasure, because he recently got news of a secret realm, which was suspected to be the secret realm of ancient powerful beings. Go check it out. You might find a lot of good stuff. The other three of the four talents had no objections either. They had always been like this, so they decided to go out in a team without any doubt. However, Han Inger thought of Lin Shen, so she invited Lin Shen to go with her, under the pretext of showing Lin Shen some new things. Qin-san originally didn't agree, but Han Inger begged him and he agreed. Although he was worried that Lin Shen would hinder his plan, he didn't take it to heart when he thought that Lin Shen was vulnerable. If you get in his way, I won't hold back this time. When Lin Shen received Han Inger's invitation, he hesitated for a moment and then agreed. After he knew that there was something wrong with Qin-san, he immediately launched an investigation, but it was too difficult. Qin-san was completely different from the previous minions. He was extremely vigilant and was almost discovered several times when he was observing from a distance. There's really not a single bit of chicken feet showing. This made Lin Shen suspect that Su Luo might have made a mistake, but I thought I should investigate it for a while longer. After all, if he is really a demon, it must not be easy for him to get to this point, and this time, Han Inger's invitation is just right for her to observe Qin-san up close. However, if you go out, the danger will be greatly increased, especially if there is a hidden danger around you. Of course, Lin Shen was also afraid that he would be in danger, but when he thought about the presence of the other three talents, their strength was also at the golden core level, and Old Yen also said that it was no problem and he would take action if there was any problem. After such a long time, Old Yen has recovered a little bit of strength, enough to deal with Qin-san. This way, Lin Shen suddenly felt a lot safer, but what Lin Shen didn't expect was that Li Si offered to go with them, and brought Su Luo along. I don't understand what they are going to do. Li's answer was to relax, but Lin Shen expressed doubts, but the reason is actually not important, because the decision-making power lies with Qin-san. Among the four talents, Qin-san has always been the default leader, and basic decisions are made according to him. It's a bit dangerous. Bringing Lin Shen alone is already a burden, and now we have to bring 2 more. No, I don't agree. Qin San refused. Han Inger was unhappy. What are you afraid of? With the strength of the 4 of us, are we afraid that we can't protect them? Besides, this secret realm is just hearsay, and whether it's true or not is questionable. If it's not true, why don't we just treat it as a fun activity? It will be more lively with more people. If I say no, it means no. Qin San was almost so angry that he laughed. This was a secret realm he discovered a long time ago. What was inside it that he didn't know? This trip was for this secret place, and bringing so many people was beyond his plan. If they don't go, then I won't go either. Qin San, all right. Qin San compromised. The most important person in his purpose this time was Han Inger, and the others were just supporting roles. If she didn't go, everything would be meaningless. So, the number of people setting out this time increased from 5 to 7, but they didn't know that someone was following them. Nangong Shiyun, she had been keeping an eye on Su Luo, and she was also very shocked by the undercover incident, because Qin San was widely praised in the sect. If it weren't for Su Luo, she might not have known about this until it was over. She instantly became interested and wanted to see what would become of Qin San, because the Tianma sect has a very bad reputation in the demon world. Half of the famous demonic figures today come from the Heavenly Demon sect. It is conceivable how much the Heavenly Demon sect is hated by the righteous sections. Moreover, Nangong Shiyun's disfigurement was also caused by a member of the Tianma sect. Of course, after Nangong Shiyun became strong enough, the first thing she did was to grind the person from the demon sect who disfigured her into ashes. With one strike of the sword, there is nothing left. Chapter 46 Humph, that's more like eat. A few days later, Li Si set off with Su Luo, then Su Luo saw Lin Shen and the others. It's so unlucky that we can still see Lin Shen. Let's go somewhere else. Su Luo was about to take a detour, but was stopped by Li Si. We're on the right track. The senior brothers and sisters are going to take us out to see the world. No, thank you. Su Luo refused decisively. Han Inger said, Su Luo, aren't you very familiar with Qin San? There's no need to be embarrassed. Everyone is here. Don't waste time. Let's go. Qin San was already very impatient. He threw everyone onto the flying mount and took off. The reason why he was so upset was because Qin San confessed to Han Inger yesterday and wanted to become a Taoist couple. That he felt that it should not be delayed any further and that a final decision should be made, and then it was rejected. The reason is that I always treated him as my brother. Qin San obviously couldn't accept this and didn't sleep the whole night. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became, but in fact, he still had a little hope in his heart. In the secret realm, maybe Han Inger would be extremely happy for him. On the flying mount, Su Luo stared at Li Si with an unhappy look on her face. Are you plotting against me? Li Si quickly apologized, but Su Luo didn't respond. Okay, we are all together, just be happy. Yuan Jia came out to break the silence. Yes, I heard that there is a conflict between Su Luo and Lin Shen. Why don't you give us brothers and sisters some face and reconcile here? Li Si also added, yes, as Su Luo's childhood sweetheart, I don't want to see Su Luo make any mistakes, so I brought him out to spend more time with Lin Shen and resolve the conflict. Lin Shen, just apologize. Lin Shen, how did I become the one to apologize? What did I do wrong? For a moment, Lin Shen actually thought a lot. Did Su Luo come along this time to warn him that Qin San was making some moves? Was there something strange about this secret realm? Did Li Si ask me to apologize in order to resolve the conflict between me and Su Luo? But if we reconcile, can Su Luo still be an undercover agent? In fact, Lin Shen was overthinking it. Li Si was just looking for an excuse to bring Su Luo out. At least the above reason was relatively reasonable. Su Luo refused to agree. I am the villain. I can never reconcile with the protagonist no matter who I reconcile with. Okay, let's shake hands and make peace. Su Luo stretched out her hand with a smile, then at the moment of shaking hands, Su Luo squeezed Lin Shen's hand hard, with a ferocious expression, as if she had used up all her strength, but Lin Shen remained calm, because Su Luo's grip was weaker than he had imagined and could not hurt him at all. Seeing this, Sitsai knew that reconciliation was impossible. Han Inger, who failed in her persuasion, could only sigh silently, hoping that they could reconcile during the subsequent journey to the Secret Realm. After flying for a day, Shin San and his crew landed to rest. Lic pulled Su Luo up and whispered to her. What? I don't accept your apology. Aren't you curious about why I brought you here? Why? I heard that this secret realm allows for rapid cultivation. TSK, you're still asking? How could Shin San tell you if he didn't tell Han Inger? It was your dream that made you know, and you want a piece of the pie. That's not a reason for you to hide it from me. Okay, don't be angry. Even if I owe you a favor, accompany me to practice this time. Favor? Wait, it seems that this time he came out just to repay Li Si's favor, and now not only did I pay it back, I also got one. It seems like I made a profit. No, Su Luo, how could you fall into a woman's trap? At least 2 favors. Okay, I'll give you 3, and you'll forgive me. That's pretty good. With these 3 favors, if Li Si loses control again, they will be able to make her surrender. According to Li Si's personality, she would not break her promise. Li Si felt like laughing. Su Luo's arrogant expression was a bit like her former self. What are you laughing at? Su Luo was puzzled. You owe me 3 favors. What's so funny? I want to tell you something happy. I'm in the middle stage of foundation building. Oh, so. Aren't you envious? How much do you have? Late stage of Qi training. Su Luo is currently still in the late stage of Qi training. Lic estimated that Su Luo had the strength to build a foundation, which should be similar to hers. That's it. Your cultivation is so poor, how can you do it? So it's right to follow me. Do I have to tell you even though I have a high level of cultivation? I have a way to improve. What method? Looking for Elder Yan Shi. Can we still chat? While Su Luo and Li Si were whispering to each other, Shin San also called out Zhuo Mingyuan, one of the 4 talents. Mingyuan, I want to ask you a question today. What do you think of Han Inger's treatment of you? An ordinary fellow disciple. Don't lie to me, we are brothers. You suspect I have anything to do with her? I'm not afraid of you laughing, but to tell you the truth, yesterday I asked Han Inger to be my Taoist partner, but was rejected. Why, we all thought you would become a couple after all. Yeah, I don't understand either. Do you know the reason? I have no idea. Deep down in Zhuo Mingyuan's heart, he had liked Han Inger a long time ago, but after knowing that Shin San also liked Han Inger, he gave up and buried this secret in the deepest part. Really? Shin San sighed, looking helpless. In fact, Shin San was wondering if Han Inger rejected him because she had someone she liked. He was the first to suspect Zhuo Mingyuan, because Zhuo Mingyuan was the only one he could suspect, but he had no evidence, so he called him out to test him. Obviously nothing useful was obtained. Rest on the second day of flight. Shin San then took Yuan Jia, one of the 4 talents, for a private talk. Yuan Jia, you usually get along so well with Han Inger. Do you know who Han Inger likes? Don't you like me? Shin San smiled bitterly. I was rejected by Han Inger a few days ago. Why? I want to know too. I'm so worried now. There must be some misunderstanding here. I guess not. Is there no hope for me? No. Then why did she reject me? Shin San was dejected. Yuan Jie said impulsively, Shin San, what do you think of me? Fine. It's just pretty good. It seems there's still a gap between me and Han Inger. You can't compare like that. You each have your own strengths. But you'll never like my good qualities. Yuan Jia, that's right, Shin San, I like you, but I know you only like Han Inger, so just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll help you ask Han Inger why she rejected you. After saying that, Yuan Jia left without looking back. This confused Shin San. He really didn't know that Yuan Jia actually liked him. Chapter 47. Shin San's plan to achieve multiple goals at once. Afterwards, Yuan Jia found a reason and took Han Inger away from the team temporarily to talk in private. What's wrong? Call me out alone. Inger, don't you like Shin San? Han Inger thought for a while and said uncertainly, maybe. I don't like it. What do you mean by probably? If I like it, I like it. If I don't like it, I don't like it. I don't know how to put it. The more I get to know Qin-san, the more I feel something is wrong. I always feel that Qin-san is unpredictable, and I really can't be moved. It's because of this reason. Yuan Jie's voice was a little loud at this time. What's wrong? Han Inger was startled. She was just whispering quietly. Why did he suddenly raise his voice? Yuan Jie lowered her voice again. What kind of excuse is that? Don't you know that Qin-san has always been very good to you? Yeah, I know that, but you can't force things like this. You don't understand. I don't understand, I don't understand. Yuan Jie became excited again. Are you okay? Yuan Jie's voice was so loud that it scared Han Inger a little. I'm sorry, it's nothing. It was the third day of flying. Now on their flying mounts, the four people seemed to be talking and laughing, but there was always a sense of incongruity. Even Lin Shen, who had previously interjected a few words, is now just watching and waiting to see what happens. Lic secretly asked Su Luo, why do you think the atmosphere between them is getting weirder and weirder? Ask the world, what is love? What? It's okay if you don't understand. Don't speak half sentences. However, Su Luo only said half of the words and wrote the rest in her diary. Of course, he should write when no one disturbs him. Although other people can't see the diary, he still has to concentrate when writing in the diary. Okay, after 3 days of flying, we are almost at the secret realm. Let me tell you about the story there. This secret realm was indeed left behind by an ancient great being. There are some valuable items inside, which Qin-san had discovered long ago, but he did not take any of them away. I waited until now to bring Han Inger and the others to pick it up, just to show off my good luck in front of Han Inger and use these good things to win her favor. He even stuffed some of his own treasured and rare items into it. He really is, I cried to death. Of course, there's more to it than just this purpose. Another purpose is to kill Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie, sacrifice them, and lift the seal in the secret realm. Because this secret realm records that a Heart Demon Emperor was sealed. The Heart Demon Emperor, as the name suggests, is related to the inner demons. He is very good at drawing out the inner demons of cultivators. Everyone knows that the inner demon is actually hidden within the body of the cultivator. It is a part of themselves, but it is a collection of negative emotions, born out of some kind of repentance. There is also a kind of anger, or perhaps a kind of obsession. Once you allow your inner demons to grow, you may lose yourself and be driven by them. So at some point, you need to overcome your inner demons before you can move forward. This inner demon appears at different times and has different effects on each person. The inner demon emperor can stir up the inner demons of others, forcing them to fight against themselves before the fight even begins. If conditions permit, you can also control others through your inner demons. According to the setting, the reason why this person was able to become emperor is that he has a unique skill, which is to materialize the inner demon. Normally, inner demons would only remain within the body, but the inner demon materialized by this great emperor was undoubtedly the inner demon within, no different from a real person. The power of the manifested inner demon is no weaker than the original body, and may even be stronger. The calculation formula is self-cultivation plus negative emotional energy plus soul. A normal inner demon has everything you have, but a darkened one is 3 times stronger, and the inner demon's madness provides a bonus in combat. The inner demon that the inner demon emperor materialized was not a human, after all, but rather materialized through a soul. The stronger the soul, the longer the health of the manifested inner demon lasts. After all, it cannot regenerate forever. The souls of most people are predetermined at birth, and their HP is roughly equal to their original bodies, so there's no need to worry about this aspect significantly increasing the damage done to their inner demons. However, the materialized inner demon still has an advantage. It can regenerate until its health is depleted. Try being cut in half. So, is this Heart Demon Emperor difficult to deal with? No, he never lifted the seal and disappeared with the collapse of the secret realm. The reason is that Qin-san doesn't know how to remove the seal. The only clue he thinks might be a clue is the word sacrifice in the secret realm. At the same time, the Heavenly Demon Sect also gave him a task to eliminate some outstanding disciples of the righteous sect in preparation for the Heavenly Demon Sect's subsequent plan. That's right, the Heavenly Demon Sect is preparing to launch the 4th Sect War. It might not be the 4th, but they're going to attack 10 well-known sections. Pretty crazy, really gutsy. So this time, Qin San planned to eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jiehir, complete his undercover mission, and at the same time try to break the seal of the Heart Demon Emperor, killing two birds with one stone. No, it's more than a win-win situation. Qin San also realized that if he eliminated Zhuo Mingyuan and the other two, he wouldn't have to divide the treasures here, and some of the treasures he had paid for would also flow back into his own hands. After that, the 4 talents will become 2. Then Han Inger will only have him to rely on. He could also pin the blame for Zhuo Mingyuan and the others' deaths on this secret realm, allowing him to escape perfectly. What a genius idea! Unfortunately, with Lin Shen brought along, all plans are changing rapidly. First, discovering a treasure was naturally a cause for celebration, but soon after, Lin Shen discovered a large secret room that Qin San hadn't even discovered. There are 8 rooms inside, each containing a profound formation. Practicing in them will greatly increase your speed. If there are 2 people, the speed will be 20 times faster. 3 people won't do it, the formation will stop. Yes, this is the dual cultivation formation. But unlike those coquettish bitches' dual cultivation, in the room, just holding hands together can speed up the cultivation, no other unnecessary movements are required. With a formation like this, why worry about treasures? Let's practice first. I can only say that Lin Shen is truly worthy of his name. He has always had good luck. Qin San also resented Shang Linshen for stealing his limelight. At the same time, during cultivation, Lin Shen's relationship with Han Inger became increasingly close, so the conflict between him and Qin San became increasingly intense. Finally, Qin San couldn't stand it anymore and blew up his truck, saying he would not continue the operation. With a sneak attack, he cut off Zhuo Mingyuan's right hand, and then stabbed Yuan Jie with his backhand. It can only be said that they trusted Qin San too much. They couldn't believe they were attacked by surprise. As for Han Inger, her cultivation was directly abolished by Qin San. Qin San was undercover in the 7-Star Sword sect. Apart from his love for Han Inger, everything else was fake. He couldn't bear to kill Han Inger, so he could only abolish her cultivation to make her stay by his side, but what's the use? He's just a clown. When he was about to deal with Lin Shen, the substitute came online. Old Yen destroyed him with just one move of 3,000 flames. This is so funny. He even wants to insult Lin Shen. He really doesn't know how to write death. However, Elder Yen then fell into a deep sleep again, and Lin Shen temporarily lost a trump card. The story ends here. The secret realm collapsed due to excessive energy loss caused by the overuse of the dual cultivation formation. 7-Star Sword sect, one of the 4 talents died, one was disabled, one was seriously injured, and one was slightly injured. It was really tragic. Chapter 48 Entering the Secret Realm, complete the diary entry, reward defense +4, strength +4, and increase your cultivation level by 1 level. Current cultivation level, middle stage of Golden Core. A mediocre reward. After Su Luo finished writing her diary, she could just stay out of this operation and become a nobody. There was nothing worth doing for her anymore. Nangong Shiyun, who was hiding somewhere and following secretly, frowned. What she was concerned about was whether the demonic sect was going to take action. Nangong Shiyun had fought against the demonic sect more than once and understood how difficult they were to deal with. Nangong Shiyun killed a top master of the demonic sect in seconds. If there are 2, they will be killed in 2 seconds. 5, crushing. 7, okay, just enough for warm-up. 10 of them. They can still crush you if it really comes to that. If there were more, there was a high probability that a few of them would escape, and they could not all be killed. When Nangong Shiyun thought about this, he felt a little regretful about his own strength. The top masters of the demonic sect are usually elusive and rarely seen, and each one is better at escaping than the other. It would be great if my cultivation could be improved a little bit, so that no matter how many of them come, they will stay. It's a pity that she hasn't improved her cultivation for a long time. However, there is no point in rushing things when it comes to cultivation. The current thing we should do is to destroy the plans of the demon sect. Nangong Shiyun was just about to cast some small spells to protect Han Inger and the other 3. As a result, they saw Li Si secretly conveying a message to the 3 of them, saying to be careful of sneak attacks, but she did not specify what kind of sneak attacks they were. She also gave the 3 of them some of her own protective treasures. These treasures were given to Li Si by Nangong Shiyun to save her life, but now Li Si gave them to Han Inger and others, but Qin San was not given any. Nangong Shiyun was puzzled. Su Luo had never told Li Si about this since they set out, and if Li Si knew it a long time ago, why didn't she give the protective treasure before, just after Su Luo updated her diary? Wait, a diary? Could it be that Li Si also has a diary? This seemed to make sense, and everything connected. Good disciple, it turns out you also have a diary. After 3 days of flying, Qin San and his companions arrived at the secret realm. The secret realm is located deep in a fog. This is a special fog with a strong interference ability. Even if you have a high level of cultivation, it is easy to get lost in it, but Qin San confidently led them directly to the secret realm. This is the first arrangement that stands out. Qin San had walked in the fog many times for this purpose and had become very skilled at it. Qin San, the journey you led us this time was so smooth. We were able to reach the secret realm so quickly. I thought we would have to search in the fog for a while longer. I am a little impressed by you. Han Inger praised. Didn't I tell you that I have always had good luck? Qin San couldn't help but smile. Afterwards, he led everyone into the secret realm. When they all stepped into the secret realm, a pair of eyes opened in the depths of the secret realm, followed by a whisper. The number of people is finally right. I hope I can get out of this damn seal this time. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Qin San demonstrated his amazing observation skills and was always able to find good things in the secret realm. I can't believe it. Our harvests have never been so smooth before. Qin San, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Han Inger exclaimed again, because after going through so much hardship in the past, what I got was totally disproportionate to what I put in, and it had to be shared among 4 people, which was miserable. Sometimes it was not even enough to pay for the medicine I consumed. Of course it's not always like this, but it is most of the time. I made a profit right away this time, which is really rare. Qin San really enjoyed Han Inger's praise. I don't know either, but I feel that things will get better in the future. It's right to follow me. Then I'll wait and see. Just watch carefully, you won't be disappointed. Afterwards, as expected, Qin San discovered the treasure he had discovered before. Then he took out the treasure he had given away. After the whole trip, everyone laughed heartily at what they gained. Han Inger, Zhuoming Yuan, and Yuan Jie were genuinely smiling. In fact, Lin Shen didn't take these things seriously and just smiled. Su Luo and Li Si knew the truth and smiled fakely. Qin San smiled sinisterly, because soon all these things would belong to him and Han Inger. After a simple laugh, Qin San said, "We've gained enough, and we've searched the entire secret realm. There shouldn't be anything missing. Let's take a break and go back." Qin San planned to kill Zhuoming Yuan and Yuan Jie during his rest time and sacrifice them to the Heart Demon Emperor, but as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shen's voice was heard. Ah, what is this? Lin Shen didn't know what mechanism was triggered. After a loud bang, a secret passage suddenly appeared in the wall. Wow, it looks like there are some good things here. That's great. Han Inger's eyes began to shine at this time. She had gained so much today. Qin San's heart was burning. Lin Shen, you didn't find out earlier or later, but you found out when I said I was going back. You must want to die so much. Remember this, I'm going to end you soon, but now is not the time to expose himself. Qin San still has to keep smiling. Everyone entered the secret passage carefully because they didn't know what dangerous things might be there, but there really isn't. It went smoothly all the way to the end. At the end, there is a huge semicircle with a room in each of the 8 corners, evenly distributed. What is this place? Everyone went in to check out the place out of curiosity, while remaining highly alert, but there was nothing dangerous. After exploring the surroundings, there were only 8 rooms surrounding it. When everyone was confused, a bright light flashed and the formation was activated. They soon realized what this place was for, because this ancient great man was very thoughtful and left behind an instruction manual, which showed how to use it when the formation was activated. It is estimated that he also prepared it for future generations, but later on, no one knew why this secret place was hidden. There was silence at first. Qin San spoke first. The speed increase for 2 people is so exaggerated, but there are 7 of us here. What should we do with the remaining one? Lin Shen glanced at the people around him and quickly came to a conclusion, saying, "It's okay, I can do it on my own." The 4 of them often go through life and death, and any pairing is suitable. Su Luo and Li Si have been very good friends in private since they came to Chofeng City. Lin Shen is left alone. Qin San snorted coldly, "You're smart." Then he said to Han Inger, "Then it's settled. Inger, let's be a team." Xin San couldn't wait to be alone in a room with Han Inger. All right. Han Inger didn't refuse, but she felt a little sorry for Lin Shen. It was you who discovered this place, but you didn't get the most out of it. I have some treasures here. Please accept them as compensation. Chapter 49. Let's try it. No. Yes. Seeing that Lin Shen and Han Inger were still shirking responsibility, Xin San became impatient again. Just take it if you give it to me. Xin San stuffed the treasure into Lin Shen's hand and pulled Han Inger into room 6 without saying a word. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie went into room 5 to see if this so-called cultivation formation was really that magical. Lic couldn't wait any longer, and before Su Luo could react, she was pulled into room 1. Seeing that they all had choices, Lin Shen randomly chose room number 7, in room 1. After Li Si came in, she looked around. The room was very simple, with only the formation under her feet and nothing else. Nothing special. Can you really practice 20 times faster? Just try it and you'll know. Su Luo was no longer surprised. That's right. Li Si held Su Luo's hand, meditated, and then began to practice. Su Luo did the same thing, because dual cultivation definitely cannot be done by one person alone. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy condensed wildly and then entered Su Luo and Li Si. The spiritual energy that entered the body was not refined immediately, but continued to flow between the two people along a certain route. I feel it. This speed is unimaginable. For the first time, Li Si felt that the improvement in her cultivation level was so obvious, far exceeding her expectations, and more importantly, the spiritual energy flowing from Su Luo felt warm and rich. It's easy to get lost in it. Su Luo felt a little uncomfortable. She hadn't practiced since she started writing the diary. Even if his cultivation level improved 20 times now, it still felt average to him. Su Luo, are you really practicing qi? Why do I feel like you're not? The two of them practiced together, and Li Si clearly felt that Su Luo's spiritual energy was extraordinary. Yes, it's qi training. Or you can tell me secretly and I will keep it a secret. Practicing qi means practicing qi. If you don't have evidence, I won't admit it. If you have evidence, I won't admit it either. Su Luo's main skill is to be tough on the outside. Let's just hurry up. Li Si began to concentrate on her cultivation and stopped talking. He just unconsciously tightened his grip on Su Luo's hand a little. On the other hand, in room 6. At the beginning, Han Inger thought it was great. Her cultivation speed increased rapidly and the effect was really obvious, but soon, the speed began to decrease, and then the body began to feel unwell. A dizziness, retching, weakness. How could such a phenomenon occur in a cultivator? The same situation happened to Qin San. An hour later, Han Inger was already feeling very uncomfortable. Xin San, I can't take it anymore. I need to go out and get some fresh air. All right. Even Xin San couldn't stand it, but after letting go of Han Inger's hand, Xin San felt okay again. The speed of cultivation also gradually increased, and finally stabilized at about 3 or 4 times. Although it is not as fast as the initial 20 times, it has also increased the speed. This made Xin San very puzzled. When Han Inger went outside to relax, she found that they were the only two like this. The others were practicing and didn't seem to be feeling unwell. She took a look and found that Su Luo and Li Si were in the best condition, and Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also okay. Even Lin Shen, alone, was immersed in cultivation while practicing in the formation. There were no problems like those encountered by him and Xin San. Puzzled, Han Inger then thought, why not try it with Lin Shen? But when he thought of Xin San, he stopped and went back to continue practicing with Xin San. You're back. How are you? Xin San asked with concern. Much better, let's continue. The first day of formation training is over. At this moment, under the formation, a pair of eyes opened again, followed by another whisper. The number of people is right, and we've started using the formation. That's right, practice now. The faster you practice, the faster I'll be out. The next day, the practice continued. How could I let go of such an opportunity? I must practice without stopping for a moment, but Su Luo didn't think so. The speed of cultivation has increased, but it is also easier to get tired. Alright, you've been practicing for so long, it's time to take a break. You can't do it anymore? What are you talking about? I said take a break, it's not impossible. Oh. Okay, in that case, I'll have to let you see my strength. Continue. Su Luo and the others were still practicing hard, and since yesterday, the two of them had never separated their hands. Zhuoming Yuan and Yuan Jia are not so eager. If they feel tired occasionally, they will still go out for a walk, especially Yuan Jia. She still wants to practice in a comfortable state. Qin San and Han Inger were in trouble. The IT would be better for the two of them to practice on their own, this is natural. Qin San's basic skills are the magic skills. Even if it is concealed very well, its essence is the magic. How could it be compatible with Han Inger's righteous practice? But Qin San just refused to accept it. He refused to admit that he and Han Inger were incompatible, so he insisted on practicing dual cultivation despite the discomfort. Han Inger had no choice but to accompany him, but after practicing for an hour, she would go out for a walk and take a breath. As for Lin Shen, even though he was alone, he did not stop practicing and continued to practice without stopping for a moment. Every time Han Inger sees Lin Shen like this, she will be infected and should not give up easily. So he endured the discomfort and tried with Qin San to figure out how to make good use of this formation. The speed has increased by 20 times. 3 or 4 times is nothing. It would be a loss if it doesn't reach the maximum speed, but after one day, Han Inger felt a little lost because she felt really uncomfortable. Before I knew it, I arrived outside Lin Shen's room. Senior sister, what's wrong? Lin Shen also noticed her arrival and asked. Han Inger sighed and confided, there's something wrong with Qin San and my cultivation. What's the problem? It's just that dual cultivation is very uncomfortable, but Zhuoming Yuan and the others don't have this problem. I don't understand this. I've always been alone. That's it. Han Inger held Lin Shen's hand and began to practice, but the next second, she retracted her hand. What's going on? A completely different feeling. It's not worse, it's better. This frightened her so much that she retracted her hand. What's wrong? Lin Shen was practicing dual cultivation for the first time, and without any comparison, he had no idea what the problem was. Let's try it. After hearing Han Inger's words, Lin Shen remembered Qin San. With Qin San's personality, he didn't dare to think about the consequences if he knew about this matter. That's not good. If Qin San knew, Lin Shen didn't say anything else, but those who understood. Han Inger thought about it and felt that it was true. She could only sigh and say, well, you're right. I'm going back. Looking at her slightly sad expression, Lin Shen held her with one hand. Who is Qin San? What do I owe him? Instead, he owes me something. He threatens me once and tries to teach me a lesson once. Let's try it. Chapter 50. Destroy. This is cultivation. This is the mystery of the formation. Han Inger finally realized that it was really her and Qin San who were having a disagreement, but why is it normal with Lin Shen, but so uncomfortable with Qin San? I don't understand. However, Han Inger didn't dare to practice too much with Lin Shen, for fear that Qin San would come out to look for her. Went back early. Now that you're back, how do you feel? Qin San stopped practicing and asked. Much better. After hearing this, Qin San nodded and reached out to hold Han Inger's hand, but as soon as she touched Han Inger's hand, she shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. What's wrong? Nothing. The two held hands together. After a while, the uncomfortable feeling came over me again. Su Luo now seemed to be hollowed out. Lic felt the same way. Finally, I decided to take a break, but despite being so tired, the harvest was still pretty good. Lic vaguely felt that she could make another breakthrough, even though she had just made a breakthrough not long ago. Do you feel a breakthrough? Lic still held Su Luo's hand, but did not practice. Instead, she chatted during the break. No. That shouldn't be the case. I'm almost breaking through to the middle stage of foundation building, and you're not breaking through to Qi training either? Poor talent, that's it. It's not that bad, is it? Ah, a breakthrough. Su Luo directly adjusted her cultivation to the perfect level of Qi training. Are you satisfied now? How come this is such a coincidence? Lic also understood more clearly that Su Luo was hiding her strength. Thanks to you, I practiced so hard and didn't want to miss a single minute. Hey. I didn't praise you. Watching the conversation between the disciple and Su Luo, Nangong Xiyun, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but recall when was the last time he had a breakthrough. I forgot, it was about 30 years ago. Nangong Xiyun almost forgot what it felt like to break through. It's a pity that she has encountered a bottleneck now, and she can't break through it by just practicing. Otherwise, with her talent for practice, she would have broken through long ago. What is needed is an opportunity, but we don't know what this opportunity is, as it varies from person to person. Day 3. Once you try it once, you can't stop. Because she couldn't stand practicing dual cultivation with Qin San, Han Inger looked for Lin Shen more and more frequently, and for longer and longer periods of time. Coincidentally, when Yuan Jia came out to get some fresh air, she thought she was dazzled by her practice. How did Han Inger practice with Lin Shen, huh? Why, but as she thought about it, Yuan Jia suddenly felt something was wrong. If Qin San saw this, when she turned around, she was almost scared to death, because Qin San had already seen it. He held his right wrist with his left hand, but his eyes were fixed there. Why, what was in my hand just now? Now, Qin San shed tears at this moment. Yuan Jia wanted to say something to comfort her, but she didn't say anything. Qin San also noticed Yuan Jia at this time, and he was no longer very rational. He rushed to Yuan Jia. Yuan Jia, you like me, right? Please, help me, let me forget all this. Qin San pulled Yuan Jia into the room, intending to numb himself through cultivation. But, bang, Yuan Jia slapped Qin San awake. That's terrible. There is no way Yuan Jia would agree to Qin San under such circumstances, otherwise what would she become, Han Inger's replacement? When she thought of this, Yuan Jia also wanted to cry. It turned out that she was just a substitute. Then she left sadly, leaving Qin San standing there in a daze. After a long time, Qin San's hands fell down weakly to destroy it. After the collapse, Qin San stopped pretending and decided to start implementing the plan of the demon sect and his original plan. He only wanted to get rid of Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jia, and then continue to go back to the sect undercover with Han Inger. But now, he no longer wants to go back to be undercover, and decides to get rid of Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jia first, and then destroy Han Inger. Finally, he tortured Lin Shen in front of Han Inger. He just wanted to vent his anger now, wanted Lin Shen to suffer the cruelty of the devil, and wanted Han Inger to regret it completely. As for Su Luo and Li Si, just two small fish that can be killed easily, although it may be unfair to Elder Yin Shi. Qin San is no longer an undercover agent, so what is there to be afraid of? After the plan was finalized, Qin San's eyes turned cold, and the evil spirit that had been dormant in his body for a long time began to revive. He first led Han Inger out of the place where she was practicing, and then imprisoned her. Originally, he wanted to kill Han Inger directly, but for some reason, a shadow in the shape of a big bell suddenly appeared on Han Inger's body, protecting her. Qin San was helpless. Even if he used his strongest moves, he couldn't break it. We can only imprison her first. Han Inger then remembered Li Si's reminder to prevent sneak attacks, but she never thought that this person would be Qin San. Lic had no choice. Who would believe her when she said Qin San would launch a sneak attack? Sitsai has been through life and death so many times. Why should I trust you? If Li Si really said that Qin San would launch a sneak attack, they might turn around and tell Qin San in a joking way things like Li Si said you would sneak attack us. Do you think it's funny? Made Qin San even more alert. Why do you do this, Qin San? This is all your fault. Qin San roared, and then left again regardless of what Han Inger said. He wanted to take action before Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jia noticed anything unusual. The cultivation levels of the 7 stars and 4 talents are all in the early stage of the golden core, but Qin San has actually already reached the middle stage, but he has been hiding it. If he uses the magic skills, his strength will reach the late stage of half a step to the golden core. If he uses some more magic secrets and spends more time on it, his strength can definitely reach the late stage of the golden core, but even so, he would not face Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jia head-on. Why attack head-on when you can launch a sneak attack? Qin San used Han Inger's disappearance as an excuse to lure Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jia out. However, Lin Shen saw them hurrying out, and out of curiosity, he secretly followed them. Su Luo and Li Si were still practicing. Qin San found the right moment and swung his sword, trying to split Zhuo Mingyuan in half. Normally, Zhuo Mingyuan could still dodge it, but because he trusted Qin San too much, Zhuo Mingyuan did not guard against what was behind him, but his sense of crisis made him dodge instinctively. But it was too late. The sword would cut off his right hand. At the critical moment, the shadow of a large bell enveloped Zhuo Mingyuan and blocked the attack. Qin San was stunned. How come you have it too? There was no time to care about so many things at this moment. While they were still not reacting, Qin San stabbed Yuan Jia with another sword. Qin San naturally understood the strength of their combined strength. If they joined forces, it would be difficult to deal with them. However, Yuan Jia also has the phantom of a big bell now. Qin San couldn't hold it anymore. What is this? How can you have something like this? We've been through so many life and death situations together, and I didn't even know you had something like this. You guys use this kind of thing to defend against me? Chapter 51. The Demon Emperor Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also confused at this time. They had no idea what this illusory protective bell was or where it came from, but this is not the most important thing now.
Xin-san, what are you doing?
Zhuo Mingyuan immediately protected Yuan Jie behind him.
I slipped my hand, can you believe it? This is not something you can get away with jokingly.
Xin-san threw the sword on the ground and smiled bitterly.
Really, I just lost control for some reason and attacked you guys. There is no way. Xin-san's fatal attack couldn't break the bell.
How can he fight the next battle? Can I break it by using all my strength? Not necessarily.
If you can't break it, or if you break this crazy bell, you will consume a lot of physical strength, then how can you fight later?
So Xin-san was just in the excited stage, but now he was forced to calm down. Not if there were no big bell, even if the sneak attack failed, this place would have been full of traps and they would still be able to run rampant. Now I can only be timid. Xin-san continued to defend himself.
I heard that there's a demon king sealed here who can manipulate others. I suspect he's behind this.
Really? Although Zhuo Mingyuan remained vigilant, he still believed it a little.
Yeah, what reason do I have to attack you?
Zhuo Mingyuan thought about it and it seemed that there was really no reason. Nangong Shiyun, who was in the dark, understood the reason at a glance and then removed the bell. How can we prevent Xin-san from revealing his true identity? Nangong Shiyun can certainly kill Xin-san in seconds, but without evidence, what do Zhuo Mingyuan and the others think?
Killing his brother right in front of him and slandering him as a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Just because you're the Peak Master, you can do this?
Does the 7-star sword sect still have any sense of reason? They might be the next to be possessed by demons. Xin-san discovered that the illusory clock had disappeared, and his eyes lit up, but he remained steady and triggered the traps around him to test it out. In an instant, a large amount of sword energy attacked from all directions as Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie waved their swords to resist. The sword energy lasted for 5 seconds and then stopped, although they looked a little embarrassed.
Zhuo Mingyuan and the others only suffered minor injuries. Seeing that the illusory bell did not appear,
Xin-san kicked the sword on the ground towards Yuan Jie, then took out another sword and slashed it horizontally towards Zhuo Mingyuan's neck.
Zhuo Mingyuan and his men had just breathed a sigh of relief when they were faced with an even more fierce attack.
Xin-san's attack and those traps are simply not on the same level.
Xin-san, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious what to do? You're crazy. Yeah, I'm crazy.
While speaking, Xin-san's moves were deadly. Zhuo Mingyuan was a little stronger and could still defend himself, but Yuan Jie was not so strong and had been stabbed several times. They were confused now and didn't know why Xin-san attacked them, so they mostly defended and didn't attack fiercely, but this wouldn't work. Zhuo Mingyuan was the first to make a decision. He used all his strength and used a secret technique called Rain Transforms the Sky. In an instant, countless sword shadows surrounded Xin-san. Xin-san smiled contemptuously, walked through the crowd of swords, found a missed spot among the sword shadows, and stabbed it with a sword. Then the sword shadow disappeared. Even though Zhuo Mingyuan switched from offense to defense in an instant, he could not prevent it and his shoulder was stabbed fiercely. Xin-san followed up with a kick, sending Zhuo Mingyuan flying. He then moved and turned, slapped Yuan Jie in the face, and then followed up with 2 sword attacks. At the critical moment, Zhuo Mingyuan endured the pain, took a step forward to block Yuan Jie, and angrily cut off the 2 sword energies.
Xin-san, are you serious?
The sword energy just now would really have seriously injured Yuan Jie, so Zhuo Mingyuan was so angry.
You still don't understand?
Xin-san covered his face with one hand and laughed wildly. Let me introduce myself again. I am Xin-san, one of the 7 stars and 4 talents, and also one of the 7 sons of the Heavenly Demon. The moment he finished speaking, the evil energy gradually spread from his feet to his whole body. Behind Xin-san, it was as if ghosts were baring their fangs and monsters were dancing with their claws. The evil aura swept across the whole place. It's time to send our old friends on their way. On the other hand, Su Luo and Li Si were still practicing.
Is there any movement?
Li Si felt something, but the place where Xin-san and the others were fighting was not nearby. It was a bit far away, so Li Si was not very sure.
I don't know. Just practice what you want.
Su Luo naturally knew that the fight had already started, but it's none of his business.
If Lin Shen makes a move, old Yan will kill him instantly.
What's there to say? Just stay here and wait for the results. The Heart Demon Emperor who was under the formation was panicking. Why don't you practice anymore? Why fight? Fight after you finish your training. because cultivation will quickly consume the power of the seal, but now it is useless for Su Luo and the others alone, although they consume the most overall. There is strength in numbers. The Heart Demon Emperor had waited so long for this opportunity, but now he could only watch it slip away. No, we can't wait any longer. After much deliberation, the Heart Demon Emperor chose to sacrifice himself and let a part of himself go out. It was too late. He could already feel that the secret realm was about to collapse. If he didn't escape, he would disappear along with the secret realm, but if he goes out now, his strength will drop to the nascent soul level. With this strength, he used to be able to kill someone like an ant, but now there is no choice. If they practiced more, they would become stronger. Unfortunately, it seems that those people outside no longer know how to use this formation to practice, but we still have to thank them. If they didn't practice, they wouldn't be able to get out even the part that was separated. The Heart Demon Emperor's eyes widened and he was muttering something. As he chanted, the rooms where the formations were practiced exploded one after another. The entire cultivation formation also lost its effect. Su Luo and the others were also confused. How come the room was gone when they were practicing so well? But he quickly stood up, already feeling the presence of dirt. A black, unknown substance was oozing out of the ground. It continued to condense in the air bit by bit. Su Luo also became a little serious, feeling something was wrong. Lic was so suppressed by the aura of this unknown substance that she almost couldn't breathe. She looked at the thing condensing in the sky with trembling eyes. What is this? Don't ask, just run away. Li Si circulated her spiritual energy to resist the invisible pressure around her. When she was about to run, she found that Su Luo was motionless. Let's go, aren't we going to leave? Will running away help? Li Si almost slipped. Didn't you say you were going to run? It's already this late, you better be serious. Su Luo shook her head. It's too late. Faster than expected, the condensed thing turned into a middle-aged man, thin, with disheveled hair, and surrounded by demonic energy. It's out, finally out, breathing freely. I have forgotten it for so many years, but I, the inner demon emperor, have returned to the human world. Ha 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 ha. The Heart Demon Emperor opened his hands, feeling the joy of regaining his freedom. Su Luo felt that it was necessary to take action, otherwise no one would survive. It's just that the strength seems to be lacking, but there is still a possibility of a fight. Hey, kid, you have a good fighting spirit. The Heart Demon Emperor sensed Su Luo's change and couldn't help but praise her. But don't be nervous. Even though I can crush you like ants, I don't advocate violence. So, come out. The Heart Demon Emperor snapped his fingers, and darkness spread from his fingertips. In an instant, the entire secret realm was filled with darkness. Then the darkness disappeared and everything returned to normal, but the Heart Demon Emperor had already completed his spell and used his unique skills. The inner demon is materialized. I don't advocate violence. I prefer to watch you beat yourselves. Chapter 52, Their respective inner demons. The Heart Demon Emperor has broken through the seal, but Qin San and the others did not notice it because the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Qin San fought 1 against 2 and had the advantage. 2 swords combined. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie both drew their swords, doubling their power. Hi, you forgot, the combined swordsmanship of the 4 of us was created by me. Qin San cracked it easily. It's time to end it. Qin San's hands were gathering strength, and the next move was a killing one. At this moment, the surroundings darkened and then recovered. It happened so fast that Qin San and the others didn't know what happened. Then a mass of black matter separated from everyone, and then continued to shape itself, forming another self, but this other self was covered in black, and only vaguely similarities with myself could be seen. The Heart Demon Emperor was satisfied with his long-lost magic and said in a voice that could be heard throughout the secret realm, younger generations of the secret realm, listen, thank you for your sacrifices, which allowed me to regain my freedom. Now I have nothing, so I'll give you some inner demons as a thank you. What followed was the wild laughter of the Heart Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, Qin San, was delighted. He didn't expect that he would come out before he even offered the sacrifice. This was great, but it was too early for Qin San to be happy. As his inner demon struck him with a fierce sword, Qin San reacted quickly, blocked the attack and kept some distance, but Qin San's inner demon kept chasing him. This inner demon is more troublesome than Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie combined. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also attacked by their own inner demons. Because whoever has the inner demon has the highest taunt value, and the inner demon will prioritize attacking one's own.
Body Yi Qin Song didn't want to waste his energy, so he shouted into the air, "Heart Demon Emperor, can you hear me? We are one of you, please remove this spell." The Heart Demon Emperor could naturally hear it. Although he was not with Qin San but with Su Luo, he could sense the entire secret realm now, but he replied, "Sorry, I only materialize it, I can't dissolve it." You can just kill the inner demon directly. This is indeed the truth. After materializing the inner demon, he has no way to get rid of it, but he can control it a little. Of course, he can't control the powerful inner demons, and he is too lazy to control the weak inner demons. Although this spell has this shortcoming, the inner demon itself will actively attack the main body, so materializing the inner demon will only cause trouble for the enemy, which is not a big problem. After hearing this, Qin San cursed the Heart Demon Emperor in his heart. It would be great if it could be done easily, but the problem is that this evil demon is ridiculously strong and is not afraid of getting hurt, and wants to trade injuries with me. There are so many people who need to be dealt with, but now there are still inner demons that are hindering me. Qin San's inner demon, you are really useless, Qin San. Han Inger treated you like this, and you didn't kill her. I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Shut up, it's not your turn to say anything. You still want him to like you? Look at you now, there's no hope. You're looking for death. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Mingyuan was also suppressed by his inner demons. Zhuo Mingyuan, your sword is too weak. Who are you? Why are you so similar to me? Even your sword moves are similar to mine. I am your inner demon, and my sword moves are much more powerful than yours. Your weak moves are too ugly. Poof. Zhuo Mingyuan didn't want to answer. He wanted to prove his skills with actual practice. They were very powerful, but it seems that the inner demon is indeed stronger. Yuan Jia, you like people like Qin San? Are you blind? He even wanted to kill you just now. Yuan Jia was already sad. She never thought that Qin San would want to kill her. Don't say anything. Why don't you just let me take your place and cry in the corner forever? I think Qin San must have some difficulties. I'm dying of laughter. What are you still thinking about? It's really useless. Go to hell. As long as Yuan Jia is defeated, Yuan Jia's inner demon will be able to replace Yuan Jia and become the master of the body. In another place in the secret realm, Han Inger's inner demon broke the shackles on Han Inger, allowing her to escape. Han Inger didn't fight with her inner demons first, but went to find Qin San to find out why.as for Nangong Shiyun, who was hiding in the dark. She had already run away. She is not afraid of the inner demon emperor, but she is afraid of her own inner demon. Nangong Shiyun has had inner demons for a long time, but she herself couldn't do anything about it, so she kept it sealed in the deepest part of her body. The magic cast by the Heart Demon Emperor just now loosened her seal, and combined with the information in the diary, if her inner demons were to materialize, no one would be able to play with her anymore. The aftermath of her battle with the inner demon was enough to finish off everyone here, even the inner demon emperor. So Nangong Shiyun could only watch from afar for the time being. When Lin Shen and Qin San were fighting 1 against 2, he just watched from afar, because he could not participate in such a battle now, and would only be a hindrance if he went. But he had Elder Yen, who was always keeping an eye on the battle situation. If Zhuo Mingyuan and the others were really defeated, Elder Yen would have to take action. However, things suddenly changed and the inner demon appeared. Lin Shen, you were useless before, and you are useless now. After all this time, you are still practicing qi. Even with Elder Yen, your cultivation level can't be improved at all. Gradual progress is my principle of cultivation. Bullshit, that's just an ordinary person. You have Elder Yen who is still taking things step by step. Strength is everything, and improving your cultivation quickly is the right thing to do. You don't need to comment. I have my own rhythm. Okay, then let me take your place. Lin Shen's inner demon used his ultimate move right from the start, without caring about his life. Lin Shen was unable to cope for a moment. For a while, the secret realm was filled with battles between the true body and the inner demon. Lic is no exception. Lic, who was originally next to Su Luo, was already fighting with her inner demon, and the more the fight went on, the further away she was from Su Luo. There was really no way out. The pressure from the inner demon was too strong, and Li Si was defeated step by step. Li Si, your cultivation is still so slow.
If it were me, I would have reached the golden core stage long ago.
What are you bragging about? I've worked so hard, but I've only built my foundation. How can you be so proud of that? Ha ha, that's because you're not ruthless enough. There's someone right next to you who can quickly improve your cultivation, but you're indifferent.
The inner demon was referring to Su Luo. Lic had thought about getting good martial arts secrets from Su Luo, but Su Luo probably wouldn't agree, as he just wanted to pass the level. So I gave up, but the inner demon thinks that Li Si is not cruel enough. If it were her, she would have locked up Su Luo, whipped him, abused him, tortured him, and beaten him until he softened. The inner demon just doesn't believe it, and this is not enough. When Li Si heard the inner demon's thoughts, her murderous intent grew stronger.
Don't talk nonsense, I will deal with you. If you can't do it, why don't I do it? We are one. You are you, and I am me. Then you become me.
Li Si's battle with her inner demon was just like the battle with other inner demons. She fought for her life, but Li Si was not afraid and responded in an orderly manner. Chapter 53. I'll help you. When Li Si was fighting with her inner demon, Su Luo looked at his own inner demon. He did not rush over to fight like Li Si's inner demon, just standing there quietly. Such an inner demon naturally attracted the attention of the inner demon emperor. After a closer look, wow, how could this kid's inner demon be so powerful? How powerful is his soul? However, the heart demon emperor smiled slightly, but this is also bad luck. Others still have a chance to defeat their inner demons, but this kid is doomed. The inner demon emperor was ready to give a hand, but found that he could not control Su Luo's inner demon. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. What kind of inner demon is this? He hated this kind of uncontrollable inner demon the most. Don't look at it, hurry up, that's the original form you hate the most. Since it cannot be controlled, the only option is verbal stimulation, but it didn't work. The inner demon doesn't move, and Su Luo doesn't move either. He was thinking about how to deal with the demon emperor. In fact, it is not difficult. With the skill, I accept your power. Su Luo will not be unable to break the defense of the heart demon emperor. The question is whether the body of the golden core can withstand the power of the nascent soul. Even if it can withstand it, how many attacks can it launch? Of course, there is also the skill, feel the pain together, which allows you to attack more times. But can I kill this demon emperor instantly if I hit him a few more times? Not necessarily. In fact, there is no use thinking too much. In the end, this is the best solution Su Luo has thought of. At the critical moment, it is time to fight hard. Fighting with all one's strength was something Su Luo was familiar with, so she wasn't afraid of anything. Just as Su Luo was about to attack the heart demon emperor, the heart demon spoke. I just have one question. I have. The inner demon ignored Su Luo's random answer and continued to ask. Have you forgotten your original intention? Without a pause, he blurted out XX, start. The heart demon emperor was confused. What the hell was starting? For no apparent reason, they started fighting. Su Luo's inner demon grinned, and the arrogant laughter became louder and louder. The password is correct. We share the same ideals. I'm here to help you. Su Luo's inner demon dissipated and turned into a ball of black gas, rolling towards Su Luo. In a moment, Su Luo was surrounded by a black tornado. The inner demon began to shape a new form. In the darkness, a pair of bright red eyes first lit up. Then, the true attitude was revealed. What form is that? The heart demon emperor asked in shock. Su Luo's inner demon answered him, the Dark Knight Gundam form. Su Luo's appearance was transformed into a machine knight, and in order to match the appearance, the voice of Su Luo's inner demon also became the sound of a machine. But this is not a fusion of the two, it is simply the inner demon in a shell. Although the appearance has changed into a Gundam, Su Luo is still in control. It makes no sense. The inner demon would help the main body. This is unheard of. But you are unlucky, because I will personally deal with you. The heart demon emperor descended from the sky, and the pressure of the nascent soul was directly given to Su Luo. Let me introduce myself again, the heart demon emperor, who has reached the nascent soul stage. You look very handsome, and I was almost scared by you. But unfortunately, you can only practice chi and can't do anything else. Su Luo also felt that he was right, but there was nothing to be afraid of, so she took a step towards the heart demon emperor. If chi training is not enough, then build the foundation. At this time, Su Luo's cultivation level instantly became the foundation building stage. The heart demon emperor couldn't help but ask questions. but the foundation building stage was still weak. Su Luo took another step forward. I know you mean that even foundation building isn't enough, so let's go for the golden core. The moment she finished speaking, Su Luo's aura rose again. Why can your cultivation level be improved like this? Don't tell me it can be improved further. The Heart Demon Emperor panicked and was ready to run away. In just a few seconds, his previous knowledge was overturned. This kid was too weird. How could anyone improve his cultivation like this? I finally got out. How could I die here? No, haha, I thought you were really capable. The golden elixir is not enough. The Heart Demon Emperor felt a little relieved when he saw this. That's enough. Today, Lin Shen has the chi to kill the golden core with the help of Elder Yin, and now I, Su Luo, have the golden core to kill the nascent soul. It's not a problem. Ambush him and take over his power. The Heart Demon Emperor laughed after hearing this. I think you didn't hear what I said clearly. Yuanying. Jindan kills Yuanying? It's a joke. Su Luo ignored the ridicule of the Heart Demon Emperor and said to the Heart Demon, I'm going to do it, the other me. Well, there's me. Su Luo's inner demon took shape again, and a huge ship-cutting sword appeared in Su Luo's hand. This is just a transformation of the inner demon. Its solidity depends on the strength of the inner demon, but it has basically no weight. Su Luo didn't need to get close to the Heart Demon Emperor to use the huge ship-slashing sword. She could cut it down from a distance. Just when he was about to chop down the Heart Demon Emperor's head, he suddenly stopped. Su Luo, why don't you avoid it? Because I'm not afraid. Why not be afraid? I'm not afraid, I just Su Luo had already slashed with the knife of the powerful force, knocked the Heart Demon Emperor to the ground. Su Luo ignored his wailing, raised the knife again, and brought it down. The Heart Demon Emperor rolled and dodged, no longer able to maintain his elegance. Su Luo asked, didn't you say you wouldn't avoid it? What kind of power is that? Is that the power a normal golden elixir should have? What's the problem? While speaking, Su Luo did not forget to attack. The Heart Demon Emperor wanted to avoid it. You can't avoid it anymore. Another blow. Even though the Heart Demon Emperor dodged, he was still hit by Su Luo. It's just that the body of the Heart Demon Emperor is quite strong. Su Luo used such a powerful force that her body should not have been able to withstand it, but because of her inner demon, the damage became the one that the inner demon had to bear. In other words, half of the damage was transferred to the inner demon emperor, and the other half was borne by Su Luo's inner demon. Su Luo was intact, and according to the current strength of Su Luo's inner demon, swinging dozens more swords was not a problem at all. Su Luo's inner demon, what other moves do you have? Use them quickly. Even without him saying anything, the Heart Demon Emperor would have done it, otherwise he would have been chopped to death. Demon Clone. However, just as the Heart Demon Emperor separated one of his clones, Su Luo chopped him down along with the others. The clone disappeared in an instant, and the Heart Demon Emperor was chopped away again. He was also angry. Instant Hell Soul Wave. The Heart Demon Emperor lifted his hands on the ground, and a huge wave of dark demonic energy suddenly rose from the ground, and in the waves of demonic energy, countless skulls were wailing. Su Luo looked at the demonic wave expressionlessly. He also knows similar moves, but he has already passed the stage of shouting the moves. Su Luo dragged the knife on the ground, then chopped backwards. One knife splits the huge waves. Not only that, he also accurately struck the Heart Demon Emperor with one move. The anger of the Heart Demon Emperor was also eliminated. No, I'm going to die. The Heart Demon Emperor knew that if he continued like this, he would really die. Run away quickly. Didn't I tell you that you can't avoid it anymore? The 40-meter-long sword arrived as promised. Chapter 54. If you don't live after being stabbed again, the Demon Emperor's mentality collapsed. Why, forget about your strength, why are you always able to catch my movements? Because of me, a sharp knife, a sharp eye. Of course not. Su Luo has come back dozens of times and her combat level has been maxed out. Just take a quick look and you will have a rough idea of the level of the Heart Demon Emperor. Don't be so arrogant, boy. Phantom Mad Dark Wind. The Seal of Fallen Heaven. Devil's Sound Devours. The Heart Demon Emperor used one move after another. Think quickly, what other moves are there? But the Heart Demon Emperor was stunned. None of the moves he had just used were useful. He felt a long-lost despair in his heart, but as an emperor, he does not allow himself to have such a mentality. Damn it! Inner demon, attack this kid. The Emperor of Inner Demon believed that the reason why this kid became so strong was because of his inner demon. Although his previous attempt to control Su Luo's inner demons failed, he still wanted to try now. No, this was the only way. A spell that controls the inner demon with all your strength. Su Luo's inner demon laughed and said, "It's useless. He is the king and I am his mount. You can't control me. What king and mount? It's so confusing. Who would understand what you're talking about?" The Heart Demon Emperor's eyes began to bleed, but he still strengthened his control over the spell. He is the king who rules over everything, and I am his mount that increases his combat power. This kind of relationship is beyond your control. Are you kidding me? You're considered a demon. This is a huge humiliation for a demon. Don't you understand? Let me add to what I've said above. I just love games to the point of obsession. There's no conflict with the main character at all. On the contrary, our philosophies are the same. Get lost. Stop talking and attack the main body. The Heart Demon Emperor cast spells so crazily that blood came out of all his orifices, but even so, Su Luo's inner demon was completely unaffected. Su Luo, losing to Jin Dan, you are also a disgrace to the Emperor. Another blow of the sword knocked the Heart Demon Emperor to the ground again. But even if you lose to me, you still have some face. When the dust settled, the Heart Demon Emperor lay on the ground, already dying. It's over. Su Luo raised the big knife high. Is he still not going to avoid it this time? The Heart Demon Emperor slowly knelt up, pressed his head hard against the ground, and said in a cowardly manner, "Please, let me go." Su Luo's inner demon said, "Let you go? No way, use whatever secret skills you have, otherwise there will be no chance. Please, I'm afraid I can't take it anymore. Please let me go. I'll do anything you ask me to do. Su Luo's inner demon, you've softened my heart. Let me give you a chance. Since you have no life left, come and challenge me." Don't laugh at the challenge? The Heart Demon Emperor looked up in confusion. What is the challenge? Su Luo's inner demon, just within a quarter of an hour, if you don't smile, I will let you go, real. What kind of challenge is this? The Heart Demon Emperor swore from the bottom of his heart that he would never laugh. Su Luo's inner demon, of course, start now. Su Luo was speechless. It was too childish, but she still cooperated with her inner demon. The joy of fun people. The Heart Demon Emperor, ha ha ha. You smiled. Su Luo slashed with the knife with a smile on her face. Ah! The Heart Demon Emperor wailed again, but when he saw Su Luo raise the sword again, he no longer cared about wailing. Give me a chance, please give me another chance, I will definitely not laugh this time, good. Then, the only sound left at the scene was the laughter of the Heart Demon Emperor. He was laughing, but his heart was breaking. He didn't want to laugh, and he didn't want to die. I have clearly gained freedom, but I have waited for so many years just for the moment to be free. Why did it end up like this? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. The Heart Demon Emperor also realized at this moment, it was you who did this? Su Luo's inner demon, yes, from the beginning to the end, I never intended to let you go. How the Heart Demon Emperor collapsed, unable to organize his words. He wanted to say a lot, but could only make simple sounds. Tears flowed unconsciously as he watched the big knife fall, but even so, the Heart Demon Emperor is still alive. It doesn't matter. If one hit doesn't work, just keep hitting until the next hit. Su Luo is good at finishing off the opponent. Finally, the power received from the Heart Demon Emperor disappeared, which also meant that the Heart Demon Emperor was dead and could not die anymore. Su Luo complained about the inner demon's behavior just now. You are really bad. Don't say that. He provoked us first. We are the victims. Indeed, it's been a while since I've done anything serious. Thanks to him. Li Si is still fighting. Do you want to help? No, she can handle it. But I want to help. Why? I haven't had enough fun yet, the battle has just begun. After the battle just now, the inner demon has turned light black and will disappear soon, but at this moment, he still wanted to play more. All right.
Su Luo is not a rigid person, and at this point in time, the story is almost over. I think Lin Shen also dealt with Qin San. Wait, will there be any accidents with the appearance of the inner demon? Let's go and take a look, but before we go, let's resolve Li Si's inner demons. Lic, who was nearby, was still fighting her inner demons, but she would occasionally pay attention to Su Luo. Until he saw Su Luo's inner demon merge with him. Look at Su Luo's inner demon, and then look at you. Why don't you just surrender? TSK, can the two of them together defeat the Heart Demon Emperor? If you are defeated by me, I will surrender to the Heart Demon Emperor, and we can survive. I'd rather die than do that. Then Su Luo crushed the Heart Demon Emperor. Lic didn't understand, but was deeply shocked. Isn't he a foundation building person? That power is a foundation building person. Li Si felt that she would be reduced to ashes if she was hit, but now is a good opportunity to mock the inner demons. So, do you still want to kidnap Su Luo now? TSK, don't I have any other ideas? There are so many vulgar ways. Even the inner demon couldn't help but feel a little scared after seeing the scene just now, but there's no shame in changing strategy. Haha, you were so arrogant before. Stop talking nonsense and hand over control of your body immediately. It depends on whether you have the ability. Su Luo killed the Heart Demon Emperor and then aimed the big knife at him. At this moment, Li Si's inner demon said anxiously, "Quick, kill me." Li Si? What's wrong with you? Didn't you want control before? Now you're begging me to kill you? You're trying to trick me, no way. With such a big knife pointed at me, what else can I do? I would rather be killed by you. Why? You're driving me crazy. I'm your inner demon. How can you make progress if you don't defeat your inner demon? You're so stupid. I'll do it myself. It is better to die in vain than to die for no reason. Then Li Si's inner demon rushed towards Li Si and died on her sword. Lic inexplicably seeing that the inner demon was gone, Su Luo put away the knife, then go to where Lin Shen and the others are. From a distance, you can still hear the sounds of their fighting. It seems that there is still a second half. Chapter 55, feeling inferior to the Heart Demon Emperor. Lin Shen's place was full of fighting. They are all fighting against their inner demons, and there is no clear winner. Some are even suppressed by their inner demons. Qin San. Han Inger arrived at the scene, but the person she saw was Qin San, who looked like he had never seen before. Why are you like this? At this time, Qin San had been completely transformed into a demon, using magic skills to fight against the inner demons, which was evil and ominous. The moment he saw Han Inger, Qin San was even distracted. Qin San's inner demon was even more disdainful of his true body. Let me resolve your inner knot, and then I will work wholeheartedly for the Heavenly Demon Sect. After saying that, he suddenly attacked Han Inger. It's not your turn to take action. Qin San stopped him. When Zhuo Mingyuan saw Qin San's inner demon rushing towards Han Inger, he also came to stop him. By the way, Yuan Jia, who was about to be defeated, was also brought over. This time, Zhuo Mingyuan thought that only if the three of them joined forces could they have a chance of survival, otherwise, he could still deal with his inner demons by himself. But it was hard to say about Yuan Jia and Han Inger. Soon Zhuo Mingyuan and Han Inger met up, and the three of them joined forces to resist the attacks from all around. The scene was chaotic for a while because the inner demons were also attacking each other. Only Lin Shen was still fighting alone, but he was almost done. The inner demon is almost over. By fighting against his inner demons, Lin Shen realized his shortcomings and continued to improve in battle. The inner demon at this time is no match for the evolved Lin Shen. Lin Shen even broke through during the battle and reached the early stage of foundation building. Then he counterattacked and killed the inner demon in seconds. Afterwards, he looked at the four people who were in the melee, wondering what to do next, and what he could do. At this moment, a strange sound came from a distance. At first, no one paid attention, but gradually, everyone stopped and looked in that direction, because the pressure is too strong to ignore. What I saw was a strange-looking creature sliding on the ground, dragging a corpse in its hands. That voice came from him. That's right, this sound is the background music created by Su Luo's inner demon. Grand and majestic. Su Luo in Gundam form came in front of Sitsai and threw a corpse over. What's this? Everyone was confused, and Su Luo's inner demon gave the answer, answering with a machine voice. No need to guess, the inner demon emperor is him. Everyone was shocked.
This unknown dangerous existence was actually killed. Qin San even thought he had heard it wrong. This great emperor casually cast a magic spell to put everyone present in danger, and now he is gone. What on earth is this strange-looking thing? Su Luo pointed at Qin San. 1. Pointing to Qin San's inner demon. 2. Pointing to Zhuo Mingyuan's inner demon. 3. Pointing to Zhuo Mingyuan. 4. Pointing at Lin Shen. 9. This series of actions puzzled everyone. I mean, I want to hit them all. After saying that, Su Luo jumped high into the air. Everyone immediately sensed something was wrong and moved away, and their feeling was right. A step later would either lead to death or injury. Su Luo's inner demon. Welcome your king. Su Luo fell to the ground, sweeping 360 degrees. Su Luo, wow, can't you just shout out some other lines? That's so embarrassing. I solemnly declare here that the inner demon has nothing to do with me. Please do not attribute the inner demon's behavior to me, Su Luo. Thank you. Move, buddy, why don't you move? Su Luo's inner demon was puzzled as to why the main body didn't attack, because I was thinking about Jingjing, but everyone didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said just now, because just one strike made everyone feel that he had crazy strength. Be prepared immediately. Su Luo sighed and recovered. Let's deal with the inner demons first. Su Luo now has a beam gun in her hand. The inner demon that can be reshaped at any time is really useful. Bang! 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 4 shots directly hit 4 inner demons, then 4 more shots came, and without even a wailing, the inner demon disappeared in the beam of light. For a moment, the scene became quiet. I'm already afraid of who Su Luo will target next. However, the gun turned back into a knife. Su Luo's inner demon, forget it. It's a bit of a bully to use a gun, let's fight in close combat. Don't even think about running away. I'm happy that you guys can still survive by fighting head-on. If you run away, you'll be worthy of the example you just gave me. It was indeed guessed right. In this situation, Zhuo Mingyuan wanted to take the others away, so now he had no choice but to fight. Zhuo Mingyuan and the other 2 looked at each other, then took the lead in attacking. 3 swords combined. Su Luo thrust forward, blocking the combined power of the 3 swords, then pushed, causing their combined power to break apart. Su Luo's inner demon, 7 stars and 4 talents? Now there are only 3 left. Guess what will happen to you? You will be devastated and unable to recover. It will be so ugly. At this time, Qin San attacked from behind. Su Luo put away the sword and put it behind her back, easily blocking it. Su Luo's inner demon, the 7th son of the demonic path? Why not be my son? Forget it, just bury him. Being my son would be a disgrace to me. Su Luo's inner demon flapped its wings and knocked Qin San to the ground. Su Luo's inner demon said to Lin Shen, the only one who still had the will to fight, Lin Shen, let's switch sides. Who are you? It doesn't matter who it is. How are you going to break this situation? Lin Shen was not afraid, but he also knew his own strengths and weaknesses. Old Yen, can you handle it? With the strength I have recovered now, it's difficult. Really? That's difficult. Lin Shen was thinking about whether he should call Old Yen out. The reason for his hesitation was that the strange creatures in front of him had not killed anyone yet. With his strength, he could have killed all of them in seconds, but he chose not to do so. Instead, he killed the inner demon emperor. No matter how you think about it, he seems to be the one with more sense of justice. So Lin Shen planned to observe for a while. If it didn't work, he could only call Master Yen. Seeing that Lin Shen was hesitating and not letting Old Yen come out, Su Luo's inner demon lost interest for a moment. Alas, I thought I could have more fun, but I didn't expect that they were all such a boring group of people, not even as good as the demon emperor. Buddy, let's finish it. I don't have much time left. All right. Su Luo pointed the broadsword at Qin San. You should leave now. Qin San felt really fucked up. Why were they targeting me? Was it because I was a demon? Senior, can I come? Zhuo Mingyuan stood up and said at this time. You? Give me a reason. I want to be done with him. Okay, I'll just see how you end it. I have a feeling you'll disappoint me. Zhuo Mingyuan came in front of Qin San, and before he could say anything, Han Inger spoke. Qin San, can't we really go back to the way things were? What a joke.
How can I go back to the way I was before when I'm in this state now? Inger, if you want to follow me, come to my side and we'll die together. Han Inger, okay, I understand. In this case, I have nothing more to say. Let's get started. On the surface, Shin San gave up resistance, but in fact he was ready to fight desperately. Chapter 56 Breakthrough. Zhuo Mingyuan recalled the past and the sword in his hand almost dropped from his hand. Even in this situation, he is still hesitating, although he was very determined just a second ago. Shin San, could it be that everything we experienced before was fake? Fake. We had so much fun sharing the treasure together. I took advantage of you not noticing and pocketed 70% of it. Ah, Lin Shen widened his eyes. How did he do that? He felt like he could learn from him. Zhuo Mingyuan shook his head. None of this matters. In your heart, was I ever your brother? No, it has never been like that. The only sect in my heart is the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Shen felt something was wrong at this time and said to Zhuo Mingyuan, brother, it's time to make up your mind. Zhuo Mingyuan was even more hesitant. Shin San, you are such a waste. Your inner demon is right about you. You are too weak. Shin San laughed. At this time, Shin San was ready to unleash his final strength at the cost of his own life. He pretended to attack Zhuo Mingyuan, but his actual target was Han Inger. Come with me. However, his actions had already been seen through by Lin Shen. Although with Lin Shen's current strength, he could not cause any harm to Shin San, but Old Yen lent him some strength and he managed to block it. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and said, don't just stand there. Now is not the time to hesitate. Zhuo Mingyuan thrust out his sword, but he was struggling inside. Su Luo couldn't stand it anymore. It was really disappointing. With a casual sword move, Shin San's life was taken, the crisis was resolved, and Su Luo left without caring what others thought. Lin Shen was hit, and even with the help of Old Yen, his face turned pale and he felt quite painful. He said to Zhuo Mingyuan, I'm just a junior apprentice, and I don't want to tell you what to do. But if you want to talk to your enemy in the future, I hope you can break his limbs first. If you lose senior sister Inger again, you will regret it even more. After Lin Shen finished speaking, he went to the side to rest. Old Yen was fine, he only used a little bit of strength and did not fall into a deep sleep. This time, Zhuo Mingyuan knelt on the ground, still unable to accept Shin San's departure. The other two were already sobbing. Enemies, even though they were close friends before. But why? The ending is like this. After Su Luo left, the inner demon also disappeared. On the way back, I met Li Si, then she surrounded him and watched, lustful. What's wrong? Some people don't reveal their true identity, so I won't tell you who it is. Really? Who is it? Su Luo could always pretend not to know. Don't say it wasn't you just now. It's my inner demon. You don't know what his power has to do with me. I was controlled by my inner demon just now and I almost couldn't come back. Yeah? Yeah, you know I have so many problems. I love to eat and be lazy, I'm very jealous, and I'm always controlled by my inner demons. Your excuse is fake. Believe it or not. Hey, wait for me. Even if Li Si knew Su Luo's secret, she would not tell anyone about it, because she felt that it was really good to have a secret between two people. Then he met up with Lin Shen and the others. Sankai and the others are still grieving over Shin San's death, but no matter how sad you are, you should leave here because this secret place is collapsing. Even after leaving the secret realm, Sankai still looked at it for a long time. Lin Shen did his own thing, the same goes for Su Luo and Li Si. They were not familiar with Shin San to begin with. In addition, Shin San is a demon, so there is no sadness at all. After they left, Nangong Shiyun, who had watched the show from beginning to end, did not gain nothing. After seeing the combination of Su Luo and the inner demon, she was greatly inspired, and the necessary conditions are in place, so it is completely feasible. So, it's time to put an end to your inner demons. Nangong Shiyun leaped high into the sky and stayed among the clouds. Closing her eyes, her consciousness came to the deepest part of her soul, which was the place she least wanted to face, but now, she understood. A seal exists there. Nangong Shiyun waved his hand lightly and the seal was released. Immediately afterwards, another her walked out from the seal, but this her gave people an extremely violent feeling. Nangong Shiyun, you finally figured it out. Join me in turning this world upside down. It's a meaningless world anyway. I'm here to reconcile with you. Reconciliation? Ha ha ha, impossible. There's only one reason why I'm joining forces with you, to destroy the world. My appearance has been restored. The inner demon's laughter stopped abruptly. Really? Well, you should be able to see it now. The inner demon had been sealed for too long, and it was not an ordinary seal, so she had no idea what was happening outside. Now that the original body lets her see, she can naturally see it. Really? Ha ha ha. The inner demon shed tears. The destruction of one's appearance is the root cause of the generation of this inner demon. So, help me. Nangong Shiyun asked again. Ah, you've changed, Nangong Shiyun. As proud as you are, you actually said you would help me. Even if that person is me, you wouldn't beg me. The inner demon didn't know whether he was relieved or something else. Since the inner demon was born, Nangong Shiyun had been thinking about how to destroy it. If I hadn't tried everything to destroy it but couldn't, I wouldn't have chosen to seal it, and such a Nangong Shiyun actually let the heart demon gang. Nangong Shiyun couldn't deny the comments from her inner demon. Before, even if she had restored her appearance, she would not have thought about reconciling with her inner demon, but would have continued to think about how to defeat it, resolved by force only. Now, I learned it from the young people. What's going on? Let me show you. Nangong Shiyun pierced the inner demon with a sword, and memories also flowed from here to the inner demon. I see. That's really interesting. How about, help me? I have no objection. Your appearance has been restored, and I have no desire to destroy the world. Besides, it's rare for you to bow your head and ask for help, so I will grant your wish. The sky and the earth changed color, and dark clouds gathered, as if the end of the world was coming. Then there was lightning and thunder. An old voice came from the depths of the demon sect. How long has it been? Someone else has broken through to that realm. On the throne of the monster army. The human race is truly blessed by heaven, having gained another supreme being, but we demon beasts will not stop here. The first sect in the world of immortal cultivation, the highest point of the Dtian sect. The world has changed. Yeah, I don't know if it's good or bad. We need to be prepared, too. The powerful people hiding in various places couldn't help but look in the direction of Nangong Shiyun. Everyone is wondering who made the breakthrough. Su Luo looked up at the sky. It felt like someone was making a breakthrough. Judging from the situation, he must be quite powerful. However, Su Luo didn't care. Although such breakthroughs were rare in the world of immortal cultivation, they did exist. Su Luo couldn't think of the person who fit the description, but it was understandable that there were so many things and people in the world of immortal cultivation every day, so Su Luo would definitely remember them. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me, I'm going back. The sky cleared up. Nangong Shiyun's breakthrough came naturally, and his cultivation made another qualitative leap after many years. Mahayana. Chapter 57. No one in the demon sect is innocent in this world of cultivating immortals. Things are no longer as good as they were in ancient times. In ancient times, many immortals appeared, and the chosen ones of heaven took turns to appear on the stage. It was a real fight between immortals. However, no one knows when the world of immortal cultivation began to decline, and the immortals disappeared one by one. At this point, let alone becoming an immortal, I can't even transcend tribulation. So now the first echelon in the world of immortal cultivation is the Mahayana stage. There are usually only a few people, only 10 in the open. Although there are some in secret, there are definitely not many of the second echelon, Dongshu. The leaders of top sects are about this level, and these are extremely rare and powerful people of the third echelon, nascent soul. The peak masters or elders of all the major sects are at this level. Generally speaking, there are actually quite a lot of them. Below the nascent soul stage, it is just a minor fight and cannot be included in the gradient strength list. As a newly promoted Mahayana cultivator, Nangong Shiyun cannot be said to be the strongest among the Mahayana cultivators, but he is definitely the youngest among them. No doubt about it. Finally, a breakthrough. Nangong Shiyun felt his own strength, and he didn't have any special feeling about this strength. She was actually quite incompetent, and the enemy she had met before hadn't allowed her to use her full strength. There is no rival in Dongshu, and you will never encounter one in the Mahayana stage. So this made her a little proud. Nangong Shiyun hasn't cared about cultivation for a long time, but at least I made a breakthrough, and I'm in a good mood anyway. Su Luo and the others traveled for a few days and returned to the sect without any accidents, then report Qin San's matter to the sect's law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall is specifically responsible for handling sect cases. Qin San is an extremely outstanding disciple among the 7-star sword sect, so such things must naturally be reported. Originally, this matter needed to be verified carefully. After all, the law enforcement hall did not believe that Qin San was a member of the demonic sect. In addition, we cannot just listen to one side of the story, we need to conduct a thorough investigation. Originally, Su Luo was prepared to stay for a while and be questioned. Unexpectedly, he was released so soon. The reason was that Nangong Shiyun came forward and she selectively told the person in charge of the law enforcement hall what had happened in private. The person in charge naturally believed in Nangong Shiyun. In the eyes of the sect's top leaders, Nangong Shiyun's status was almost the same as that of the sect master. It's very simple, just because Nangong Shiyun is strong enough. Sometimes the top leaders also wondered whether the sect leader would be defeated by Nangong Shiyun. Of course, there is no evidence for this, it's all speculation. After Su Luo came out, she returned to her residence immediately. When I opened the door, I found the sect leader rocking gently on a lounge chair in the yard. A comfortable look on his face. I'm back now. How come I met the sect master? Su Luo closed the door, stepped back and looked around. It was her residence. Then when I opened the door again, what I saw was light rain. She was sweating slightly. Obviously she had just been practicing, but now she wanted to hide her smile but couldn't. You're back? Ha, it's been a long time since I heard such a question. Su Luo was also happy. I'm back. Greeted by Xiaoyu, Su Luo came in and returned to her residence. The clan leader curled his lips in disdain, but felt a little jealous inside because he himself did not even receive such treatment. He had to say a few words to show his presence. Oh, you're back now. I thought you were playing outside and didn't know how to come back. Why is the master here? Su Luo did not answer the sect leader's question, because the sect leader's question made him have no desire to answer, so he asked back directly. You think I want to be here? Xiaoyu said she likes it here and that practicing here will improve her. I think that's just an illusion. Oh, really? I thought this place was pretty ordinary. Su Luo's place is indeed quite ordinary, just a normal place. The sect master complained again. That's right, I have enough spiritual energy there, various cultivation-aiding formations, and it's much better than here. After hearing what the sect leader said, every disciple of the Seven Star Sword sect would want to go. Su Luo cooperated appropriately and said something nice. Yes, sect master, what you said is very tempting. I won't give it to you. The sect leader was proud. That's right, it's that envious expression, but I told Xiaoyu this a few days ago. However, Xiaoyu remained indifferent and insisted on coming here. Su Luo, I didn't say I wanted it. Xiaoyu then said, I think this place is great, metropolitan, can we still chat? Su Luo didn't want to dwell on these things anymore, so she took out another recliner from the room and sat on it. Start leisure mode. How is it, kid? What did you gain from this outing? Asked the sect leader. I didn't gain much. It's hard to put into words. Oh, tell me more. It's boring. Do you really want to listen to it? Tell me, you look like you're in trouble. The clan leader couldn't wait to hear it. I want to listen too. Xiaoyu looked at Su Luo with anticipation. Okay. Su Luo recounted her experience. In fact, from Su Luo's perspective, there was really nothing much to say about him. He was just following the team and slacking off throughout the whole process, then he just practiced in the room. There was nothing much to say, but now that we're in story mode, it's normal to add some exaggeration. Although Su Luo is not very good at making up stories, she does know a thing or two. First, they traveled smoothly through the fog, and he and several monsters fought against them for several rounds. Then they entered the secret realm and encountered monsters again. The group fought for more than 10 rounds. When fighting against the inner demon, the battle lasted for 300 rounds. The whole process was well reasoned and logical, and even the sect leader couldn't tell it was made up. He couldn't help but ask, who won between you and the inner demon? Fortunately, I am slightly better. You can win? Because it's my inner demon, just as weak as me. Damn it! The sect leader then remembered Su Luo's cultivation level and was really deceived by his vivid description of the 300 rounds of battle. It's basically just a fight between noobs, so why make it so exciting? It looks like you won, but you were actually beaten badly. Thinking of this, the sect leader felt better. Wait, Su Luo also remembered an important thing. It's Qin-san. To him, Qin-san is not important, but for the sect leader, it seems to be a big deal. Qin-san is dead. After listening to it, the sect leader was still confused. He had just spoken so brilliantly, but then a shocking piece of news came out. There was no connection between the previous and the next. What did you say? Qin-san is dead. How did he die? Go ask the law enforcement hall. I'm afraid you won't believe my one-sided story. The sect leader no longer cared about these things and rushed straight to the law enforcement hall in an instant. Su Luo was not in the mood to say anything more, but she still told Xiaoyu the whole story. Of course, you can modify your own part appropriately. Xiaoyu, if you encounter anyone from the demonic sect in the future, don't hold back. None of them are innocent, good. As for why Su Luo made such an assertion, because he later became a member of the demonic sect. Chapter 58. Lin Shen is ready to improve his reputation. The leader was stopped halfway. Nangong Shiyun stood in front of him. Master, if I'm not mistaken, you are here for Qin San's matter. Yes, I won't tell you now. I'll go find out the situation first. The sect leader is very concerned about this matter. Let me tell you, I witnessed the whole thing. You? When did you leave? I go out occasionally. What kind of stereotype is this? Are you really that homely? However, Nangong Shiyun first recounted what had happened. Alas, I didn't expect that Qin San would be from the demonic sect. The sect master has reached this position through more than 100 battles with the demonic sect, and he has no favorable impression of the demonic sect, but Qin San is a disciple trained by the 7-Star Sword sect for many years, so how could he not be sad? What? Should we go and deal with them? Nangong Shiyun suggested. The one they were going to deal with was of course the demonic sect. Let's take a long-term view. The bastards from the demonic sect are always able to hide very well. Yes, if it is just a small figure from the demonic sect, it would be easy to find him, but those with strength above the nascent soul stage are better at hiding than the other. They always come out to cause trouble when not expecting, and then disappear. I have a terrible headache. Indeed, if they had a fixed place, I would have gone there to kill them. Nangong Shiyun, when did you become so crazy? The sect leader was puzzled. Nangong Shiyun would do this, but she usually wouldn't say it. Normally, she would just charge forward without saying a word and wouldn't bother to say anything harsher. Wait, this doesn't feel right. You broke through, lucky. What a fluke. Tell me, what happened? If he could break through by chance, why would the sect leader be stuck at the level of Dongshu perfection for so long? Nangong Shiyun did not hide it. Su Luo, I was inspired by him. Because of Su Luo? Wasn't he fighting with the heart demon? He said that, yes. Nangong Shiyun smiled. In fact, he didn't even fight his inner demon, he just gave it away for nothing. Why? I think back to when the sect leader used several methods to finally get rid of his inner demons. The process was very tortuous, and for a while he was driven insane by his inner demons. The clan leader doesn't want to recall this memory. I'm not sure, but he faced his inner demons with remarkable ease, which inspired me. So you broke through? Yes. The method cannot be copied because the sect leader's inner demons are long gone. For a moment, the sect leader was filled with emotion. He was sad for Qin San's death, but at the same time he was happy for Nangong Shiyun's breakthrough. The 7-Star Sword sect is one of the 3 major sects in the southern continent, but there is only one Grand Elder in the Mahayana stage. Now that there is one more person, I feel more confident. Now that you know this, you have to think about how to deal with it. The sect leader immediately convened a sect meeting to discuss with the peak masters and elders how to deal with Qin San's matter. After discussing for a long time, the conclusion was to make public the fact that Qin San was a member of the demonic sect. If you want to hide it, you can actually do so, but the sect leader didn't want to tell the truth to the entire sect directly. Sure enough, this news caused widespread discussion within the sect. The sect leader and his men then began to investigate secretly to see if there were any undercover agents from the demon sect. It turned out that the demonic sect was indeed professional and only caught 1 or 2 small shrimps. The sect leader had no choice, as they were not good at catching undercover agents. There is no reason to torture everyone, and there is no reason to always monitor the disciples. This kind of thing can only be put aside for the time being and dealt with slowly. After Su Luo came back, she lay down for a few days and didn't want to move at all. There are actually very few plots involving villains, and it's considered good if they show up. Once in a while. Su Luo opened the diary. The recent plot is okay, it's none of my business, so there's not much I need to do. The next plot is about Lin Shen gaining reputation in the sect. Everyone knows that during the rookie competition, Lin Shen gained a lot of reputation from the rookies. Then the next step is the reputation of the senior brothers and sisters. Specifically, the first step is climbing the tower. The 7-star sword sect has a tower called the Pure Martial Tower, which is 100 stories high. Once you enter this tower, your cultivation will be temporarily sealed, meaning you can only use normal martial arts. There is a combat puppet inside, and each level corresponds to a different difficulty level. The higher the level of the puppet, the more proficient its moves are, and the harder it is to deal with. If you win, you can move to the next level. In other words, this tower doesn't compare one's cultivation level, but only one's mastery and application of the techniques. So this is exactly where Lin Shen shines. Putting aside his cultivation, Lin Shen's combat talent can be said to be far beyond that of ordinary people. The 100-layer pagoda is only open to disciples. Those who reach the highest point can leave a message, which will be hung outside the pagoda for others to see and inspire others. Thinking about it this way, being first does have some advantages. At least once that sentence is posted, it gives me a lot of face. The highest floor right now is the 87th. The slogan reads, "We're only one floor behind second place, why not give it a try?" Xiafiren, I can only say that this is truly inspiring. The second place winner has been obsessed with this pure martial arts tower for several months. The first one is a bit arrogant now, but it doesn't matter. Lin Shen will pin him to the ground and rub him. Within a month, he will reach the 100th level. It's just that exaggerated. This achievement shocked the entire sect. Simply speaking of understanding the moves, Lin Shen has Elder Yan's guidance, coupled with his exceptional talent, and has already won by a lot. So after passing through the pure martial arts tower, the seniors also knew that there was such a fierce person among the newcomers. But with just these, others won't be convinced, because you've left aside your cultivation and only talked about the techniques. The advantage of the senior brothers and sisters is their cultivation. So the second step to increase your reputation is to challenge your senior brothers and sisters. Lin Shen's cultivation has already reached the foundation building stage, and he is now capable of challenging his senior brothers and sisters. The highest level of cultivation among the 7-star sword sect disciples is the 4 talents, which is the early stage of the golden core, so the rest are at the foundation establishment stage. Lin Shen is invincible at the same level, so it's normal for him to jump a level. So, he can also fight ordinary senior brothers and sisters. Of course it's not a 100% win rate, but it's still very impressive. Then, by challenging him, he advanced to the middle stage of foundation building, and was basically able to defeat most of his senior brothers and sisters. A new star is rising.as for me. I continued to accumulate resentment towards Lin Shen. The more successful Lin Shen became, the more jealous I became. Of course, I didn't take action this time because I had called so many senior brothers before but failed, so I decided to rely on myself. Then I worked hard in seclusion. The dandy villain practiced hard for the first time to surpass Lin Shen, and it was so heartbreaking. Of course, this ultimately didn't work. Once one's mentality collapses, it's no surprise that one can do anything. Chapter 59 7 stars return to 1, complete the diary and receive a bonus of speed +3 and strength +4. Gain special ability, everything you see is an explosion. You can explode anywhere you can see, and the power depends on yourself. Su Luo looked at this special ability. It should be the first time the system gave the ability to actively attack. Most of the previous ones were amplification abilities. You have to try it to know whether it is useful or not. Su Luo began to experiment. Boom, it really depends on where you look. When you think about it, that place will explode. The power depends on how strong you want it to be. Of course, it cannot exceed the strongest attack of your own cultivation level, and there is consumption, which will consume your own spiritual energy according to the size of the explosion. It's just that this consumption has a disadvantage. With the same amount of spiritual energy, Su Luo has several moves that are more powerful and lethal than this explosion, and it is much higher. So, it's okay to clear the miscellaneous items, but if you encounter an elite, it's more cost-effective to use other moves. However, this ability has an advantage that other moves do not have. It's just that you're caught off guard when it explodes. And no one else will see that it was Su Luo who caused it. The explosion was detonated by directly deducting Su Luo's spiritual energy, rather than Su Luo casting a spell to detonate it. Therefore, even people with high cultivation levels would not discover that it was Su Luo who detonated the explosion. On the surface,
There would be no connection between the explosion and Su Luo. This is very useful. After the experiment, Su Luo started lying down again. It was not until the afternoon that Xiaoyu came. She greeted Su Luo, chatted with her for a few words, and then continued to practice the 7 stars return to 1. During the days that Su Luo was away, Xiaoyu had been practicing and had made some progress, but not much. The sect leader also came and lay down on the recliner next to Su Luo. In the yard, under a tree, an old man and a young boy were lying leisurely. Only Xiaoyu was practicing over and over again. In the past few days, the sect leader has dealt with Qin San's affairs. Although he is a little sad, he has experienced a lot himself and quickly adjusted himself for this time. After listening to Nangong Shiyun's story, Su Luo easily dealt with her inner demons, which made the sect leader have a slightly different opinion of Su Luo. A little bit, but when he saw Su Luo's lazy look, he couldn't help but say a few words, as if he was disappointed in her. Boy, every time I come here I see you lying down. Do you have any ambition? The sect master is the one. If he comes here every day, it will have a bad influence if others see him. Don't worry, no one knows. I'm too embarrassed to let anyone know I'm here. You know how bad your reputation is. The sect master was initially afraid that Xiaoyu would learn bad things from Su Luo, but after getting to know her, he found that apart from being a little irritating and occasionally doing stupid things, she didn't seem to be that bad. Of course, the most important thing is that Nangong Shiyun promised him that he didn't need to worry about it, and Nangong Shiyun would take responsibility. So the sect leader just turned a blind eye. He didn't believe Su Luo, but he could still trust Nangong Shiyun. Then I really thank you. Seeing Xiaoyu working so hard, aren't you a little bit inspired? Get up and move your body. Master, you are still the same. You don't understand. At my level, the most important thing is the opportunity. Practicing for a long time is not as good as a sudden enlightenment. Su Luo understood this, as he had also reached that level. For example, you gain 1 experience point every day by practicing, but you need 100,000 to upgrade. That can't be achieved through cultivation. The person will die, but with an opportunity or a sudden realization, your experience will increase by 10,000. Of course, there are other things like elixirs and secret techniques that can quickly increase experience, but when one reaches the level of a sect leader, there are very few of them. Although she understood, Su Luo would not listen to the advice. Oh, I also need an opportunity now. Bullshit. What's the point of practicing qi? When I was practicing qi, I didn't feel anything at all. It just passed. It was so easy. It takes an opportunity. For example, if you give me a good pill, I can improve immediately. So your opportunity is to wait for something easy to gain. Boy, eat less pills. It's not good for your future. How's Xiaoyu's training going? Su Luo changed the subject. Since it was about Xiaoyu, the sect leader continued the topic. What? You understand too? What did you see? This is the supreme sword technique of our sect. No matter how many times I show you, it's useless. Even if you learn it, it's just a trick. You can't comprehend the essence. It needs to be combined with the mental method. I really don't understand. Su Luo had practiced it before, but due to his aptitude, he only learned 80% and was unable to practice it to perfection. It was difficult to learn, and Su Luo had other moves that suited him, so he gave up. Want to learn? If you ask me, I might teach you. That's wishful thinking. The sect leader is just talking. How can he teach you casually? In no mood, Metropolitan, although I won't teach you, it makes me even more angry that you don't want to learn. You won't be able to learn even if I teach you. The sect leader said angrily. Su Luo casually asked, you said 7 stars return to 1, why are there 7 more moves? Because 1 refers to people, I won't go into too much detail. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Anyway, just make the 7 moves a part of yourself and use them as you please. Oh, I thought it was combining 7 moves into 1, forming a killer move. Boy, there is no such thing as a single move that can break all obstacles in this world. 7 stars return to 1 is 7 moves to deal with different situations. The clan leader sighed and continued. Besides, it's not easy to combine a killer move. How can you combine them? The 7 moves are already extremely profound. It's difficult to improve them, let alone combine them into 1.
I'm just saying, isn't it cool that 7 moves can be combined into one ultimate move?
It also fits the name 7 stars return to 1.
The sect master thought for a moment and said, "That's really cool, but unfortunately, it can't be realized."
I don't know how many sect elders have revised this sword move, and how many sect elders have worked hard on it.
Now it has become the most perfect.
When Su Luo heard the word perfect, she instinctively wanted to argue, saying that there was no such thing as perfect, but I held back.
This is not the internet.
Offline, those who argue will be piked by real people. Xiaoyu had been listening beside me since some time. Suddenly, she said, "I understand."
Ah, what do you know now?
Xiaoyu began to swing the sword. At first, Su Luo and the sect leader didn't care much, but the more I looked at it, the more something seemed wrong. Is she trying to combine the 7 moves into one? The clan leader initially thought Xiaoyu was trying, but seeing his movements, he knew he was forcing it, so he expected it to fail, but gradually, the sect leader's expression became serious. Xiaoyu's sword moves became smoother and smoother. Combine 7 moves into one. It is not a simple fusion, but a miraculous fusion. This move has the shadow of the previous 7 moves, but it also adds other new things. It does not conflict but makes it smoother. In the end, Xiaoyu's move was completed. The sword thrust out with great force, and the sword energy penetrated for hundreds of meters. Dust is flying. This move is over. Xiaoyu's eyes were bright, the spiritual energy around her was concentrated and not dispersed, and her hair was fluttering. This scene is like that of an immortal, the sect master said excitedly.
7 stars return to 1, this is the true 7 stars return to 1.
Su Luo glanced at the sect master and said, "If you say that, your sect elders will be sad."
Chapter 60, Tower Climbing. Xiaoyu, how did you do it?
The clan leader couldn't calm down at all. After seeing that move just now, the more I think about it, the more I feel sad.
The previous wave died on the beach.
I don't know, it's like this, and then that. Xiaoyu didn't know how to express herself, and said a lot, but the sect leader still couldn't understand.
I was anxious. It's okay. Take your time, Xiaoyu. Master the feeling until you are proficient in it.
Then you will be able to express yourself well. Kindness. So Xiaoyu went to practice the new version of 7 stars return to 1. The sect leader watched from the side, and the more he watched, the more he couldn't help but applaud.
Master, you are too unworthy of being a teacher. Instead, you want Xiaoyu to teach you. The sect master didn't care about Su Luo's sarcasm at all. Instead, he said, "What do you know? A disciple doesn't have to be inferior to his master. I have never doubted Xiaoyu's talent.
I just don't know how to bring out her talent."
I can see that too. Xiaoyu is really powerful. What about you? Why don't you try harder?
You really want me to set a good example for Xiaoyu? No thanks. Salted fish. Speaking of salted fish, the sect leader thought of Nangong Xiyun again.
She was also a salted fish before, but her cultivation level was rising rapidly, which was incredible. Could it be that Su Luo is also a lazy genius? Then the sect leader looked at Su Luo and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." After practicing for a few times, Xiaoyu has become proficient in this new 7 stars return to 1. It should suit you better than the original 1. The sect leader was also inspired by this and hurried back to go into seclusion. Of course, it's not a closed-door retreat. After a few days, it was time to take action. Xiaoyu, let's go.
I'll take you to the actual combat. Good. Su Luo took Xiaoyu and headed straight for the Chuanwu Tower. Although there is not much plot, we still have to go on.
We have to do it for others to see, so we have to be serious now in the sect. He has to maintain a personality that is hostile to Lin Shen and have more conflicts with Lin Shen. This time, Su Luo was still being compared with Lin Shen, also a newcomer. She climbed the 14th floor with confidence. Lin Shen reached the 50th floor on the first day, which was faster than his fellow brothers and sisters. After seeing this comparison, Su Luo's confidence collapsed and she was ridiculed by the onlookers, so the blame was put on Lin Shen. Continued to accumulate resentment. As soon as we arrived at the Chuanwu Tower, the attention suddenly increased. Look, the sect master's disciple.
She's also come to the Pure Martial Tower.
I wonder how far she can go this time.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pity that I didn't see her take action in the last rookie competition. The sect leader's disciples still attract a lot of attention. Wait, the one next to her, can't be, I think I saw something dirty.
Hey, we are from the same school, how can you call him that? He is nothing.
Yes, alas, why is he nothing? When they noticed Su Luo, there were obviously more discussions, and they were full of contempt.
Does he want the pure martial tower too? Is this a joke? I bet he can get to the 20th floor. It's too high, 10 floors at most.
There are constant doubts. Su Luo sneered and said, I'll show you in a moment what it means to have more people questioning and more people laughing at you.
In fact, the first 30 floors of the pure martial tower are not difficult and can be played by newcomers.
It is mainly a process of adaptation. The difficulty starts to increase after the 30th floor, and then gets higher and higher.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Su Luo is very strong. Xiao Yu suddenly said to the people around her. She wanted to say a few more words, but Su Luo quickly covered her mouth. All right, no need to talk anymore, just go in. If you continue talking, Xiao Yu will be the one to get slapped in the face. As soon as he arrived at the door, he met Lin Shen. Su Luo's confidence suddenly rose. Lin Shen, it's just right, I'll let you see my true strength, I can definitely climb higher than you.
Okay, I look forward to it.
The senior brothers and sisters around started to get excited.
Who do you think will win?
I bet a sword, Lin Shen wins. Then no one bet with him, the others are not stupid, everyone can see that Lin Shen will win. Xiao Yu then asked, Su Luo, where will you go?
The top floor.
Su Luo boasted loudly for Lin Shen to hear.
Really? That's my goal, too.
But as soon as these words were spoken, there were already enough laughs.
It's so funny. He dares to say he can go to the top floor?
If he can go, I will eat shit.
After you finish eating, I'll eat your poop.
Then I'll eat yours. To put it simply, I don't believe Su Luo can reach the 100th floor, let alone 50. Su Luo strode forward with powerful steps and tossed her hair confidently. Xiao Yu followed closely behind. The lower the level of the pure martial arts tower, the more rooms it has and the more multiplayer challenges it supports. The higher the number of floors, the fewer rooms there are and the larger the spaces, which can be better utilized. However, according to the rules, each floor can only be challenged 3 times a day to prevent someone from occupying the room. Of course, the higher the floor, the more challenges you can have, because there are fewer people and no one will say you are hogging the room. Su Luo paddled around in the pure martial tower, climbed to level 14, and then when the time was almost up, walked out covered in dust. How majestic you are when you go in, how miserable you are when you come out.
What a rubbish tower, they don't care about newcomers at all.
If I wasn't in a bad state today, I would definitely give you hundreds of layers. Su Luo cursed at the Chuanwu Tower and threw the blame at random. This is such a joke that everyone around here is dying of laughter.
Ah, I knew it, it's only the 14th floor, what a loser.
The first time I came here, I was guaranteed to get 30 floors. TSK, that's it?
What did this guy just say?
At this time, news came from inside that Lin Shen had broken through to the 41st floor. In this comparison, Su Luo became a complete clown. Su Luo left angrily, then the story ended, and Su Luo went back to lie down. As for Xiao Yu, based on her current strength, she will be able to climb many floors. It probably won't end until dark. As Su Luo expected, Xiao Yu came out after dark, and as soon as she came out, she went to Su Luo to tell her the good news.
Su Luo, guess where I'm going? 60.
Ah, not that high, 54.
Not bad, you can definitely get to level 60, it's just a matter of time.
Well, I'll try my best. And every day after that, Xiao Yu would go to challenge the pure martial tower, but Su Luo didn't need to go. It would be a joke even if I went there. The sect leader walked back and forth in front of Su Luo, who was lying there.
What are you doing? Just say it if you have something to say. Sometimes I really don't understand what you young people are thinking. Isn't it normal not to understand? How can this be normal? Don't you even look at what you did in the pure martial tower? You make bold statements but don't have any real strength. Isn't that just stupid behavior? What's the problem? I'm just a novice and a big addict. Please try harder. Master, you are actually a very nice person. So can you get up and practice for a bit? Cannot you? The sect leader pointed at Su Luo, speechless.
Chapter 61. Xiao Yu's slogan. Time passed little by little, and everything went smoothly for Xiao Yu and Chuanwu Tower. At the beginning, she and Lin Shen climbed at about the same speed, but after climbing over 60 floors, she began to take the lead. The drizzle became smoother and smoother, and the previous lack of practical experience was now quickly made up. A week later, he surpassed the first place Heroine. However, Xiaoyu did not give a slogan, but continued to challenge. Her goal was the top floor. Also, because no slogan was given, the slogan has not changed yet. It will only be changed after Xiaoyu submits the slogan. Then, Heroine, who had previously won first place, was criticized by others because his slogan was too arrogant. Hey, isn't this Heroine? I haven't seen him for a few days. How come he's become the second one? There's still your sign, and it's suitable for you. It's just a few levels away. Why don't you chase it? Heroine said, I will chase you with my life. I would have chased her if she was one level higher than me, but she has been climbing up rapidly in the past few days and is now at the 90th level. What can I do? I admit defeat. The sect leader's disciples are still stronger. Heroine smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's what I said. However, the pride of dominating the list for a long time did not allow him to admit defeat easily, so he climbed the tower secretly at night. He was not convinced and he wanted to take it seriously. He believes that no one has ever surpassed him before and no one has put pressure on him, so he still has the possibility of improvement. After working all night, Heroine finally broke through his limit and reached the next level. This is the strength that once made me number one? The pure martial tower will eventually be conquered by me. Heroine opened his hands wide. Breaking through one level made him feel elated, as if he had seen hope. Then he was surpassed by Lin Shen. Play Nima. Heroine never thought that his slogan would mock himself. Why do monsters always appear in groups? This time, he completely recognized himself. Oh, he had to recognize himself, but everyone's attention is no longer on him. There are people who deserve more attention than him. The drizzle has come up again. After a while, it was the 24th night of Xiaoyu's challenge to the pure martial tower. She has reached the 100th floor and is taking the final challenge. It was already dark, but the place was already crowded with people. No way, is there really anyone who can reach the 100th floor? It seems that only Peak Master Nangong has reached this point in the past few hundred years. Although she is the sect master's disciple, she hasn't been in the sect for long. This is too exaggerated. Yeah, I heard there's a newcomer, Lin Shen, who has also reached the 95th floor. It's terrible. It turns out we are the worst class. This day is destined to be a day that everyone is paying attention to. Since entering the pure martial tower, Xiaoyu has only used the 7 stars returned to 1 because she only knew this, and the sect leader was the first to teach her this because he saw that Xiaoyu was extremely talented, but it is enough. With this trick, the journey will be smooth. The reason for slowing down in the middle was because of letting up. Xiaoyu wanted to see more of the fighting skills of puppets at different levels, especially in the last few levels. The puppets' moves are too sophisticated. This also allows Xiaoyu to accumulate combat experience and make better use of the 7 stars returned to 1. Reach the last 100 levels of puppets. It should have been the most difficult level, but it's different from what I imagined. After a few moves, Xiaoyu even felt that the puppet was difficult to beat before it reached the 90th level 4. The first time. This is because enough light rain has accumulated. There is no need for that anymore. Xiaoyu pointed her sword at the puppet, and her spiritual energy returned to calm, but she was already in the most danger at this moment. 7 stars become 1. Xiaoyu attacked with all her strength, and this time, the 7 stars have become 1, which is more powerful than ever before. After 100 layers of accumulation, Xiaoyu also began to transform. Just one strike was enough to bring down 100 layers of puppets. At this moment, when Xiaoyu defeated the puppet, the administrator of the pure martial tower also announced it to the public. Xiaoyu broke through the top layer and successfully reached the summit. What the hell? So fast. No way, I just arrived and it's over? I never thought I would see something like this in my lifetime. A light rain came and people around were cheering. This was the summit. Anyone who has been to the pure martial arts tower knows how perverted the puppets inside are, based solely on their martial arts techniques. I'm touched. I've always been annoyed by those puppets. Now someone is helping me beat them all. This really fulfills my dream. That level of difficulty, I don't know how I even got to that level. The 70th floor was incredibly difficult. As expected, he is the sect master's disciple, so he is different. Strong, too strong. Xiaoyu ignored the praises from those around her and ran all the way. Soon they arrived at Su Luo's residence.
and Su Luo was still doing nothing at this time. Su Luo, let me show you something, ah? Then he was pulled away by Xiao Yu. Su Luo didn't know what Xiao Yu wanted to do. What are you doing here? Xiao Yu brought Su Luo to the top of a small hill. There was nothing special about it, just an ordinary small hilltop that could be seen everywhere. Etc. Xiao Yu said this, thinking that it was about time. Look. Outside the Chuanwu Tower, the previous slogans have disappeared and new slogans have begun to be generated. The entire tower glowed brightly, so dazzling that it could immediately attract most people's attention. Then the lights gathered together to form one word after another, forming a slogan that shone brightly in the night sky. Su Luo is the strongest. Seeing these words, Su Luo burst into laughter. Half of it is because I can't hold it anymore. Even if the light rain is changed to light rain, is the strongest. Su Luo thought it was reasonable, but it was hard to believe that a 14th floor player was the strongest by a 100th floor player. The other half is because this can be considered a surprise from Xiao Yu to Su Luo. I was wondering what kind of slogan Xiao Yu would hang, but the result was beyond my imagination. It was rare that Xiao Yu prepared this surprise for him, and Su Luo was successfully amused. However, Xiao Yu may not have thought about the consequences. As soon as these words came out, Su Luo became even more of a joke. With Su Luo's reputation and achievements in the sect, how could he bear the claim that he was the strongest among the bosses on the 100th floor? Su Luo could already foresee that her reputation was beginning to decline again, and perhaps people passing by would spit on her, but he doesn't care. Thank you, Xiao Yu. I'm very happy. Su Luo, no matter what others think of you, you are the strongest. Are you comforting me? Su Luo thought that Xiao Yu felt that he could not bear the ridicule he had received from others in the pure martial tower. No, the Su Luo I know has always been very strong. I'm just telling the truth. Don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. You're too blind. No, I know very well. Xiao Yu knew this point best. Unconsciously, Xiao Yu had been spending quite a bit of time with Su Luo, and had seen a lot of things. Su Luo shook her head. Forget it. Today you broke through the 100th floor. You are a big shot. If there is anything you want to do, I will make it happen for you. Xiao Yu blushed. I'm not a big shot. If you can, just take a walk. Chapter 62. Li Si's surprise. Xiao Yu reached the top of the pure martial arts tower, and the disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect had already recognized her martial arts prowess. But it's not over yet, because Lin Shen is also preparing to reach the top. Everyone is watching to see if this one can reach the top. Of course, as expected, after a while, Lin Shen also reached the top. The entire sect was shocked again. Is this an era of evil? Will the sect develop further? Anyway, it's a happy thing. It has never happened in the history of the 7-Star Sword sect that two people reached the top at the same time. Regarding slogans, in the past, if it was on the same level, whoever cleared the level in the shorter time would get the slogan, but now we make an exception. The significance of reaching the summit is so great that we can hang both of their slogans there at the same time. Lin Shen's slogan is, "This is not my end, but my starting point." Very normal. This was so normal that everyone in the 7-Star Sword sect wondered if they had made a mistake. Think about those guys who were number one in the past. They only knew how to show off and make fun of others, and they had no intention of inspiring others at all. Moreover, the one of the sect leader's disciple is even more incredible, which is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. This comparison is so true. Lin Shen, you are right, you are normal. This is the correct way to use the Chuanwu Tower slogan. This slogan will only be removed if the writer loses his status as a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. If you become a deacon, a peak master, or something like that, your title will be removed. Li Si has been in seclusion recently to practice, digesting her recent gains and consolidating what she has learned before. After settling down for a while, I have a new understanding of myself. She is very satisfied with the current progress. After the retreat ended and he went out to find Su Luo, he suddenly saw the slogan in the Chuanwu Tower. Su Luo is the strongest. Li Si was dumbfounded. She was in seclusion, not isolated from the world. It was only for about a month. So how come someone also praised Su Luo? Li Si felt relieved to go into seclusion after seeing the diary saying that nothing had happened recently. Why does the weather seem to have changed? After asking around, I found out that Xiao Yu had reached the summit. This really surprised Li Si. Xiao Yu was too strong to know. Li Si quickened her pace and came to Su Luo's residence. As soon as she came in, Su Luo was still the same as usual. Su Luo, I'm so envious of you. Every time I see you so relaxed. Very busy. can't you see I'm in seclusion? If it was the previous plot, he was indeed in seclusion, but now, it's just casual. Lic sat down next to him. I heard that you became the strongest? Yes, I am invincible. Does anyone really believe this? It's not possible now, but I don't know what it will be like later. Li Si said in a joking tone, but she felt in her heart that Su Luo might really be invincible. So what's wrong with you? I'm so inspired. Xiao Yu's talent is too good. Then don't you consider my feelings? Compared to you, my talent is extremely poor. If you stimulate me, I will go crazy. Don't think too much. Ah, you mean I should stop comparing myself and just be myself? No, I mean by cheating. Of course, Su Luo couldn't answer like that. After all, not everyone could own a system. If you're stimulated, then try harder. Doesn't that give you motivation? That's right. So what did Xiao Yu mean by that? What Li Si was referring to was naturally Xiao Yu's Chuanwu Tower slogan. Oh, it's a surprise she gave me. Is this a surprise? I guess so. It did make me laugh. Forehead, I can't understand. After chatting for a while. Lic left. On the way, she reflected and felt that she also needed to give Su Luo a surprise, thinking about what he could give to Su Luo. It turned out that Su Luo lacked nothing: treasure? If he wanted it, he could definitely get it. Knowing the plot, what could he not get to match his plot? The problem is, in his eyes, matching his plot is just a normal performance, so how can it be considered a surprise, help him improve his cultivation? Just like treasures, he can handle it himself. Suddenly, Li Si felt like a failure. I feel like I'm going to lose. No, think about it. Li Si, however, she really couldn't think of anything Su Luo needed. She wanted to ask Su Luo directly, but how could it be considered a surprise if she asked? After thinking for a long time, Li Si decided to get Su Luo something to save her life. Saving your life may not be a surprise, but it's never wrong. It's just a life-saving thing, and Li Si doesn't have it. Although you can call on the master at the critical moment, the master may not arrive in time, so you have to rely on yourself at the critical moment. Lic didn't know Nangong Shiyun's intention. In fact, Nangong Shiyun had already cast a small spell on Lin Shen and Li Si, which could save their lives at the critical moment, but of course I won't tell them, otherwise they will have no sense of crisis, and how can they grow in adversity? You really want to call master whenever you encounter a problem. I'll be your babysitter. Lic didn't have anything to save her life, but her master definitely had it, so she planned to ask her master for help. By the way, I brought my own little treasury with me, hoping to impress my master, but Li Si also knew that it was very difficult, because half of her small treasury was given by her master. The only thing he could show off was the ancient magic sword he got at the auction in Qiufeng City. However, Su Luo never wrote a diary about this, and the sword was never completely unlocked, so it just kept gathering dust. I hope I can get a better life-saving thing. Soon, Li Si found Nangong Shiyun. Master, I have something I want to ask you. May I trouble you? Go ahead. I just want something to save my life. Nangong Shiyun shook his head. Li Si, you have to understand that it's not that your master doesn't want to give it to you, but it's for your sake. If you have my life-saving item, it will really save your life, and you will not feel a sense of crisis. I'll trade everything I have. As she spoke, Li Si took out all her things. No, this matter is not negotiable. Li Si felt a little disappointed after hearing this, but Li Si suddenly thought of it, thinking about me? That's fine as long as it's not me. It wasn't meant for yourself in the first place. Master, I want to give it to a friend. Whom? For whom? Su Luo. After saying this, Li Si regretted it. She had even forgotten what Su Luo's current reputation was. She quickly explained, Master, don't look at his bad reputation now, but he's actually a good person, I promise. Li Si wanted to say more good things about Su Luo, but Nangong Shiyun said it directly. Master, what can I do? Li Si was a little bit unconvinced. He agreed so easily? Didn't the master have heard of Su Luo? This shouldn't be the case. Didn't you say you'd give him something to save his life? Okay, let him come and get it himself. After hearing this, Li Si wondered what her master's attitude was towards Su Luo. If the master didn't have a good impression of Su Luo, then asking Su Luo to come would be harming him. To be cautious, Li Si said, no need. He's actually quite shy. I'll just take him to him. Seeing Li Si's worried look, Nangong Xian couldn't help but want to play a teasing on her. It's too late to talk about this now. You should bring him here, otherwise I will go find him. Nangong Xian said in a bad tone. When Li Si heard this, she wanted to cry. She had messed up. Oh. Chapter 63 Meeting Nangong Xian. Master, I was wrong. Before Li Si could finish her words, she was interrupted by Nangong Xian. Go quickly, otherwise I don't know what I'll end up doing if I go to see him in person. Then Li Si was thrown out of the room, without any intention of regretting it. Li Si was disheveled in the wind, feeling as if she had gotten into a big disaster. It seems that Master doesn't have a good impression of Su Luo. This is bad. She went to find Su Luo in a daze. Ah, twice a day, are you free? Su Luo saw Li Si coming again and didn't understand what she was thinking. Su Luo, my master wants to see you. Why? Li Si told what happened. Thank you so much. Su Luo said sarcastically. I was wrong. I didn't expect Master to agree so easily. Are you sure she will really give me something to save my life? Su Luo was also puzzled. He had no connection with Nangong Xian, so why did he agree to give her something to save her life? Because of Li Si. But it doesn't seem like it. Li Si's role is clearly not enough. From what I know about our master, she has never reneged on her promises. I'm just worried that she might misunderstand you and do something bad to you. Su Luo thought about it. If Nangong Xian were to harm her, oh, there is no solution, at least there is no way to resist now. Oh. Su Luo sighed. Li Si looked even more anxious. What should we do now? How about we run away? You got kicked in the head, can you outrun your master? What else can you do? Lead the way. I really want her to come find me. At this point, Su Luo could only go and see Nangong Xian along the way. Li Si was talking to Su Luo. When you see Master later, you must be polite. If Master is dissatisfied with you, you must keep your composure. Even if you are angry, don't show it. Just come back and beat me up. Try not to talk. Leave it to me. I will protect you. Li Si was really afraid that Su Luo would accidentally anger her master, although her master would not kill Su Luo, but it feels possible to beat Su Luo up. He repeated the precautions many times and also told Nangong Xian about her preferences and habits, just for fear that Su Luo would step on a landmine. Finally, we arrived at Ruyan Peak and in front of Nangong Xian's room. When Li Si was about to take Su Luo in, she was turned away. Su Luo entered easily. Li Si was dumbfounded. I haven't gone in yet. Li Si knocked on the door quickly, but it had no effect. Master. Master. No matter how she called, Nangong Xian did not respond to her. Want to violently break down the door? You're overthinking it. Li Si doesn't have that ability. She put her ear close to the door, but the room was soundproofed by Nangong Xian's little spell, so she couldn't hear anything. I can only worry outside, and this series of events happened to be seen by Lin Shen. There was nothing else. What Lin Shen cared about most was that his master met Su Luo alone. He was curious about what they would say. Logically speaking, Su Luo and her master didn't know each other. If it was Li Si who introduced them, why was Li Si kept out? The more I think about it, the more complicated it seems. As for Su Luo, he was also puzzled as to why Li Si was turned away, but the most important thing now is to face Nangong Xian. As for Nangong Xian, I'm not afraid at all. After all, his situation wasn't serious enough to require her to deal with him, but there is still due respect. Respect for a strong man, not to mention the distant past, when the demon sect attacked the Seven Starsword sect. Not long after, they specially sent out 10 Dongshu masters to hold back Nangong Xian. The mission is to delay rather than kill. This alone can be imagined. The demonic sect suffered 7 deaths and 3 serious injuries, while Nangong Xian only paid a little time and suffered minor injuries. This is when Nangong Xian reached the perfection of Dongshu. Later in the novel, she breaks through to the Mahayana stage and has no record of defeat. Of course, in a classic setting, there are all sorts of things holding her back, otherwise she would solve everything. And what would the protagonist do? Disciple Su Luo greets Peak Master Nangong. Disciple is just the self-proclaimed title of the disciples of the 7 Starsword sect, not the disciple of Nangong Xian. Su Luo lowered her head slightly and did not look directly at Nangong Xian.
This was basic courtesy for a disciple. Nangong Shiyun saw Su Luo's respectful look. This was probably the first time they met and got to know each other in a real sense. He always seems at ease when I see him usually, but this is the first time I see him being a little reserved, but it doesn't rule out that he played the role.
Don't be nervous, just hold your head up.
Okay. Su Luo obediently raised her head and saw Nangong Shiyun's face. Beautiful, a face I've never seen before. However, Su Luo was not surprised. After all, he knew that Nangong Shiyun never showed her true face. This was just a mask. He had only seen the description of Nangong Shiyun's appearance in the novel, but since he entered the book, he had never seen Nangong Shiyun's true face. After failing for various reasons, including emotional and combat strategies, Su Luo gave up. The two of them just stared at each other. After a long time, Su Luo spoke first.
Master Nangong wants to see me alone. What's the matter?
Li Si also told you that this little sword can save your life once. As he spoke, a small ball of spiritual energy emanated from Nangong Shiyun's fingertips and condensed into a bracelet on Su Luo's wrist. There was a small sword on the bracelet. Su Luo was also familiar with this. It is indeed a life-saving spell that will be triggered when you receive fatal damage. Of course, with Su Luo's understanding of this spell, she can trigger the bracelet without being threatened, and can also use this bracelet to attack. The power is equivalent to Nangong Shiyun's normal attack, a one-time attack. In other words,
a nuclear weapon was obtained for free.
Thank you, Master Nangong. Then Nangong Shiyun did not respond. Su Luo didn't say anything either. Everyone looked at each other as if they were unfamiliar with each other. They really weren't familiar with each other, although Nangong Shiyun knew Su Luo quite well. Secretly, in order to avoid being exposed, he maintained a superior attitude and pretended to be aloof. Su Luo also didn't want to offend Nangong Shiyun, so she restrained herself in her behavior and didn't say too much and make more mistakes. Then it was an awkward situation. In the end, it was Su Luo who spoke.
If Master Nangong has nothing else to do, I'll go back first.
As soon as Su Luo went outside, Li Si hurried over to take a look. He lifted Su Luo's hands, patted her legs, and touched her butt.
Great, it's intact. Your master can hear what you said. What do you mean by intact? What do you think Nangong Shiyun is, a black-hearted witch?
I'm not so bad that she can break my arms and legs. Lic also realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly said to her master, Master, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Nangong Shiyun did not respond and remained aloof. After Li Si said goodbye to her master, she quickly pulled Su Luo away. Chapter 64. Lin Shen is well known throughout the sect. After getting away from Nangong Shiyun, Li Si asked hurriedly,
How is it? How is it? What did you say in there?
Don't worry, there's actually nothing much to say. We looked at each other for a long time, then said a few words, and she gave me a life-saving item. Su Luo showed the bracelet as she spoke.
It looks quite real.
Li Si took a look and found that it was no different from a real bracelet, but other than that, she didn't see anything special. The main reason is that her cultivation is not high. Lic was puzzled. I just said a few words, why didn't you let me in?
Master, what a fool. I don't know. There's really nothing worth noting.
But what surprised me the most was that Master actually gave you something to save your life.
I was still skeptical. Isn't this great?
It shows that you hold a very high position in Master's heart.
You're overthinking it. Although there's no evidence, I feel like I alone am not enough.
I haven't known Master for very long, so I don't know him very well. But this time, I really don't think it's all because of me. In all the time that Li Si has known her master, she has never seen many people come to see her master, nor has she seen her master give gifts to anyone, except herself and Lin Shen. It's so easy for master to give others life-saving things? Li Si couldn't understand. Su Luo didn't care whether Li Si wanted to understand or not. Anyway, it won't do me any harm, so I'll take this life-saving measure. Yes, congratulations, but don't do that again, cause trouble, otherwise no matter how many things you have to save your life, it will not be enough. But Li Si thought, how could Su Luo not cause trouble, so she decided not to say anything. Lin Shen waited until Su Luo and the others left before he went to find Nangong Shiyun. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he could ask, and now he didn't know Su Luo very well. Even if she understood, Su Luo was just showing it on purpose.
Master, what did Su Luo ask you to do just now?
Nothing, just chatting. What's wrong?
Can you tell me what we talked about specifically?
Oh, why do you care about Su Luo?
I almost forgot that you two have a grudge. Nangong Shiyun just remembered that Su Luo and Lin Shen had several conflicts. It's just that Nangong Shiyun often reads the diary and knows the truth. Su Luo is just acting, so she didn't take these things to heart, but Lin Shen will definitely take it to heart. Yes, so why did Master come to him? Li Si just asked me to give him something to save his life. Master gave it to you? Of course, your grudges won't lead to killing each other. No, but he often wants to kill me. Lin Shen also did not say that he guessed that Su Luo wanted to be an undercover agent of the demonic path. Everyone says it's just a guess. What if it's wrong? Although Lin Shen now believes Su Luo 80% of the time, if he is not sure, he actually doesn't want to tell others. Don't worry, he's just talking. Lin Shen finished asking. If it was Li Si's reason, although it was strange, it was not unacceptable. By the way, let me remind you, Su Luo, it's not that simple. Don't underestimate him. Lin Shen paused. What does Master mean by this? Does she know that Su Luo is not simple? Lin Shen also knew that Su Luo was not simple, but he had no specific information about how she was not simple. Does Master know? Just when Lin Shen wanted to ask for details, he was sent away by Nangong Xian that he wasn't given any chance to ask. After that, Lin Shen asked again, but still didn't get an answer. Because there was no plot for Su Luo for a period of time afterwards, the days were very boring. There is nothing much to write in the diary. The rewards are just some attribute points. So I just sit there doing nothing and lying down every day. Xiaoyu's 7 stars returning to 1 was already very good, so the sect master planned to teach her other things. However, at the beginning, Xiaoyu still didn't get the point. This puzzled the sect leader, as he could learn and innovate such a profound move as the 7 stars returning to 1. How come he can only learn such a mediocre move like that? The sect leader couldn't understand. Lic also began to improve rapidly under the guidance of Nangong Xian. As for Lin Shen, his life is rich. After reaching the top of the Pure Martial Tower, Lin Shen digested the experience of the Pure Martial Tower and began to challenge the senior brothers and sisters in the sect. The whole process is fight, fight, and fight again. Very busy. Lin Shen now has 3 types of fighting methods. First, it is the sword. His special move is the flame-killing White Dragon Sword. He is unstoppable and can create a feint of a dragon shadow to devour the opponent. It is quite powerful. Second, it is magic, mainly fire magic, and fire is often enchanted on the sword to increase its power. Third, fists. Although Lin Shen learned swordsmanship, he liked fists more and delved deeper into them. So many times, when the enemy breaks his weapon and thinks they have won, Lin Shen's fist will give the opponent despair. The most powerful punches, Baji Dakuel. So in the following period of time, Lin Shen completed his achievements and became famous throughout the sect. The main achievements are 3 strikes on Xie Firen. He was defeated by Xie Firen the first and second time, but that was only because Xie Firen had a high level of cultivation and had built a perfect foundation. When he faced Lin Shen, who was in the early stage of foundation building, everyone else thought he would definitely win. When everyone thought that Lin Shen had no way out, after a while, he won for the 3rd time, burning Yuhuang Peak. Of course it wasn't a real fire, it was just Lin Shen practicing the 3000 flame movements, covering his entire body with flames and ramming into the opponent at an extremely high speed. He only used this move when challenging at Yuhuang Peak. However, with just this one move, he completely defeated his senior brothers and sisters from Yuhuang Peak. However, Yuhuang Peak's overall strength is actually at the bottom among the 7-star sword sect. 3 heroes fight Lin Shen. The 3 heroes are 3 brothers from Tianquan Peak. They are famous for their tacit cooperation, but even so, they are no match for Lin Shen. Capture Su Xiaofei 7 times. Su Xiaofei is known as the fastest disciple in the sect, but he is still no match for Lin Shen. There are also Sankai. Lin Shen also went to find them, but they are still in a low period and are not in good shape. Lin Shen could only comfort them a little and did not fight with them. Lin Shen's achievements are not limited to the above, there are many more. At the same time, Lin Shen has very good martial ethics. If he loses, he will not be discouraged or give up. If he wins, he will win fairly and honestly, based on his strength. Moreover, Lin Shen has a very good attitude and is neither arrogant nor proud. So even if I lose to him, I have no complaints. It is also because of this that Lin Shen's reputation is growing. These things happen one after another, and when Su Luo first read the novel, she thought it was padded out by tens of thousands of words. But it was finally over. Su Luo packed up simply because she was going out. No. It's time to go home. The next plot takes place in Qiufeng City. This is what is called returning home in glory. Wearing fine robes but not returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Although Lin Shen is not from Qiufeng City, he is from a nearby small village. I started out in Qiufeng City,
So I can barely be considered half a Chofeng City person. It was obvious that it was Lin Shen who returned home in glory, not Su Luo. Chapter 65. Listen carefully. I, Su Luo, have completed my Qi training. Before I knew it, a year had passed since I left Chofeng City. The 4 people who originally came to the 7-star sword sect from Chofeng City have also grown to varying degrees. Lin Shen has reached the middle stage of foundation building. Lic has now reached the late stage of foundation building. It is obvious that Lin Shen has already started to exert his strength, and his cultivation level is improving at a speed that can be seen with the naked eye. Similarly, there is Xiaoyu, who recently broke through to the early stage of foundation building. She is the last one to start cultivation among the 4, so her speed is also amazing. Only Su Luo, on the surface, had perfected her Qi training, but it's not a big problem. I can be proud of completing my Qi training in Chofeng City. Besides going home, there is another reason for returning home in glory. It was the Lord of Chofeng City who invited the 4 of them to return to the city for publicity, hold an event similar to Chofeng City Outstanding Youth Experience Sharing. Being able to enter the 7-star sword sect is already a great honor for the family in Chofeng City. I have been studying there for a year now, and everyone in the city is envious of me. How could the city lord not see such a good opportunity? In order to inspire the new generation in the city, Su Luo, Lin Shen, Li Si and Xiaoyu were specially invited back to hold an experience sharing session. Su Luo and Li Si had no objection and could go home at the same time. Xiaoyu's home is probably gone. She originally lived in a relatively remote place and there was no one else there. The dilapidated home is probably collapsed, but when Su Luo went back, Xiaoyu followed her back. There was nothing wrong with what Lin Shen said. After all, the city lord had treated him well before, and it was just a piece of cake. So one day, the 4 of them took a particularly advanced flying vehicle back to Chofeng City. The expenses are covered by the Lord of Chofeng City. On the flying vehicle, Li Si stretched and said to Su Luo, "That's great. I'm going home. I haven't been back for a year. I miss it so much." "Yes." Su Luo said casually, "Well, the plot this time is not very good. I hope you can still laugh in the end." "No, I can't laugh." "What's wrong? You look listless." "It's okay, let's go back." When talking about Chofeng City, Li Si recalled the past. Everything changed after she got the diary. "Think about it, it's been a year between us." "Su Luo, what's wrong? You seem dissatisfied." "Although I got a lot of good things with the help of the diary, sometimes it just doesn't fit your plot." "How should I put it? I feel like you've become quite outrageous." "Really? I don't think so. It's you who has changed a lot. You have the nerve to criticize me. If it weren't for the diary, I would have been kept in the dark about many things." "No, I'm still the same boy as before." Xiaoyu remains silent. She didn't like Li Si very much. Lic also knew that Xiaoyu didn't like her, probably because it started when she was acting with Su Luo. Maybe in Xiaoyu's opinion, she had hurt Su Luo badly, but the fact is that Su Luo didn't take that matter to heart at all. However, Li Si didn't intend to let Xiaoyu like her, as long as she didn't get in her way. At this moment, Li Si suddenly thought of it. "Xiaoyu, where do you live in Chofeng City? I heard that you have nowhere to live. Why don't you come to my house? It's quite big." Li Si was afraid that Xiaoyu would go to Su Luo's house. Given Xiaoyu's current status as the sect master's disciple, he must have a place to live. The city lord has already made arrangements for it, but Li Si was afraid that Xiaoyu would secretly go to Su Luo's house, so it would be better to invite her to her house. If she wanted to see Su Luo, they could go together and not sneak away. "No." Xiaoyu replied immediately. Then he turned to Su Luo and said, "Can I go to your house?" "Sure." It's not like he hasn't been here before, so Su Luo doesn't care much about these things. His house is big, so one more person won't make much difference. Lic was anxious. "Speaking of which, I have been in the 7-star sword sect for a year, and my cultivation is only in the late stage of foundation building. If my father knew about this, he would definitely be angry and say that I am not doing my best. Otherwise, how about I go to your house and hide there?" "Su Luo, Xiaoyu, do you think we're ignorant? Your father might have already set up 60 tables of banquets to celebrate your return." In the end, Li Si's proposal was rejected, and Lin Shen, who was not far away, had been practicing. He always felt that the cheerful Su Luo was far superior to him, especially since his master also recognized that he was not simple. Lin Shen felt that the reason Su Luo didn't take him seriously before might be because he was too weak. So he should improve his cultivation quickly now, so that Su Luo will show her true strength to deal with him. The flying vehicle was quite fast and soon arrived at Zhoufeng City. Looking at the familiar city, everyone probably had different thoughts, but it's night now, and the city lord arranged for us to stay outside for one night and officially enter the city tomorrow morning. The layout must naturally be good. Then the next day, the streets were deserted. People from all over the city were on the streets, ready to witness the return of the proud son of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. It was very lively. Everyone was waiting and looking forward to it. When the time was almost up, the city lord drove the flying vehicle, flying almost close to the ground, and slowly moved towards the city. Su Luo and the other three also stood in the most conspicuous place of the flying vehicle, accepting the warm welcome of the people of the whole city. A year has passed, and the four of them are even more energetic and handsome. Look at me, he looks at me. I'm so envious, so envious. People all over the city were cheering and waving to Lin Shen and the others. The city lord introduced them one by one. This is Lin Shen, who has defeated many fellow disciples in the Seven-Star Sword sect. He is also a hero of our Zhoufeng city, and his cultivation level is in the middle stage of foundation establishment. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the city were excited. Lin Shen. Lin Shen. The city lord continued his introduction. This is Li Si. Everyone is familiar with her. She has been the proud genius of our Zhoufeng city since she was a child. She has made great achievements in the Seven-Star Sword sect and has reached the late stage of foundation building. The whole city once again shouted a name at the same time, Li Si. When it's almost time, the city lord will continue. This is Xiao Yu, the disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, who is in the early stages of foundation building. Even though I don't know him very well, I'll just shout it out to the whole city. Then it was Su Luo's turn. Everyone is familiar with this person, Su Luo, whose cultivation has reached perfection. Then it was quiet and silent. Someone was whispering. He just completed his qi training. I remember he was already in the late stage when he left. I thought that after entering the Seven-Star Sword sect, building a foundation would be easy. Stop talking, shout quickly, you have to give face. Then the originally loud shouts turned into perfunctory ones. Su Luo got angry and shouted loudly. Listen carefully, I, Su Luo, have completed my qi training. However, it had no effect, and the whispering only got worse. I heard it, but how come you are so confident? The other three have already established their foundation, but you are the only one practicing qi. Don't you feel embarrassed? Although we haven't reached the perfect qi training stage, when compared like this, I feel like I'm stronger than Su Luo. If there is no comparison, actually, completing qi training is already very good in Zhoufeng City, and he is still so young, but there is no harm without comparison. If there is comparison, someone will become a clown. Su Luo was about to get angry, but she was pretending. This kind of behavior can only be done during the plot. Chapter 66 Su Qingkong's Hospitality. Hey, City Lord, I didn't come back to see the scene. Su Luo questioned the city lord. Now that she had returned from the Seven-Star Sword sect, she was very confident. Yes. The city lord immediately gave a cold look to the people below. For the sake of the city lord, the people below shouted Su Luo's name again. Su Luo was satisfied. That's more like it, cut. Who was disdainful just now, was it you? Su Luo pointed casually. No, you heard it wrong. The man quickly denied. That's you. No. The city lord came out quickly. Su Luo, you heard wrongly, it's not true. No, I must make it clear that you didn't dare to look down on me before, but now you look down on me. I looked down on you before, but you didn't know it. Okay, do you dare to come up and tell me? However, no one responded to Su Luo. Humph, since you look down on me, then I won't even come to this crappy sharing session. Whoever wants to share can do so. Su Luo really left, completely ignoring the agreed upon process. Lic was dumbfounded. Don't you always write a diary before doing something like this? Why is it so sudden this time? Without any preparation at all. In fact, it's not Su Luo's fault. It's mainly because he feels that there is nothing much to write about this matter. He has been writing a diary for so long that he always gets lazy at if it's not important, just write it based on your mood, and Su Luo originally left after arriving at the sharing session, because Su Luo simply doesn't have the level to share experience. What about taking the treasures from home with you and eating the unused pills? Who wouldn't be angry after hearing these words? I have treasures and elixirs at home, and I'm here to listen to you talk about them? Just give them to me. Some people started cursing directly just as Su Luo was about to explode. She was stopped by Lin Shen. Those people only dared to say this when they saw Lin Shen. Back then, Lin Shen had beaten up more than 10 or 20 young men from Chofeng City for someone with him around. Su Luo would never do anything wrong. I can only say that they are really good at judging people. Su Luo was so angry, but she couldn't do anything, so she just left. Leaving now is the same as leaving from the sharing session later. So Su Luo won't accompany you anymore. This is just a small matter and has no impact on the subsequent plot. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then handed her manuscript to the city lord. I'm sorry, this is my experience manuscript, please share it on my behalf. Unlike Lin Shen and Li Si, who prepared a long paragraph of text, Xiaoyu is not good at this kind of content. When I first wrote it, it was very abstract and no normal person could understand it. So Su Luo polished Xiaoyu's work, making it a little simpler and easier to understand, and finally created this manuscript. After Xiaoyu handed over her manuscript, she hurriedly followed Su Luo, but Lic could only watch the two of them leave. She couldn't be like Su Luo. Her home was still in Chofeng City, so she had some concerns. The city lord didn't care. He had never been optimistic about Su Luo. Although it was a pity that the sect leader's disciple left, he still had the manuscript. So even if Su Luo left, the sharing session could still be held, and it might even go more smoothly. Su Luo didn't go home for the time being in Chofeng City, so she just wandered around. Xiaoyu followed quietly behind him. Xiaoyu, what do you think of this place? Fine. Xiaoyu's life was a bit hard in the past, but she felt it was great to meet Su Luo here. I think it's good too. Su Luo also began to miss the scene that she had repeated dozens of times before. It all started from here, but this time, it is the last time I return to Chofeng City, after a stroll. Let's go home. As soon as I got home, Su Qinkong was already waiting for me with a smile on his face. He had been waiting for Su Luo and the others at the sharing session. He didn't mind hearing that his son had left, but when he heard that the sect leader's disciples had also left, he decided to follow Su Luo. Yo. Su Qinkong immediately burst into laughter. He had previously received information that Su Luo had a good relationship with the sect leader's disciples, but he didn't believe it. Now it is very clear. By building a good relationship with the sect leader's disciples, if Su Luo gets into trouble in the future, she will have a backer to protect her life. This must be Xiaoyu. Come in and sit down. Come on, we've prepared some delicious food. Su Qinkong invited enthusiastically and simply ignored Su Luo. Father, please take a look at me. What's so good about you? Go back home and have fun by yourself. Xiaoyu is a guest, so we have to treat her well. As he said that, he invited Xiaoyu into the living room, where the dishes were already laid out. Come on, you must be hungry. Although these are not particularly good things, they are the best I can offer. I hope you don't mind. No, I like it very much. Su Qinkong's enthusiasm made Xiaoyu feel embarrassed. I use tea instead of wine. Su Qinkong drank a glass first and continued. Xiaoyu, thank you for taking care of Su Luo and the sect, otherwise he would not have returned safely. Xiaoyu quickly explained, no, Su Luo takes care of me more. Don't be ridiculous. I know what my son is like. Anyway, I hope you can be more tolerant of him. If he has offended me in any way, I apologize. After saying that, Su Qinkong drank another glass to show his respect. Father, stop talking. Xiaoyu is embarrassed. Yes, Su Qinkong's enthusiasm really made Xiaoyu a little unsure how to respond. Yes, let's eat. No more talking. However, Su Qinkong's gaze made Xiaoyu even more difficult to resist, especially when Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and slowly moved her chair closer to Su Luo. His eyes lit up. Su Luo couldn't bear it any longer. Can you be more normal? Ahem. Su Qinkong straightened up, okay. But the curled corners of his mouth betrayed him. It was a very happy meal, mainly because Su Qinkong was happy after eating. Su Chenkong spoke to Su Luo alone. Of course, this brat is hanging out with the sect master's disciple. Father, you must be looking down on me. I have no intention of getting close to Xiaoyu. It's not that I look down on you, but have you done anything that I should be proud of? No. But you did it this time. You entertained the sect master's disciples well. I'm proud of you. Then he kicked Su Luo back and asked him to take Xiaoyu for a walk around the house. Xiaoyu was quite interested in seeing where Su Luo grew up. It would be better if Su Chenkong hadn't followed me. Su Chenkong walked around naturally. It's normal for me to take a walk after dinner at my own home. I'm not following you guys on purpose, I'm just taking a casual walk. You guys go about your business, and I'll go about mine. No problem at all. Su Chenkong watched Su Luo and Xiaoyu talking and laughing from a distance, and he couldn't help but smile. This kid finally made some normal friends. Think about his friends in the past. They were all bad friends, however. Su Chenkong never cared about it. He raised his son in a laissez-faire manner. He will solve any problem that arises. Chapter 67, Monster Army. The day passed quickly, night fell, and it was time to rest. Su Luo returned to her room, opened her diary and began to write. I was supposed to make a fool of myself at today's experience sharing session, but I just left because I still have the second half to make a fool of myself. The more clownish I am, the taller Lin Shen appears. And what happened in Xiufeng City during this period also made the resentment I had accumulated towards Lin Shen completely explode. After returning to the sect, I went to see Elder Yan Shi to ask for reinforcements. First, let's look at the changes in the city. In the past, I could get whatever I wanted in Xiufeng City. I was so glorious and everyone who saw me would call me Brother Su Luo. Things have changed now. Lin Shen is my older brother. Lin Shen has taken away all the glory that belonged to me. My cultivation is stronger than mine, my personality is better than mine, and my achievements far exceed mine. Oh, well, I have no achievements for Xiufeng City. On the contrary, killing me will increase your achievements in Autumn Wind City. In short, regarding the change in Xiufeng City's status, as can be seen from today's sharing session, I cannot accept it at all. I resent it 80%. Then, the monster army suddenly attacked. The last time the monster army's insect egg plan failed, they should have held back and looked for another opportunity later. However, one of their leaders was unwilling to give in, so after much hesitation, they finally launched their plan to flatten Xiufeng City, a direct and forceful attack. Although they knew it would be difficult, they still insisted on fighting. That's right, tonight. It can only be said that they are good at picking the time, just when Lin Shen returns. It can be seen that they are also stepping stones for Lin Shen. Upon receiving this news, the city lord immediately convened a meeting. All the prominent people in Xiufeng City have come to participate, so I am naturally qualified as well, as I am a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. The demon beast army this time is too numerous, tens of thousands at most, and the city lord has no confidence in holding out. The strongest of the monsters in this army is the Golden Core, corresponding to the city lord. The rest are all chi training and foundation building level monsters. Xiufeng City still has the strength to fight, but whether we can win is hard to say. Lin Shen immediately notified the sect and requested support, but it would take time for the sect to arrive. In order to protect the ordinary people in the city, we have no choice but to fight to the death and hold out until the 7-Star Sword sect's support arrives. The city lord gave a morale boost before the battle, stating his ambitions, and then said that if anyone withdrew, that would be understandable and he wouldn't force them. Originally, this was just a polite remark. Who would back down at this moment? Now it's my turn to take the lead. You still say that only a fool would fight a horde of monsters. I just want to stay alive. Everyone else's faces darkened when they heard this. Lin Shen even punched me directly, cursing, "This is where you were born and raised, don't you want to protect it?" After cursing, Lin Shen declared that he would fight to the end with me as a foil. Lin Shen immediately looked taller. We're both from the 7-Star Sword sect, so why is there such a huge gap between us? Lin Shen's determination to not be afraid of the monster army also infected the people present. Everyone looked at Lin Shen with admiration. I, who was knocked to the ground, continued to feel jealous, and my resentment was 90%. Finally, support from the 7-Star Sword sect arrived, and Xiufeng City was held. Lin Shen, as he had said, fought to the end. Perhaps he was the one who killed the most enemies. The price was heavy. Countless monks in the city were killed or wounded, and my father is gone, killed on the battlefield. The Su family has since fallen into decline, leaving only me. Lin Shen's reputation skyrocketed after this battle, and everyone in Qiufeng City was grateful to him. Because Lin Shen fought the hardest in the battle, everyone could see it. Also, the support from the 7 Star Sword sect was also due to Lin Shen, so the MVP title is well deserved. As for me, I started to be punished after the incident was over. First, my cowardice was exposed, and my reputation was already so bad that it couldn't be any worse. At the same time, without the Su family, there was no way to hide anymore, and I could only return to the sect with my tail between my legs. However, when the sect's disciples heard about my deeds, they could no longer bear it and reported me to the sect, demanding that I be expelled. What can I do? I can only seek out Elder Yan Shi. His status as an elder can still protect me. After all, I'm just afraid of death and haven't harmed anyone else. If the elders really want to protect me, it's no problem. After this incident, my hatred towards Lin Shen is 100%. How could a villain do such a shameful thing as self-reflection? He must be blaming Lin Shen for everything. Why is it that you, Lin Shen, are becoming more and more famous and respected, while I have become a pariah? I think all of this is caused by Lin Shen. Nothing good has happened since I met Lin Shen. Thus, my journey to become stronger and seek revenge began. Okay, just becoming stronger, revenge will never succeed. He is the protagonist. Actually, there's another thing going on in Qiufeng City. After defeating the monster army, Li Si's entire family was wiped out. Didn't Lin Shen take the Qingfeng pendant from her home before? Then the hidden family came to her house based on their investigation. Only one person came, but he is a nascent soul expert. He has no problem turning the tide in Qiufeng City. But he searched for a long time but couldn't find it. He could only confirm that it was near the Li family. He began to get impatient and pressed the Li family for more information, but how could they know? In a rage, he began to kill the Li family members one by one. At the critical moment, Li Si showed up and said she was a disciple of the 7 Star Sword sect. He comes from a hidden family, is very powerful, and has strong backing. Does the name of the 7 Star Sword sect matter to him? Okay, it did work, so I killed everyone in the Li family except Li Si. His words were, "I helped you cut off your worldly ties, and you haven't even thanked me yet." He didn't dare touch the disciples of the 7 Star Sword sect, but he wouldn't necessarily touch his family. He didn't believe the 7 Star Sword sect would hunt down a nascent soul cultivator like him for the sake of ordinary people. Furthermore, he had a hidden family behind him, so the 7 Star Sword sect would have to think twice. The 7 Star Sword sect doesn't know how to do this, but Lin Shen does. However, at this time, Lin Shen was unconscious due to his severe injuries. He only heard about this incident later and took this reclusive family to heart. Later, this hidden family even offended Lin Shen. It was originally a small matter, but when new and old grudges were combined, this hidden family was destroyed. Because of one idiot, the whole family suffered. Oh, it seems I am too. What a tragedy of being a villain. Close the diary. Su Luo stayed quietly after doing it dozens of times. I should have been able to deal with it calmly, but sometimes I can't help but wonder, if I wasn't a villain, with my own personality, would I be able to shine in this world and be admired by the world? Yes, Su Luo has tried it before, and it's really cool, but if you can't pass the level, you will have to start over. After starting over, I feel so empty. So Su Luo had to endure the disgusting plot several times and acted out the role. She had completed the game perfectly before and had very high requirements for many things. She had to endure the performance even if she was unhappy. As a result, I failed to pass the customs. This is the last time. Chapter 68. Li Si's actions. Complete the diary and receive a bonus of +2 speed and +4 strength. Special ability upgrade. What you see is only what I want you to see. You can adjust your cultivation level at any time, but the maximum cannot exceed your own cultivation level. You can also change the characteristics of your skills and moves at any time. At this time, Su Luo was no longer in the mood to look at the rewards. She looked at the moonlight and waited for the plot to unfold. It was almost time. On the other hand, Li Si threw herself onto the bed. She felt comfortable returning to the room where she grew up, as if all her fatigue had been cleared away. To be honest, This day was quite busy. A fly around the streets during the day and then share at the sharing session. It's a pity that I didn't get to hear Su Luo share his experience. I wonder how he would share his experience. I had dinner at the city lord's house in the evening, and then went back to my own house to eat again. Dealing with all kinds of people is not easy at all, and it makes me tired. Or, going with Su Luo is also a good choice. Of course, Li Si was just thinking about it. In fact, the experience of this day was not bad. Lic prepared to have a good rest and then open her diary as usual, updated, lie down and watch. Halfway through reading it, Lic immediately jumped up. An army of monsters is coming, or tonight, this matter is too serious. Although I have not faced large armies of monsters many times, each time is still fresh in my memory. They are so crazy and so powerful. Then looking down, Lic widened her eyes. My whole family is gone, so fast. Lic knew long ago that her family would be wiped out, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Only a year had passed. What to do? Lic panicked at this time. Even though she knew, she was not prepared enough. A nascent soul, how far away? This was simply not something she could face right now. At this moment, Lic was so envious, wishing she were strong enough. The only one I can rely on now is my master. As long as master can come, nothing will be a problem. At this moment, Lic suddenly thought, would saving her family have any impact on Su Luo's plot? Of course there is. Lic suddenly came to her senses and smiled bitterly. I actually hesitated. Even though I had already decided to change my fate. Lic couldn't even save her family. If it were anything else, Lic would still cooperate with Su Luo, but there was nothing she could do about this matter. Having decided to save her family, Lic had to think carefully. If she asked her master for help, how would she explain that she knew what was going to happen? It is said that Su Luo knows what will happen in the future and even writes it down in her diary. How could master believe such a ridiculous reason? If it weren't for the diary, Lic wouldn't believe it. This really requires a reason for master to take action. Lic paced back and forth, feeling restless. Time was running out, and she also had to consider the time when her master would arrive. Slowly, she stopped, sat back on the bed, and thought quietly. Finally, organize your thoughts and summarize all the ideas you just had. Let's do it. Since the details could not be polished well, Lic immediately summoned her master. Master said that she should not be called unless it is a critical moment, but there is no way out now, and Lic can't think of any other way to break the deadlock. I hope master can come as soon as possible. I don't know if master can make it. What if she can't come because of other things? What do you want from me? Lic was daydreaming when Nangong Shiyun appeared in front of her. So fast, this is not even enough time to breathe. Lic was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. This place is so far away from the 7-star sword sect. How come master got here so quickly? It's too powerful. In fact, it was not the case. When Nangong Shiyun saw Su Luo and Lin Shen going out together, he knew that something must have happened. I followed him with the intention of having fun. Then she just read the diary and found that something really happened, but it's okay now. If Nangong Shiyun hadn't seen it, she wouldn't have cared about it, but you see, a mere army of monsters can't accomplish anything. However, Nangong Shiyun did not plan to help in a high-profile manner, but only protected them secretly. She did not want to arouse Su Luo's suspicion and expose herself in front of Su Luo too early. Then Lic called me, so I came. Seeing Lic stunned, Nangong Shiyun asked again, "What's the matter?" "Master, help me." Lic quickly briefly told the story of the attacking army of monsters and the hidden family who killed her entire family. "How did you know?" Nangong Shiyun went straight to the point of the problem, just wanting to hear Lic's explanation. I dream from time to time, dreaming about things in the future." Lic was very nervous. She really couldn't think of any reasonable reason, so she could only use this old reason. Master's trust is the key to what will unfold later. Please believe it. Nangong Shiyun narrowed her eyes and said, "This dream of yours is called Su Luo's diary of a serious person." Once again, it is confirmed that Lic has Su Luo's diary. As soon as Su Luo updated, "You came to call me. What were you doing so far?" However, Nangong Shiyun did not intend to expose it, but instead said it domineeringly. "Okay, I believe you. I'll go and kill the monster and take care of that hidden family while I'm at it." "Master, wait, I have a request." "Explain." "Master, can you just protect us secretly? You see, it's rare to have such a good training. It's a bit easy for master to solve it with one sword. I'm afraid we will become more dependent on master in the future." After hearing this, Nangong Shiyun nodded, thinking it made sense. "That's fine. I have one more request." Lic felt that her words were far-fetched, but she had to say it. I just wish Master could pretend to be that person from the hidden family and come and hurt my family. Nangong Shiyun naturally understood what Li Si meant, which was to help Su Luo complete his story. After all, Su Luo doesn't care about his face at all for the sake of his plot, so you can imagine how important the plot is to him. But still, one has to ask, what kind of weird request is this? I just want to take revenge on my own in the future, and then I'll have a legitimate reason. Li Si became nervous again and couldn't find a suitable reason in a short time. Nangong Shiyun glanced at her. It's far-fetched, but I'll cooperate with you. Nangong Shiyun was still thinking about how to protect Li Si's family while helping Su Luo through the plot. Unexpectedly, the disciple had already thought of it for her. That's fine, good. Thank you, Master. Li Si finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since her master agreed to help, these two things would be no problem, but when she came to her senses, Li Si felt that it was so easy to accomplish. She actually prepared a lot of excuses to defend her reasons, but they were of no use now. Does Master trust me too much? Looking back, it seems that I really believed what I said. For a moment, Li Si felt a little sorry for her master, as she had told some lies. Master, I'm sorry. I will repay you well in the future. Chapter 69. I will take the lead in being afraid of death. The city lord had been working hard all day, but had not yet gone to bed. What he was holding in his hand was Xiaoyu's manuscript, which he was reading over and over again. When I was sharing today, I felt something was unusual when I was halfway through reading it. This is indeed the case. Among Lin Shen, Li Si and Xiaoyu's experience sharing is the most effective. Some people actually had an epiphany after listening to it, and their cultivation level improved, even though it's just chi training. It's pretty good. The more I read it now, the better I think it is written. Textbooks must become textbooks. The city lord couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had found a treasure. Then Shofeng City could take another step forward. However, at this happy moment, bad news came. City lord, something bad has happened. Explain. It must be a big deal if it can make his confidants so panic. The monster army is attacking. How many? This was not the first time that the monster army attacked Shofeng City. It's estimated to be more than 10,000. The city lord's face darkened. There had never been so many before. Let's go, notify all the major families and prepare for battle. The action was very swift, and soon, important figures from all the major families gathered together. The city lord said, "The reason we called everyone here so urgently is because the monster army is coming." Someone said, "If they come, just fight back. It's not like we haven't fought before. This time it's over 10,000. Then the man dared not speak. The atmosphere in the entire lobby suddenly became depressing. The city lord continued, "I know this will be difficult, but this is our home. It has our families and the people of the entire city. We cannot abandon them. This time is different from the past. It will be the biggest crisis for Autumn Wind City. I hope we can face it together. I believe that if we stick together and don't engage in petty actions, we will be able to overcome this difficult time. Of course, if you don't want to, it's not too late to quit now. I understand. I'm done, so, does anyone want to quit?" The city lord looked around and was about to continue speaking. Su Luo said, "No, I don't want to fight an army of monsters, an army of more than 10,000 monsters." Everyone was looking at Su Luo at this moment. "Are you serious about what you are saying now?" Su Luo continued. "If we were to deal with such a huge number, we would be sending ourselves to our deaths. Only fools would fight against an army of monsters." At this moment, the city lord was already thinking of strangling Su Luo's neck and telling him to stop talking, but someone was quicker than him. Lin Shen grabbed Su Luo's collar and asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course, I don't want to die," Su Luo said confidently. "This is where you were born and raised. Won't you protect it?" Lin Shen was really angry. A person should have a minimum bottom line. He felt that although Su Luo wanted to be an undercover agent of the demonic path, it was impossible for her to abandon even the most basic bottom line. Su Luo's family is also here. Although he seems to have perfected his chi training, he actually has hidden strength. He is stronger than many people, but none of them said they would quit. Su Luo, how could you take the lead in saying quit? Protect? Then who will protect my life? I won't fight no matter what you say. Su Luo, it's time to get serious. I'm serious. Everyone looked at Su Qinkong with a bit of pity, and suddenly felt that Su Qinkong was really unlucky to have such ASON. Su Qinkong ignored their gazes and said, "Okay, since my son doesn't want to fight, I'll kill his share of monsters together, and everyone will be fine." After saying that, Su Qinkong unleashed his full-strength golden elixir. The city lord was surprised and asked, "When did you break through?" "Not long ago." "No one would believe you, you old fox." The city lord didn't believe at all that Su Qinkong had only recently broken through, but for now, it was good news, and the chances of winning increased by 1 point. This time, everyone present looked at Lin Shen at the same time, because at this time Lin Shen's aura changed, his body was filled with fighting spirit and his sharpness burst out. "I will fight to the end." That tone and expression instantly ignited everyone's hearts, and they couldn't help but want to follow Lin Shen to charge into battle. Only then did everyone realize that this was a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. The city lord couldn't help but say, "Well, the disciple is better than the master, we can't lose either. Everyone, go get ready." The crowd dispersed and began to gather the cultivators from various families, preparing to fight against the army of monsters. Su Luo also came out from the lobby. Lic came over and said to him, "Su Luo, I understand you. Just do what you want to do. I've already arranged the rest for you." "What do you mean by understanding me? What's there to understand about my behavior just now?" However, Li Si did not answer Su Luo. She went to prepare for the battle. Understand? I feel like laughing. When I used Kung Pai's Iron Mountain Lean and no one paid attention, I knew that this world didn't understand me. Xiao Yu also came out and wiped his sword. "Su Luo, I am now stronger than before. I will help you kill your monster." "Xiao Yu, you don't think I did the right thing just now?" "No, but Su Luo, you must have your reasons for doing this. You are not someone who is afraid of death." "No, I'm afraid of death. It's okay to be afraid of death. I'm afraid of death too. So, just wait for me to help you kill a few more monsters." After saying that, Xiao Yu walked towards the city gate. There was not a single word of blame, and Su Luo felt a little dazed. Su Qinkong came to Su Luo's side unknowingly. What a good child. He just happened to hear the conversation between Xiao Yu and Su Luo and made such an evaluation. "Father, okay, don't worry about it. It's okay. You are my son, Su Qinkong. You can live the way you want." Su Luo couldn't help but say, "You are making a crooked argument by saying this to me at this time. Your mother died young, so I hope you can live long. It's easier for me to die if I become like this. What's the big deal? In this world of immortal cultivation, good people don't necessarily live long. Just live the way you like." Su Luo, there was silence for a moment. "Oh, you know this, I'll give it to you now. Keep it well. This is our Su family's heirloom." Su Qinkong took out the Xingluo jade bracelet. Su Luo wanted to give it to Li Si at that time, but failed to do so. Later, it naturally returned to Su Qinkong's hands. Su Luo naturally knew that these were the gold coins that would be given to Lin Shen in the future. Just as Su Luo was about to take it, Su Qinkong seemed to think of something, analyze calmly and give it some thought. "You're such a prodigal son. If I give it to you, won't you be squandering our heirloom? I am your only son, who else can you give him to if not me?" "Who said that? I just thought of a suitable candidate. Then I chased after the light rain in front. Su Luo was stunned. "You and Xiao Yu have only known each other for less than a day, right? Are you going to give away our Su family's heirloom just like that? Am I the one who is the spendthrift, or are you?" Chapter 70: How to evaluate Lin Shen. The city walls were filled with people, more than ever before, and more people kept coming. All of them were cultivators from Qiufeng City. They also knew that there would be a fierce battle soon. No, it's already here. They looked ahead. Even though they were careful to hide, they couldn't hide for long when an army of 10,000 monsters attacked. They also knew it, but they could only hide as long as they could. After all, they planned to flatten Qiufeng City and then retreat, so as to prevent Qiufeng City from finding support. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes are particularly bright. The leader of the monsters this time is the Black Wolf King. Its normal form is bipedal, Orcish form, with a sword scar on its chest. This time, more than 80% of his army was made up of his tribe, and the rest were all kinds of people, including horned snakes, blood jade spiders, sickle mantises. The Black Wolf King walked in front, leisurely and carefree, and didn't seem to take Qiufeng City seriously at all. Even though he felt that Qiufeng City was a little difficult to capture, he had to do a good job on the surface and not weaken the momentum. It seems you've all been waiting for us. Well, our previous plan failed, causing us to lose face among the monster army. So, we're here for revenge. Now you can't escape. It's you. I didn't kill you 8 years ago, but you came here yourself. The city lord spoke to him with no sign of weakness in his aura. What failed to kill me 8 years ago? The joy of the people. Ah, it's your incompetence, ha, so it's you who died today, ha, the Black Wolf King was furious. Have you laughed enough? The Black Wolf King slapped the laughing Black Wolf beside him to the ground with one hand and one with the other. Can you wait until I finish speaking before laughing? They can't hear what I'm saying. The Black Wolf who was slapped to the ground covered his face and nodded. He felt very aggrieved and didn't know why he was laughing. He obviously didn't want to laugh. The Black Wolf King repeated what he had just said, and then he said the first sentence. The laughter of another monster was heard nearby. You don't understand me, do you? The Black Wolf King grabbed the laughing monster by the neck and threw it headfirst into the ground. It didn't die, but the monster didn't dare to come out on its own. It happened so fast that the monster was thrown into the ground like a tree before it could react. He was also confused as to why he was laughing. Did you think of anything happy just now? No, the Black Wolf King didn't care what he thought and continued to warn other monsters. Whoever laughs again will suffer the same fate. In an instant, the scene became quiet and the monsters nodded one after another. The Black Wolf King was finally satisfied. He turned around and continued to show off his power and speak harshly to the city wall. Before he could utter the first word, another monster laughed wildly and nothing ever happens 3 times. The Black Wolf King ripped off the head of the laughing monster with one claw, and the monster died on the spot. You challenge my authority before the war starts. I really don't know how to write the word death. The Black Wolf King had a fierce look in his eyes, warning the other monsters that if they didn't hear him or laughed again, the consequences would be serious. Now whoever laughs is the idiot. The Black Wolf King threw the head in his hand and prepared to continue talking to the city lord. However, when he turned his head, another monster laughed. Even though the monster tried hard to cover its mouth, the laughter still came out in the blink of an eye. The Black Wolf King had another head in his hand. He used his actions to tell other monsters not to challenge his authority, especially at this time, but it didn't work. You should laugh. The third one. Hee hee. The fourth one. Hee hee. The fifth one. Hee hee. Black Wolf King, I can't kill anymore. I have already dealt with several monsters before the war started. If I kill more, I will become someone sent by the enemy. The Black Wolf King finally compromised. Whoever laughs will be at the front. I can't deal with you yet. If we weren't preparing for war, none of you would be able to escape in normal times. As soon as these words were spoken, more monsters opened their mouths, showing their fangs, and laughed, genuinely laughing. They are not afraid of fighting, but eager to fight. The more they think about tearing the opponent apart, the more they cannot suppress their animal nature. I want to see rivers of blood. The monsters could not be suppressed and rushed towards Chofeng City one after another, vying for the first place. This image alone is already very impactful. The people on the city wall thought they couldn't be as crazy as them, but there was no way out at this time. But if you run away, you will only become prey. The city lord couldn't understand the Black Wolf King's move to kill his teammates just now, but it didn't matter. There was no need for a reason to fight against monsters. Attack. The first wave of attack will definitely take advantage of the city walls and use long-range spells. When a large wave of enemies rushes towards you, any spell can hit them without worrying about knocking down your own people. So at the beginning, the cultivators who were good at long-range spells launched their attacks frantically, bombarding with spells one after another. If only it were that simple. The opposing monster is also a good player, able to dodge spells or simply block them. Some even took the initiative to answer it to show how powerful they are. Even if there are casualties, they must not hesitate to retreat. After being consumed by long-range spells, the number of more than 10,000 monsters was reduced a little, and the front ones had already rushed to the city wall. There was only one gate, but they didn't care. They could climb it or attack the wall directly. If one monster doesn't work, more will come to try to break through the wall. The cultivators in the city could not hesitate any longer and had to engage in close combat. Otherwise, if they broke through the city wall, the ordinary people behind them would suffer. Lin Shen took the lead and jumped off the city wall. In midair, crimson flames rose from the soles of his feet until they covered his entire body. After landing, he started to move 3,000 flames. He smashed his way through the monsters and created a path of fire. In the end, the 3 monsters grabbed Lin Shen and resisted hard, and the dozen monsters behind them pushed the 3 monsters at the same time, and then Lin Shen stopped. However, the 3 monsters that came into contact with Lin Shen were already screaming, and the extremely high temperature began to melt wherever they touched. Lin Shen is now surrounded by monsters, but he didn't care at all. He took a step back, drew his sword, and took a deep breath. The flames all transferred to the sword. Flame-killing white dragon sword. With one sword, the white dragon was cut down, and it kept devouring the monsters in the straight line with its fangs and claws. It's not over yet. Change. Lin Shen waved his hand, and the white dragon swung its tail, turning into fireworks, and the large fan-shaped monsters in front were plunged into the sea of fire, screaming and dying. With just 2 moves, not only were the monsters stunned, but even his own people on the city wall couldn't help but doubt is this the same level as us? Are we fake immortals? Although I know that Lin Shen, as a disciple of the 7-star sword sect, must be quite capable, this is too exaggerated. On a deserted high place. Su Luo watched and was used to it. She transformed into the famous 5-star General MacArthur and commented, "The world will eventually discover Lin Shen." Chapter 71 Explosion. Before the monsters could finish being surprised, Lin Shen attacked again, but not with the same powerful move as before. Instead, he simply chopped off the monster's head with his sword one by one. Accurate and fast, dancing amidst the attack of monsters, returning to ordinary moves, but still dazzling. Little devil, don't be so arrogant. The Black Wolf King despises dazzling humans the most. Let me extinguish you. He kicked his legs, the ground exploded, and he ran towards Lin Shen quickly. At this speed, even if it was just a wipe, Lin Shen wouldn't be able to bear it. Hey, don't attack our younger generation. The city lord descended from the sky, stepped on the Black Evil Wolf King and knocked him to the ground with one foot, successfully intercepting the Black Evil Wolf King. The Black Wolf King had already grabbed the city lord's foot with a twist and a throw. He also knocked the city lord to the ground. The Black Wolf King stood up, still holding the city lord's feet, and began to hit him left and right. The city lord suddenly kicked with his other foot, dislocating the Black Evil Wolf King's jaw. Then he spun quickly, broke free from the Black Evil Wolf King's grasp, and used the force of the rotation to kick the Black Evil Wolf King away. A fly back from where you came from. The city lord spat out the blood from his mouth and said, "His personality hasn't changed, but his strength has increased." The Black Wolf King straightened his chin and said, "It doesn't hurt. Since you're getting in the way, I'll kill you first." "That's what I mean. You should stay here today. King against king, general against general, otherwise, everyone's king is using his invincible skills to cut down vegetables, so what's the point of fighting? Let's just watch your performance." Others also began to join the battle. Lic mainly uses sword energy. Recently, her sword energy has improved rapidly. Not only does it consume less, but it is also generated at a shorter speed. She finds it particularly useful, whether it is melee or ranged. It can take care of both. This is even more true on the battlefield now. Jump up, then continuously send sword energy towards the enemy, killing the enemy very efficiently. Xiaoyu is using the moves she learned recently, because 7 stars returning to 1 is ultimately a unique skill, and it may not last long in battle. Although it is not very eye-catching, if you look closely, you will find that Xiaoyu is not in a hurry and everything is in order, which can be said to be pleasing to the eye. The only ones who performed well in the battle were those from the 7-star sword sect. Most of the immortal cultivators in Qiufeng City work in teams of several people, working together to fight against monsters. Even so, they are under a lot of pressure. We've been fighting for a quarter of an hour. Why are there still so many monsters? It's too painful. I'm afraid I can't hold on. Stop talking, the battle is just beginning. When have they ever seen such a scene? Compared with the human race, the army of monsters is much simpler. They can only howl and look very happy. Perhaps they will only be afraid at the moment of death. In terms of momentum alone, the monsters win by a huge margin, and their strength is not much different either. There may not be any monsters as outstanding as Lin Shen and his friends, but overall, the monsters are still slightly stronger. The more they fought, the more difficult it became for Qiufeng City. I just saw Dabin collapsed. Is he okay? Instead of thinking about these things, why not figure out how to deal with the monster in front of us? Can we really defend Autumn Wind City? Su Luo looked down at everyone fighting. Even if I was confused and afraid, I still stood there much better than most people. Su Luo watched silently for a long time and then sighed. The 9 years of compulsory education were not in vain. I, Su Luo, also want to be a good person, but I can't do anything. At least, let me light the fireworks of courage for you. What you see is explosion. Boom. 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 Without any warning, explosions occurred in many places on the battlefield. The explosions were of varying degrees. But one after another instantly attracted everyone's attention. The scene of multiple explosions occurring at the same time was too shocking to ignore. The monsters were stunned. There are experts on the human side, find them quickly. The people in Qiufeng City were also confused. Damn it, such a difficult monster comes at this time, how can we fight it? Monster Army, Autumn Wind City, isn't this the expert you have lying in ambush here? I also want to ask you, isn't this from your side? But it soon became clear who the explosion was helping. Only the monster army exploded. Either the monster suddenly exploded, or was hit by an explosion when it was about to launch a sneak attack, or was hit by an explosion when it was about to use a special move. In short, the monster army was blown up in various ways, but the people in Qiufeng City were fine for a moment. The immortal cultivators in Qiufeng City became excited. It seems we shouldn't fail. There's hope. Fight back, now. As if divine help. As if divine help. Ha 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 ha. For a time, Qiufeng City was full of fighting spirit, and together with the explosions, it fought against the army of monsters. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw the explosion. I don't know who it was, but well done. Lic couldn't understand, is there such a scene in the plot? But that's great, at least it relieves a little stress. Xiaoyu was not affected by the explosion and continued to concentrate on killing the monster quickly. It's just that there are more explosions here than in any other place. Su Qingkong also breathed a sigh of relief. The explosion came at the right time, but he is now also a Jindan practitioner on the battlefield, besieged by more than a dozen elite monsters, but the explosion happened to relieve him of a lot of pressure. It seems that it is not time to leave yet. Su Qingkong pushed his hair back. Continue. The city lord who was fighting with the Black Wolf King was the happiest at this time. Oh, Black Wolf King, you've had a bad start. It's still not too late to leave now. But don't call me Black Wolf King anymore. Call me Turtle King. If you are not being sarcastic now, what are you waiting for? Whoever said you wanted to escape, I'll kill you now. The Black Wolf King had no way to retreat. If he couldn't capture Qiufeng City, he would have no good consequences if he went back. With Su Luo's explosion, Qiufeng City's momentum was restored a little, but even so, the entire battlefield was only slightly regained. The army of monsters did not retreat because of the explosion and continued to attack frantically. The battlefield is so vast that even Su Luo, with his current strength, cannot take care of everything, but it doesn't matter, there is still one person above the sky of the fake Master of Control, Su Luo, the real Master of Control. Nangong Xiyan had already taken action, but unlike Su Luo's flamboyance, she was very secretive and no one noticed when she took action. So the monster army attacked like a tiger, but when they saw that they had no harvest, they were killed by Nangong Xiyan when they were about to kill the immortal cultivators from Qiufeng City. Some people also fell in Qiufeng City, but they were just injured or exhausted, not dead. This is Nangong Xiyan's strength, truly covering the entire battlefield, but she was also very confused. Who caused this explosion? She sensed the entire area around Qiufeng City but couldn't find out who it was. After thinking about it, the most suspicious person is Su Luo, but he just sat there, without any special casting movements or using his spiritual energy to do anything. Isn't it him? Chapter 72. Ending. The explosions continued, covering the entire battlefield. The Black Wolf King also felt that something was wrong. An explosion of this scale lasted for such a long time, there must be experts from the human race helping. He couldn't drag it out any longer and began to transform into his wolf form, giving it his all. There may be no hope of victory, but kill as many as you can. The Black Wolf King was still thinking of finding an opportunity to enter Qiufeng City and start a massacre. However, the city lord saw through the Black Wolf King's thoughts at a glance and tried his best to stop him. The battle began to heat up. Lic decided to hold back and began to swing out sword energy crazily, harvesting monsters. Xiaoyu also used the 7 stars return to 1, and with just one move, he killed all the monsters in front. I can do it again. Xiaoyu used 7 stars return to 1 again with an expressionless face. The 2 times of the 7 stars returning to 1 were truly catastrophic for the monsters. Lin Shen also began to exert his strength, sending his sword flying and piercing several monsters in succession. He's going to use his fists. With his fists, his attacks were even more ferocious, basically using offense instead of defense, and for a moment it was unclear who was the real monster due to his powerful body. The monster had no power to fight back at this time. The others also killed the monsters frantically with the help of the explosion. The battle situation is getting better and better. However, even so, the monster was so powerful that it lasted until the support of the 7-star sword sect arrived. Hey, Lin Shen, you look so embarrassed.
I'm here to help you. Lin Shen, still so fierce. Lin Shen, let's fight together. Because Lin Shen requested support, many disciples came. This is Lin Shen's reputation in the Seven Star Sword sect, but as soon as they finished speaking, they realized that the battlefield was not simple. This devastated battlefield, this monster that was blown to pieces, does this really need support? Who made such a powerful explosion? So basically, the Seven Star Sword sect came here to clean up the mess. The Black Wolf King was besieged and killed by the newly arrived Seven Star Sword sect. At this point, the threat of the monster army was lifted, with the help of Su Luo and Nangong Xiyan. No one died during the entire battle. However, some people consume more energy and need a good rest, especially Lin Shen, Xiaoyu, and Li Si. The three of them killed the most enemies. Lin Shen was even more furious and was unconscious for the next few days. With such a big victory, celebration is a must. The entire Chofeng city was filled with joy at having survived the disaster. However, what needs to be settled must still be settled, especially Su Luo. The news of his cowardice spread quickly. Perhaps many people had disliked Su Luo before, so they took this opportunity to insult Su Luo crazily. Whereas Su Luo at this time, if the plot goes as it is, the Su family is gone, the whole city is unhappy with Su Luo, and Su Luo has already run back to the sect in shame. Su Luo also has this plan, but before that, let's say goodbye. Su Luo came to Su Qingkong's room. At this time, Su Qingkong was lying on the bed with wounds all over his body. "Father, you're here. How's it going? Did you see my performance on the battlefield? This is the strength of our Su family. I came to say goodbye to you." "Really?" Su Qingkong put away his smile. "Have you found what you did?" "Well, I will join the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future." Demon Sect, Su Qingkong had to look at him differently. "I didn't expect to hear such a grand goal from you. Not everyone can enter the Demon Sect. If it's your decision, I have no problem with it." Su Qingkong had no intention of stopping it. "I'm telling you in advance, I'm afraid you'll be implicated by me in the future. If Su Luo becomes a demon, won't his family suffer?" "The answer is yes. Su Qingkong said disdainfully, "With you, what position can you climb to? Just watch it. Don't worry, your father is not a vegetarian either." Su Luo shook her head helplessly. She almost died, so what she said was totally unconvincing, but Su Luo didn't intend to refute. "I'm leaving. Take care. Don't regret the path you've chosen. Also, don't die." Su Luo waved and said goodbye. "I probably won't be coming back to Chofeng City, so let's say goodbye. But before we say goodbye, let's do one more thing." In the end, Nangong Xiyan was unable to find the person who caused the explosion, but there was still one thing to do. She had already sensed the arrival of the people from the hidden family. Hanjiu was a member of the hidden family Emperor Soul family. This time, he was assigned the task of finding the Qingyue pendant. After searching for a year, I finally see some hope, but at the same time I am already very impatient. If I can't find it, it will be a waste of a year. It's infuriating just thinking about it. In fact, he was also thinking about finding the Qingyue pendant and whether to keep it for himself. He heard that it was a good thing. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him and blocked his way. "Who are you from? If you don't want to die, get out. I'm in a bad mood now. I heard that you were looking for the Qingyue pendant." Nangong Xiyan learned from the diary. "You know? Tell me where it is?" "No. I think you want to die." Hanjiu planned to teach the man in front of him a lesson. However, no matter how he attacked, it had no effect, and he couldn't even touch the man. He was surprised that such a powerful person could exist in such a small place. Nangong Xiyan was not in a hurry to kill the opponent instantly. He wanted to take a look at his moves and some habits. This can be considered as Nangong Xiyan's occupational disease. She used to often pretend to be someone else, so before pretending to be someone, she would usually learn a little about that person. Even though I'm only pretending to be this person for a while, I still have to have what I need. Almost. Why, you figured it out and decided to tell me? But it's too late. Even if you tell me, I will kill you. He was so confident that he had never met Nangong Xiyan, but he spoke in a tone as if he had already won. Nangong Xiyan punched him in the air. Hanjiu defended desperately, but in vain. His life-saving device was triggered, but it was useless. With just one blow, Hanjiu's bones were shattered and he fell to the ground. Hanjiu quickly said in a weak voice, "Forgive me, please,
Nangong Xian almost couldn't hold it in. The speed of begging for mercy shows that he is flexible, right? However, Nangong Xian had no intention of torturing the other party. After all, Nangong Xian's personality can't be said to be that bad. Let me make a bet with you. If you lose, I'll consider you the loser. If you win, I'll let you go. Hunjiu nodded quickly. Let's bet on whether you have an odd or even number of spirit stones. Hunjiu himself couldn't remember how many spirit stones he had, but they were all piled up in his storage ring. If you don't choose, then I can. Since you're the only one, let's choose an odd number. After saying that, Nangong Xian directly opened Hunjiu's storage ring and poured out all the spirit stones. In a moment, it's counted. An even number. Hearing this, Hunjiu became visibly happy and breathed a sigh of relief. Nangong Xian smiled with relief. I don't gamble. Then kill Hunjiu. Chapter 73. The show begins. Nangong Xian transformed into Hunjiu, and was very similar to him in appearance, clothing, movements, and expressions, perfect. Almost done, let's go. Even the sounds were the same. For Nangong Xian, these were not a problem as he was very skilled at it this time. The Li family was happy that they had overcome the difficulties, but they were more proud of Li Si's performance. The Li family finally has another good seedling, and this one is no ordinary good. Maybe we can restore the family's glory. I heard that the family had produced a great master in the past, but I don't know how long ago it was, or maybe it was just that the ancestor was bragging. At this joyful moment, a man fell from the sky and crushed the wine table. Who are you to cause trouble in the Li family? Hunjiu asked coldly. Do you know where the Qingyue pendant is? What pendant? Now you should think about whether you can get out alive. However, the next second, the person who said this was knocked away by Hunjiu. Ask again, where is the Qingyue pendant? Even in the Li family, few people knew about the Qingyue pendant. Those who knew about it also knew that the Qingyue pendant had disappeared long ago. So no matter how Hunjiu asked, it would be of no avail. Seeing that no one answered Hunjiu became extremely impatient and yelled, Speak! At this time, the people of the Li family had already understood that the visitor had ill intentions and was extremely powerful, but I really don't know what the Qingyue pendant is. You won't tell me, will you? However, before Hunjiu could take action, Li Si cooperated very well and arrived at the scene to stop it. Stop, I am a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Please give me some face and let my family go. The 7-Star Sword sect is indeed troublesome, but do you know who I am? I am Soul 9 of the Emperor Soul family. I don't take the 7-Star Sword sect seriously. As he spoke, Hunjiu stretched out his hand and prepared to cast a spell to attack the Li family. Of course it's not a real kill, just knocking him out for show. Lic looked horrified on the surface, but she admired him deeply in her heart. You are worthy of being the master, your acting is really good. However, boom, an explosion occurred in Hunjiu's outstretched hand. There was no sign at all, even Soul 9 didn't notice anything, and of course, he couldn't be hurt. A man in a black robe walked out from the crowd. Hunjiu asked with great interest, Who are you? This familiar explosion seems to be the person on the battlefield now. There's no need to look for him. He will come out by himself and give you a chance to see your true face. Su Luo said slowly. 7-Star Sword sect, Nangong Xian? Nangong Xian, you are Nangong Xian, then who am I? Oh, Soul 9.no, Nangong Xian smiled. She never expected that one day she would be impersonated. Okay, that's how you play it, right? Unfortunately, you hit a wall, but I have to admit that the person in front of me really acted very similarly, and Nangong Xian even felt like it was another self. Of course, Su Luo's voice changing is no problem at all. Similarly, the special ability, what you see is what I want you to see, has been upgraded, and it is easy to simulate the characteristics of Nangong Xian's skills. It can be said that there are no flaws. Lic also had a question mark. This is the master. Is this Soul 9 real? But didn't Master promise to play the role of Soul 9 instead of her personally? Wrong. Only then did Li Si realize that the black robe looked very familiar. Familiar black robe, familiar figure. Su Luo, the more I look at it, the more certain I am. It's just that Su Luo hasn't appeared in this form for a long time, and I have almost forgotten it. Su Luo, stop it, that's my master, don't get involved. Whoa, Li Si fantasized that Su Luo would come out to help her, but she also knew that this was a fantasy. But now that her fantasy had come true, she was both moved and anxious, but she couldn't remind him, otherwise she would be exposed. Master, please be able to adapt to the situation. Su Luo thought about it for a long time and still felt that she should stand up, otherwise she would not be able to face Li Si in the future. As for the black robe and impersonating Nangong Shiyun, Su Luo didn't care because this black robe is so common. Even if Li Si recognized that it was the same one worn by the person who saved her before, that person was a woman. What does it have to do with me, Su Luo? What evidence do I have to prove that I am her? As for Nangong Shiyun, Li Si will definitely not be able to match up with her when she talks about this matter in the future, but what does it matter? No matter how much they guess, they will never guess that it is me, Su Luo. Am I related to Nangong Shiyun? Not at all. Could I portray Nangong Shiyun's characteristics so perfectly? No matter how hard I tried, no one would believe it. It's time to deal with Soul 9. Su Luo directly used the life-saving item that Nangong Shiyun had given him before with just a slight change. The ability to save one's life can be turned into an attack. A sword composed of huge spiritual energy appeared above Hanzhou's head. Using this, Su Luo can also better prove that I am now Nangong Shiyun. So strong, even just feeling the sword above my head made it hard to breathe. Lic also couldn't understand how Su Luo could have such powerful strength. Lic just felt that the power was strong and could not tell that it was from Nangong Shiyun, but how could Nangong Shiyun not know? It turns out to be you, Su Luo. It's really unexpected but also reasonable, and now that's great. I originally wanted to teach this person who pretended to be me a lesson, but now I have to cooperate with you. Su Luo continued. Li Si is a disciple of my 7-star sword sect, and even my personal disciple. You touch her family, no. No, I don't dare anymore, let me go. With such a powerful force hanging over his head, Hanzhou was extremely panicked and fled in a hurry under the strong desire to survive. It's too late. I, Nangong Shiyun, only have one sword. Forget it, I'll just open the sky. A sword slashed across the sky, leaving a sword mark. From a distance, it looked like the sky was split open, although Hanzhou escaped far away in an instant, but Su Luo locked onto it accurately and hit it with one sword. Without even looking, Su Luo knew that Hanzhou was dead. Who is he? How could he possibly block Nangong Shiyun's sword? Su Luo left without waiting for everyone to react. Lic was very grateful that her master had excellent acting skills and was able to adapt to changing circumstances, but before she could feel at ease, Li Si was already frantically summoning her master, hoping that her master would not be angry because the man in black robe pretended to be her and attacked her. Master doesn't know that it is Su Luo yet. How was your performance? Was it good? Of course Nangong Shiyun was fine. He just took the attack in order to imitate Hanzhou's strength. After all, Hanzhou's escape speed was just SOSO and he couldn't escape Su Luo's lock. Excellent, Master, you are truly amazing. So who is that man in black robe? He's not part of your plan. He saved me before, and I didn't expect him to come out at this time. Master, can you please not be angry with him? He is really a good person. Tell me how I saved you. Li Si honestly told the story of Su Luo saving her, and there was nothing to make up. It's just that Li Si said that the person in black robe was a woman, because Su Luo's voice was indeed a woman's at that time. Oh, Nangong Shiyun heard it. It turned out that Su Luo had saved Li Si before, but Li Si didn't know it yet. TSK, one of you is helping secretly, and the other has his diary. There are so many secrets between you two. Nangong Shiyun didn't know that Su Luo had written this incident in her diary. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Thank you, Master. Chapter 74 Xiaoyu, watch out. The matter of Qiufeng City came to an end just like the plot. Lin Shen gained a lot of reputation, although the explosion on the battlefield also attracted a lot of people's attention. No one knew who caused it, so there was no way to accumulate reputation. Even the discussion could only be marveling at how powerful the explosion was. There's no point in discussing it, the heat simply couldn't be maintained, but Lin Shen was different. He was the first to charge into battle. He slaughtered all the monsters in the crowd, and his performance far surpassed that of his peers. Apart from the city lord Su Qingkong, he was the strongest. We also requested support from the 7-star sword sect. Although it was just the final stage, the arrival of so many masters gave us a sense of security. Everything you do can be seen. How could I not be grateful to him? Where is Su Luo at this time? After playing the role of Nangong Shiyun, Su Luo walked towards home, continuing her unfinished farewell. A farewell to Qiufeng City. My father said goodbye. Lic also said this at the end of the war, saying that she had a bad reputation now and would return to the sect first. She didn't say anything and told me to be careful on the road. In the end, the only one who felt that it was time to say goodbye was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is currently recuperating at Su Luo's home. Su Luo knocked on the door.
It's me, is it convenient for you to come in?
Xiao Yu responded, and Su Luo entered the room. Xiao Yu was lying on the bed at this time. Her injuries were not serious, but she had exerted too much force.
How does it feel? Much better. Don't force it, I can see it. No.
Xiao Yu was still denying it, but Su Luo didn't say anything. Su Luo understood that Xiao Yu was really fulfilling her words. Just wait for me to help you kill one more monster.
This time I came here to tell you that I have to go back to the sect first. Why?
You should pay more attention to your surroundings.
Now I am despised by everyone.
I'll go and argue with them. Xiao Yu picked up the sword next to him. Su Luo pushed her back.
You're being a bit extreme. But they shouldn't say bad things about Su Luo. It's none of their business. Just understand that I did it on purpose. This is what I deserve. I know, but I still get angry.
In fact, Xiao Yu had noticed before that Su Luo sometimes did things inexplicably, making herself look bad in the eyes of others. Xiao Yu had seen this many times and vaguely knew that Su Luo had her own purpose, but she just couldn't help but be angry for Su Luo. Su Luo looked at Xiao Yu and didn't know what to say for a moment when she heard such an answer. Yes, I just saved her unintentionally, but she believed in me unconditionally. I was obviously doing something wrong, but she still spoke up for herself. What a great trust this is, but wouldn't it be too cruel for Xiao Yu if her trust was not reciprocated? It shouldn't be. Su Luo stretched out a finger.
Xiao Yu, watch carefully.
A small explosion occurred on Su Luo's finger. Because it is a system explosion, the special effects are actually quite sufficient, and there are colorful colors, so the recognition is quite high.
Su Luo, it's you. Xiao Yu also recognized at a glance that this was the explosion on the battlefield. It's me. I didn't want to tell anyone, but Xiao Yu, you're an exception. Really?
Xiao Yu smiled after hearing this. I told you this because I want you to know that I have my own goals and my own strengths.
You don't have to worry about me too much. If I do something stupid again in the future, you don't have to stand up for me. I have my own intentions. So this is a secret between us? This is not the key point. You have misunderstood the point.
I mean, you don't have to offend other people on purpose for me, or I'll be even crazier in the future.
Aha.
Su Luo pinched Xiao Yu's cheeks with both hands and pulled them. Don't be perfunctory to me.
He. Su Luo, after repeated emphasis, Xiao Yu finally listened and understood. Everything that needs to be said has been said, but at this time, Su Qinkong came. He heard from the servants that Su Luo went to see Xiao Yu, so he came to see her. Son, you haven't left yet. You said such nice things before, but you must be kidding me. Let's go now. Su Luo turned to Xiao Yu and said, that's it. I'm leaving first. You can go back with everyone after you recover. Xiao Yu grabbed the corner of Su Luo's clothes and said, I'll go back with you. This is the only thing that is not negotiable. Su Luo, it's useless. I'm leaving. It's not like I won't see you again when I return to the sect. Su Qinkong looked at Su Luo, then at Xiao Yu, and suddenly pretended to be angry. Son, our Su family doesn't keep idle people.
Xiao Yu is in such a state that she is useless and a waste of our family's resources.
You can take her away. Father, stop being so funny. Xiao Yu doesn't understand, and you don't understand either. What's wrong, Xiao Yu? Are you seriously injured? Su Qinkong asked Xiao Yu. Not at all. Xiao Yu stood up from the bed and answered loudly. Look, she's fine, what's your problem?
The injury is indeed not serious, but you should rest well at this time.
This is non-negotiable. Take her away. This is my father's order. I won't listen. Rebellious son. What a joke. When have I, Su Luo, ever been filial? However, outside Chofeng City, Su Luo carried Xiao Yu on her back. I can't argue with you, let's go.
In fact, Xiao Yu understood that Su Luo could just leave and didn't have to worry about them at all, but Xiao Yu also understood that Su Luo could be gentle at times. Time passes by little. Lin Shen and the others also recovered from their injuries and began to return to the 7-Star Sword sect. During this time,
He heard his fellow disciples' disdain for Su Luo and wanted to go back and report Su Luo and expel him from the sect. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it, so in the end he could only say nothing. Su Luo succeeded in making her reputation as bad as the demonic path, but is it really worth it, even abandoning one's own home? What's the difference between this and the thoughts of the devil? Lin Shen was confused about Su Luo and couldn't understand why Su Luo could do this. Is it really necessary to go to this extent to be an undercover demon? Lin Shen didn't understand. He asked Master Yen. Old Yen couldn't come to a conclusion either. Even though he knew countless people, this was the first time he had seen someone so contradictory. Even during the conversation, Old Yen felt that Su Luo was simply stupid and lucky, and did not want to be an undercover agent in the demonic path at all. But Lin Shen felt that Su Luo could still be trusted. Lin Shen sighed, not knowing who to talk to about his frustration. Su Luo and Xiaoyu walked slowly along the way, not in a hurry at all. After a while, I finally returned to the sect. Calculating the time, there is still a lot of time. At this time, Lin Shen and the others have not arrived at the sect yet. It will take time to report back to the sect, and it will also take time for things to ferment. Generally speaking, there is no rush, but the diary can be written now. Su Luo opened the diary and started writing. Chapter 75. Elder Yen Shi. The day of the boost has finally arrived. However, Elder Yen Shi's methods are extraordinary and not something a normal person can endure, but the effect is very strong, surpassing Lin Shen in 3 months. That's right, he surpassed Lin Shen, and his cultivation level increased significantly, from perfecting Qi training to perfecting foundation building. Adding some treasures given by Elder Yen Shi, his overall strength suddenly became one of the best among the disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect. I was very satisfied with this outcome and was about to seek revenge on Lin Shen. Unfortunately, Elder Yen Shi stopped me. He told me that the time had not yet come and that I should hide my strength. He promised me that he would let me kill Lin Shen properly. There's no other way, I can only do as I'm told. I really should hide. Otherwise, if my cultivation level increases so quickly, the sect will investigate. Elder Yen Shi doesn't want to be exposed. Because his method of improving his cultivation is not ordinary, it is related to the devil's way. He was so kind to help me. To put it nicely, it was just him helping out useless people. To put it bluntly, it was human experimentation. Yes, he only helped me for his own research. His lifelong ambition is to become the strongest even if he's a loser. This requires a discussion of Elder Yen Shi's life. No matter where you are, there are always cultivators at the bottom of the ladder. In the beginning, Elder Yen Shi was also one of them. He was unknown in the 7-Star Sword sect, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with the top disciples. He was unwilling to give up, so he began to research how to become stronger. However, conventional methods ultimately had their limits, so he began to act like a degenerate, researching the magical arts of medicine. He succeeded a little, but the further he progressed, the harder it became to improve, and the greater the damage to his body. He became afraid and didn't dare to try it lightly. So he began experimenting on other people, then applying the best results to himself. For this experiment, he had already killed countless low-level disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect, but he did it secretly and was not discovered by the sect. Until today, he has gradually become an elder at the nascent soul level, which can be considered a success. However, Elder Yen Shi did not consider himself a member of the demonic path. On the contrary, he disdained to join the demonic path. It was not because he was so noble, but because he was very satisfied with his current status. It's so comfortable in the 7-Star Sword sect. With my current status, I can even dominate some places. So, Qin-san had repeatedly asked Elder Yen Shi to join the Heavenly Demon sect, but Elder Yen Shi was very disdainful. However, if he didn't join, he could just go along with the others. Elder Yen Shi has made deals with the Tianma sect more than once. The Tianma sect provides secret manuals on the magic path, while Elder Yen Shi provides intelligence on the 7-Star Sword sect. So why did Qin-san always give face to Elder Yen Shi? It was because Elder Yen Shi always provided useful information to the demon sect. Elder Yen Shi's strengths extend beyond this. For a long time, he has been planting demonic seeds in the useless 7-Star Sword sect disciples under the guise of helping them. This is a spell he developed himself. Using this spell can allow these disciples to unleash a cultivation power far beyond their own, but they will lose their rationality and only think about destruction. The demon species is extremely hidden. If it weren't for an elder of this level who was extremely diligent in investigating, it would be impossible to discover it. But why would the elders bother investigating such an insignificant disciple? So Elder Yen Shi actually possesses a great hidden power within the 7 Star Sword sect. The disciples he has helped are all very grateful to him. If they are exceptional, they will be taken in as confidants. If they are average, they will be treated as disposable. Of course, controlling these disciples doesn't look very impressive, after all, they aren't high-end fighters. However, when the Heavenly Demon sect invaded later, Elder Yen Shi acted as an insider, destroying the sect's protective formation, triggering demon seeds that allowed disciples to attack their own people, and even leading the way for the Heavenly Demon sect. These disciples he helped deserve credit for their contributions. Elder Yen Shi's dedication to helping the Heavenly Demon sect wasn't because he wanted to join the sect, but rather because he felt he needed to help. This wasn't the first time the Heavenly Demon sect had provided him with secret manuals of the demonic path. And he had planned it well, leaving no room for error. Elder Yen Shi was only operating behind the scenes. If it were another sect, he would still be an elder afterwards. Unfortunately, Lin Shen is here. He will be exposed and then liquidated. Serves you right. But for now, let's just mourn for myself. The price of becoming stronger this time was very high, mainly pain. For 3 months, I will go to Elder Yen Shi every once in a while to get medicine. His medicine is basically poison. In this process, it is like cutting with a knife, then sprinkling salt, and then roasting it, and repeating this process. It hurt so much that my throat was broken from screaming. Every time it ended, it felt like I had walked through hell. When I first started using it as medicine, I gave up immediately because I just couldn't persevere. Even later on, I still couldn't get used to it, so you can imagine how outrageous the pain was, so even if I could be strengthened, I wouldn't be happy at all. There's nothing I can do. My talent is too poor, so I can only rely on mutation. After I become stronger, I'll be slapped in the face by Lin Shen. But before that, I'll definitely show off for a while, disobey Elder Yen Shi and reveal my strength to shock others. Then, I'll be beaten down by Lin Shen, and others will be shocked and sigh at how strong Lin Shen is. But this matter still needs some time, so let's just get through these 3 months. Su Luo closed the diary, sighed, and recalled the first time she felt this pain. It was filled with aftertaste, but suddenly it occurred to me that he was no longer the same person he used to be. This time it's much better. My physical condition has improved so much and my cultivation has also improved a lot. Furthermore, you can feel the pain together, to find another villain to share the pain with. Maybe I have to act like I'm in a lot of pain. It's stable. It's better to use cheats. Mutations are so weak. Complete the diary, reward, Constitution +3, Strength +4, and increase your cultivation level by 1 level. Current cultivation level, late Jindan stage. Although there was not much content in the diary, it was shocking to Nangong Shiyun. She could never have imagined that Elder Yen Shi had done so many things behind her back. His face suddenly turned gloomy. After thinking it over, Nangong Shiyun began to act. First, verify who has the demon seed. Su Luo also wrote very clearly about the unknown disciples of the sect. According to this range, Nangong Shiyun quietly investigated these disciples. You don't know until you see it. There are a total of 463 people, and these are still in the sect. Some are out on missions. What a good trick, hidden so deeply, right? Nangong Shiyun sneered. Then, Elder Yen Shi, open the door, the sect is giving you benefits. Chapter 76. Elder Yen Shi is gone. The sect is giving out benefits. It's not time yet. Elder Yen Shi didn't think there was any problem at this time, and opened the door normally. Then I saw the sect leader and Nangong Shiyun. I didn't expect that these 2 heavyweights of the sect would come. You 2 came to see me, what's going on? Nangong Shiyun sneered. Elder Yen Shi, good tricks. What do you mean? Elder Yen Shi knew that something was wrong, but he still pretended to be calm. Colluding with the devil and harming fellow disciples, these 2 alone are enough to get you killed 10 times. Elder Yen Shi must have done more than that, but Nangong Shiyun is not good at investigations, and time is tight. Master Nangong, please don't talk nonsense. I didn't do such a thing. Elder Yen Shi said with certainty. Admitting to something like this is tantamount to death. Even though you did it, do you have any evidence? Lu Yangjia, Wang Yuanxi, Ma Peng, need I go on?
Elder Yen Shi knew that these were his disciples who had been planted with the evil seeds, but how could he admit it?
I know these people. I once helped them. What happened to them? You planted a demon seed in me. Demon seed? What kind of demon seed?
At this time, you must absolutely not admit your mistake, or you will die.
You won't cry until you see the coffin. These are all found from you.
Strange objects and books of unknown meaning. Nangong Shiyun has been looking for evidence these days and searched Elder Yenshi's house thoroughly while he was out. Unfortunately, no substantial evidence was found, only some strange things. It is not enough to prove anything. It can only be said that Elder Yen Shi cleaned up the matter very cleanly.
Is there anything wrong with these things?
Elder Yen Shi smiled inwardly.
Do you want to convict me of this?
No, so after thinking about it, your storage ring is the most suspicious. After hearing this, Elder Yen Shi felt a little panicked. There was indeed evidence of his guilt in the storage ring. The outside was so clean because it was all in the storage ring. After becoming an elder, he became a little bolder. However, he was still very careful and set a small spell on the storage ring. If the storage ring was opened forcibly, the things inside would be destroyed. So there was panic, but only a little. But he didn't understand where he had revealed his weakness, allowing Nangong Shiyun to point directly at him. But no matter what, wanting to look at someone's storage ring without any evidence is somewhat of a taboo.
Nangong Shiyun, this isn't good. My storage ring contains my privacy. You can't just look at it because you want to. I think you should find evidence first, and then come to me. What do you think, Sect Master?
The sect leader remained silent, and Elder Yen Shi didn't know what his attitude was, but as the leader of a sect, he couldn't just make false accusations. Without evidence, it was an injustice.
Elder Yen Shi, I don't dare to believe it, and I don't hope it's true. I swear, I have not done anything to let the sect down.
Elder Yen Shi immediately made his position clear. Nangong Shiyun didn't want to say much. He brought the sect master here because he felt that he shouldn't deal with an elder easily by himself. It would be better to have the sect master as a witness. Nangong Shiyun still likes the 7-Star Sword sect very much, and basically will not do anything reckless in the 7-Star Sword sect. Basically, I'll do it myself.
Nangong Shiyun directly snatched Elder Yen Shi's storage ring. Elder Yen Shi sighed inwardly, what a pity.
Although he had other storage rings that wouldn't be destroyed all at once, the things in this storage ring were also unique, and it would be a pity to lose them, but I'm glad that everyone is okay. However, Nangong Shiyun took them all out before they were destroyed.
Why? Elder Yen Shi's eyes widened. Why wasn't the thing destroyed? Your destruction spell was too slow. I destroyed it while it was being activated. Impossible. Is such a thing possible?
You're only at the nascent soul stage, so it's normal that you can't understand my strength. So, it's time to explain these things. Various experimental equipment, experimental records, magic books. Elder Yen Shi knew that he was finished.
Can I say that I collected all these and took them from others?
What do you think, Metropolitan, the sect leader side? What Nangong Shiyun said was true, and it was hard for him to accept it for a while. Elder Yen Shi had been in the 7-Star Sword sect for a long time and had made many contributions, but he had never expected, very disappointed, seeing the sect leader's expression. Elder Yen Shi knew that he was doomed.
I want to ask, what went wrong? Nangong Shiyun locked onto him as soon as he arrived, even though there was clearly no substantial evidence. That's not important, let's talk about the demon sect. Will I survive if I tell you? Overthinking? Then why did I say that? Elder Yen Shi suddenly became tough.
Yeah, I can't understand your strength, because it took me a long time to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, but what about you, Nangong Shiyun? A long time ago, I was in the nascent soul stage, and you were cultivating your chi. Now that I am in the nascent soul stage, you have already reached the void stage.
How can I understand? Nangong Shiyun said, blame me? Elder Yen Shi was even more furious after hearing this. That's why I hate geniuses like you.
Yes, with my current strength, I won't be able to harm you even if I fight to the death.
However, I will make you regret it.
Elder Yen Shi detonated the demon seed, thinking that even if he was going to die, he would drag more people down with him. When those demon disciples go crazy and kill the people around them, the expressions of the sect leader in Nangong Shiyun will definitely be very ugly. Don't struggle, I've already dismantled the demon seed. Is that thing so easy to dismantle? It's okay, not that difficult, but it's really well hidden. If you don't look closely, you really can't see it. Even with the praise, Elder Yen she could not be happy. My life's research was actually cracked so easily, ha ha ha. Elder Yenshi blew himself up. Nangong Shiyun wanted to stop it, but Elder Yenshi's self-destruction was unusual. He used a magic method, which was very strange and could not be stopped. It couldn't stop him from self-destructing, but after one sword strike, everything became quiet. There is no use in Elder Yenshi's self-destruction. Nangong Shiyun didn't want to kill Elder Yenshi so quickly. He wanted to interrogate him thoroughly, make him tell everything he knew, and then send him off. Elder Yenshi also knew this, so he decisively blew himself up. If what he had done was discovered and he was still alive, it would be a bit of a disdain for him. He himself felt that he deserved to die, but he did not feel guilty and he never regretted it, but until his death he never figured out what went wrong. Alas, I never thought something like this would happen in the sect. As the sect leader, I've failed in my duty. The sect leader didn't know what to say and looked melancholy. Until just now, I didn't believe that Elder Yen she was such a person. How did you find out? When the sect leader learned about this matter today, he really didn't believe it, but now the facts are before his eyes, he has to believe it. So the sect leader was very curious, as so many people in the sect had not noticed anything unusual about Elder Yenshi. Can this salted fish Nangong Shiyun be discovered? Nangong Shiyun was also speechless. He always looked at her with the eyes of a salted fish. Is it weird that I do these things, although I didn't discover it myself? It's not me who discovered it, but I have my own source of information. The clan leader said with a strange expression. Could it be Su Luo? Chapter 77. Nangong Shiyun said it was none of my business. Oh, why do you think so? Nangong Shiyun couldn't keep up with the sect leader's thinking. What did Su Luo have to do with the whole thing? Besides Su Luo, who have you had frequent contact with over the years? Except for your disciples, of course, asked the sect leader. That doesn't mean anything. You don't follow me around every day, so you might not know who I'm in contact with. Although the sect leader is right. Indeed not, but the recent repeated outings may be related to Su Luo. Think about how long it has been since you went out. Couldn't it be because of my disciple Lin Shen? The sect master continued. Elder Yenshi has taken care of Su Luo several times, and you also said before that Su Luo was handed over to you for responsibility. It's hard not to think too much about this. It was so logical and reasonable that Nangong Shiyun couldn't find any point to refute it, but the problem was that the facts were not like that. I just simply read Su Luo's diary. However, if you think about it carefully, it is difficult to explain, so the fact is indeed like this. That's right, Su Luo is my spy. I didn't expect that she would discover this incident. Although there was some lying involved, the main part was not wrong. It was indeed information obtained from Su Luo. Hearing the answer, the sect leader smiled unexpectedly. I didn't expect Su Luo to have this ability. This kid isn't too bad. Right, you have to keep it a secret, we have big things coming up. Nangong Shiyun, you make me feel so strange. Being too active is a bit too much. After becoming famous, Nangong Shiyun hasn't been in this state for a long time. She hides in her Ruyan Peak every day doing nothing. When the sect leader heard that she had further plans, he couldn't even imagine it. Nangong Shiyun didn't bother to pay attention to the sect leader's shock. This shock was really an insult to her, and continued. Next, I will temporarily pretend to be Elder Yen Shi. Why? Because we have a big fish to catch later. The demon sect is going to harm our sect. After hearing this, the sect leader also became serious. The demon sect was not easy to deal with. Okay, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll cooperate with you. No, just keep this a secret. Don't tell Su Luo about it and disrupt the cooperation between me and him. Don't worry, I know my limits. After some simple finishing touches, the general outline of the matter was finalized. The death of Elder Yen Shi was kept secret for the time being and was impersonated by Nangong Shiyun. Elder Yen Shi's confidants will be left alone for the time being and kept. As for those who were planted with demon seeds, most of them were unaware of it and naturally there was no punishment. After it was over, Nangong Shiyun returned to Ruyan Peak, but saw Lin Shen practicing listlessly. This is really rare. Whenever you see Lin Shen practicing Taoism, he is always filled with ecstasy about cultivation.
What's wrong? You're so distracted to nothing, it's not like it's okay. Tell me, or I can give you some advice.
Lin Shen thought about it and decided to tell Su Luo what happened in Xiufeng City.
I have a friend who, I don't know if it's worth it for him. Does he really need to abandon his family just to go undercover?
Nangong Xian listened very carefully at first, but as she listened, she felt something was wrong and too familiar. She said with a strange expression, "The person you are talking about is not Su Luo."
Why do you both think Su Luo is an undercover agent? What's wrong? Master, do you know? Tell me about you first. How did you find out about Su Luo's undercover work? You have a diary too, don't you?
Is it this cheap? Then Lin Shen told his guest process. First, Su Luo provoked him several times, but he fell down without him using any strength. It was so fake. Second, Su Luo had brought several undercover agents from the demonic path with him before, which was a great achievement for him. He was also the one who reminded Qin San. Third, Li Si has a friendly relationship with Su Luo in private. With Li Si's personality, she would never be with someone with a despicable character. After hearing this, Nangong Xian was speechless for a moment. That if she didn't have the diary, she would have thought what Lin Shen said was reasonable. However, it seems that it is not impossible. Nangong Xian turned his back and spoke in a deep tone.
You're wondering if what Su Luo did was worth it, but do you know what he really did?
When Qin San was in trouble, I was actually there, and it was because of Su Luo that I was there. If I wasn't there, Zhuo Mingyuan would have lost his hand, Han Inger would have been disabled, and Yuan Jia would have been seriously injured.
Xiufeng City was destroyed because of Su Luo.
I went there and secretly protected you, but Su Luo didn't just stand by and watch.
You remember those explosions? They were Su Luo's masterpieces.
Also, recently, because of him, we discovered someone who was extremely harmful to the sect.
As for who it was, you don't need to worry about it now. We have already dealt with it.
You just need to know that because of Su Luo, hundreds of sect disciples were saved.
So, you don't have to be confused about him. He knows what he's doing better than you think.
After hearing Nangong Xian's words, the content was so explosive that Lin Shen was in disbelief for a moment. Maybe you can't accept it for a while, but what I said is the truth. What Nangong Xian said is indeed true, but your misunderstanding has nothing to do with me, and it was just your guess. After a long time, Lin Shen finally accepted this fact. There was no reason for his master to lie to him, and there was no point in lying to him.
I misunderstood Su Luo. I really underestimated him. I didn't expect him to be so outstanding. It's normal that you don't know. He likes to hide himself and is good at it. Just pretend you don't know. Also, don't be confused about him. Yeah, I understand. Practice well.
Lin Shen looked up at the sky, still digesting what he had just heard. In short, it was confirmed that Su Luo was going to go undercover in the demonic path, so it seemed that he had started planning it a long time ago. It's really not easy, and for this purpose, even if no one else knows about it, even if he is scolded by most people, he will still do it resolutely, secretly guarding what he wants to protect. Lin Shen felt that he would no longer doubt whether Su Luo was worth it, as this was disrespectful to him. Su Luo's awareness deeply impressed Lin Shen. Also, Su Luo is very powerful. It can be seen from the explosion that Lin Shen believes that with his current strength, he cannot achieve such an attack effect. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but feel melancholy. Thinking back to when I had killed Su Luo in seconds before, it seemed a bit ridiculous.
Su Luo, is she already that strong?
Elder Yin said at this time, didn't I say long ago that this boy is no less powerful than you?
Well, now it seems that he is more powerful than you.
The explosion lasted for a long time and had a large range. Even I can't understand what Su Luo's current strength is, but it is definitely much higher than your current strength.
I think so too. Therefore, Elder Yen, I will redouble my training. Don't make it hard on yourself. Haven't you been practicing hard all along? Take it step by step and lay a solid foundation. Don't rush it. Yes.
Chapter 78. This is not right. Su Luo returned to the sect and continued to act recklessly, sleeping whenever she had nothing to do and going to bed early and getting up late every day. As soon as I walked out of the room that day,
I sneezed. Why do I feel like someone is saying bad things about me behind my back? Oh, it always happens. That's okay. Su Luo was so used to ignoring those who scolded him that he almost forgot about his own situation, but today is almost the end. It's time to go find Elder Yen Shi to keep my identity as a disciple of the Seven Star Sword sect. Su Luo, get up. Xiao Yu was still practicing in Su Luo's small courtyard at this time. Similarly, the sect leader is also here, and now this place has become half of Xiao Yu's training ground. The clan leader said, "How was it, Su Luo? Did you sleep well? I hope we didn't disturb you." "Master, did you eat something wrong? There is a soundproofing formation here." "That's right. I just think that if you don't get enough sleep, you can go back to sleep, but you can't get too tired." Su Luo looked puzzled. "Master, are you okay? You said before that I was idle, lazy, and useless." "It's okay, just pretend I didn't say anything." "Strange, never mind, I'm going out for a while and will tell you when I come back." Su Luo walked out after saying that, feeling strange at the same time. Logically speaking, now that the news of me being a coward and greedy for life has been made public, the sect leader should know about it. However, because of Xiao Yu's words, it's normal that he didn't explicitly express his disgust, but why does he still care about me? Is this a conciliatory approach, an attempt to persuade me to change my ways? You're overthinking it. I, Su Luo, will definitely not change. Su Luo. The sect leader called out. Su Luo turned around to look at him, asking if there was anything wrong. The clan leader gave him a thumbs up and couldn't help but say, "Well done, Wa. Taking the lead in being afraid of death is also a good job." Su Luo didn't understand at all, and the sect leader was not sarcastic at all, which made Su Luo even more confused. Is Daolu also popular here? But this is no longer just cowardice, it is completely immoral. Your sect leader said it was a good job, is that right? It would distort the sect's morale. Su Luo ran away in a hurry. She could no longer understand the sect master and felt a chill at the same time. What the hell was going on? After coming out, he went straight to Elder Yen Xi. As soon as he arrived, he burst into tears. "Elder Yen Shi, you must help me." Elder Yen Shi has been waiting for a long time. "What's wrong? Tell me slowly." Su Luo told her current situation. "Only you can help me, Elder Yen Shi." Su Luo pleaded. Elder Yen Shi was silent for a moment, then said, "Helping you is not a problem, but what do you have that is worthy of my help?" I. Su Luo talked for a long time but couldn't express her own value. "Okay, just answer me a question. What do you think of Lin Shen now?" "I want to kill him. It's because of him that I'm like this." Su Luo's eyes were fierce at this moment, as if about to burst into anger. "Do you want to take revenge on him?" I want to kill him." Su Luo has gone crazy. Becoming stronger requires a price, especially for someone with your talent. The price is even greater. I don't care about anything anymore. As long as I can kill Lin Shen, I can do anything. Okay, in that case, I'll help you become stronger. Follow me. Elder Yen Shi was very satisfied with Su Luo's condition. This was exactly what he wanted. Elder Yen Shi opened the secret door, which led to a basement. Walking left and right in the basement, you will come to a place full of formations. It is lit by only a torch and there is a large vat in the middle. The center of the formation is this large vat. What a familiar place. This is where Su Luo once screamed, but now it's okay, everything is ready and there is no big problem. Su Luo was calm inside, but she still looked a little scared because the environment here was actually very strange. Go in. Elder Yen Shi pointed at the big vat. The water in the big tank is turbid and black. It doesn't look good at first glance. Su Luo also knew that the medicines inside were all for improving one's cultivation, but they were not ordinary medicines. Most of them are poison. Elder Yen Shi used the method of fighting poison with poison, because those medicines were mild in nature but extremely effective, and were extremely precious, so ordinary people simply couldn't afford them. Therefore, Elder Yen Shi always uses relatively cheap drugs in his experiments. The effect was not strong, so I added some strange medicines and conducted various experiments. When there were good results, I used them on myself. Su Luo hesitated for a moment and was a little scared when she saw the pot of water,
but when she thought of Lin Shen, she gritted her teeth and jumped in. Elder Yen she smiled with satisfaction and began to add ingredients. The moment Su Luo jumped in, she felt something was wrong. There was something wrong with the water in the pot. She didn't feel any pain at all. What was going on? Then I saw the medicine added by Elder Yen Shi, red dragonfire ginseng. This medicine is the material for refining top-level elixirs. Even if you don't use it to make elixirs, you can just use it, whether it is to improve cultivation or strengthen physical fitness. It has great effects and has a great effect on the nascent soul. Elder Yen Shi, is this the red dragonfire ginseng? Oh, I thought you were uneducated, but I didn't expect you knew this. I just saw it. Can I say that I know most of the things in the world of cultivation? Since you know it, you also know its effects. Don't worry. With the formation and this special tank of water, you can receive the effects of the medicine more gently. It will be natural for you to become stronger. No. That's not right, Elder Yenshi, you must have taken the wrong thing. If you have this, you should keep it for yourself. Elder Yenshi, did you take the wrong one? Why, you understand. You know what I'm going to take? I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Believe me, I will make you stronger. In 3 months, you will be able to surpass Lin Shen. 3 months, if you use this level of medicine, 3 weeks is more than enough, let alone 3 months. We are only at the low level of foundation building. The problem is, Elder Yenshi, you are not like that. The Elder Yenshi that Su Luo knew used medicines with extremely high cost effectiveness, or even no cost effectiveness at all. As long as it could improve his cultivation, he would do anything to his death. Now you're using the red dragonfire ginseng? This isn't something characters like us should use at all. Have you forgotten your motto? Even a loser can become the strongest. You have so many useless people among your confidants. Can you give one to each of them? The use of red dragonfire ginseng as a medicine is not universal at all. I still think there's a problem. How about trying the little dark fruit? This is the real medicine. Do you understand or do I understand? Now it's your turn to question me? I dare not. Su Luo felt so aggrieved. It was clearly his fault, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't explode now. For the sake of the plot, he had to endure it. Hearing what you said, let me add one more thing. Elder Yenshi then threw another medicine into the large vat Tianlin fruit. This is also outrageous, even worse than the red dragonfire ginseng. Elder Yenshi, I am here to conduct experiments on you, not to enjoy myself. After just soaking for a while, Su Luo felt well nourished. Chapter 79. Why does it feel like the world is full of love? Nangong Shiyun had no choice. She could imitate Elder Yenshi's personality and behavior, but she really didn't know how to make medicine. Although his experimental records were found, it seemed that only he could understand all the records. Nangong Shiyun didn't dare to act rashly, as this kind of thing was no joke. So Nangong Shiyun simply followed his own method, and you asked him if he could help you improve your strength. Does Su Luo dare to turn against him? Nangong Shiyun is even less afraid. If you flip it, she is afraid that you won't flip it. But let me make it clear first, it is you who flipped it. It has nothing to do with me. Su Luo really wouldn't turn against someone. You have to continue acting honestly. The whole process of taking the medicine was not painful at all. Instead, I felt so comfortable that I wanted to sleep. When I walked out of Elder Yenshi's place, my steps were floating. Su Luo was still savoring the feeling just now when someone called her. Su Luo. What's wrong? Su Luo looked at Li Si. How have you been? Fine. I recently learned a massage. Would you like to try it? Li Si suddenly said this, and Su Luo couldn't understand why she suddenly wanted to learn massage. Why are you learning for no reason? No, I don't have confidence in you. Just get comfortable. I learned this from my master. Goodbye, I was very comfortable just now. Nangong Shiyun's reputation was useless because Su Luo had never tried her massage. Comfortable? Li Si was puzzled. That's not how the diary was written. Didn't it say it was painful? Oh, it must be the man's dignity at work. Leave it to me, I will make you forget all the unhappy things. Then Su Luo was pulled into a nearby pavilion, sat on a chair, and received a massage from Li Si. You know what? Using spiritual energy in conjunction with her techniques is really good, because I just had a good rest with Elder Yanxi and now I am receiving a massage. Su Luo finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. When he woke up, he got up from Li Si's thighs. Why did I fall asleep? Su Luo looked around and saw that it was already dark. I don't know. Li Si laughed. You didn't do anything weird. It's hard to say. Su Luo checked herself and found nothing wrong. Anyway, thank you very much. Your technique is good. I have changed my mind about you. Right, I told you a long time ago that you can come find me next time. Let's talk about it later. After saying goodbye to Li Si, Su Luo finally returned to her residence. As soon as you enter the house, a fragrance hits your nose. Su Luo, you're back. Dinner is ready. Xiaoyu was already waiting, and the table was full of delicious food. At this moment, Su Luo recalled the experiences of that day. Why do I feel like the world is suddenly full of love for me? However, what needs to be clarified still needs to be clarified. Elder Yanxi is too abnormal. How could he forget his experiment, Alzheimer's disease? Su Luo couldn't accept that this disease existed in the world of immortal cultivation. So Su Luo decided to investigate Elder Yanxi with our current strength. As long as we are careful and familiar with Elder Yanxi, there won't be any big problems. However, no matter how Su Luo investigated, she felt there was nothing wrong. Of course, as soon as Su Luo arrived, Nangong Shiyun discovered that no matter how well Su Luo hid herself, it was useless in the face of absolute strength. What could Su Luo do? After investigating for a while without any results, the matter was left unresolved. Just use more clichés when talking to Elder Yanxi. Nangong Shiyun was also tired. In order to deal with Su Luo, she tried all kinds of ways and had to be careful about what she said to Su Luo. I feel tired. Of course, Nangong Shiyun also knew that Su Luo was suspicious, but as long as it was not a big problem, Su Luo would not turn against him. At the same time, with the intervention of Elder Yanxi, Su Luo's matter was considered over and she was preserved in the sect. According to the original plot, Su Luo would go to Elder Yanxi every once in a while and would come back half dead to force yourself to keep a low profile within the sect. So Su Luo gradually lost her sense of presence in the sect. Although Su Luo feels vigorous now, she still chooses to keep a low profile and go out less often. Soon, 3 months passed. Su Luo, why do I feel like you've gained weight? Xiaoyu looked at Su Luo. It's okay, just exercise. Su Luo ended her enhancement period, and he was helpless. During this period, Elder Yanxi really treated him as his own and added all kinds of good things to the water. Even his cultivation level was raised to the level of golden elixir perfection. Tears welled up in my eyes. This was the first time that Su Luo improved her cultivation without relying on a diary. However, Su Luo still followed the plot and showed her strength as having completed the foundation building. In short, this matter has come to an end, but it will be seamlessly connected to the next plot. During these 3 months, Lin Shen continued to improve his cultivation and reputation. Go out with various senior brothers and sisters to carry out sect missions. During this period, the sect's reputation was further gained. Those who have teamed up with Lin Shen all gave him high praise and deeply admired his strength and character. Lin Shen is at the peak of his career after 3 months. My reputation has almost reached a point and is difficult to improve. So next, it's time to improve your reputation outside. It just so happened that the Sect Exchange Conference was held recently. The so-called Sect Exchange meeting is an exchange and discussion meeting jointly held by the 10 sects in the southern continent of the cultivation world. It is mainly for disciples from various sects to learn from each other or work together to complete tasks, to strengthen the connection between the sects and share their cultivation experiences. It is said that it is a friendly exchange and discussion, but in fact it is a fight to the death. It cannot be said that there is any hatred. The main reason is that no one is willing to submit to the other, and everyone wants to step on others to increase the reputation of their own sect. As we all know, the sects that the protagonists belong to are mostly top-level sections, but among the top sects, it ranks at the bottom among the 3 major sects in the southern continent, Qixing, Tianguang, and Yunyan. Qixing ranks last and even has a tendency to fall out of the 3 major sects. In terms of top-level immortal cultivators, the 7 stars are no less powerful than the other 2 sections, but he is not as good as others in terms of disciples. There are only 4 talents in the golden elixir, but the other 2 sects have at least 10 each. Of the 7-star sword sect is in a typical period of transition, and disciples account for a high proportion of a sect's overall strength, as they are the sect's future. It just so happened that at this time there was a rising sect, Yuxingmen. You can tell what the name means just by listening to it. It means that it wants to replace the Seven Star Sword sect, one of the three major sects in the southern continent. Therefore, if the Seven Star Sword sect does not perform well in this exchange meeting, its prestige will be greatly reduced. What's worse is that Qin San, the leader of the Four Talents, is an undercover agent of the demonic path, and the other three talents have been greatly weakened according to the plot. Although the problem is not serious now, their condition is obviously not good. So the sect was actually worried this time, but there was nothing they could do. They had to go. What's worse is that this exchange meeting was held at their own venue, so there is no excuse for poor performance. Now, people from other sects have come to the Seven Star Sword sect one after another. The pressure is extremely great. The sect is optimistic about Lin Shen, but the highest ranking disciple on the opposite side is a golden core, so even Lin Shen is lacking in ability now. Therefore, the sect was actually quite pessimistic about this exchange conference. Chapter 80, Small Situations of Each Sect. Because this exchange conference is huge in scale, it will last longer. Some sects had already arrived at the Seven Star Sword sect in advance and started friendly exchanges. First is the Yunyan sect, which is very unique in that the entire sect is composed of women. Therefore, he is very popular in the Seven Star Sword sect. This is a sect that many male compatriots yearn for, but unfortunately they do not accept men, and judging from their status, we can tell that even though all of its members are women, the Yunyan sect is not weak at all. The leader is the eldest sister Yao Hanmei, who is in the early stage of golden core cultivation. He is now organizing his own disciples to sell things in the Seven Star Sword sect. Of course, they sell skincare products. Their skincare products are very effective and very famous in the entire world of cultivation. For a while, most of the female disciples of the Seven Star Sword sect went to watch the fun and got ripped off. Male disciples were no exception. If they didn't need the items, they could give them away, but they would still be ripped off. Big sale. Purple Cloud Tears is only 198, it can make your skin smoother. This one suits you very well. It's only 588, very cheap. Since you are so beautiful, I will secretly give you a special price. It is only available to you. Don't hesitate. Looking at these people rushing to buy, Yao Hanmei showed a proud smile, thinking she made a lot of money. Originally, Su Luo would not come here to join in the fun, but Xiaoyu was very curious and had not had much contact with disciples from other sects, so she wanted to come and take a look. Xiaoyu was really surprised to see so many skincare products. She had hardly used these things. Wow, it seems very powerful. Xiaoyu was surprised by the fellow disciples who rushed to buy it, which showed that this thing was very useful. Su Luo didn't care, just take a look, no need to buy, the premium is huge. The Yunyan sect couldn't bear to hear this. Yao Hanmei came over and said sweetly, "Brother, you're wrong. These are all genuine and good things. I'm just earning some hard-earned money." Yao Hanmei also threw a coquettish glance at Su Luo, but in her heart she was thinking, "I will make you bleed profusely soon." Su Luo almost forgot how handsome he was, but how could Su Luo be deceived? Excuse me for being blunt, but you Yunyan sect guys, there's nothing good below level 50. When I heard this, the atmosphere exploded instantly. Don't ignore what I said. This one I have is only 32. It has a gentle formula and a delicate texture. I have to show you what a good thing is. 27, originally 99, now it counts as making friends. My Purple Cloud Tears only costs 49. Wasn't yours 198 just now? It's not that I can't swallow this humiliation. Even if I lose money, it proves that our Yunyan sect has a lot of good things. For a while, the Yunyan sect began to take out products below 50. How could Su Luo be shaken? She just looked at him with disdain. TSK, from now on, you Yunyan sect members, remember this, there are no good things below level 50. It was just elementary fishing talk, although I had been fooled by it before in the real world. Yao Hanmei also thought there was no problem at first. If you are not convinced, then I will give you the product until you are convinced, but gradually something felt wrong. I was almost losing money, and I had bought something before, so I suddenly felt like I had been cheated. Why did he buy it for 198 and then it suddenly became 49? For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Su Luo said it was none of her business, but how could Yao Hanmei be willing to let Su Luo go like this? She came up with a plan and said to Xiaoyu, "This little sister is extremely talented. Would you like to come to our sect? Not only are there skincare products at your disposal, but there are also plenty of cultivation resources. Moreover, our sect is very suitable for women to cultivate. This is not the first time that Yao Hanmei has poached talent directly. This is also the characteristic of the Yunyan sect, which likes to poach other people's female disciples. If you have the strength, you can be willful, and their sect is indeed suitable for women to practice. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu just nodded slightly to express her apology, and then followed Su Luo. Yao Hanmei was left disheveled in the wind. Damn it, I'll remember you. After Su Luo left, she suddenly thought that it would be a good idea to let Xiao Yu try the skin care products to satisfy her curiosity. So he found some materials and started refining on the spot. Su Luo also had some knowledge of these things and finished them quickly. When she gave it to Xiao Yu, she treated it as a treasure and was reluctant to use it at all. This made Su Luo laugh out loud, and she snatched it back and smeared it directly on Xiao Yu's face. In an instant, the light rain turned into light rain with full beauty effects. It looks a bit funny, but it's another experience. Seeing this, Su Luo and Xiao Yu both laughed. The Tianguang sect has also been here for some time. The tallest and strongest bald senior brother Ding Wanghua is obsessed with challenging the pure martial tower and has reached the 90th floor. But no matter what, it is difficult to go any further. If only he could use spiritual energy, everything would be much smoother, and he would have the confidence to break through to the top level. But unfortunately he couldn't. He failed in the challenge again and walked out of the Chuanwu Tower, looking at the slogan on it: "This is not my end, this is my starting point." Su Luo is the strongest. There are two slogans. I heard they are the slogans for the summit, and there are two people, even someone as proud as him had to admire those who could reach the top. It seems this time won't be boring, especially Su Luo, who actually claims to be the strongest. I must meet him. Ding Wanghua became more and more excited as he thought about it, and continued to challenge the pure martial tower. At this time, the Yuesheng sect had already clashed with the disciples of the Seven Star Sword sect. Lin Shen took action. Is this all you have? Are you deliberately looking for trouble and then bullying us? What do you mean by intentional? It was obviously you who provoked us first. Yu Xingmen smiled with ill intentions. Unfortunately, they hit a wall. Lin Shen pretended to be cool but got slapped in the face again. This is just a minor friction, and the masters of Yuxingmen have not come out yet. However, just this one time, the people from Yuxingmen remembered Lin Shen and planned to humiliate him severely at this exchange meeting. They originally wanted to use every possible means to humiliate the people of the Seven Star Sword sect. The remaining sects also arrived one after another. Although they had restrained themselves somewhat, there were still minor frictions with other sections. They are all communicating in a friendly manner in their own way. This situation became more intense as the exchange meeting approached. The top management doesn't intend to care. How can there be no communication without sparks? However, the Seven Star Sword sect is now appearing a bit weak. Some high-ranking members of the Seven Star Sword sect also lamented that each generation was worse than the previous one. If it was Nangong Shiyun's time, would other sects dare to act so arrogantly? They wouldn't dare to say a word. Unfortunately, it's all over now. All the major sects have arrived and are almost ready, so the sect exchange meeting will be held as scheduled. The exchange meeting is mainly divided into three parts. The first part is a classic one-on-one duel, the second part is the multiplayer chicken-eating mode, the third stage is win-win cooperation to defeat the demon sect together. Chapter 81, Write a diary. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Su Luo liked to write in her diary, "The sect exchange meeting is here, which means my time in the sect is running out." Speaking of this sect exchange meeting, it is still Lin Shen's performance time. Everything is prepared for Lin Shen. First, in the first round, a one-on-one duel. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Shen will take first place. If the protagonist can't even take first place in this kind of competition, is it still Long Outyan's storyline? Who cares if your fighting power is broken or not? Lin Shen is determined to challenge those above his level. Lin Shen relied on his strength to make it all the way to the finals, where he faced Ding Wanghua from the Tianguang sect. Ding Wanghua, in the early stage of the Golden Core stage, was the most gifted disciple of the Tianguang sect in the past 100 years. He mastered the sect's secret technique, Starlight Shining, within 2.5 years. He was unrivaled among his fellow disciples and even managed to escape unscathed from an encounter with one of the 7 sons of the heavenly demon. Many deeds have shown that he is not weak at all. Unfortunately, he met a protagonist who is even more powerful than him. All his glory will only serve as a wedding dress for Lin Shen. The general flow of the finals went like this. Lin Shen was locked in a tough fight. Lin Shen was struggling to survive. Lin Shen's complete collapse. Lin Shen's defeat was certain. Lin Shen gave a victory speech. If Ding Wanghua had said one more thing at this moment, expressing his regret for not letting Lin Shen use his full strength, it would have been perfect.
Unfortunately, he didn't understand this result was completely beyond everyone's expectations.
Everyone was shocked, and shocked again. In short, Lin Shen was once again great. I didn't show much in this process.
Elder Yin, she told me to hide my strength.
After going through such painful torture, I've grown a lot and become much calmer. When I lose on purpose, I smile sinisterly, my strength has grown, and my confidence has increased.
This is actually just paving the way for me in the future. Smirking, I can tell at a glance that he's no ordinary person. The second stage is a confrontation between sections. Each sect sends out 10 representatives to defeat other sects within a certain range. Within 3 days, the range will gradually narrow, and the sect that persists to the end will win, which is the team winning mode. At this point, I came up with a good idea, so I ignored Elder Yen Shi's advice and demonstrated my strength a bit. I joined this team because I could use a treasure to great effect. This segment is definitely not for me to shine.
My mission is to increase the difficulty for Lin Shen. To put it simply, I provided the location of my sect, then secretly contacted the people from Yueshing sect and had them set up an ambush. One wasn't enough, so I contacted a few more, and then multiple sects besieged the 7 Star Sword sect. Because Lin Shen won first place in the first round, the hatred value was even greater. So these sects all tacitly attacked the 7 Star Sword sect, and after defeating the 7 Star Sword sect, they would move on to other things. The Yunyan sect happened to be passing by and took offense.
How could so many sects bully one?
The main reason is that Lin Shen was so handsome in the previous segment that some of the Yunyan sect's disciples have become his little fans.
Otherwise, if it were the Tianguang sect, they would definitely come and step on us.
I can only say that Lin Shen is extremely charming.
After the melee, everyone was lying down.
That's right, they had lost their ability to fight.
This was a great opportunity, and as the mastermind behind it all, I naturally had to show off. My target is still Lin Shen.
I want to take the opportunity to seek revenge, but before that, I will severely humiliate the people from other sections. I will show my smugness very well. I can only bully them when they are weak, and then it wasn't Lin Shen's turn yet. This time, Lin Shen was displeased and said, "Enough. Even if they were opponents, you shouldn't humiliate them like this, especially since they couldn't move." Then Lin Shen, dragging his remaining health, resolutely stood up and took a stance, ready to fight me. The other sects were dumbfounded. They had never expected Lin Shen to stand up and fight against his own sect for them. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, he was simply stunningly handsome. I also directly threw away Elder Yen Shi's words, directly exposed my combat power, and fought Lin Shen with all my strength.
Don't even think about the result.
I can't even beat Lin Shen at low health.
Lin Shen defeated me. To be honest, they deserve respect.
For a moment, Lin Shen's figure instantly became taller in the eyes of other sections. Now, Lin Shen not only has little fans from the Yunyan sect, but also little fans from other sections. Because of this incident, people from other sects admired Lin Shen and helped him deal with the most difficult Tianguang sect. Thus, Lin Shen also led the team in the second round and won first place, unstoppable. The Tianguang sect also admires Lin Shen for being able to do such a thing.
As for me,
I would have withdrawn immediately, otherwise I would have been surrounded and beaten by the other sects that had recovered. Although their strength was exposed, the exchange meeting hadn't concluded yet, so Elder Yen Shi managed to cover it up. A true investigation can only be conducted later.
The most important thing right now is the last link, the Heavenly Demon Sect.
They dare not be careless about this name.
The final stage is to defeat the Heavenly Demon Sect.
This wasn't originally planned, but since we recently discovered a larger Heavenly Demon Sect stronghold, it's a good opportunity for these disciples to practice. And only with a common enemy will they truly cooperate and communicate.
Otherwise, if it's a fake enemy, they'll definitely use shady tactics against others, since the consequences aren't serious anyway. The result was very gratifying. The branch base of the Heavenly Demon Sect was completely overturned.
Lin Shen also performed well, killing one of the 7 Heavenly Demon Sons. However, this was also the Heavenly Demon Sect's plan. Everything was within their calculations, even this stronghold was provided by them. The purpose, of course, is to create momentum. After knocking out a stronghold of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the 10 sects naturally publicized it vigorously, and the Heavenly Demon Sect also secretly helped spread the word. The purpose is to pave the way for attacking these 10 sects later. Simply attacking the sect is no longer enough to satisfy the demon sect. It's not like they haven't tried before. If they do it a few more times, it will become too ordinary and not explosive enough. They pretended to suffer a loss, pretending that the Heavenly Demon Sect was now vulnerable, weakened, and no longer as terrifying. Then, while the sects were rejoicing, the Heavenly Demon Sect simultaneously attacked 10 sects and achieved a resounding victory. It was still somewhat difficult to destroy all 10 sects, but as long as the results were good, it would be enough. This creates a huge contrast and will surely shock everyone. The Heavenly Demon Sect knows how to suppress before promoting. If this succeeds, the Heavenly Demon Sect's reputation will be even greater. In fact, they really succeeded. This is the Heavenly Demon Sect. It is powerful enough and crazy enough. Chapter 82 got an egg. I wasn't completely ineffective in this regard, as I was exposed. Although I managed to get away with it for a short while, I'm no longer safe. Elder Yen Shi cherishes me as experimental material because my body is perfect for his research. He has never seen such good material before. If he is given time, he will definitely be able to develop a more powerful method to improve his cultivation. So, Elder Yen Shi began to test me to see if I would accept the Heavenly Demon Sect. Elder Yen Shi had actually planned this long ago. When the Sky Demon Sect attacked the 7-Star Sword Sect, his trusted aides would act as accomplices. After that, they would definitely not be able to stay in the 7-Star Sword Sect. So these confidants of his are considered half-inners of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect will not treat these people who support them unfairly, provided they can survive the pursuit of the 7-Star Sword Sect. So, in order to protect me as a talent, Elder Yen Shi had no choice but to let me join the Tianma sect. The so-called testing of my attitude was just to tell me that he had information that could cause the Heavenly Demon Sect to attack a person crazily, to see if I would use it in the 3rd stage. Of course, he said the choice was mine. Why should I worry? I already have a deep hatred for Lin Shen, so the Heavenly Demon Sect doesn't matter to me at all. So Zhou Heimo, one of the 7 sons of the Heavenly Demon, is gone. Originally, he knew the entire plan and had left himself a way out, so surviving was not a problem. But I gave Elder Yen Shi a message, encrypted so that only Zhou Heimo could understand it. The general message was that Lin Shen was a great talent, and a huge threat if he grew up. This child must not be allowed to stay. Then Zhou Heimo fought Lin Shen to death. He originally thought it would be easy to kill Lin Shen, but it turned out that Lin Shen was immortal. He didn't believe it anymore, got carried away, and then he died. His death also made Lin Shen's reputation even higher. After all, I never thought that I would kill one of the 7 sons of the Heavenly Demon in this place. After this incident, Elder Yen Shi was very satisfied with me. After all, I didn't care about the Heavenly Demon Sect. He also opened up to me a little and discussed future plans with me, asking me to participate. Naturally, I became a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and later was responsible for supporting the Heavenly Demon Sect. Su Luo closed her diary. She had almost finished writing and would write the rest later. Complete the diary, reward, Constitution +1, Strength +4, and increase your cultivation level by 1 level. Current cultivation level is the early stage of nascent soul. Obtain special items, magical pet eggs. I don't know what's inside, please hatch it yourself. So, Su Luo had an egg in her hand, the size of a fist. When Su Luo got the egg, her first thought was to steam it. When did he want a pet? Although writing a mount is indeed cool, I got tired of it a long time ago and now I don't have the mood to keep a pet, but think about keeping it and giving it to someone else, whoever you like. The next day, the sect exchange meeting officially began, without much nonsense. The one-on-one battle began. The rules are simple: one-on-one, the winner advances. The loser is eliminated, and the opponent's number is random, but the only difference is that it is impossible to fight against one's own sect. The theme is still the exchange among sections. This kind of exchange meeting is not held at will, and it will definitely be done with all our strength to promote exchanges. There is also a special extra match. After this round is over, each sect has 10 chances to designate an opponent to challenge. Those who are designated cannot refuse. It's about communication, so if you see someone you're unhappy with, you can write it down. There will be plenty of opportunities. If you can't do it yourself, you can ask someone from your own sect who can do it. The main focus is full and friendly communication. Lin Shen was lucky enough to be the first to go on the court, and his opponent was Yu Xingman, who was just a minion. After 3 months, Lin Shen's cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation building. In the entire exchange meeting, he was actually at an average level. The top level is the early stage of golden core, so the sect is somewhat pessimistic about Lin Shen, but there is no need to worry. Lin Shen is best at challenging opponents of higher levels. The first game was won without any surprise. It also made everyone present notice Lin Shen, which was not easy. Ding Weinhua, be careful. If you meet him, you must give it your all. Yao Hanmei, don't show mercy just because he's handsome, you'll suffer. Yu Xingman directly made the gesture of wiping his neck. When most people were paying attention to the schedule, Su Luo asked Xiao Yu, "Do you want a pet?" Xiao Yu thought about it and shook her head. "I can't raise them well. Many of the puppies that followed me before eventually died." At that time, Xiao Yu couldn't even take care of herself, so how could she possibly feed the puppies? These puppies could only find food for themselves, and if they couldn't find any, they would naturally die. All right. Su Luo then looked for the next person. "See, do you want a pet? Just ask and I'll give it to you right away." Li Si couldn't understand for a moment why Su Luo gave her a pet for no reason, but think about it. "Forget it, I just want to improve myself now." Li Si has been under a lot of pressure recently. Lin Shen has reached the late stage of foundation building, but she is still in the late stage and has not been able to break through. She finally understood the value of the protagonist, but she couldn't give up, otherwise she would only be able to look at Su Luo's diary and be unable to do anything. Su Luo was puzzled as to why no one wanted any of them. Think about who else. Metropolitan, forget it. That old man doesn't look like he would keep a pet. Lin Shen, it's even more impossible. I would never give it to him even if I die. He has slapped me in the face so many times, and I still actively give him equipment. I must be stupid. Just when Su Luo was thinking about whether to just throw it away, Nangong Xian passed by. She gave me a life-saving item before, and she is a nice person, but she might not like it, so forget it. Nangong Xian noticed Su Luo's gaze and asked, "What's the matter?" Su Luo didn't expect to be questioned. After all, it wasn't just Su Luo who was looking at her. "I found an egg and wanted to give it away, but no one wanted it." This is understandable. Su Luo has a good reputation in the sect, and others think the things he gives him are dirty. "Give it to me, ah." Su Luo was stunned. Would Nangong Shiyun want it? She wouldn't just steam the egg and eat it. "Do you really want it?" "Yeah, give it to me." Su Luo gave it to him, but she still couldn't figure it out. He and Nangong Shiyun weren't that familiar, were they? From what he could remember, Nangong Xian rarely asked for anything from others. Normally she would just refuse or snatch it away, never resorting to accepting other people's things. Su Luo felt that he and Nangong Xian were not familiar with each other, but Nangong Xian did not think so, especially the 3 months of playing Elder Yin 11. At the beginning, Su Luo was pretending to be a doctor, and it was very painful. But later on, she stopped pretending and went straight into relaxation mode. She came to Elder Yen Shi just to enjoy herself. In addition, they would talk occasionally, so Nangong Xian felt that she and Su Luo had a friendship, even though it seems to be one-sided. Chapter 83. Su Luo comes on stage. Su Luo leaves anyway. The egg was given away. Su Luo also knew that the things given by the system would not be bad, but raising pets was no longer as novel as it once was. Once before, I got the achievement of Lord of Beasts, which means raising pets and becoming a Pokemon master, commanding pets to fight. It's just that I'm not in the mood to take care of my pet right now. It takes a lot of effort before my pet will fight for you wholeheartedly, but now that it has been given to Nangong Xian, I don't know what the fate of this egg will be. It shouldn't end up gathering dust, right? It seems possible that Nangong Xian has no shortage of treasures. No one knows why Nangong Xian wants them. Maybe he is just in a good mood. Maybe you forget about it after a while, and then the egg fails to hatch. Who knows? It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with me. Su Luo didn't think much about it and got ready. It was almost his turn to go on stage. Nangong Xian held up the egg and looked at it in the sun, but didn't see anything special. "I didn't expect you to accept things from your juniors, Nangong Xian. Have you finally gone astray?" The person who came was Huang Yanxian, an elder of the Yunyan sect.
She was from the same era as Nangong Shiyun and was currently in the nascent soul stage.
She was already considered quite a genius. However, she had always lived in Nangong Shiyun's shadow and therefore wished Nangong Shiyun bad luck.
What's the problem? Nangong Shiyun was not angry at all.
She was used to it. It was just the jealousy of mortals.
This is a big problem. Could your egg be a pheasant egg? Huang Yanxian laughed unconcealedly. Don't worry, I can hatch pheasant eggs too. Oh, you're so optimistic? What's your basis? I've never seen such an egg. No, I'm in a good mood. Can't I hatch if I want to? Okay, you're Nangong Shiyun, you can do whatever you want. But, can I assume that the disciple just now was special? Otherwise, why would you accept his things?
Nangong Shiyun did not answer, but continued to study the egg and think about how to hatch it. Huang Yanxian didn't want to let Nangong Shiyun go, and she had something to ask her this time. Huang Yanxian continued.
Did you see that person, Yao Hanmei? He's my disciple. I heard your disciple is here too. Who do you think is stronger, my disciple or yours?
Huang Yanxian knew that she would never be able to defeat Nangong Shiyun in this life, but she happened to hear that Nangong Shiyun had also accepted disciples, so if the disciple won, it would also count as a victory.
My disciples don't require me to worry at all.
Nangong Shiyun has also read the diary and has to say that Lin Shen is capable. Besides, everything about the plot is good this time, and there is nothing I particularly want to interfere with.
You're still as confident as ever. Let's wait and see. Huang Yanxian was also confident in her disciples.
After all, they were all at the golden core stage.
How could they lose to a foundation establishment cultivator?
There weren't so many Nangong Xians in the world. Coincidentally, it was Yao Hanmei's turn at this time, and her opponent at this time was Su Luo. Xiaoyu said, "Come on.
Guess how many I'm going to win."
That smile, that tone, Xiaoyu now vaguely guessed something.
We lost this game? Ah, that's right. Ah, wouldn't that be a pity?
This exchange meeting is even bigger than the previous sect competition, so Xiaoyu also wants to experience more with Su Luo. Don't worry, I'll stay with you until the end this time.
I won't go back to lie down until you lose.
Okay, I'll do my best. It was normal for Su Luo to lose the first game when he arrived at the competition venue. He had nothing to do with this part. Su Luo, please go easy on me later. Yao Hanmei struck a seductive pose. She had already inquired about Su Luo and understood Su Luo's strength. She was confident of winning, and making cute gestures was just a habit. Su Luo really wanted to say, "Stop wiping it, you deserve to be loved too, but think about it, respect." Ding Guanghua looked at Su Luo with anticipation. He didn't do any research because he wanted to see it with his own eyes and keep the sense of surprise. Encountering opponents from other sects was as exciting as opening a blind box, and this was the kind of battle he wanted.
Oh, you've met my disciple. When do you think Su Luo, who just gave you the egg, will be defeated? Huang Yanxian said. No need to guess, you'll be defeated in one move. Nangong Shiyun said. Ha? Why?
There was no reason anymore. Su Luo had been defeated in one move. He left the stage at the speed of light, and added a sinister smile of unknown meaning. There was a burst of boos from the audience. Ding Guanghua was stunned.
Ah, Su Luo is gone now. Who said he is the strongest? Huang Yanxian couldn't help but say, it's too weak. So you think he's special? What a special ghost.
Nangong Shiyun's mouth corners curled up slightly. That's why you don't understand. Then the next time, it started to rain lightly. Su Luo also said, come on. Xiaoyu nodded and went upstairs. See the sect leader's disciples come on stage. On the same field, the disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect recalled Xiaoyu's previous surrender. In addition to the fact that Su Luo brought glory to the sect in the last battle, now we can only say that Su Luo has done a lot of harm to others. Xiaoyu's opponent is a disciple from Yuxingmen who was in the late foundation building stage. The 7-Star Sword sect immediately cheered for Xiaoyu. They had lost face in the last game and now they had to make amends. Moreover, the sect leader's disciple is trustworthy, as she is the one who has reached the top of the pure martial tower. Xiaoyu was not surprised either. With one move, she combined the 7 stars into one and won the challenge against a higher level opponent cleanly and neatly. It's a pity that the time for cultivation was a little short, otherwise I would have definitely shined in this exchange meeting. Xiaoyu's current cultivation level is only at the middle stage of foundation building, which is already considered to be the level of just joining in the fun. But because of this battle, no one dared to underestimate Xiaoyu's middle stage of foundation building. Why do I feel that your 7-star sword sect is rising again? Huang Yanxian frowned. Be confident, you're not wrong. Huang Yanxian, well, there was no way to talk anymore. Huang Yanxian immediately ordered her disciples to fight for their lives if they met disciples of the 7-star sword sect. Then Li Si defeated a disciple from the Yunyan sect. His moves were quite skillful. It can be seen that this is another person with a promising future, but his cultivation has not been improved yet, and Huang Yanxian's face is gloomy. Fortunately, the exchange meeting was held this year. If it was held a few years later, the 7-star sword sect would have become the only dominant force. Other sects also have the same idea, but that is all a matter for the future. Right now, other sects still have a huge advantage. Ding Guanghua also killed his opponent with one punch, demonstrating his strength. At the same time, other disciples of Tianguang sect also began to show their strength, and their overall strength far exceeded that of other sections. When Yuxingmen encountered the 7-star sword sect, they delayed time in order to beat up the people of the 7-star sword sect. Although the Yunyan sect has only female disciples, they are also quite capable and win more than they lose. For a while, the entire exchange meeting was just these 4 sects showing off their skills. Although other sects also have outstanding people, they are inferior in comparison. Chapter 84. Hope is gone, but light flashes. After one round, each sect had a general understanding of the other sections. Although some people might be hiding their strength and not using their trump cards, it was obvious who was more difficult to deal with. In the first round, most of the people who came to join in the fun were eliminated, and the second round became intense. However, Xiaoyu and Li Si both made it through, but it was a bit difficult at the beginning of this round. In the third round, Li Si met Yao Hanmei. Sister, I think you are really talented. Come to our sect, we can help you better. What Yao Hanmei said was true. Since it was a sect composed entirely of women, there must be something special about it. Well said, I'm tempted, but I won't go. Li Si didn't think about going to another sect. She wanted to become stronger, but the sect treated her well, so why would she change jobs? What a shame. I'll show you the gap between us. Indeed, at this stage, Li Si is no match for Yao Hanmei. Even the sword energy that Li Si was good at only slightly injured Yao Hanmei. Honestly, the sword energy is quite good. It's already very good for your level of cultivation. Unfortunately, it's my turn next. Yao Hanmei moved at high speed and continuously launched attacks around Li Si. A falling flowers kill. Yao Hanmei ended the battle with her last move. Li Si suffered a crushing defeat. As Yao Hanmei's master, Huang Yanxian, was very proud, especially after defeating Nangong Shiyun's disciples. TSK, Nangong Shiyun, your disciple lost to my disciple. In less than 3 years, your disciples won't be able to defeat Li Si. Humph, that may not be the case. Even if it was, Huang Yanxian would never admit it now. Now she just wanted to show off. Nangong Shiyun didn't care. She didn't need to take such things to heart, nor did she need to take action for her disciples. It's just a simple battle. If you want to win it back, you have to rely on yourself. Li Si came to Suoluo. Su Luo wanted to say something, but Li Si beat her to the punch. Don't comfort me, I just need to be quiet. Li Si's head was against Su Luo's back. Su Luo sighed. Considering Li Si's pride, she'd probably wanted to cry now. Indeed, Li Si has been hit too hard recently, and according to the diary, Su Luo was about to leave. Li Si tried to stop it many times, but she finally held back. She knew very well that stopping Su Luo would only make him hate her. Next, it was Xiaoyu's turn. Her opponent is a person from Tianguang sect who has completed the foundation building. Xiaoyu, use that trick. May I? Of course, it's time for you to show your talents. Good. Xiaoyu came on stage. She didn't dare to be careless and started with all 7 stars coming together as one, but we have seen it before, and Tianguanmen is also prepared. However, the 7 stars returning to 1 was too clever and could not be completely defended against, but it was enough. The disciples of Tianguang sect took advantage of Xiaoyu's pause after using the 7 stars returned to 1 and instantly launched an offensive, attacking from all angles. leaving Xiaoyu with no choice but to defend for a while. The idea of the Tianguang sect disciples was to take the first move, and then suppress it with their cultivation throughout the process, not giving Xiaoyu another chance. He did it, and the next step was to exhaust Xiaoyu's physical strength. If Xiaoyu stopped, she would be seriously injured, so she can only deal with it first and then look for an opportunity. And if you don't give yourself opportunities, you can only create them yourself. With his superb martial arts skills, Xiaoyu finally found an opportunity to counterattack, and the disciples of Tianguang sect were forced to retreat. He also immediately felt that something was wrong, and burst out all his skills to attack again. But it was too late. Xiaoyu is ready. 7 stars returned to 1, the second level of power. Xiaoyu understood that for her, the most lacking thing in a challenge of higher level was damage. The 7 stars returned to 1 can basically be invincible among the same level, and it is also possible to jump levels, but jumping 2 levels is a bit difficult. Therefore, there is this move, 7 stars returning to 1, which is twice as powerful. Xiaoyu pointed his sword at his opponent, and light balls floated around him. He moved and thrust out a sword. The Tianguang sect disciple resisted with all his might, but when he touched Xiaoyu's sword, he was already sent flying, as if he had been knocked away by a giant object. Throw it high up, then drop it. The eyes have turned white. No one expected this reversal. I never thought that this person in the middle stage of foundation building could actually defeat the perfect one. It was too weird. But after seeing it with my own eyes, I felt that the move just now was indeed that powerful. I could only express my admiration, and the whole city burst into applause. Xiaoyu ignored their looks, came in front of Su Luo and made a yeah gesture. Su Luo gave her a thumbs up. The 7 stars returned to 1. Double force is a little trick Su Luo taught Xiaoyu to stack damage. It's difficult to learn, but that's not a problem for Xiaoyu. The problem is that it consumes a lot of physical energy. So although they won, the consumption was extremely great. In the next round, Xiaoyu was no longer able to fight and had to give up. On the competition field, it is not only the disciples who have returned to the 7 stars to show off. The people from Yuxingmen also started to act outrageous. As soon as the 7-star sword sect's third brother confronted them, they brought up Qin San's matter to open up their scars. In fact, it works. Both Han Inger and Yuan Jie lost. The opponent was quite strong and could have won without mentioning Qin San. They just wanted to discuss the 7-star sword sect. The disciples of the 7-star sword sect now want to go to war with the Yuexing sect, but of course it couldn't be held. The top management didn't say anything, so they could only endure it. Place your hopes on Zhuo Mingyuan. His own strength and psychological quality were slightly stronger than the other two, and he barely won, but was in a very embarrassing state. However, in the next round, they met Yuxingmen again, and the strongest one was Liang Gaozhan. Zhuo Mingyuan was defeated, and the 7-star sword sect's last hope was gone. And now, the most disciples left are Tianguang, followed by Yunyan, and then Yuxingmen. This scene really verifies that statement. The 7-star sword sect has come to an end. However, there was no time to grieve, as someone had already stood up. Lin Shen defeated his opponent again in WONDIN this competition where only the golden core is left. Lin Shen's late foundation building stage is particularly conspicuous. Before this, Lin Shen had never encountered the golden elixir, so others also thought that Lin Shen was lucky, but his good luck ended and next, every opponent he met was a Jindan. He is gone, but what does it matter? Lin Shen is not afraid. He will fight even if facing the golden core first. There is Liang Gaozhan from Yuxingmen. You are the only one left in the 7-star sword sect. TSK, this is truly God's arrangement. All the hopes of your 7-star sword sect have been defeated by us, and your glory has also been taken away by us. I heard that your sect has a bad mouth. Now it seems that it really does stink. Humph, you're being stubborn. My sword is harder. The two men started fighting. The people from the 7-star sword sect had no hope at all and thought that Lin Shen should admit defeat and stop being tortured by the other side, but gradually, they discovered something was different. Lin Shen first suppressed Liang Gaozhan in terms of technology. Liang Gaozhan used the strength of a golden elixir, and spoke ill of the 7-star sword sect and Lin Shen. Then Lin Shen broke through and reached the perfection of foundation building. The situation on the battlefield changed, and Lin Shen suppressed Liang Gaozhan again. Liang Gaozhan went from being the most contemptuous and having victory at his fingertips to being a clown rubbing his nose, until Lin Shen won the victory. I didn't understand the whole process, so how did Lin Shen win? Is this reasonable? But for the 7-star sword sect, winning is enough. At this moment, Lin Shen is the light of the 7-star sword sect. Just one battle was enough to waste all the efforts made by Yuxingmen. Chapter 85 Lin Shen vs Ding Guanghuan. Next, the competition continued. Of course, the duel would not end in one day. It had been several days since it started, especially in the last few days. Every time Lin Shen won a game, the 7-star sword sect cheered and even wanted to go to the field and throw Lin Shen up to celebrate for him. Defeating Jindan once is a coincidence, but what about twice or 3 times? This cannot be explained by luck alone. Lin Shen, you are my god. In the end, only Lin Shen was left from the 7-star sword sect, and only 3 people were left from the Tianguang sect who had not been defeated. All other sects had been eliminated. Therefore, Lin Shen continued to fight against the Tianguang sect, and the battle would end only when the last sect was defeated. If it were anyone else, everyone would think it was unrealistic whether Lin Shen could defeat 3 opponents at once, but now everyone was looking forward to it. No one was optimistic about Lin Shen originally, but Lin Shen has proven himself with his strength. Some people, apart from those from the 7-star sword sect, actually thought that Lin Shen had a chance. It was really crazy. Lin Shen win, all win. With every victory, Lin Shen's name resounded throughout the arena, and now, he finally faced Ding Guanghua. No matter when, a counterattack is always what we want to see the most and what makes our blood boil the most. Of course, except for the person who was counterattacked. Now Ding Guanghua is that person, but he didn't think he was that person. He touched his bald head with an excited expression on his face. Lin Shen, seeing you fight, I can't restrain myself. You make my blood boil. Come on, let's have the final battle. I'll give it my all. Okay, I won't hold back either. This punch will shine. Ding Guanghua took the lead in attacking, his fist filled with white light, smashing towards Lin Shen with full force. Lin Shen held the sword in one hand and went forward to meet the enemy. The fist and sword collided, making a harsh sound. The sword and fist were attacking and defending each other, and the speed was getting faster and faster. If you were not careful, you would be hit, but Lin Shen's excellent swordsmanship held him up. Happy. Ding Guanghua became more and more excited as the fight went on. This was the kind of battle he wanted. Under such an attack, Lin Shen could only defend himself hard, but being able to defend it is already remarkable. Hey, why does it feel like Lin Shen has become stronger again? Stupid, you become stronger when you meet a stronger opponent, understand? So handsome, even those who get beaten are so handsome. TSK, in general, the winner will definitely be our senior brother Ding. Yeah, maybe it's just strong at the beginning, but weak at the end. The audience around was talking. Lin Shen suddenly distanced himself. Flame-killing white dragon sword. A white dragon flew out with great power. Good to come. Ding Guanghua grabbed the dragon's mouth with both hands and then tore it open, thus easily dissolving the problem. Lin Shen naturally understood that one method was useless, so he used several to surround Ding Guanghua. It's no use trying any of them. Ding Guanghua holds a dragon in each hand, swinging it left and right with ease, and has become a master dragon tamer. However, those were all Lin Shen's tricks. He completed the accumulation of power while Ding Guanghua was taming the dragon. Flame slash. When Ding Guanghua saw Lin Shen, his sword had already arrived. Ding Guanghua barely dodged it, but his clothes were slightly burned by the high temperature, but he just blew it gently and it was fine. The material of the clothes was very good. It's my turn now. You can't dodge this punch. Ding Guanghua's fist glowed again, and then he kept punching Lin Shen. One ball of light after another came out from his hands, attacking Lin Shen intensively. Lin Shen blocked with his sword, swung it, and blasted the ball of light in all directions. The blasted light ball exploded everywhere, but there were too many of them, so Lin Shen could only dodge and block that. He narrowly avoided the ball of light that was heading towards his face. But as soon as he dodged, Lin Shen felt something was wrong. His feeling was correct. Ding Guanghua had already come behind him and started to punch him. Boom, a punch hit Lin Shen in the face, knocking him hard to the ground and creating a deep pit more than 10 meters deep. Lin Shen was not at a disadvantage either. The moment he was hit, he swung his scorpion leg and kicked Ding Guanghua in the chin. Just this one kick seemed to have no effect. Even so, everyone was still surprised. Holy crap, they can even fight back against this? That's amazing. But Lin Xuanzhong's punch was quite powerful. I wonder if he can still get up. If it were me, I would definitely be dead. Wow, so cool. Lin Shen will definitely be able to stand up again. I firmly believe it. Indeed, Lin Shen had already stood up. You're not done yet, try again.
Ding Guanghua shook his fist, and the warm-up was over, certainly. The two of them fought again, but this time, Ding Guanghua had a clear advantage. Even if Lin Shen could injure Ding Guanghua, the injuries he would suffer would be more serious. Seeing Lin Shen's miserable appearance, he was really afraid of being accidentally beaten to death, but this was all superficial. Lin Shen could still fight. Lin Shen, you really keep surprising me. Many times, Ding Guanghua was already finished, but he didn't expect Lin Shen could still stand up. This made him excited but also a little scared, of course only a little. Then let's have a bigger surprise. Lin Shen stuck the sword into the ground, tore off his tattered shirt, clenched his fists, and struck a pose everyone couldn't understand. What? What is Lin Shen doing? He's not going to compete with Ding Guanghua in fistfights, is he? Is he stupid? Doesn't he understand how powerful Ding Guanghua's boxing skills are? Crazy, crazy. His muscles look so good, I'm a little excited. Ding Guanghua was also stunned. He had never seen Lin Shen use his fists before, but looking at his posture, it didn't seem fake. Interesting. Okay, I'll learn from you. However, Lin Shen's attack power under the fist was even stronger. This also made Ding Guanghua feel like he had met a close friend. Lin Shen, it's great to meet you. Same here. Fists kept clashing, the speed changes from slow to fast, and then back to slow again. This process took half an hour. Lin Shen seemed to be holding on for dear life at this time, but was knocked out by Ding Guanghua's punch. He fell to the ground temporarily and was unable to get up. It now seems that Ding Guanghua is the one standing at the end. It's a pity for the audience. Alas, I didn't expect Lin Shen's fist to be even better than his sword. What a pity. If his cultivation was higher, the outcome would be different. No matter what, Lin Shen deserves our respect. Lin Shen, don't cry, don't cry. I'll bring my sisters to comfort you later. At this time, Lin Shen moved and struggled to get up. However, he fell down again halfway up. But he did not give up and continued to climb. Ding Guanghua was almost moved to tears at this moment, but he would not hold back. You have a strong will. Give you time, and you will definitely take off. But now, I'm stronger. It's over. As a sign of respect, I'll use my strongest attack. Can you catch it? Lin Shen stood up and answered him silently. Okay, this punch is shining like a star. This time, not only Ding Guanghua's fists lit up, but his head also lit up. The power displayed is incredible. It's murder, stop him. Why are you panicking? There are so many experts watching, how can you be afraid of something happening? No, what if something unexpected happens? Everyone opened their eyes wide, afraid of missing something. Facing Ding Guanghua's attack, Lin Shen raised his head and took a breath. Master Yen, I feel it, the realm of 1,000 hammers and 100 tempers. First it was calm, then it broke out like a flood. This time, Lin Shen also exploded and threw a punch. Bone engraving dragon power. The two forces collided with each other and exploded around the center. The dust cleared, and two people stood on the playing field. Who won? I don't know. What happened to Lin Shen? Why did he explode so violently at the end? Lin Shen, brother Shen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You are not weak at all. You are really durable. Everyone is looking forward to seeing who will win. Ding Guanghua looked at his fist and laughed. I lost. He rolled his eyes and fell down. Lin Shen raised his fist and declared his victory, but soon after, he lost consciousness, but he just stood there and refused to fall down. Chapter 86, If you are not good at it, practice more. Who won? No, I was jokingly saying Lin Shen could win, but he actually meant it? So cool, Lin Shen. Even if you can't believe it, winning is winning. The 7-star sword sect now wanted to hold a celebration and came down to surround Lin Shen. At this moment, Lin Shen is their hero. Yuximan felt like they had eaten shit when they saw the 7-star sword sect win the first round. When Lin Shen woke up, it was time for the award ceremony. The thing is definitely good and is also useful to Lin Shen. Lin Shen also expressed his gratitude for the victory. Don't be afraid of challenges, and everything is possible. Of course, Su Luo said that these were just for listening. If someone else did Lin Shen's job, it would no longer be a challenge, but rather overestimating their own abilities. Next, it's the extra game. Each sect can designate someone to challenge. It's time to take revenge. What the 7-star sword sect wants to do most now is to defeat the Yueshing sect. When they could have won the previous game, they deliberately let them win, giving the 7-star sword sect some hope.
In fact, they wanted to continue to beat their opponents. The 7-star sword sect only saw the situation clearly later and became even angrier. After Lin Shen recovered, he went straight to Yuxingmen and challenged Yuxingmen because he had gone too far before. If I can defeat Ding Guanghua, who is at a hell level, then dealing with them is a piece of cake. Lin Shen fought hard to get back the dignity of the 7-star sword sect. It is normal for other sects to challenge what they want to challenge, just to see the unique skills of other sections. However, the Yunyan sect challenged Lin Shen several times, not because they had a grudge against him, but because they wanted to get close to Lin Shen, or even touch him and tease him. Others said that it was shameless, so fucking envious. There was another unexpected thing that Su Luo could not have imagined. He was also challenged, and by Ding Guanghua. Why challenge me? Not only Su Luo was curious, but others were too. In the pure martial arts tower, they say you are the strongest. I want to come and see for myself. You'll find out the reason if you investigate. I don't care. I just want to verify it myself. Okay, let me break you. I'll wait. Then, in Ding Guanghua's stunned expression, Su Luo was defeated with one strike. You were talking so wildly just now? Is that all? Really? Come again. You are so strong, remember this. Su Luo left this sentence and left unwillingly, once again becoming a laughingstock. I thought he had some hidden tricks up his sleeve, but it turns out he's just a joke. Ding Guanghua felt something was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Finally, he asked Lin Shen. How do you rate it? Very strong. Me? Of course it's Su Luo. Oh, he's hiding his strength. Why? Are you kidding me? It has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight, come to me. Why would Lin Shen say more? Forget it, losing to you is losing. I won't do that for a while. I'll challenge you again when I improve myself. In this way, the extra game ended. The various sects had sufficient exchanges and had a clearer understanding of other sects. In the second stage, 10 people will be selected to participate in the survival challenge. Still discussing WHO.Su Luo stood up and said arrogantly, I'm not targeting anyone, you guys are all bad, let me go. You? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This was the biggest joke Xiafiren had heard today. Don't you know what you're doing? You still want to go to the second round? Go back to sleep, you piece of shit. Others think so too. It will never be your turn, Su Luo. What if I take this out? Su Luo took out a large tube, white in color, covered with array patterns. What? A treasure. One shot can deal the damage of an early Jindan level. That's it? Who are you kidding? Why don't you try it? Okay, come on, shoot here. Xiafiren didn't believe Su Luo activated the gun barrel. This gun barrel has a history. It was originally given by Elder Yen Shi as a treasure that could emit a large amount of flames. It looks powerful but actually has some major flaws. It's easy to dodge, and it's noisy and slow to start. If Su Luo was powerful, she would have used this thing to deal with Lin Shen long ago, so there would be no need to think of any other strategies. It's not very effective against Lin Shen, but it's useful in team fights, which is why Su Luo was able to join this team. In the end, Elder Yen Shi didn't give it to him. I was given a super powerful treasure, which is this gun barrel. It can emit light waves and its power is as strong as that of a perfect golden elixir. He is really not afraid that I will use this to shoot Lin Shen. If Lin Shen doesn't die, he will be crippled, but how could the mature Su Luo do this? She even helped to downgrade this magic weapon and reduce its power. Sometimes Su Luo even wondered if Elder Yen Shi treated him like an illegitimate son because he was treated so well, but he will die soon, so let's observe a 3-second silence for him in advance. The modified gun barrel takes a long time to charge, and Xiafiren is getting impatient. When the gun barrel emitted a violent light wave, he hurriedly dodged it. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous, but how could Su Luo let him avoid it? She just predicted it. Boom, Xiafiren took a lot of damage and fell to the ground instantly. I have this thing, so I'm qualified to participate. Don't you want to win and bring honor to the sect? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Indeed, with this power, it can really be used. Not everyone is Lin Shen, who masters skills that can surpass one's own level. Others may not be able to break through the opponent's defense when dealing with the golden elixirs of other sections. I don't admit it. Xiafiren said loudly while lying on the ground. He couldn't get up. Su Luo said disdainfully, if you are not good at it, then practice more. If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. You are powerful, but it's only because of your treasure that you contribute it to others. It's the same. Can't you contribute it? Don't you want to contribute to the sect? Xiafiren turned around and morally blackmailed Su Luo. This is my treasure. Why should I lend it to you? Let me do it. I can play a greater role than any of you. As long as I have low morals, you can't kidnap me, and I have to brag a lot to tell them that I have a great impact. You. Xiaofiren was so angry that he couldn't speak. After another discussion, it was decided to let Su Luo take up a spot, because there are not many attacks that can unleash the power of a golden elixir. Moreover, Han Inger and Yuan Jie were severely hurt in the first round and were in extremely poor condition, so they were unable to participate in the second round. So now in the second stage, Lin Shen and Zhuo Mingyuan are the main forces, which is too weak compared to the others. In addition, Xiaoyu and Li Si were unable to go up, and the reason was that their cultivation was too low. The victory in the first round was something that the 7-star sword sect had not expected. They are naturally happy, but after being happy, they should also face reality. In the second round, although they wanted to win very much, they couldn't help but feel pessimistic. They just wanted to perform well so as not to lose too badly. Tianguan, Yunyan, Yuesheng and the others all have several golden elixirs. How can we fight this team battle? Chapter 87. Besieged at night, Su Luo went to Yuxingmen and told him his thoughts. How do I know what you say is true? If you set a trap for us to fall into, wouldn't it be foolish for us to believe it? With Lin Shen here, you guys alone can't take us down, right? I'm helping you. I'm also annoyed with Lin Shen and can't let him get ahead of us anymore. No matter what you say, I won't believe it. If you don't believe me, that's fine. I'll reveal our sect's location when the time comes. Other sects will be happy to besiege us, so you can do whatever you want. Yes, those weaker sects can only fight against the 3 major sects if they unite. Liang Gaozhan was thinking about whether he should believe it or not. Finally, I figured it out. It depends on the situation. If anything seems strange, I will retreat immediately. Liang Gaozhan was actually quite looking forward to the thought of several sects besieging the 7-star sword sect. This could be said to be a crushing defeat for the 7-star sword sect. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Su Luo used the same words to other sects, and they were quite willing to unite, as it would not be bad for them. As long as the powerful sects are eliminated, the remaining weaklings will fight each other and it will depend on their own abilities. This is better than being crushed by the 3 major sections. Therefore, in the second stage, uniting first is also a good way to fight. Su Luo didn't have to use any tricks to accomplish it. This was the plot and it went very smoothly. After finishing all this, the second stage began the next day. At the beginning of survival mode, the positions of each sector random. As long as you lose consciousness, you are out. The competition lasts for 3 days, and the range of activities gradually shrinks during these 3 days. As soon as she entered the competition circle, Su Luo ran away and disappeared from everyone's sight. Where's Su Luo? I don't know. When did you leave? I knew he was not a good guy. He deserted at this time. Xiaofiren had always been against Su Luo joining the team, and he still hated Su Luo. After hearing what he said, the others hated Su Luo even more. Okay, let's proceed according to the plan. Lin Shen spoke at this time. He is now the leader of the team, and others are willing to listen to him. Is this really the way? Zhuo Mingyuan confirmed the game strategy again. Yeah, just show your momentum. The so-called plan is no plan. When you see other sects, you just do it recklessly. Originally, other people had several suggestions that could increase the chances of winning. For example, if you can survive until the final round and maintain your physical strength, you can still get second place even if you lose in the end. Or they could secretly fan the flames of evil, provoke fights among other sects, and then reap the benefits. Lin Shen objected. There is nothing to be proud of in getting good results like this. It would be better to fight hard all the way and let other sects see their fighting spirit. Well, although I don't agree, Lin Shen has made the decision, so let it be, and the others also choose to obey. Soon, they encountered other sects, and not just 1, but 3. It looks like a melee is about to break out. Xiaofiren looked at the other sects cautiously, as a war was about to break out. Indeed, we'll see how the situation develops at that time. Lin Shen was also a little solemn. He didn't expect that several sects would collide with each other at the very beginning. The standoff didn't last long before the battle began, but as soon as the war started, the 7-star sword sect felt something was wrong. I originally thought it was a melee between several sects, but I didn't expect it to be the 7-star sword sect fighting 1 against 3. They all wanted to curse. Are you related? You come to fight us in such a tacit understanding, but I soon figured out the reason. It all depends on how strong they are. It's just right. I'll let you see the strength of the 7-star sword sect. Even though they were besieged by 3 sects, the 7-star sword sect was not afraid to fight. Fight! Then came Yuxingmen. The atmosphere suddenly took a turn for the worse, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. Yuesheng sect is different from other sections. They are much stronger. What the hell? Why am I so unlucky today? Yeah, it depends on the situation. It's going to be 1 against 4. Can we just rush through this? Yuxingmen doesn't care what the 7-star sword sect thinks. Now that the enemies have met, they are extremely jealous of each other. So, the 4 sects besieged the 7-star sword sect at the same time. Lin Shen, no, we have to retreat. Xiaofiren struggled to resist the attack from the opposite side. Yes, even if we act recklessly, we can't possibly face all 4 of them at the same time. It's time to change our strategy. At this moment, Zhuo Mingyuan burst out with all his strength and knocked several people away in an instant. You take Lin Shen away, I'll cover your rear. He said firmly. As long as Lin Shen hasn't lost, there is a chance to turn the tables. When Zhuo Mingyuan saw Lin Shen fighting hard in the first round of the duel, he knew that he could not be depressed anymore. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the sect and my other junior brothers and sisters? Today, I will let you witness the strength of one of the 4 talents. Zhuo Mingyuan rushed to the opposite side alone. Liang Gaozhan laughed. Just you? You're a piece of trash. Yeah, I'm useless, but I can't be useless today. After 1 round of fighting, Liang Gaozhan had to admit that Zhuo Mingyuan was very strong, but so what? I'm not talking about morality with you. Liang Gaozhan waved his hand and the people behind him rushed forward.
Don't think you're the only ones who have help. Xia Fearon entered the arena handsomely, sweeping his legs across and kicking several people away. Why don't you leave? Zhou Mingyuan was anxious. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Lin Shen patted his shoulder and said, we have no chance of winning, but we are not afraid of a fight. That's right, you think we are Su Luo, why would we abandon you and leave? At this point, the 7-star sword sect formed a circle, faced the enemy together, and rose up to fight. The Yuesheng sect doesn't care whether you are passionate or not. They just want to destroy the 7-star sword sect and continue to besiege the 7-star sword sect with other sections. The battle lasted for a while, and the Yunyan sect happened to pass by and saw the scene. What's going on? Are you bullying my brother? One-on-one is fine, but so many sects are besieging us? I can't stand it. Sisters, take action. Without hesitation, the Yunyan sect immediately joined the battle, and they were not just slacking off, but really putting in their effort. Now, the scale of the battle increased again. However, with the addition of the Yunyan sect, Lin Shen and the others felt much less pressure. After a round of fierce fighting, everyone present lost their ability to fight. Of course, no one lost consciousness. Otherwise, how could the good show that was about to happen be without an audience? Su Luo was observing. Secretly. There were no surprises and the plot was normal. Although the recent plots are all correct, there are always small errors in the details, especially Elder Yan Shi, and the reasons cannot be found. It's rare that everything has been so normal these past 2 days. Su Luo is relieved. It's almost done. It's time to go on stage. Snap. 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 Su Luo clapped her hands, smiling, as if her conspiracy had succeeded. It's really wonderful, a really good show, I enjoyed watching it.